Orion's Odyssey 5, Realm of Ruin. Written and created by John Robinson. Published in 2024. Read by AI. Chapter 1. Training Grounds.
Amidst the vast training grounds of Hope's Crossing Police Academy, senior instructor Kaida Takahashi commanded a diverse group of recruits. The expansive field was equipped with all manner of obstacles and training equipment, basked in the scorching sun that cast sharp shadows upon the trainees as they moved. Kaida, her posture exuding both authority and encouragement, called out to the group, "Karate, now," she declared, her voice ringing clear across the field. Remember, it's not just about strength. Technique, precision, and control are what sets apart true warriors. Pair up. The recruits swiftly formed their duos, a mix of humanoids, bipeds, and aliens from distant worlds, adorned in their standard-issue uniforms tailored to accommodate their varying physical forms, from tentacled appendages to multiple limbs or heads. With a solid stance and fluid movements enhanced by her cybernetic enhancements, Kaida demonstrated the basics of blocking techniques. "Do as I do," she instructed sternly, "and anticipate your opponent's moves." Her words were met with varying degrees of success as the trainees mimicked her actions with mixed results. But Kaida was relentless in her pursuit for perfection, walking among them and correcting postures with keen eyes that missed nothing. Approaching a towering Gorgonian with 4 powerful arms, she adjusted his stance to maximize defense and offense. Balance is crucial. Use your lower arms for defense and your upper arms for strikes. Next, she turned to an agile RZ with wings that sparkled in the sunlight. "Your speed is your advantage here," she pointed out. "Combine it with the element of surprise for maximum effectiveness." As they continued practicing takedowns under her watchful eye, Kaida reminded them to always assess the threat level before engaging in any action. As the session came to a close, Kaida brought the group together. "Well done, everyone. Remember, what you learn here is not just for yourselves, but for the protection of all citizens of Hope's Crossing. We are not simply training officers, we are forging guardians of peace." The recruits nodded, panting and dripping with sweat. "Now, hydrate and prepare for your next session. Dismissed." As they dispersed, Kaida gathered her own gear, her mind already focused on the next task at hand. She sensed a presence behind her and swiftly turned to face an Anubak silhouette with distinct pointy ears. Commander Tundo Kroll. Despite his high rank, Kroll had a friendly and approachable demeanor. His pug-like appearance was a hallmark of his Anubak heritage, complete with expressive eyes and a wrinkled forehead that showed his emotions freely. Despite his short stature, there was an air of confidence and authority in his movements.
"Chief Investigator Takahashi."
Kroll began with a deep and slightly gruff voice that was interpreted by their translator devices.
"Impressive work with the recruits."
Kaida offered a polite nod, accepting the praise. "Thank you, Commander. I believe they have great potential." Kroll chuckled softly, his jowls quivering with amusement.
"How about we grab a drink? Strictly business, of course."
He playfully tapped her metal arm with a grin.
"I am deeply in love with my wife, so no funny business from me."
Kaida couldn't help but smile at his straightforwardness. "Sure, I could use a drink, and don't worry, I didn't think it was a date." Together, they made their way to the local pub, a popular spot for off-duty officers and residents of Hope's Crossing's Northern Territory. As they strolled through the colony, Kroll boasted of his family and their accomplishments with a hint of pride shining in his voice.
"My wife is a civil water engineer, you know. She has done wonders for our water systems here. And we have 5 teenage offspring, all determined to keep us on our toes. One of them even aspires to be a pilot like your old crewmate and friend, Captain Orion."
Kaida listened intently, finding his loyalty to his loved ones endearing. It was a side of him that she rarely saw in their line of work, where he always presented himself as focused and professional. Upon reaching the pub, they settled at a table in the garden, overlooking the beautiful lake where Nomo lounged gracefully. Kaida noticed heads turning as Commander Kroll's distinct appearance marked him as a well-known figure in the colony. The warm light of the late afternoon sun bathed everything in a golden glow, foreshadowing the arrival of autumn. Children's laughter filled the air as they played around the lake, soon joined by school children chattering excitedly as they made their way home with their parents. Nearby, an outdoor play area buzzed with activity and joyous screams of playing children. As they ordered their drinks and waited for them to arrive, Commander Kroll leaned back in his chair with a rare, relaxed expression on his face. On the lake, Nomo indulged in some seaweed as they prepared for their upcoming hibernation period. Kaida chuckled at the sight before her. Kroll stroked his chin thoughtfully with a paw.
The Namo of Sirius, eh? A curious bunch.
They certainly are, Kaida agreed. Their drinks arrived, 2 pints of beer, and after taking a long sip from his glass, Commander Tundo Kroll turned his gaze towards Kaida with a raised eyebrow.
You mentioned being a space marine before. That is quite a change. And then to become a cyborg. How did that come about?
Kaida hesitated for a moment, reliving the memories of her past. I was caught in a terror attack during my service for Earth. Lost my limbs in the explosion. That's when I became a cyborg. Kroll nodded understandingly, his pug face conveying empathy.
That must have been quite a transformation, not just physically, and then to leave it all behind for your sister.
A faint smile appeared on Kaida's lips as she took a sip of her tangy and refreshing beer. It was the only choice, she said. Family comes first. But it led me down paths I never could have imagined. Kaida shifted the conversation towards Commander Kroll's family, asking about his children. With a fatherly expression of both pride and concern, Kroll delved into the complexities of his offspring's lives.
It's a balancing act, really. They're standing at the crossroads where they must choose between following their passions or choosing more practical paths for financial stability.
Oh, yes, Kaida said with a nod, recalling her own conflicting desires and her parents' military aspirations for her. I can relate all too well.
It's tough watching them struggle with the decision between pursuing their dreams or opting for safe and stable careers.
Kroll concluded with a heavy sigh. It certainly must be, especially when you want what's best for their peace of mind and their security, Kaida murmured, swirling the ale in her mug. The nano-nexus outbreak. It was a nightmare, Kaida went on to say. The tavern was dimly lit, but the commander's sharp blue eyes seemed to pierce through the shadows as he leaned in towards Kaida. She took a long drink from her glass, the way it created a hive mind controlling people. It was unlike any battle I've faced. Kroll nodded, thoughtfully puffing on his pipe.
And then to diplomacy. Quite the career path.
Kaida laughed bitterly. Yes, becoming Earth's ambassador felt meaningful, making a difference helping victims of war through the Interstellar Migration Accord. The sound of children playing outside briefly interrupted their conversation, reminding Kaida of simpler times. She watched them for a moment before continuing. But then, her voice trailed off as she remembered her abduction. Dr. Victor Corrigan, infamous creator of the Nano-Nexus, took me.
The scientist behind it all. The cyborg from the Novit Consortium.
Kroll mused knowingly. Yes. And I ended up living in the wild on my Croxus for 2 months before Jaxon Orion rescued me. The memory caused a tightness in her chest, and she curled her hands inwards. If only she had killed the monster and saved Damien. He was a hero. Along with Raven, they had rescued her mother, and Emiko from certain death at Emiko's university. Kroll whistled softly, bringing her out of her memories.
That's quite a story,
he said gravely.
You've been through a lot.
Kaida nodded slowly, taking another sip of her ale. Recently, my father was killed right in front of me by the second variant of the Nano-Nexus. It's been hard to deal with. The commander reached across the table, placing a comforting paw on her arm.
I'm so sorry, Kaida. Loss like that. It's unimaginable.
Kaida felt a throb in her chest and appreciated the gesture, feeling a rare sense of connection. She wiped a tear from her eye. Thanks, Tundo. Kroll leaned back in his chair, taking another puff from his pipe.
And now you're here at Hope's Crossing, shaping the future officers. You're making a difference.
Their conversation drifted to lighter topics, with Kaida asking more about Kroll's life and family. His stories of his teenage children and their antics brought genuine laughter, providing a welcome reprieve from the heavier topics. As the afternoon sun continued to bathe the tavern garden in its warm glow, Kaida felt a release. Talking to Kroll had been unexpectedly therapeutic, and she found herself grateful for the commander's understanding. As the sun began to set behind the distant crystal jungles, Commander Kroll guided their conversation towards a more serious tone.
Kaida,
He said, looking directly into her eyes.
In all the time I've observed you, your commitment and skills have stood out. Hope's Crossing is a unique place, with its own set of challenges, particularly in the Northern Territories. We need someone with your level of expertise and understanding to lead the way. How would you feel about taking on the role of chief investigator there?
Kaida flinched, her mouth gaping open in shock. A small yelp escaped her lips as she absorbed the weight of the role before her. It was a daunting and exhilarating prospect, to be at the helm of one of the most crucial areas in the colony. Gathering her thoughts, Kaida spoke with determination. Commander Kroll, I am deeply honored by your offer. To lead such an important task is no small feat, but I am ready to embrace it. I accept this position. Kroll's face lit up with delight, his pug-like features conveying his happiness.
That is excellent news, Kaida. I had hoped you would agree to take on this task. Welcome to the team, Chief Investigator Takahashi.
The two raised their glasses in a toast celebrating this momentous occasion.
Chapter 2. Breaking Free.
Damian Black was trapped in the suffocating darkness of the Predator's stomach, his heart pounding with fear and panic. The acidic stench of digestive fluids burned his eyes and throat, while the slick walls of the stomach constricted around him like a grotesque embrace. As he lay in that living tomb, Damian's thoughts turned to Kaida. Had she survived? Was she safe? But those thoughts were interrupted by the distant roar of engines, bringing with it both hope and dread. The humid air reeked of decay, and Damian could feel the corrosive burns from the digestive acids seeping into his skin. Desperate for a way out, he searched blindly in the darkness until his hand brushed against something solid. A knife. Damian began to jab and saw at the muscular walls of the stomach, fueled by pure desperation. His efforts seemed futile against the thick and resistant flesh, but he pushed on with all his strength. And then he saw it. A sliver of light filtering through. With newfound determination, Damian widened the gap until he could squeeze himself through and emerge into the arid air of Aetheris. But his escape was not without consequences. The monster dissolved into shadows, merging with the colossal boulder nearby as if nothing had happened, and Damian collapsed onto the alien soil, his body racked with pain from the burns covering his skin. But he was alive, and that meant he had to keep moving. Ignoring the protests of his body, Damian forced himself to stand and stagger away from the boulder. Aetheris stretched out before him in endless shades of twilight, hauntingly beautiful yet filled with danger. As he stumbled onward, his feverish state caused hallucinations to flicker at the corner of his vision. He shook his head to clear them, but they persisted as shadows morphed into monstrous shapes and distant sounds echoed like ominous warnings. Finally, exhausted and delirious, Damian's body gave out and he collapsed to the ground. Lying there, gasping for breath in the thin, cool air, he knew he had to keep going. He couldn't let himself be caught by the Predator or any other dangers lurking in the twilight zone of Aetheris. Damian crawled weakly towards a rocky outcrop, desperate for shelter on the barren terrain of Aetheris. His body trembled as he huddled against the sharp rocks. He drifted in and out of consciousness, his only thought being of Kaida's resolute face before succumbing to a restless slumber. Dreams turned to nightmares as Damian's fevered mind conjured up images of being swallowed whole by monstrous predators. He writhed and twisted, his burned skin slick with sweat. The chill of Aetheris's twilight zone seeped into his bones, but it was the relentless fever that consumed him. A rustling sound stirred him from his fitful sleep. Through blurred vision, he saw slender figures approaching. They were not the hulking predators he had encountered before, but graceful bipeds with soft glowing bodies and large expressive eyes, unnerving in their nakedness and lack of genitalia. As Damian struggled to sit up, dizziness overtook him. One of the figures crouched down and spoke in a sing-song language that was translated by his internal device as Erebusian.
Do not fear, traveler. We are the Dohofts, natives of this land.
The creature's oversized face loomed closer, its large black eyes staring intently at him. Damian noticed 5 white pupils within each eye and thin white lines forming an upturned pentagon around them.
You are safe with us.
It sang in a soothing tone. Struggling to find his voice through a dry throat, Damian could only nod in response. The Dolphids lifted him gently and carried him away from the harsh rocks towards a settlement that blended seamlessly with the environment. Flora, black and red in color, adorned the landscape, a stark contrast to the desolate terrain he had encountered thus far. In the center of the settlement was an oasis, its crystal-clear water calling out to Damian. The Dolphids laid him by the water's edge and offered him a drink from a transparent vessel. As he sipped the refreshing water, Damian couldn't help but wonder what other secrets this mysterious planet held. The nectar, cool and revitalizing, eased the dryness in his throat and brought slight relief to his fevered body. The Dolphs moved around him, their songs soft and melodic as they tended to his wounds. They communicated with each other through a series of harmonious sounds. their movements graceful yet alien to Damien's eyes. These creatures never sat on their haunches, always squatting on thin, bendy legs that seemed to have no joints. As they applied ointments and salves to his burns, Damien felt a flicker of comfort for the first time since his escape. They must have been closer to the tidally locked side of the Twilight Zone, where it was warmer and lighter. Here the red sun never fully set, perpetually hovering on the horizon. Its soft red light painted the surroundings in deep orange and crimson hues, casting long shadows from the dolpheds, plants and dwellings that shifted subtly as the planet rotated. This eternal dusk created a unique ecosystem around their oasis, where flora and fauna had adapted to the constant semi-darkness. But among this peaceful scene, Damien couldn't help but wonder about the scaled predators that may also inhabit this place. His stomach clenched in fear at the thought. As night fell, the dolpheds gathered around a fire in the center of their settlement. The flames swirled in shades of blue and green, illuminating their pale and fluorescent skin. They invited Damien to join them, supporting him as he struggled to sit up. Around the fire, they shared their food, strange fruits and vegetables that were surprisingly flavorful and nourishing. They communicated with Damien through their songs, which were translated by an internal device in his brain. They were curious about him, where he came from and how he ended up on Aetheris. Damien shared his story, leaving out some details. His time on Cyrusar and the betrayal of his Equilorian girlfriend Samantha. The dolpheds listened intently, their expressions shifting with each twist and turn of his tale. After he finished, an elder with a necklace of feathers spoke.
"It seems you've lived many lives in one,"
she said.
"and yet, your journey continues. What will you seek next?"
Damien looked up at the star-filled sky visible through a break in the canopy. "I need to find my crew. But after that, I don't know. Maybe it's time to find a new path." The elder smiled with small red lips.
"Paths are many, and the future is a river with countless currents. Wherever your journey leads, remember this night, the peace you found among strangers, and know that such tranquility can be a companion even in the midst of turmoil."
The talk turned to lighter subjects, the sweet melodies of their language painting a picture of a serene society in perfect harmony with nature. With each word, Damien grew more intrigued by the dolpheds and their unique adaptations to life in the eternal twilight of Aetheris. Their history was one of survival and resilience, a tale woven with threads of struggle and triumph. Enraptured by their way of life, Damien couldn't help but notice the depth of emotion behind their expressive eyes and shifting pupils, mirroring their every sentiment as they spoke. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, the warmth from the crackling fire and the gentle presence of the dolpheds enveloped Damien, soothing his unease and drawing him further into their world.
Chapter 3. Northern Territories Police Headquarters.
Kaida Takahashi approached the foreboding headquarters of the Northern Territories, her gaze taking in the imposing structure that stood as a beacon of order amidst Hope's Crossing's diverse community. The building was a modern marvel, with clean lines and sturdy materials marking its design. Large, transparent windows offered a glimpse into the bustling world within. Surrounded by well-manicured green spaces, the entrance of the headquarters boasted statues of Seraphis and Anubak, symbols of justice and vigilance. Kaida folded up her compact hoverboard and proceeded towards the entrance. Inside, the hive of activity was palpable. The lobby was vast and brightly lit, with a high ceiling adding an air of grandeur. Emblems and insignia adorned the walls, representing the multitude of species and cultures within Hope's Crossing. Monitors displayed real-time updates from various sectors of the Northern Territories, while officers and staff moved about with purpose. As Kaida wandered the lobby, unsure who to approach for assistance, she was greeted by a striking Thalassian woman.
"Kaida Takahashi."
Yes, the woman extended a hand in greeting, her long fingers ending in delicately pointed nails.
"I am Sergeant Lenora Bates. I will be your assistant."
Kaida shook her hand, noting the firm grip and confidence in Lenora's posture. "Thank you for welcoming me, Sergeant Lenora. I feel quite lost." Taller than both Kaida and Sia, the Aqua woman was willowy with pale blue skin that shimmered under the lobby's lights. Despite her sharp features and severe silver bun, there was warmth in her smile.
"Chief Investigator Takahashi, it is an honor to have you here."
As Lenora led Kaida through the bustling headquarters, the diversity among the staff became immediately apparent. Humanoids and aliens of varying species worked together seamlessly. In the communication center, Kaida observed a team of Gleasons with their multifaceted eyes flashing in a spectrum of colors as they carefully monitored incoming and outgoing reports. These beings, known for their exceptional visual prowess, effortlessly navigated through multiple screens, displaying a constant barrage of data streams from across the Northern Territories. Their slender fingers moved with impressive dexterity over the interfaces, expertly managing the flow of information. The center itself was a technological feat, equipped with advanced communication systems and large holographic displays that levitated around the room, providing real-time updates. The Gleasons remained focused, and their ability to process vast amounts of information simultaneously proved to be an invaluable asset for the headquarters operations. As one of the Gleasons quickly zoomed in on a particular feed, highlighting a potential issue in one of the sectors, Kaida was impressed by their speed and efficiency. In the strategic planning room, officers and analysts were fully engrossed in their work, huddled around digital maps and various displays showing real-time data from across the Northern Territories. Lenora guided Kaida towards a group clustered around a large holographic table.
Chief Investigator, this is Commander Tarn, our lead strategist from Tora.
Commander Tarn, a fierce Tauran officer, turned to greet Kaida with a rumbling voice that carried the weight of authority. His towering frame and bulging muscles were intimidating, as was the distinctive bull-like features of his species. He extended a hand in greeting.
Welcome, Chief Investigator. It's an honor to work with someone of your caliber.
Kaida shook his hand, feeling the strength in his grip. Thank you, Commander. What are we looking at here? She gestured towards the holographic table.
We're monitoring potential hotspots in the territories.
Tarn replied, his fingers deftly manipulating the display to zoom in on a sector.
Recent activities suggest we might be dealing with a spike in unregulated trade.
Kaida leaned in, studying the data closely. Let's ensure we're proactive in our approach. Keep me updated on any developments.
Absolutely, Chief.
Tarn said with a respectful nod. Lenora led Kaida down a well-lit corridor, lined with transparent glass walls that offered glimpses into various high-tech rooms. They stopped before a door marked Forensic Lab, and Lenora gestured towards it with a nod.
This is where we push the boundaries of investigative science.
As they entered the lab, Kaida was immediately struck by the hum of activity. Analysts in lab coats moved between equipment with focused expressions illuminated by computer screens and holographic charts. Lenora gestured for Kaida to follow her as they approached a tall, lean figure intensely focused on his work. The man appeared to be of Arab heritage, but his taller stature and darker skin suggested he was Martian. He was deeply engrossed examining samples under a sophisticated digital microscope, evident in the slight furrow of his brow and the precision of his movements.
This is Dr. Amir Hassan, our lead forensic analyst.
Lenora introduced proudly. The scientist looked up, his sharp eyes shifting quickly from his work to his visitors. He smiled warmly at Kaida and stood, revealing his full height that towered even over Lenora's tall frame.
Chief Investigator Takahashi, it is a pleasure,
he said with a firm grip in greeting.
We are fully equipped here to handle even the most complex cases, from DNA sequencing to nanotrace analysis.
Kaida took in the impressive lab, her eyes drawn to the advanced devices and instruments that filled the room.
Allow me to show you our latest acquisition,
Dr. Hassan said with a knowing grin. Following him, Kaida and Sergeant Lenora Bates approached a large machine. Emir hooked his thumbs into his belt loops and thrust his pelvis forward as he spoke.
This analyzer is truly innovative.
He ran his hand along the smooth surface of the futuristic design.
It can process microscopic evidence in a matter of minutes, significantly enhancing our investigative efficiency.
He flashed a toothy smile.
Equipped to handle even the most complex cases, from DNA sequencing to nanotrace analysis.
Kaida nodded, returning his enthusiasm with a smile of her own as she inspected the impressive equipment. Impressive indeed, Dr. Hassan. I cannot wait to see your team in action. Kaida strode into the main briefing hall, her new team waiting in hushed anticipation. Expectant eyes turned towards her as she surveyed the expansive space. A massive digital display adorned one wall, while a lengthy conference table lay at its heart. Her team was a diverse mix of beings, from reptilian Ganthorians with gleaming scales to feathered Aviurans with vibrant plumage. Humanoid officers stood alongside creatures from faraway worlds, each bringing valuable skills and perspectives to the table. Lenora stepped forward, her voice echoing through the hall.
Team,
She announced,
this is Chief Investigator Kaida Takahashi. She will lead our operations in the Northern Territories.
Kaida's gaze swept over the assembled group, taking note of their attentive faces. Thank you, Lenora. She began. I am honored to be here and to work with such an accomplished and varied team. As we uphold justice and ensure the safety of Hope's Crossing, I stress the importance of unity and cooperation. Each of you brings unique expertise and knowledge to the table. We must stand together. A deep green-scaled Ganthorian officer nodded in agreement, while a multicolored Aviarian let out a melodic trill. My door is always open, Kaida added. I value honest communication and mutual respect among all members regardless of origin. Together we will maintain peace and order in the Northern Territories. As she finished speaking, murmurs of approval filled the hall along with nods of respect. Lenora then proceeded to introduce Kaida to each member individually, allowing for personal connections to be made. Kaida shook hands, or equivalent appendages, with each person making note of their name, origin, and role within the team. During this exchange, Kaida couldn't help but notice Lieutenant Miller, a human officer whose envious gaze and stiff demeanor did not go unnoticed. She knew it would be important to address any potential friction in the future. Later in the day, Kaida ventured out into the heart of the Northern Territories to connect with the community she swore to protect. Walking the streets was a tradition she held dear, providing an opportunity to witness daily life and meet those who called this part of Hope's Crossing their home. The streets were bustling with a rich mix of cultures. Vendors sold their goods in a vibrant market, filling the air with exotic scents and lively chatter. Kaida stopped to chat with a group of elderly Aviarans perched on a rooftop, their feathered wings gently rustling in the breeze. They spoke of changes in the neighborhood, voicing their concerns while Kaida listened intently, offering reassurance of her dedication to their safety. Further down the street, she stumbled upon a group of young Vestorians playing a game of hoverball, their laughter echoing through the air. Unable to resist, Kaida joined in for a brief friendly match, much to the delight of the children. It was a simple interaction, but one that helped bridge the gap between authority and community, showing a more approachable side to law enforcement. Continuing her patrol, Kaida made it a point to visit local businesses and introduce herself to owners. In a cozy bookshop, she exchanged pleasantries with a Nalorian owner whose 4 eyes twinkled with curiosity about her new position. Amidst the bustling energy of a busy diner, Kaida shared a cup of coffee with the gruff but kind-hearted Tauran owner. He spoke of his concerns for the rampant petty crime in the area, voicing the fears that plagued the citizens of the Northern Territories. With each encounter and conversation, Kaida's understanding of this complex territory grew. As she returned to her office, she reflected on her first day and all that she had learned. From Lenora's efficient tour to Dr. Hassan's enthusiastic embrace of their work in the lab, and even the varied reactions from her team, it was clear that this new role would be full of challenges and growth. The image of Lieutenant Miller's stern demeanor lingered in her mind, a challenge that she knew she would have to face head-on. As Kaida gazed out of her office window at the setting sun, a sense of accomplishment settled over her.
Chapter 4. Warp Speed Voyage. Captain Jaxon Orion stood firmly in the compact yet ergonomically designed cockpit of the Stargazer. The renowned spacecraft, known for its agility and advanced navigation systems, was currently in hyperdrive. It sliced through the fabric of space-time, creating a shimmering tunnel of warped light visible through the panoramic viewports. Within the cockpit, blinking lights and holographic displays conveyed crucial information for safe travel in hyperspace. Focus on the hyperdrive calibration panel. Jaxon instructed in his authoritative yet patient tone. He scanned over the 2 young recruits seated before him. The students were eager but tense, aware of the complexity of hyperspace navigation. The key to successful hyperdrive piloting lies in understanding the balance between spatial coordinates and temporal fluctuations. Jaxon's hands moved deftly over the control panel, his fingers tapping on the holographic interface. Note how the Alcubierre drive metrics fluctuate. These readings are crucial to maintaining our spatial distortion field and ensuring we don't emerge from hyperspace prematurely. One student, a young woman named Lucia, watched with keen eyes. She had 2 distinct heads and furrowed both sets of thick black brows in a synchronized expression of concern.
Captain Orion, how do we compensate for the relativistic effects encountered in hyperspace?
An excellent question, Jaxon replied. We must continuously adjust the tachyon field modulators to align with the ship's velocity. This way, we can mitigate any potential time dilation effects that could disorient us upon re-entry into normal space. As the ship continued its journey, Jaxon guided his students through a series of simulations. He explained the importance of gravitational wave detection, the nuances of quantum entanglement communications, and the criticality of maintaining the integrity of the ship's hull at such high velocities. It was a lesson that combined both theory and practice. Jaxon explained scientific principles while demonstrating their practical applications. The students were fully engaged, and their earlier apprehension was replaced with growing confidence. As the Stargazer neared the end of its hyperspace journey, Jaxon concluded the session. Remember, piloting through hyperspace is not just about handling the controls. It's about understanding the fabric of space and time and how we navigate through it. Your knowledge, instincts, and respect for the cosmos are what will make you exceptional pilots. The ship emerged from hyperspace, returning to the familiar pinpoints of stars as they approached the orbit of Microxus. The view screen in the cockpit came alive with a breathtaking view of the planet. The main screen showcased a rotating globe of sea foam green, crystal tree silver, and swirling white clouds. Captain Jaxon Orion stood behind the pilot's chair with a composed manner as he gestured towards the view screen. There it is, students. Microxus. Observe the atmospheric composition. He pointed to a secondary display that illustrated the planet's layers with different shades of color representing various gases and temperatures. The radar screen flickered with data indicating their relative position and safe corridors for entry. Note our orbital path. Jaxon's finger traced a curved line on a holographic display above them. We must align with the planet's rotation for a smoother entry. On another panel, a topographical map of Microxus unfolded, highlighting several potential landing zones. One area, marked with a blinking light, showed their designated landing site, a vast beach nestled between a dense forest and meandering river. The terrain data beside it displayed elevation levels and ground conditions, crucial for a safe touchdown. The young student pilot, with his blonde hair and amber skin, gazed at the control panel in apprehension. Jaxon's stern voice broke through his thoughts. "It's your turn, Danzan. Take us down to Microxus." Danzan nodded, his fingers glowing with a phosphorescent light as he maneuvered the thrusters and adjusted their descent according to the atmospheric charts. The screen displayed the approaching planet, its surface becoming increasingly clear. As they descended into the stratosphere, they were met with a breathtaking view of Microxus below. Crystal forests sparkled in a multitude of colors, rivers meandered under the sun's rays, and a sandy beach stretched out before them. But their smooth journey was suddenly interrupted by a blaring alarm and a critical system error. Danzan froze, panic taking over as the ship veered off course at an alarming pace. Jaxon sprang into action, swiftly taking over the controls and rerouting power to bypass the malfunctioning system. With expert precision, he manually deployed the landing gear and guided the ship towards a peaceful landing on the beach. After debriefing his students on the importance of staying calm under pressure, Jaxon led them out of the ship onto Microxus terrain. The cool air was a refreshing change from the recycled atmosphere inside the spacecraft. As they set up for a picnic on the beach, Jaxon couldn't help but admire the beautiful sunset hanging low in Microxus sky. Lucia marveled at it as well, remarking on its peacefulness. But their peaceful moment was shattered when a group of lizard people appeared from behind the foliage, armed with spears and bows. Jaxon calmly stood up and approached them, using a melodic hum to communicate with them. The lizard people seemed intrigued by this strange human who spoke their language. "I come in peace," Jaxon droned. "We are friends of the Crow tribe." The leader of the lizard people hummed back.
"You speak our tongue, Sky Traveler. Why do you trespass on our lands?"
"We meant no harm," Jaxon continued, his tone diplomatic yet firm. "We are only here for a short rest before returning to our colony in the northern lands." Danza whispered to Lucia, awe in his voice.
"I had no idea the captain could speak their language."
Lucia nodded both heads, her eyes gleaming with curiosity.
He is full of surprises.
The leader of the lizard people considered Jaxon's words, then slowly nodded.
"The sea will be treacherous tonight. The full moon will pull the waters high. You must not stay here."
Jaxon bowed slightly, grateful for the warning. "We thank you for your wisdom. Might we share a meal with you? We have brought food from the stars as a sign of friendship." The lizard people exchanged glances and lowered their weapons, an unspoken agreement passing between them. The leader approached Jaxon, his gaze taking in the spread of alien delicacies before him.
"Join us at our encampment,"
he said with surprising warmth.
"The moontide is no friend to those on the beach."
Jaxon turned to his students and translated the offer. Danzon flinched in uncertainty, while Lucia's 4 dark and beady eyes shone with excitement. "They are inviting us to their village," Jaxon said with a calm certainty. "It may prove safer than remaining here on the beach."
Are you sure it is wise, Captain?
Danzon asked tentatively. Lucia agreed.
It could be an incredible experience.
Jaxon studied his students' faces, then turned back to the lizard leader. "We accept your kind offer, but our ship—"
There is a field nearby.
the leader interrupted, pointing towards a clearing in the dense jungle.
Your sky vessel can rest there safely.
With the sun sinking lower on the horizon, Jaxon led his students back to the Stargazer and prepared for takeoff. The sea, now a deep blue, whispered warnings of the impending tide as they lifted off and soared over the lush landscape of Microxus.
It is beautiful from up here.
Lucia marveled, gazing out the window at the alien world beneath them. "Yes, but always be alert," Jaxon cautioned, his eyes fixed on the controls and readouts before him. The ship descended smoothly into the designated field, and Jaxon powered down the engines. Silence enveloped them once again as they unstrapped and prepared to disembark. "Remember," Jaxon reminded his students with a reassuring smile, "stay close and stay alert." Together, they walked along a winding path that opened into a bustling clearing filled with exotic scents and lively music. The lizard people welcomed them warmly, their festive attire a stark contrast to their earlier guarded demeanor. "I have encountered tribes like these before," Jaxon said quietly to his students as they made their way towards the celebration. "They value respect and honesty above all else. Follow my lead and remain calm." The night was filled with merriment and camaraderie as Jaxon and his students were offered a variety of drinks. As the hours passed, Jaxon's inhibitions began to dissolve, and he indulged in the festivities more than he should have. Lucia observed his increasingly merry state with a chuckle. "They are truly open-hearted," he slurred, his speech slightly impaired. "Reminds me of a similar situation with another tribe." Danzon also slurred as he questioned Jaxon's encounter, while swaying along to the music. Jaxon leaned back, lost in thought as he recalled the memories from long ago. "We were guests, just like we are now," he finally said, his words slurring together.
What happened back then?
Lucia asked, intrigued. Jaxon's gaze flickered over to the fire, entranced by its dancing flames. "We were in danger, or so we thought. But these tribes, they have a deep connection with their land, their traditions." His voice trailed off as he took another sip of his drink. As the night wore on and the celebrations continued, it became apparent that they wouldn't be able to fly back to Hope's Crossing. The drinks they had been consuming were laced with alcohol and possibly mild hallucinogens. The lizard people graciously offered shelter for the night in their mushroom dwellings, structures that were bioluminescent and oddly comforting to Danzon and Lucia. Lucia found herself lying on a bed of soft moss inside one of the mushroom houses, commenting on how it felt like she was living in a dream. Slumping down next to his students, Jaxon couldn't help but let out a content sigh. "We're safe here. Tomorrow, we'll make our journey back to Hope's Crossing with a new story to tell." Danza, finally feeling relaxed, mused,
It's definitely been an adventure. Who would have thought we'd be spending the night in a giant mushroom?
Jaxon let out a hearty laugh. "That's the beauty of space exploration, my dear students. Always expect the unexpected." His eyes closed as he drifted off to sleep. As they slept, the joyful sounds of the celebration outside blended with the eerie quietness of the alien night. The next morning brought with it bright promises and hopes for the future. After sharing a hearty breakfast with their gracious hosts, Jaxon and his students were showered with gifts to take back to their families, a gesture of true friendship. With heavy bags slung over their shoulders, they boarded the Stargazer and Jaxon expertly piloted them back to the new University of Space Science in Hope's Crossing. The landing pad offered a serene view of rolling hills and wild meadows dotted with vibrant flowers. But beneath this untouched nature lay a modern university complex that was a marvel of eco-engineering. As they landed, Jaxon glanced back at his students who were carefully securing their abundance of gifts. With great effort, they made their way out of the spacecraft and towards the porter's lodge. The sound of laughter and chatter from university students and professors filled the air, welcoming them back to civilization. At the porter's lodge, Jaxon rented a hover cart to transport their heavy load while Lucia and Danzon did the same. Parting ways with warm goodbyes and thanks for their remarkable experience, they each made their way home, grateful for the generosity and kindness shown by the lizard people. Jaxon began his 2-mile journey home, following the path that wound through hills and around a lake teeming with Namo creatures. Along the way, he passed students and faculty lounging on the grass, deeply engaged in conversations or lost in contemplation of their own thoughts. As he made his way home, Jaxon was surrounded by a symphony of nature sounds blending with the constant hum of colony activity. The trees were alive with chirping birds, and a gentle breeze carried the fragrance of fresh grass and wildflowers. Chapter 5. Full Moon Festival. As the sun set on Hope's Crossing, Jaxon and his companions made their way to the grand festival by the central lake. The full moon loomed large in the sky, casting a silver glow over the landscape. Amidst the festivities, a chill hung in the air, signaling the end of summer and the approach of autumn. But for now, the air was alive with music, laughter, and the scent of food from various stalls. The group consisted of Jaxon, accompanied by his 3 lovers and Seer's 3 children. They were a motley crew. Jaxon with his rugged good looks, Seer with her silvery dress that clung to her every curve, Anika in her daring black mini dress, Kaida with her metal limbs hidden beneath casual attire. As they strolled through the festival, they encountered an array of sights and sounds from different cultures and species. The gardens and community kitchen were bustling with activity as various humanoid and alien beings mingled in unity. But it was not just a celebration of diversity that filled the air. For Jaxon noticed something unusual about the Namo in the central lake. They seemed fuller and rounder than usual, a sign that they were preparing for their long winter hibernation, a unique cycle that fascinated those who lived on this planet. Jaxon watched as some of the Namo gracefully swam in the moonlit waters, their movements entrancing to behold, and as Seer's children frolicked around them with boundless energy, Jaxon couldn't help but feel a sense of joy and wonder at this complex world they called home. As Marina excitedly pointed out a stall adorned with colorful lights, Jaxon smiled at her innocence and curiosity. It was moments like these that made life on Hope's Crossing truly magical. Anika giggled, crouching down to Marina's height. Jaxon raised an eyebrow as her ample chest spilled out of her low-cut top, and it was clear that she had caught the attention of a few bystanders as well.
Do you want one?
Anika inquired, her tone affectionate and accommodating.
Yes, please.
Marina beamed, her enthusiasm echoed by Delta and River.
All right, let's get some for everyone.
Anika led the trio of excited children towards the stall. Jaxon watched with amusement as the doctor purchased a bunch of toffee berries on kebab sticks and handed them to Marina, Delta, and River, who accepted them with giddy thanks. With the children contentedly munching on their treats, the group continued to explore the festival under the light of the moon.
Oh, look.
Anika pointed to a small play area and made a funny face at the children.
It's a puppet show.
Can we go?
Delta asked.
Please.
Of course.
Anika kissed Jaxon on the cheek and slapped Kaida's and then Seer's arses.
You lot go on without us. We'll catch you up later. I've got you tagged on my comm band.
Jaxon gave her the thumbs up and interlinked hands with Kaida, while Seer skipped on ahead. The evening took a delightful turn when Jaxon and his group encountered Kelly. Kelly, once the Manticore starship's cook and cleaner, had willingly become a skilled pilot that time when Anika and Zos had been kidnapped, and Seer lay in the medical bay with a brain injury. Kelly had been so brave and a real hero. He'd given her a raise in her salary after that, but never a badge of honor, which she definitely deserved. Now, the Earthling brunette was gently pushing a pram that cradled her sleeping newborn. Beside her walked her husband Tom, her brother Robert, who had matured from a spotty teenager into a clear-skinned, handsome young man with a pretty blonde on his arm, and her parents, Tony and Diane.
Kelly, is this the little one?
Seer rushed over to peek at the sleeping baby. Kelly beamed with pride.
Yes, this is Maeve. She's been an angel.
Jaxon greeted Tom with a friendly slap on the back. How's fatherhood treating you? Tom let out a weary but happy sigh.
It's exhausting, Jaxon. Up several times a night for feeds, but every second is worth it.
Jaxon laughed in agreement and curled an arm around Kaida's shoulders. I can only imagine. Congratulations, you two are doing great. Meanwhile, Seer and Kelly were deep in conversation about babies, sharing experiences and tips. Their laughter and chatter filled the air with warmth and companionship. Anika returned with Seer's 3 kids, each holding the remnants of their toffee berries.
Looks like I missed quite the reunion,
Anika said, offering more treats to the adults. Kaida and Seer shook their heads, though Kelly, Robert, and Robert's new girlfriend accepted. Anika turned back to Kelly.
We got some gifts for Maeve. We didn't want to overwhelm you at the hospital, so we've kept them at the house.
Jaxon felt a pang of guilt for not thinking of the gifts himself, but was grateful for Anika's thoughtfulness. Yes, we've got quite the collection waiting for her, he added. As they walked back to Jaxon's house, they bumped into the family of the late Voss. Mark, Voss's blue-skinned Zoraxian son, proudly showed off his new cyborg leg.
I've never been happier,
His Vastorian husband, David, towered beside him with their teenage children, Cruz and Judah, and their temporary ward for the weekend, little Faye. The children's faces glistened with sweat as they played their innocence shimmering like jewels.
Your kids haven't grown a day,
Mark remarked to Seer, a sly smirk on his lips. She didn't waver, her expression cold and unyielding like steel.
Do I look like a woman of 65 years to you?
She replied, her voice laced with a hint of danger. Mark gulped audibly as he shifted uncomfortably under Jackson's watchful eye.
How old is Faye?
Kaida interjected, trying to diffuse the tense atmosphere.
9.
Seer answered, her tone daring anyone to challenge her. Jaxon winced inwardly at the mention of Thalashian's slow growth rate, but couldn't help but let out a boisterous laugh at Seer's fiery response. Ah yes, our little Thalashians sure do take their time growing up. But look at them now, thick as thieves. Annika passed a tempting treat to Faye, who eagerly accepted it with a radiant smile. Jaxon's heart swelled with pride and love for his family, but also with a deep ache for a fatherhood he may never experience. Later that evening at Jackson's home, the group gathered to celebrate Maeve's impending arrival with gifts and laughter. As they basked in the warmth of friendship and new life, Jaxon couldn't help but contemplate his own future, one filled with endless possibilities and overflowing love for Annika, Seer, and Kaida. Amidst the cheerful chatter, Jaxon's comm band buzzed insistently, signaling an incoming call from the feared Aetherus. His stomach churned with dread as he climbed the stairs to answer the call, knowing that whatever news awaited him would irrevocably change everything. Chapter 6. Dol Fed's Healing Oasis.
After several days of rest and recuperation in the Dol Fed's oasis, Damien's fever finally broke. The gentle care and peaceful surroundings had eased his pain, allowing him to focus on more pressing matters. As they gathered around the fire one evening, the Dol Feds shared their knowledge and insights with Damien. They spoke of the vast universe and its secrets of stars and planets beyond what any man could comprehend. And yet, despite their advanced understanding, there was a longing in their voices, a yearning for more. Damien realized that his journey was not just about survival but also about bridging worlds and cultures. He felt a renewed sense of purpose as he made plans to reunite with Samantha on Sarasar and contact his loved ones back home. But it was the Dol Feds who surprised him the most. With their curious minds and empathetic hearts, they had not only healed his body but also touched his soul. And now they offered him something unexpected. Valuable information about his enemies, the Crypt tribe.
We have been watching them for some time.
The Elder Dol Fed revealed.
We know the location of their base and can guide you there.
Damien's interest was piqued. You've been monitoring the Crypt tribe?
Yes.
The Elder confirmed.
While we seek peace, we remain vigilant of our surroundings.
And so a plan began to form. The Dol Feds would help Damien infiltrate the Crypt tribe's stronghold in exchange for technology to enhance their own civilization. As they strategized under the fading embers of the fire, Damien couldn't help but feel empowered. It was like he was back in action, and as the Dol Feds sang a haunting melody about distant planets and stars, Damien gazed up at the twilight sky and knew that his mission was far from over. The dangers were great, yet the chance to aid the Dol Feds and perchance reunite with his crew and Samantha was too alluring for Damien to resist. He had formed a bond with these alien creatures, no longer a solitary survivor but a part of their team, a player in a sweeping cosmic saga. As he rested among the safety of the oasis, beneath the never-ending twilight of Aetherus, he braced himself for the conflicts that awaited him on the morrow. And when morning came, Damien embarked on a journey deep into the heart of Aetherus's twilight zone, accompanied by 12 agile Dol Feds. The terrain was both breathtaking and perilous, riddled with sharp rocks and scarce foliage. Although his burns had miraculously healed thanks to the healing power of a succulent plant applied by his newfound companions, Damien remained vigilant as they trekked through rugged valleys and narrow passages. On the second day of their journey, while crossing a rocky valley, the group happened upon one of Aetherus's monstrous predators, the very same beast that had swallowed Damien whole before. It emerged from behind a massive rock formation, its eyes fixated on them. But before fear could consume them, the Dol Feds unleashed a series of high-pitched squeals that disoriented and drove away the predator. Your vocalizations, they repelled it? Damien asked in astonishment.
It is our defense mechanism.
One of the doll feds explained. As they continued on their path towards the Crypt tribe's stronghold, the landscape grew increasingly desolate. With the crimson sun sinking below the horizon, Damien gazed out towards their destination. So close now, and yet fraught with potential danger. By nightfall, they found a secluded spot to rest, surrounded by watchful doll feds. After a well-deserved sleep, Damien and the doll feds were ready. Guided by 2 doll feds, Damien made his way towards the Crypt tribe's nucleus headquarters, hidden deep underground. But the observation deck, carved into a mountain and shimmering with panoramic windows, was impossible to miss. The rest of the doll feds lay in wait in a nearby cave, ready to lend aid if needed. With stealth and care, Damien and his companions moved towards their target, their luminous skin dimmed to avoid detection. But when they reached the mountain's perimeter, there were no guards or patrols in sight. Looks abandoned. Damien whispered in disbelief as he scanned the area for any signs of surveillance. Damien's mind raced with fear and determination as he cautiously led the doll feds towards the main entrance of the nucleus headquarters. The looming possibility of a trap made his heart pound, but he pushed forward, examining the door and finding it unlocked. Was this a stroke of luck or a sign of hasty evacuation? With weapons at the ready, they entered the dimly lit corridors, the oppressive silence weighing heavy on their shoulders. Room by room they searched, finding each one empty and abandoned. But signs of a hasty departure were scattered about. Papers and equipment hastily left behind in cluttered desks. In the control room, Damien's fingers flew over the console as he accessed files filled with maps, supply logs, and communication records. He quickly downloaded everything onto a portable drive, grateful for this treasure trove of information that could potentially hold key to their escape from Aetheris. The doll feds stood guard, their senses alert for any signs of danger while Damien worked. Once finished, they regrouped in the cave outside to share their findings. With valuable data secured, Damien and the doll feds set their sights on searching for a usable spacecraft within the headquarters. And if luck was on their side, perhaps they would find one that could take Damien off Aetheris altogether. Tension hung thick in the air as they headed towards the hangar area. The possibility of escaping this world and its dangers fueled them as they approached the closed but unlocked doors. Inside, they found an array of spacecrafts of varying sizes and designs, some covered in tarps while others sat exposed and seemingly ready for use. But Damien couldn't help but wonder how such valuable assets could have been left behind. That is, unless a quantum Dreamweaver had whisked them all away to another galaxy or dimension. He had heard tales of Jaxon and his infamous Dreamweavers, but those were long ago when he was battling his own demons on Sarisar. The doll feds' excitement was tempered by caution as they searched for a suitable ship. After an arduous search, Damien finally laid eyes upon a promising vessel amidst the wreckage. A medium-sized ship in seemingly good condition. He traced his hand along its smooth exterior, recognizing it as a standard reconnaissance craft from his days as a space mercenary. It was just the right size for their needs and appeared to be well maintained. With cautious steps, Damien boarded the ship to inspect its cockpit and systems. To his relief, the power core still hummed with life and the control panels lit up at his touch. The doll feds followed closely behind him, awestruck by the advanced technology surrounding them. Conducting a swift diagnostic check, Damien confirmed that the ship was indeed capable of space travel. Meanwhile, the curious creatures explored every nook and cranny of the ship, their gentle caresses and melodic songs betraying their fascination. Once satisfied with the ship's functionality, Damien and the doll feds set about loading it with necessary supplies. Food, water, medical provisions, and salvage technology. The doll feds were particularly drawn to the communication devices, seeing them as a means to connect their scattered tribes. As they worked tirelessly to prepare for their departure, Damien's spirits soared. He could teach these beings how to fly. They could return to retrieve some of their hovering crafts. He had no desire to leave in haste. After all, they had saved his life. It was only fitting that he repay them by imparting his knowledge. And who knows? Perhaps one day they would journey beyond Aetheris limits and explore the wonders of other worlds. With everything safely stowed away, Damien took his place at the pilot's seat, familiarizing himself with the controls. The doll feds settled in beside him as he initiated the launch sequence. The ship roared to life, its engines vibrating with power. Gracefully, the ship ascended through the open roof of the hangar and into the sky. As they soared higher, Aetheris spread out beneath them in all its breathtaking glory. A mosaic of twilight hues and rugged landscapes. The journey back to the Doll-Fed's oasis was short but exhilarating, the ship cutting through the air effortlessly. Upon landing near their home, other Doll-Feds gathered around, their welcoming songs echoing in the air. They gazed in wonder at the sight of the spaceship, a symbol of newfound possibilities and a bridge between their world and the stars. Damien couldn't contain his smile. He had accomplished more than mere survival. He had formed a bond with these alien creatures and opened up a path to endless possibilities, and as he looked up at Aethera's ever-present red sun, he felt a deep connection to this strange world and its inhabitants. Amidst gathering supplies from the Nucleus headquarters, Damien stole away for a moment's respite to contact his former crew. Utilizing a pre-programmed comm band with frequencies spanning across unfathomable distances of space, he attempted to reach his old captain on the planet where Jaxon had once claimed victory by assassinating the mad scientist behind the creation of nano-Nexus technology. The comm band crackled with tension as Damien reached out to Microxus in the distant Triangulum galaxy. After a long wait, Jaxon's voice filled the air, a mix of disbelief and relief. "Hello," he said. Damien switched to hologram mode, bringing Jaxon's image into focus before him. The former starship captain had become a hero, standing tall at over 6 feet.
Damien, is that truly you?
Jaxon's face lit up with dimples on his pale cheeks.
We thought you were gone.
Damien's heart swelled with joy and relief. "I survived."
Incredible,
Jaxon exclaimed.
"Where in the stars are you?"
"I am still on Aetheris, at the abandoned Nucleus headquarters."
You must be kidding.
Jaxon gasped, pressing a hand to his throat.
Kaida believed she saw you perish.
A creature captured me, yes, but I managed to escape. I have been on Aetheris all this time. Jaxon's laughter echoed through the comm band, filled with amazement and astonishment.
We held a memorial service for you here on Microxus. Kaida was devastated, but to know you are alive, it's unbelievable.
Damien grinned at his old friend's reaction. "So Kaida is with you? Is she safe?"
Yes, she is now under our protection. The Crypt tribe took her after the incident, but with my quantum Dreamweaver and some astral projection from Anika and myself, we were able to overthrow them and rescue her. It was a close call, but we succeeded.
Damien laughed again, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. "That is incredible news, Jaxon."
We have a major from the Telosian space military with the quantum Dreamweaver now, but I can contact her and have her bring you here. Traveling between galaxies and even dimensions is a matter of seconds. We have much to catch up on.
"I know," Damien said, averting his gaze. "I'm sorry I never joined you on Microxus all those years ago." "I had." A meltdown. Jaxon's eyes narrowed in concentration, but his expression was one of sympathy.
You don't need to explain, my friend. Anika and CI filled me in on everything, including your psychiatrist girlfriend and your struggles with PTSD. It is good that she has been able to help you. Such things cannot be fixed on their own. Shall I come collect you?
"Not yet," Damien replied. "I want to stay and train the native intelligent species here called the Doll-Feds."
Teach them what?
Jaxon asked, piloting and tech skills. "They took me in, saved my life, and there is a wealth of technology here that they are eager to learn how to use."
Is that wise?
Jaxon questioned. Damien shrugged. "It seems like a good idea to me."
Very well then,
Jaxon said.
"But this is your contact, correct? We can stay in touch, and when you are ready, we can take you wherever you wish to go."
The two friends continued their conversation, exchanging stories and updates on their lives since they last saw each other, but then Damien's tone grew serious. "I have been trying to reach my parents at their date farm, but I cannot get through. And Samantha, I fear I may never see her again."
I cannot make any promises about your parents or girlfriend,
Jaxon said solemnly.
"But as soon as Anika finishes her shift at the hospital, we will astral project and search for them. We will do everything we can."
"Thank you, Jaxon," Damien said sincerely, grateful for his friend's offer of help. As the call came to an end, Damien felt a weight lift off his shoulders, as if all his troubles and burdens had been whisked away. A small smile tugged at his lips, but he quickly covered it with a hand, not wanting to seem too relieved in front of the Doll-Feds. Rejoining the alien group, there was a newfound lightness to Damien's step and a glimmer in his eye. He eagerly shared the news of Kaida's safe rescue and Jaxon's triumphant success. The doll feds, understanding the significance of these connections in their galaxy, joined in on the celebration with songs full of joy and elation. That night, as Damien laid beneath the twinkling stars of Aetheris, a deep sense of gratitude washed over him. With the support of the doll feds, Damien now held on to hope that he may one day reunite with his loved ones.
Chapter 7. Rescue from the Shadows. The call with Damien had left Jaxon buzzing. He hurriedly accessed his comm band and dialed the number of Kendra Harlow. To his surprise, Kendra appeared before him within moments, her tall and imposing form clad in casual clothing. Her blue skin glinted under the light as she smiled and tossed her black hair.
Jaxon.
She greeted him warmly. Kendra, I need your help. Can we borrow the quantum Dreamweaver? Our friend is stranded on Aetheris, Jaxon pleaded. Kendra raised an eyebrow at his request.
Who is this friend?
You remember Damien Black, the man from Erebus who gave me the crystal decoder? Jaxon reminded her.
The one who Kaida said was eaten by those terrible predators on Aetheris.
Kendra asked with a frown. Well, he just contacted me from the derelict Crypt tribe headquarters. Apparently he managed to cut his way out of the monster's stomach.
I can retrieve him for you now, Jaxon. The Dreamweaver is available,
Kendra assured him. That's great news. Where are you? Jaxon asked.
At my mother's house.
Kendra replied nonchalantly. Jaxon felt a tinge of unease at the thought of such a powerful object being hidden outside Mrs. Harlow's home. Is it well protected there?
I have 5 Marines guarding it. But now would be the perfect time to retrieve Damien from Aetheris and bring him to Microxus,
Kendra suggested, eager to help.
But the Nucleus headquarters is a massive place. It would be helpful to know where exactly to take the Dreamweaver. I don't want to leave it unattended while I search for Damien.
Even with 5 Marines guarding it, Jaxon asked. Kendra shook her head.
I can't send them to Aetheris. It goes against protocol. I will have to go alone.
Damn, Jaxon muttered.
I understand your frustration, Jaxon. But safety comes first. All I need are Damien's precise coordinates where he'll be at one specific time.
Jaxon's shoulders slumped in defeat. I don't have the coordinates. If only Kendra could bring Damien back now, they could all celebrate together. Kelly, Kaida, Anika, and Seer were all great friends with Damien, and it would be a joyous reunion after thinking he was gone for so long.
Is Anika there?
Kendra asked suddenly. Yes, she's downstairs, Jaxon confirmed.
Why not both of you do some astral projection? Together, you may pinpoint Damien's location.
Jaxon licked his lips nervously. Okay, give me half an hour and I'll call you back with the details.
Perfect. I will have everything prepped on my end. Just send me the coordinates when you're ready,
Kendra said. Jaxon ended the call and rushed downstairs, where the house was bustling with post-festival energy. He scanned the room, searching for Anika. Has anyone seen Anika?
She and Seer took the kids to a pantomime in the Northern District,
David informed him. Not wanting to disturb their evening, Jaxon nodded understandingly. Okay, thanks. Kaida approached him with a curious expression.
Who was on the phone? You look like you've seen a ghost.
Jaxon turned to face his friends. It was Damien. He's alive. A cheer erupted from everyone around them. Kaida's eyes widened in disbelief.
Alive. But I saw him get eaten by that creature.
He survived. Cut his way out and has been living on Aetheris all this time, Jaxon explained.
I can't wait to see him again,
Kaida exclaimed with a smile. If only we knew where to find him, Jaxon muttered, wishing he had the coordinates. By the time Anika finally returned with the sleepy children in tow, Jaxon had already informed Kendra of the delay. The excitement of the day and the enchantment of the pantomime had taken its toll on the little ones, leaving them drowsy and content. Meanwhile, Cruz and Judah had sought out more adventure at a local rave, after pleading with their dads, Mark and David, for most of the early evening. Seer gently ushered her children to bed, humming a soft lullaby that drifted through the house. With the children settled, Jaxon found Anika in the quietness of the living room. His insides vibrating with excitement, he shared the incredible news. Damien is alive. Anika's eyes widened in disbelief.
Alive? But how?
Jaxon recounted his conversation with Damien, explaining how he had miraculously survived by cutting his way out of a creature and finding refuge with a tribe of doll feds.
Doll feds.
Anika's face lit up.
I don't know who they are, but if they saved him, then they must be friends.
They saved his life, Jaxon affirmed. And now he wants to teach them how to fly the abandoned Crypt tribe spaceships. Anika's excitement matched his own.
We'll have to wait until he's ready for us to come, then.
Jaxon's thoughts froze as he realized their plan would have to wait. Right, of course,
This is wonderful news, Jaxon.
Anika exclaimed.
When the time is right, we'll bring him here.
Jaxon nodded, relieved to see his own happiness reflected in Anika's reaction. I've already spoken to Kendra about using the quantum Dreamweaver. We just need to pinpoint his location.
But let him have time to help his friends first.
Anika reminded him. Of course. Jaxon agreed. I did promise him we'd find his girlfriend, Samantha, on Cyrusar and check on his parents on Erebus.
Erebus is dangerous,
Anika warned, but it's still worth searching for them in our astral forms. Anika ran her slender purple fingers through her long black hair, a concerned look on her face.
Damien has 3 brothers, you know?
Jaxon raised an eyebrow. Do you happen to know their names?
Gorad, Korad, and Duyumil.
Anika replied.
The first 2 are twins, and they're all older than Damien.
Jaxon cursed, leaning in closer. How did you remember those damn names? They're not exactly easy to remember. She shrugged.
Damien was my friend. He told me things.
Jaxon shook his head. He never mentioned his brothers to me.
Did you ever ask?
Anika countered. Jaxon paused for a moment before admitting, no.
Exactly.
Anika said with a small smirk.
I'm a people's person. I ask questions.
Hey now, Jaxon said, frowning. Are you saying I'm not? Anika's expression softened as she explained.
You are, but to an extent. As a doctor of medicine and with my psychiatric training, I could tell that Damien had PTSD, so we talked a lot back in the day.
There was a pause before Jaxon asked playfully, did you have the hots for him? Anika's eyes widened in shock, and she puffed out her chest defensively.
Hey.
Jaxon burst into laughter, unsure if he felt scared or turned on by her reaction. Peace. I'm just kidding. Still annoyed, Anika narrowed her eyes at him. Jaxon changed the subject. Shall we astral project?
Now, feeling like this?
Anika protested. Yes, Jaxon confirmed. With a sigh, Anika relented.
Fine. My next shift at the hospital isn't until the day after tomorrow, so I can get some rest.
Exactly what I was thinking, Jaxon said with a smile. None of us are working tomorrow.
Not even Kaida.
Anika asked.
Isn't she training recruits at the police academy?
Jaxon shook his head. She swapped shifts with another ninja. He reached out to rub her dark indigo knee gently. Are you up for it? Anika nodded hesitantly.
Okay.
Under the luminescent full moon, they made their way to the sweat lodge. The moon loomed large in the sky, casting silver light over their path. As they walked past the pool and tennis courts, the only sounds were their own footsteps on the grass. When they arrived at the sweat lodge, they lay down on their backs and focused their energies to transport their consciousness to Cyrusar. As Jaxon and Anika's astral forms materialized in a luxurious suite, they were immediately struck by the sight of Samantha. She was asleep, but her body was in distress, bound to the corners of the bed as she thrashed and screamed.
What's happening to her?
Anika's brow puckered in concern. This doesn't seem right, Jaxon said, looking around the room. Their exploration of the facility revealed its true nature. It wasn't a hotel, but a mental institution for those affected by the Crypt tribe's genetically modified nano-nexus. A bitter taste came into Jaxon's mouth as he turned to Anika and spoke in hushed tones. This is what Kaida was talking about. Those infected with the Nexus are still suffering. They've been admitted to places like this on Cyrusar. Anika's face fell in realization.
So Samantha is one of them? She's here because of the Nexus infection.
Jaxon nodded sadly. Yes. That's why she tried to kill Damien, remember? Anika nodded and let out a pent-up breath.
I can't believe the extent of this. We knew the Nexus was bad, but seeing it firsthand like this, it's a whole different level of horror.
Anika's hand slid through Jaxon's ghostly form, a futile attempt to offer comfort in the midst of despair.
We must do something, Jaxon. We cannot stand idly by as this plague ravages our people.
Jaxon surveyed the desolate room, filled with silent suffering and mournful eyes. We will find a way, Anika. I swear it.
We need to locate any scientists working on a cure, if there are any left,
she insisted. Jaxon stroked his stubbled jaw in thought. I recall Voss mentioning a rebel asteroid colony where he worked on the first cure. What was it called again?
The Rebels of Vespera,
Anika muttered.
That was it.
Perhaps we should venture there. They have knowledge and technology borrowed from the Church of the Celestial Body, who aided in perfecting Voss's cure. After bidding farewell to the sleeping Samantha, They set off for Erebus to seek out Damien's family. Unlike their journey on the Quantum Dreamweaver, no coordinates were needed for this endeavor. Chapter 8. Rescue from the Shadows. Jaxon and Annika's ethereal forms drifted above the ravaged planet of Erebus, confusion swirling within them. This was not the destination they had intended, but it seemed as though some unseen force was guiding their spirits to this desolate place. Gone were the grandeur and luxury of the Cyrusar mental asylum. Instead, they found themselves floating over a makeshift slum, crafted from discarded materials and scrap metal. But amidst the squalor and poverty, these shanties provided a haven for the marginalized and forgotten, a place where they could eke out a meager existence in the face of adversity. "We must send word to Kendra to bring the Quantum Dreamweaver here," Jaxon said, eyes scanning the faces of sickly children and impoverished families. "We can offer them refuge in our newly built quarantine hospital." Annika nodded in agreement, but their focus quickly shifted as they were pulled down into an underground tunnel, passing effortlessly through solid earth until they reached a dimly lit area filled with more makeshift homes.
"This must be where they are,"
Annika whispered as they approached a cluster of shanties. "Hello," Jaxon called out. "Is there anyone here by the name of Black?" Their words echoed off the cold walls of the tunnel, but there was no response.
"Remember, they cannot hear us,"
Annika reminded him. "Damn," Jaxon cursed under his breath. As they made their way back to Campanella and located the coordinates for the shantytown, they searched for any sign of Damien Black's parents. Eventually, their spectral bodies were drawn towards a middle-aged couple within the abandoned mine.
"At least we know who they are now,"
Annika said quietly.
"Will you remember this place when we return with Major Harlow?"
"Of course," Jaxon replied. "They look just like Damien, and his mother is as beautiful as I remember from their holochats."
"But they look half-starved,"
Annika observed with concern. Just as they were about to wonder where the other two brothers might be, the invisible force pulled them away and towards a different location at breakneck speed. With a tight grip on Annika's hand, Jaxon watched in awe as their forms descended upon a secluded valley in the mountains, where a sprawling military base lay hidden. The base bustled with activity, and they noticed a man who bore a striking resemblance to Damien. "That must be one of the twins," Jaxon noted. "He looks different to the man in the cave."
"The man in the cave might have been one of the twins,"
Annika corrected. They observed the man directing a group of soldiers with an authoritative air. Annika squinted, trying to get a better view.
"He looks so much like Damien. There's a sternness in his eyes. He's clearly seen a lot."
"Damien's seen a hell of a lot, too."
"I know."
She pursed her lips as she continued to watch the scene.
"Where's this?"
"Let's have a look around." After discovering they were at Fort Valor in the Novara Highlands, Jaxon and Annika realized the significance of their location. Fort Valor, famed for its rigorous military training and strategic importance, functioned as a gathering place for the most skilled soldiers in the entire galaxy. The Novara Highlands, with its diverse terrain and remote setting, provided the perfect backdrop for such a facility. Their astral bodies felt another pull, drawing them towards a bustling cityscape. Amidst towering skyscrapers and neon lights, they spotted the same face of the man they had just seen at Fort Valor.
"I was right. The brother in the jungle was a twin,"
Annika confirmed. With closed eyes, she thanked the gods and goddesses that all of Damien's family was alive. "Since when do you worship gods and goddesses?" Jaxon asked.
"Since the queenfish of the Soptid Ark put a crystal up my nose and healed me from the trauma that Mothman unleashed."
"It made you an animist." Jaxon was surprised by this revelation.
"Oh, Jaxon, why do Kaida and Seer know all of this about me and my newfound spirituality, but you don't?"
Annika crossed her arms under her large bosom. Jaxon was taken aback by her question. It wasn't as if she had ever prayed or meditated in front of him like Kaida did. Before he could respond, she shook her head at the handsome businessman twin who stepped out of a luxurious hovercar wearing a sharply tailored suit.
"He's in the corporate world, it seems,"
Annika remarked. "Doesn't look like there's a war here."
"The military is probably strong."
Annika gaped at the rich man, her eyes lingering on his form for a moment before turning back to Jaxon.
Yeah. Damien once mentioned his brothers had very different paths.
They continued to explore the city, discovering that its capital was called Atlanberry and situated in Rakiarva Springs. Feeling pleased at locating all of Damien's family, Jaxon turned to Anika.
Now that we know where they all are, we can help Damien reconnect with them when he's ready.
But their meditation was interrupted by Mark's urgent voice.
Anika, save my baby girl.
Jaxon's head shook in disbelief, and he squinted up at the terrified father. Anika was already on her feet, her voice tense with concern.
Judah? Where is she?
She's at the hospital,
the father replied, his blue face etched with worry lines.
Took an overdose of something at that damn rave.
Jaxon scrambled to his feet, adrenaline coursing through his veins from being yanked out of astral projection so abruptly. An overdose. What happened? Without hesitation, Anika dashed through the flap of the sweat lodge and into the night. Mark followed closely behind.
Which hospital is she at?
She called over her shoulder.
Clearwater Valley General,
Mark shouted back.
We need to get there now,
Anika declared. The group rushed through the gardens, but their surroundings were a blur as they focused solely on reaching the hospital. Kaida waited for them in a hover disc in the car park, beckoning for them to hurry inside. Once everyone was seated, Kaida set the hover on autopilot, and it sped off towards Clearwater Valley Hospital. As they drove, David and Cruz both looked visibly anxious and fraught with dread. At the hospital, in the waiting area outside Judah's room, Jaxon's attention was drawn to Cruz's dilated pupils. This kid was clearly high on some kind of drug. Jaxon took a deep breath before approaching David and Cruz, placing a reassuring hand on David's shoulder. Tell us everything you know. Kaida and Mark gathered around as well, but Anika had already run off to speak with the doctors.
I think Cruz should be the one to talk,
David said bitterly.
He was supposed to be looking after his little sister.
Jaxon felt a pang of sympathy for Cruz, already feeling guilty and responsible for what had happened. Hey now, kids will be kids, he said, trying to ease the tension in the room. Cruz fidgeted nervously, his voice trembling as he spoke.
Judah and I, we were just having fun. Everyone was taking these pills, psychic pills they called them. They were supposed to give you a high and let you feel each other's vibes.
Jaxon listened intently, ignoring David's agitated pacing. He patted Cruz on the back in a gesture of comfort. It's okay, keep going. Cruz looked down at the floor, tears falling onto his shoes.
But then Judah started convulsing, having a fit.
David's face tightened with worry and Jaxon placed a calming hand on his arm, urging him to listen.
We called the paramedics immediately,
Cruz continued.
They took her away in the hover ambulance. I followed them here. We've been waiting for about half an hour, but the doctors won't let anyone see her.
Mark stood a little apart from the group, running a hand through his hair in frustration. Kaida remained silent, her eyes reflecting the gravity of the situation. Jaxon turned his attention back to Cruz, his tone gentle yet firm. You did the right thing by calling for help, Cruz. That's what matters now. We're here to support you and Judah. David nodded slowly, still tense and anxious, as he watched the hospital doors where Anika had disappeared moments ago. In the midst of their concern, the hospital bustled with quiet urgency, nurses and doctors hurrying past them with purpose, while overhead lights illuminated the lobby with a sterile glow. Jaxon felt powerless and helpless. He wished there was more he could do, something tangible to ease the situation. Just then, Anika emerged from the hospital wearing a doctor's coat, her sleeves rolled up. As she strode quickly towards them, the group's attention immediately turned to her.
We need to see her now,
Anika said grimly, leading the way through the maze-like halls of the hospital. The group followed her, their hearts heavy with worry and fear. At last, they arrived at Judah's room. She lay still in the hospital bed, surrounded by machines and tubes. Her face bore the marks of her harrowing experience. Anika wasted no time, immediately assessing Judah's condition with precision and expertise. After a thorough examination, she turned to the anxious group.
For now, she is stable. But the overdose has caused swelling in her brain, We must wait for it to subside before we can fully gauge her state.
David, Mark, and Cruz approached the bedside, each showing their own form of concern. Mark nervously bit his nails. David gently brushed Judah's hair back, and Cruz never let his eyes leave his sister's face.
We shall remain by her side,
David said in a strained voice.
Thank you, Anika.
The healer nodded solemnly and placed a comforting hand on David's shoulder.
I too will stay and speak with the doctors and nurses overseeing her care. Let us give her the best chance possible.
The journey back through the quiet corridors was filled with worry and tension. Kaida tightly grasped Jaxon's hand and whispered softly,
I shall pray to Buddha and Kanzeon day and night until Judah's health is restored. And I shall find those responsible for selling these cursed drugs. As the night dragged on, Kaida's focus remained unbreakable. Her team at the Northern Territory's headquarters worked tirelessly alongside her, their efforts fueled by her unwavering determination to put an end to the drug-dealing plague. Though exhaustion weighed heavily on her, Kaida refused to rest until justice was served. Hours passed in a blur as they pored over reports and reached out to informants for any clue on the dealers. Kaida's experience as a space marine and ambassador gave her both the confidence and compassion necessary to handle such delicate matters. But as the early hours of morning crept in, fatigue began to take its toll. Kaida's body begged for sleep, but her mind refused to slow down as it strategized potential leads. Giving in only briefly, she set up a makeshift bed in her office, unable to fully escape her duties, even in slumber. With only a few hours of rest, Kaida arose with renewed vigor at the break of dawn. She knew there was much work ahead of them, but she relished the challenge. After freshening up, she rallied her team, her voice firm and instructions clear as they prepared to intensify their efforts. The day would bring new challenges and obstacles, but Kaida was ready. With a cup of strong coffee in hand, she steeled herself for whatever lay ahead.
Chapter 9. The Baron's Captive.
On the Baron's flagship, a palpable sense of dread hung heavy in the air. Despite the opulent surroundings, there was an oppressive aura that seemed to radiate from the Baron himself, a man known for his sophistication and ruthlessness. A figure stood at the center of the room, restrained and shivering. The Baron, dressed in garments that spoke of his immense wealth and power, paced deliberately around him like a predator circling its prey. Carelessness within my Void Vanguard operations will not be tolerated, he growled, his eyes never leaving the subordinate before him. A security lapse is more than just a simple mistake. It is a lighthouse for our enemies. In his mind, the Baron replayed the error that had been made by his cybersecurity analyst, feeling his breath quicken with anger. He left nothing to chance, haunted by deep-rooted paranoia of both law enforcement and betrayal. The man before him stammered out a desperate plea.
I didn't mean to. I thought it was secure.
But the Baron paid him no heed, dismissing him with a flick of his hand. Intentions are inconsequential, he spat. Consequences are what matter. With purposeful strides, he approached a mechanical drone that hovered silently in the background, its camera eye glinting as it recorded everything. This, the Baron declared to an unseen audience of his subordinates, is the price of failure. He picked up a slender device from a nearby table and examined it with almost artistic appreciation. It emitted a low, sinister hum as he neared the trembling man. With absent-minded fingers, he traced the device's surface, a habitual gesture that betrayed a dark fascination with instruments of pain. Our empire is built on discretion, loyalty, and fear, he stated coldly. You have compromised the first, now you shall experience the last. Gripping the device firmly, he pressed it against the man's temple. A piercing sound filled the room, and the man's body convulsed in agony. The Baron's shoulders and torso relaxed slightly as the tension ebbed away. In order to maintain order, this display of pain was necessary. The screams that echoed off the walls were not just cries of torment. They were a message to all who served him. But even as the Baron watched with an impassive expression, his senses detached from the brutality he administered. The smell of fear and sweat permeated the air, and he could feel complex emotions surging through his body. With practiced ease, he buried them deep down, allowing none of them to surface. As he strode confidently towards the door, a subtle beep from his communicator interrupted him. A critical update on the upcoming cartel meeting. Without breaking his gaze from the spectacle of suffering before him, the Baron commanded, "Continue as planned."
With that, the session concluded. But even as he left the room, the Baron was filled with conflicting feelings. Yet he masked them all with a facade of control and power. As he paused at the threshold of the door, he cast one final glance over his shoulder. Transfer him to the labor sectors. His shattered spirit will serve as a reminder to all about the price of disloyalty. The Alpharian system, a vast abyss of stars and space, was home to a forsaken world by the name of Zephyrus. Life was an impossibility on this barren planet, orbiting its dying sun at a distance shunned by all forms of existence. Its desolate surface bore the marks of eons without an atmosphere, a harsh mosaic of craters and ridges. Approaching with precision, the Baron's flagship descended upon Zephyrus, its advanced thermal shielding systems fighting against the unforgiving temperatures. As it landed, the rugged terrain shifted to reveal a hidden hangar, cleverly disguised amidst the treacherous landscape. Within the hangar, the Baron's ship was met with an artificial atmosphere, a controlled environment that replicated the conditions of more hospitable worlds through oxygen generation technologies and advanced air filtration systems. It was a haven for those seeking refuge in this desolate corner of the galaxy. As he disembarked from his ship, the Baron was surrounded by his heavily armed guards and led through underground passageways towards a clandestine gathering deep within the planet's crust. The chamber, a marvel of extraterrestrial engineering, buzzed with activity as representatives from across the galaxy gathered, some humanoid, others bearing metallic skin or intricate patterns of organic life forms. At the center of attention stood the representative of the godfather of the Red Knight Army, draped in dark fabrics that absorbed light and emanated an aura of ominous authority. With calculating eyes, he addressed the assembly.
Esteemed allies.
His voice carried with it powerful presence.
The Red Knight Army has uncovered a new substance that promises unparalleled experiences, a natural elixir that holds immense potential, but one mired in ethical complexities.
He paused for dramatic effect before continuing.
Its origins must be kept secret, and its extraction is no simple task. But make no mistake, this substance has the power to dominate markets, to sway the desires and demands of all who seek it.
Whispers and murmurs filled the room as the representative's words sparked interest among those present. The Baron observed keenly, taking note of alliances and rivalries.
The Red Knight Army seeks your cooperation in distributing this elixir throughout our known worlds, from planets and moons to colonies and beyond. But our ambition goes further.
His eyes glinted with greed.
We aim to breach the boundaries of the Milky Way, to infiltrate the affluent societies of neighboring galaxies.
He revealed a bottle disguised as an expensive liquor.
Disguised as alcohol, we will transport this substance aboard starships posing as cruise liners. A subtle yet effective means of reaching even the farthest reaches of space.
The Baron leaned back, pondering the possibilities and risks of such a venture. It would require cunning and a well-executed plan to avoid detection, especially when venturing into unknown territories. How could his Void Vanguard achieve such a feat? The Baron mulled over the proposition in his mind, shrouded by dark thoughts of ambition and ethically questionable ventures. The Red Knight Army's representative had presented a bold and dangerous plan, and the underground chamber was alive with whispered conspiracies and silent assessments. As the meeting came to a close, the Baron's gaze fell upon a group of yellow-skinned mobsters led by Marcellus Vane, the feared godfather of the Vortex Syndicate, known for their ruthlessness and efficiency. The Syndicate held power and influence across many planets and galaxies, including an extensive network in the Milky Way. Their advanced technology and adaptability made them a formidable force, able to transport valuable goods such as echoes through treacherous space lanes undetected. The Baron saw their potential for aiding in his own plans to expand beyond the Milky Way, but he also knew their cold and calculating nature. Approaching Marcellus, the Baron proposed an alliance between their organizations, citing the benefits of combining resources and mitigating risks. But Marcellus scoffed at the idea, asserting that the Vortex Syndicate did not ally with competitors, they dominated them. Despite this setback, the Baron remained composed as he turned away from the towering godfather. His mind was already working on a new strategy to achieve his goals, wary of falling into any traps along the way. For he knew too well that success often came at a high price, one that he would not hesitate to pay if it meant securing his place among the stars. Emerging from the chamber, the Baron treaded back to his formidable flagship. As the vessel rose into the obsidian void of space, the Baron peered outwards, his gaze ablaze with insatiable ambition. The Milky Way was but a mere starting point. The true fate of his empire lay among the twinkling lights of uncharted galaxies, and he would let no obstacle hinder his path to dominance. On board the Baron's flagship, he lounged in a decadent chamber, filled with the alluring sense of exotic spices that transported him to a realm of unparalleled sensuality. The symphony of foreign instruments played on, lulling him into a hypnotic state. Beside him, two prostitutes catered to his every desire, while an alluring black-skinned Martian danced seductively around a pole to a haunting melody. But even as he reveled in the pleasures of the flesh, his thoughts were consumed by one thing: echoes. With his 3 companions spent and sated, the Baron retrieved a vial of the coveted substance. Its shimmering liquid, like captured stars, reflected his own greed and ambition. Without hesitation, he brought it to his lips and let a single drop fall onto his tongue. The effects were immediate and overwhelming. A wave of euphoria washed over him, drowning his senses in a sea of bliss. He leaned back on the luxurious bed, closing his eyes to fully savor the intoxicating sensation. But as the drug's potency intensified, so did its grip on his mind. In an instant, he was transported to another world, one full of darkness and despair. He saw himself lying under rubble, fatally wounded and surrounded by enemies. The skies above were a tempest of crimson and black, echoing with the laughter of unseen foes. Panic seized him as he struggled against the visions assaulting his mind. His bodyguards rushed in to calm him down, but even they could not stop his frenzied outbursts. "Get off me," the Baron screamed. The guards held firm until the drug's effects began to wane and the Baron's struggles lessened. As he sat there, gasping for air and trying to shake off the terrifying images, he knew one thing for certain: Echoes was not just a drug anymore. It was a harbinger of truths, some too dark and disturbing to bear. But for the Baron, a man driven by greed and ambition, such revelations were not something to be feared. They were a challenge to be conquered. And as he rose from the bed, his resolve hardened and his determination grew. He would overcome anything that stood in his way, even if it meant facing death itself.
Chapter 10. Ascending Hope's Pyramid. As the first light of dawn crept over Hope's Crossing, Jaxon and Annika ascended the steps of the Great Pyramid, their hands intertwined. But despite the false warmth of the sun, Jackson's heart remained shrouded in darkness. The drugs that Judah had consumed threatened to leave her permanently brain damaged, and Kaida's partnership with the new police force could mean trouble for the criminals who peddled such dangerous substances. 2 Anubak guards flanked the entrance to the pyramid, their faces resembling that of fierce pit bulls, weapons at the ready. Jaxon approached them confidently, uttering a special code that allowed him and Annika passage through. Inside, they were greeted by the imposing Quantum Dreamweaver, a sight Jaxon hadn't seen since his return from Talos, where he had commanded a squadron for the Talosian space military. It was there that they had lost their comrade Cindy and where he'd first believed his friend Damien to be dead as well. But now, surrounded by intricate runes etched into the golden orb, Jaxon felt a sense of purpose as he saluted Major Kendra Harlow, who stood waiting for them with authority radiating from every fiber of her being. Major Harlow. Jaxon's voice boomed in the vast chamber.
Captain Orion, Dr. Annika.
Kendra nodded in acknowledgement.
Everything is in place.
Annika's determination shone in her eyes as she spoke.
This is a crucial mission.
Kendra simply nodded, her face betraying nothing of her thoughts.
We must remain invisible at all costs. The operation is highly sensitive and we cannot risk detection.
She motioned towards a side chamber where 3 stealth suits waited. Once cloaked in their invisibility suits and helmets, they entered the magical intention craft.
Who shall lead us?
Annika asked. Jaxon turned to her. You. Your memory for places is far superior to mine. With graceful ease, Annika sat cross-legged on the central platform and closed her eyes. Moments later, they appeared at the slums on the outskirts of Kepanella. Through the walls of the QD, they surveyed their surroundings with a sense of stealth.
The QD is too large to fit through the tunnel,
Annika observed.
Where should we hide it?
Jaxon's keen eyes scanned the area until they landed upon a dense thicket of overgrown vegetation near the entrance of the slums. There, he pointed. That thicket should provide enough cover so as not to be discovered. They carefully steered the Quantum Dreamweaver into the thick underbrush before proceeding on foot towards their destination. Their senses were heightened as they cautiously made their way through the desolate and dangerous area. The primary objective. find and rescue Damien's parents. Navigating through the maze of makeshift shelters and narrow paths, they remained ever vigilant and undetected in their invisibility suits. After what seemed like hours, they finally located Damien's family, his elderly parents and his younger brother. In hushed voices, Jaxon addressed them. "We have come to help you. Damien sent us, but we must be cautious and discreet." The parents exchanged wary looks.
"How do we know this isn't a trap?"
the father said in a low whisper. Stepping forward, Anika spoke with authority.
"I am Dr. Anika Patel."
"I have heard of you,"
the father acknowledged.
"You saved Damien from that evil scientist on Talos at the
Novatech Consortium."
Anika finished for him.
"And you are one of the doctors from the starship,"
the brother said.
"Yes."
Anika replied with confidence.
"And I am here with Captain Orion. We have worked alongside Damien for many years, and we are also close friends."
The mother wept, tears streaming down her face as she heard the news from Jaxon.
"Our youngest son lives? He is alive?"
Jaxon nodded solemnly. "Yes, he lives. And he wants us to bring you to our home in Microxus." The father's voice was barely a whisper as he asked,
"Is that where Damien is?"
"Not at this moment," Jaxon replied, "but he is preparing to come with his girlfriend soon." Hope flickered in the mother's eyes, but the father's expression remained guarded.
"And you want to take us away from here?"
Anika stepped forward, her voice gentle but firm.
"We promise you, this is not a trick. Damien wants us to help reunite your family, and we will do everything in our power to do so."
Gradually, with the reassurances of Jaxon and Anika, the family's apprehension began to ease. The mother's sobs turned into quiet sniffles, and even the father's stern facade cracked ever so slightly. As they made their way back to the Quantum Dreamweaver, Kendra, Jaxon, and Anika worked together seamlessly to ensure the family's safe extraction from the slums where they had been living. Once they had secured Damien's parents and brother, they traveled to Fort Valor in the Novera Highlands. From a distance, they observed Gorod, now a soldier, going about his duties with an air of confidence and purpose.
"He looks happy here,"
Gorod's brother remarked doubtfully.
"That is not happiness."
His mother corrected him.
"He likely believes that we are all dead."
Major Kendra turned to Jaxon.
"Would it be dangerous for me to approach him in my military attire?"
Jaxon rubbed his jaw thoughtfully before responding. "If you are posing as a Talosian major, you should be welcomed at Fort Valor." Kendra nodded and removed the stealth boots that had disguised her own footwear.
"I'll take the risk. The rest of you stay here."
Back inside the Quantum Dreamweaver, Damien's parents and brother, along with Jaxon and Anika, waited anxiously for Kendra's return. "They should be back any minute now," Jaxon said, peering through the viewports of the ship. Sure enough, not long after, they saw Major Kendra Harlow emerge from the dense foliage of the Novera Highlands, accompanied by Gorod. He walked with a sure stride, his military training evident in every step. Gorod entered the Quantum Dreamweaver and looked around in awe.
"This is incredible."
He embraced his weeping mother tightly before turning to hug his father and younger brother. He even hugged Kendra, Anika, and Jaxon before blushing deeply.
"Thank you. Thank you all so much. Oh, Mother, I thought you were gone forever."
They shared another emotional embrace before pulling away. Tears still streamed down Gorod's face as he spoke again.
"I have been granted 3 days leave to be with my family. I never imagined spending it traveling on a ship like this."
Jaxon patted him on the back. "The pleasure is ours. Welcome aboard our Quantum Dreamweaver, Gorod. But I must ask, can we trust you to keep this secret?" Gorod met each of their gazes without hesitation.
"Yes, I promise. And my family promises as well."
"We're here to reunite your family,"
Kendra added.
"And then we will travel to see your twin brother in Atlanbury. After spending time together and catching up on everything that has happened, it will be your individual decision whether to come with us to Microxus, where Captain Orion and Anika Patel have established a thriving colony called Hope's Rising."
Gorod's mother added eagerly,
"Damien will be coming there as well."
Jaxon couldn't help but think of Samantha on Cyrusar, uncertain about whether to voice his concerns. The Quantum Dreamweaver gracefully lifted off from the dense jungle and soared towards the bustling city of Atlanbury. As they approached the skyline, Anika's mind was focused on the luxurious and bustling capital, specifically the Rocky Arva Springs district. A maze of towering skyscrapers and lavish hotels greeted them as they flew into the heart of Atlanbury. Anika skillfully maneuvered the QD to a discreet landing spot near one of the most prestigious hotels in the city. Jaxon directed Anika to land behind a large HVAC unit on the rooftop, using its bulky structure as cover for their secretive arrival. The constant droning of the fans provided added protection, masking their whispers from any curious ears. Stepping out onto the sweltering rooftop, Jaxon felt the intense heat of the desert city immediately wash over him. The scorching sun beat down relentlessly from above, reflecting blindingly off the shiny surfaces of buildings and creating a shimmering mirage on the horizon. The dry air carried with it the tempting scent of exotic street foods wafting up from bustling markets below. Sweat instantly began to trickle down Jaxon's body as he adjusted to the searing temperature. Anika turned to face Gorod and Dumil, her gaze fixed on them intently.
This is where your brother resides.
Gorod's fists clenched tightly at his sides as he gazed at the sprawling cityscape before them.
Let us find him then. It has been far too long since I have laid eyes upon my brother Gorod.
The city streets stretched out in every direction, a chaotic conglomeration of gleaming chrome and towering glass structures. Neon signs flickered in the distance, cutting through the heat haze with their vibrant hues, while the constant buzz of hover vehicles filled the air.
I am not detecting any surveillance cameras in this area,
Kendra reported as she scanned their surroundings.
While we must always conceal the QD, there is no need for us to do so on foot.
With one final glance at the HVAC unit, they made their way to the fire exit. As they descended the stairs, Jaxon could feel the artificial coolness of the hotel interior gradually replace the oppressive heat from outside. The sounds of the city grew louder and more distinct, with snippets of conversation, distant laughter, and pulsating music blending together into an alluring symphony. Major Harlow had done extensive research on both Gorod and Gorod prior to their arrival and easily led them a few blocks away from the hotel to Gorod's residence. At street level, they were fully immersed in the vibrant chaos of Atlanbury. People from all walks of life crowded onto the sidewalks, their attire ranging from traditional desert garb to advanced high-tech fashion. Street vendors shouted out enticing offers for their wares, competing with the hum of machines and vehicles that filled the streets. Despite the sensory overload, Jaxon and his companions confidently followed Major Harlow through the throngs of people towards their destination. Kendra skillfully navigated through dense crowds until they finally arrived at the towering skyscraper that housed Gorod's lavish penthouse. Its modern design stood out even amongst the opulent buildings of Rakiarva Springs. But as they approached the lobby and headed towards Gorod's private elevator, an unexpected sight brought them to a halt. Two nimble security guards, their dark garb blending effortlessly with the shadows, stood as silent sentries. Their presence spoke volumes of Gorod's power and wealth in this strange land. Jaxon squinted at Kendra, his eyes questioning. What manner of occupation does Gorod engage in to warrant such formidable protection?
I cannot say,
Major Harlow replied solemnly.
Perhaps it would be wise for only his kin to approach him. His response may be less hospitable to outsiders.
Reluctantly, they agreed, and Jaxon, Anika, and Kendra retreated to a nearby establishment on the 5th level, leaving Damien's family to confront their long-lost relative. The bar on planet Erebus boasted a breathtaking view of the cityscape. As Jaxon, Anika, and Kendra took their seats and requested refreshment, they discussed the events of the day and conjectured about Gorod's enigmatic trade. After some time had passed, Damien's family returned with mixed expressions of sorrow and pride etched upon their faces.
He is away on business and will not return until the morrow,
the mother explained.
But we were able to communicate with him through one of the guard's communication devices. He was overjoyed to see us.
Her eyes gleamed with maternal pride as she went on.
Gorod has made a name for himself. He deals in real estate ventures across Erebus and the elusive Violet Ribbon.
The Violet Ribbon?
Anika interjected curiously.
It is an asteroid belt that curves around our system.
Dumil chimed in.
Bloody hell. My younger brother has indeed prospered.
Watch your tone.
Their father scolded sternly.
My apologies, Par. But it is true. Did you ever imagine his studies in architecture would lead him to such wealth?
Jaxon forced a fake smile and nodded in agreement. Had Gorod ever made an effort to locate his long-lost family? With his vast riches, surely he could have hired the most skilled investigators or employed sophisticated espionage tactics. The father chuckled, shuffling on his feet awkwardly.
At first, they mistook Gorod for Gorod, but when he revealed himself as Gorod's twin, they seemed skeptical. And once they verified our identities, they treated us with utmost respect.
Anika and Kendra pulled out chairs for everyone to sit. Kendra reached over the table to gently pat Tallulah's hand.
A day of pampering is just what we all need. Shall we head to a local spa and wash off this grime, change into more suitable garments? And of course, a meal here would be well deserved.
But we don't have any other clothes.
Tallulah exclaimed in distress.
I'll accompany you on a shopping excursion.
Anika offered kindly, but let us eat first, Jaxon interjected, rubbing his growling stomach. They placed their orders with the bartender, and while they waited for their food, Tallulah hastily went to the facilities to cleanse her soiled face and hands. Upon her return, she scolded her husband Terry and son Dehumil to do the same. The group shared tales and laughter until their meals arrived. Even as they ate, the conversation flowed easily from light-hearted jests to serious discussions about their next course of action. Kendra laid out a plan for where they could find lodging that evening and how to best prepare for meeting with Korod upon his return. Anika reminded them,
We must ensure you and the rest of us have comfortable, inconspicuous attire.
That sounds agreeable to me. I've always loathed shopping.
Dehumil grumbled.
Is that not the case for all men?
Korod said with a chuckle. In unison, Kendra and Tallulah provided Anika with their measurements in Erebusian sizes.
I stick out like a sore thumb in this military garb,
Kendra remarked wryly. Korod, nodding in agreement, relayed his and Dehumil's sizes as well. Tallulah eagerly shared her husband's clothing sizes, her face alight with excitement for their looming shopping trip. It was a small yet significant step towards reclaiming their normalcy as a family. As Anika and Tallulah departed, Jaxon and Kendra granted Terry and his son some private space to catch up. They took a separate table near the window, where they delved into discussions about their recent supernatural exploits. Kendra was captivated by Jaxon's retelling of the remote viewing information he had provided for her squadron and the Quantum Dreamweaver.
Your contributions were invaluable.
She leaned in closer, her black hair cascading over one shoulder as she touched his forearm. Jaxon sipped at his cocktail, humbly acknowledging their collaboration. The Dreamweaver is truly an impressive tool. Kendra's eyes gleamed with admiration as she drew even closer, her voice laced with excitement.
You have no idea how many criminal syndicates we've brought down thanks to your intention craft and remote viewing insights. The Quantum Dreamweaver has been a game changer.
When Anika returned with bags filled with new clothes, she couldn't help but notice the closeness between Kendra and Jaxon. A flicker of jealousy passed through her expression before she put on a cheerful facade.
We have everything we need,
she announced, attempting to hide her surprise. But Tallulah also couldn't help but notice the two sitting away from everyone else. She shot them both a curious look. The family eagerly accepted their new attire, beaming at the prospect of fresh clothing after months of hardship.
I've always dreamed of visiting the spa here at Rocky Arva Springs.
The mother exclaimed excitedly, grabbing her husband's arm. Anika said,
You all can relax, bathe, and change into your new clothes there.
Tallulah agreed.
When we check in, they'll provide us with clean shorts and t-shirts for the communal areas of the spa.
But how will we wash our hair when wearing those clothes?
Terry asked, with a laugh. Tallulah shook her husband's arm.
The men and women are separated when we disrobe, and there's even a communal area where we wear our shorts and t-shirts. They have traditional sweat lodges, massage rooms, cinemas, and restaurants.
Feeling slightly tipsy, Jaxon enthusiastically chimed in, A spa visit sounds marvelous. Count me in. Kendra nodded in agreement.
I would love to join as well.
And so, with a plan in place and bags full of new clothes in tow, the group made their way to the nearby spa. The city streets were alive with conversation and delicious smells wafting from local eateries. The group arrived at the spa, a haven of tranquility amidst the chaos of their journey. The air was saturated with calming aromas and the soothing melody of a nearby stream. As they rested in the relaxation room after their treatments, clad in simple garments, Jaxon noticed a transformation in them. The mother, father, and son from the slums seemed revitalized, ready to start anew in a life of luxury and serenity. Chapter 11. Morel Vionix.
Morel stood at the towering windows of her grandiose home, gazing down at the bustling streets of Siam's most expensive district, Gangnam. The morning light illuminated the lavish architecture that represented Aquilorian society's wealth and technological prowess. Her home was a display of opulence, a testament to her talents and the fortune she had won in competitions. As she sipped on her milky dew-flower tea, Morel reflected on the intense fight from the previous night. It had been more than just a physical contest. It was an emotional battle that pushed her to her limits, but she was a master of combat and knew from the start that she would emerge victorious. In the ring, under the glare of the floating sky arena, she had faced a formidable opponent, an Equilorian fighter renowned for his strength and agility. The crowd was a mix of high society and thrill-seekers, all hungry for entertainment. Mirelle remembered the rush of adrenaline as she deftly dodged every blow and countered with calculated precision, and when her opponent finally succumbed to her superior technique, the cheers erupted from the stadium like thunder, a deafening roar of excitement and awe. But for Mirelle, this victory meant more than just monetary gain. Each win added to the weight of expectations placed upon her by her mother's legacy. She was not just fighting for herself, but for Mama's memory. As she sipped her morning elixir, a special concoction tailored to her genetic makeup, thoughts of Papa filled her mind. If only she could have him back, she would gladly trade in this life of luxury for one spent selling food with her parents in their humble apartment in the suburbs. But as she looked out at the busy streets below, Mirelle couldn't shake off the tightness in her chest. 2 years had passed since Papa's sudden death, yet the pain still felt raw and consuming. No amount of wealth or success could fill the void he had left in her heart. She finished her tea and made her way to the kitchen, passing by sleek and silent servant bots along the way. As she washed her cup at the sink, a soft chime interrupted her thoughts. Mama's hologram appeared. A woman with natural green and yellow swirls on her face and arms, dressed in a matching green and yellow outfit. Her hair was styled into large yellow coils, adding to her vibrant appearance. A mixture of excitement and regret tinged her voice as she spoke.
Mirelle dear, I'll be leaving for the spaceport shortly.
Mirelle wrung her hands behind her back as she stood before her holographic image of Mama. The woman's face flickered with a hint of sadness, as if the decision to leave her daughter was not an easy one. I understand, Mama, Mirelle said, trying to hide the bitterness in her voice. And Saros is waiting for you. The name of Mama's new husband tasted sour in Mirelle's mouth, a distinguished diplomat from a neighboring system who had swept her mother off her feet. But what about Mirelle? Mirelle found herself left alone in this vast home, surrounded by bots and bodyguards.
You know this isn't easy for me, leaving you here.
Mama continued, her image wavering slightly.
But in Saros and I
know, Mirelle interrupted, unable to contain the resentment in her tone. You've made your choice. I'll manage. There was a heavy pause, filled with unspoken words between them.
The security team will take care of everything,
Mama said finally, trying to ease the tension between them.
You won't be alone.
Mirelle let out a humorless laugh. Alone? I haven't been truly alone since Father died, surrounded by bots and bodyguards, remember? With a last look filled with regret and longing, Mama's image dissolved into nothingness, leaving Mirelle once again alone with her thoughts. She entered her bedroom, and Tweety, her silver coconut jay, landed on her shoulder.
Mirelle,
he chirped.
Are you staying home tomorrow? Are you staying home tonight?
I will stay home tonight, Mirelle replied wearily, but tomorrow I hope to walk in nature. Her feathered companion tilted his head from side to side.
Let me go. Let me fly.
Okay, I'll leave the window open now. You can fly for 2 hours, Mirelle said, opening the window, but don't be late, or I'll have to close the window when I go to bed. You know what the security guards are like. Tweety whistled happily as he flew away from the 4th floor of the mansion and over Gangnam. Mirelle struggled to catch her breath, collapsing to her knees as she tried to push away the overwhelming emotions bubbling up inside of her. She reached under her bed and pulled out an old cardboard box filled with moving photos, a relic of happier times. Her father's pink face smiled up at her from one photo, his blue eyes twinkling with the same intelligent imagination that had fueled their adventures and brought them joy. They had been poor, but it didn't matter as long as they were together. Tears welled up in Mirelle's eyes as she gazed at her father's image, so full of life and love. She shared his coloring, silver and turquoise with a few violet stripes. But unlike him, she had Mama's yellow lines on her hips and thighs, the only physical reminder of the woman who'd just left her daughter behind. Sudden anger surged through Mirelle. Why hadn't Mama died instead of Papa? Her talents, once coveted by all, now felt like a curse. They had brought her wealth, yes, but at what cost? The constant isolation, attention, and pressure weighed heavily on her shoulders. And now, with Mama leaving her behind, the emptiness of her existence seemed even more suffocating. Morel shoved the box back under her bed and let out a gut-wrenching scream of despair and rage. She hated Mama for leaving her behind, and she hated herself for being unable to escape the life that had been forced upon her. Morel made her way up the winding stairs, her arms dangling listlessly at her sides. She emerged into her private observatory, a grand dome of crystalline glass that revealed the expanse of the cosmos in all its splendor. Amidst the shimmering constellations and distant galaxies, she found solace knowing that there was something far greater than herself. Descending the staircase for breakfast the following morning, Morel felt the coolness of the azure marble floors beneath her bare feet. Each graceful step she took was a subtle rebellion against the suffocating legacy that had become her golden cage. In the dining area, the security team was already in their usual discreet positions, ever vigilant in safeguarding their young ward. She took a seat at the expansive table, her gaze drifting outside to the lush gardens that seemed tantalizingly close yet remained just out of reach. Commander Rax stood stoically by the entrance, his maroon visage absorbing the warm rays of spring sunshine that reflected off the kitchen wall. Rax was a constant presence in her life, always watching and protecting, but also serving as a reminder of her lack of freedom. "Commander," Morel said evenly, "I wish to spend some time in nature today. I need to feel the earth under my feet. Can you arrange for that?" Rax gave a slight nod, his expression remaining unreadable.
"Of course, Miss Morel. We will make the arrangements and ensure your safety."
Morel suppressed a sigh, knowing all too well that arrangements meant constant supervision. Her breakfast was a solitary affair, the taste of her food bland against the backdrop of her yearning for true independence. As she ate, she heard the familiar chirping sound that always brought a hint of joy. It was Tweety, who fluttered down the stairwell and perched on Morel's shoulder. Tweety's feathers shimmered silver and white, though his chest gleamed with rainbows in the morning sunlight. Finishing her meal, Morel walked over to the window and gently opened it. "Fly, Tweety."
Aren't we going out today?
He asked. "Yes, but I want to read in Papa's study first, and then I'll need to shower and get dressed."
I'll perch and wait,
Tweety said.
My flight last night was long and tiresome.
Turning away from the window, Morel made her way to Papa's study. Though they had once been poor, at 12 she had brought her family great wealth, allowing them to purchase this grand house. Her father had lived 5 years of luxury before his untimely death, and his study had been his favorite place. The room was a sanctuary, filled with remnants of a life that once was. When she sat at his desk, surrounded by artifacts and books, Morel felt closer to him than ever. That's what she did now, for just a moment or two before preparing for her outing. Here, amidst these relics of the past, she found the strength to dream of a future where she was not defined by her wealth or her family's expectations. Surrounded by the echoes of her past, Morel made plans. She would no longer allow her life to be dictated by others. She would break free from the suffocating surveillance of her security team and reclaim the freedom she so deeply craved. But she had to be careful. Any attempt to regain her independence would require cunning and precision. Morel lifted her silver pendant to her nose and inhaled deeply. The pendant held a small compartment filled with felt steeped in the essential oils of Syria cypress. As the scent filled her senses, it brought alertness and sharpened her thoughts, melding her mind into a state of focused clarity. Morel's fingers danced over the holographic interface of her father's console, mapping out the security protocols of her gilded prison. Each piece of information she gathered was a step towards her liberation. As she worked, her thoughts drifted to the world beyond her opulent cage. She yearned to explore distant planets, to immerse herself in the intellectual pursuits her father had often spoken of. But her heart ached for freedom, to break free from a life dictated by her talents and wealth. Days blurred together as Morel made covert preparations for her escape. She reached out to trusted contacts in the scientific community, feigning interest in an upcoming research expedition. It was merely a ruse, a means to secure her freedom. She also began testing the limits of her security detail's watchful eyes, taking longer walks in the gardens and visiting local art galleries and exhibitions. With each minor act of defiance, she gauged their response and pushed their boundaries. Amid her planning, Morel discovered an unexpected ally in her sentient pet bird. Tweety's ability to mimic sounds and voices proved invaluable in creating diversions and misdirecting her guards when the time came. But even as her plan took shape, Morel felt a chill run down her spine. The consequences of failure were dire. Tighter restrictions, stricter surveillance. But she pushed those thoughts aside and focused on her goal. After a drive through the park with her guards and Tweety flying overhead, Morel returned home to complete her plan in Papa's study. The last piece involved creating a digital distraction. For nights on end, Morel taught herself how to code, and then spent more sleepless nights crafting a sophisticated algorithm that would temporarily disrupt the estate's security systems. At last, the night arrived for Morel's daring escape. Dressed in black and armed with a small device, she stood in her room with Tweety perched on her shoulder. Morel took a deep breath to steady her nerves and then activated the device, which plunged the estate into darkness as the security systems went offline. She hurried through the unlit corridors, heart racing with fear and excitement, but her escape was not without obstacles. Echoes perfectly mimicking alarm sounds created confusion among the security team, allowing Morel a precious window of opportunity to slip through the gates and venture into the city. But her freedom was short-lived. The stern voice of Commander Rax shattered the night air, bringing an abrupt halt to her plans. With lips pressed into a grimace, Morel turned to find herself face-to-face with the commander and her security team. The group of 6 men stood before her, half of them bearing scowls while the other half carried expressions of relief. Miss Morel, a young woman of 20 years, looked defiantly at their leader, Commander Rex. "Why must you keep me imprisoned here?" she demanded.
"Because you are precious to us,"
the commander replied. "But I have every right to live my life as I please."
"The guns we carry serve as a reminder. Should you attempt to escape once more, we will seal your fate."
His words held a deadly promise.
Chapter 12. Family Reunion. On the planet Erebus, Jaxon, Kendra, and Anika stood before a towering skyscraper, watching as Damien's family prepared to reunite with Korud. The change in their appearance was striking, clean and adorned in new garments. Before parting ways with the rest of the group, Jaxon informed them they would wait in the 10th floor cafe. While they waited, Anika shared with Kendra the recent tragedy of a teenage overdose at a rave on Microxus. Anika began to speak, but paused to gather her thoughts. Finally, she said,
"I am eager to return and check on the well-being of my friends and colleagues. I pray Judah will recover."
Kendra's lips twisted downward.
"Do you know what substance was responsible?"
"Cruz mentioned it was some new drug that has everyone raving,"
Anika replied. Jackson's voice took on a deeper tone. Supposedly, it allows users to see into the future. Kendra let out an incredulous laugh.
"More likely, it just makes them high."
Their conversation shifted as they discussed the implications of such drugs on society and the significance of their work in ensuring the safety of the galaxy. Jaxon propped himself up on his elbows, leaning towards the women. Kaida is already investigating. She vowed to uncover which dealers are involved.
"I believe a swift astral projection by yourself and Anika could yield even faster results,"
Kendra suggested, taking a sip of her coffee.
"It is quicker and poses less risk."
Anika nodded thoughtfully. "That is our plan upon returning to Microxus," Jaxon confirmed, his mind already strategizing how they would execute the astral projection. Surprise registered on Kendra's and Anika's faces as they gazed towards the entrance of the cafe. Jaxon whipped his head around, doing a double take before rising to greet the newcomer. Korud's security guards flanked him as he entered the cafe, exuding an undeniable air of authority.
"I would be delighted to join you,"
Korud announced. A chill crept through Jaxon's core. As Anika greeted Korud, Jaxon forced himself to relax. Why would a wealthy tycoon want to join them? To make Hope's Crossing his personal playground. It was meant for those in need.
"My business can manage without me for a time. I wish to spend time with my family, particularly my parents and Diumil."
Korud's voice softened as he spoke of his loved ones.
"I am disappointed that Gorod will not be joining us, but I hope he comes to realize what he is missing before it is too late."
Jaxon and Kendra shared a knowing glance. After a moment of silent communication, they agreed it was time to reveal the truth about the Quantum Dreamweaver. Korud invited the group to his opulent penthouse.
"Let us discuss over refreshments and coffee. My home provides a more comfortable setting for this conversation."
Jaxon and his team followed Korod into a private elevator, which swiftly transported them up to the penthouse. As the doors slid open, a world of luxury greeted them. Elegantly adorned, the entire top floor offered breathtaking views of the city below. Large windows flooded the room with natural light, while state-of-the-art technology hinted at Korod's affinity for all things advanced. Once settled in the lavish living area, Kendra spoke.
The QD is no ordinary spacecraft. It is a remarkable piece of technology that allows for instantaneous travel across vast distances, even between galaxies, through the power of intention.
Laughter echoed as Korod chuckled.
You jest with me, surely. That sounds like something straight out of a fanciful tale.
But Diumil's expression remained serious as he insisted.
It is no jest, my brother. We have traveled to Atlanbury in mere heartbeats, despite its distance on the other side of this vast planet.
Korod's initial skepticism slowly gave way to intrigue as Jaxon and Kendra delved into the capabilities of their quantum Dreamweaver. The conversation continued, with patient explanations addressing Korod's questions and sparking his curiosity about their plans for Damien and the crucial role of the QD in their operations.
As you know, I am a wealthy man.
Korod spoke up after a moment.
I do not expect any charity from you. However, I would be honored to contribute generously towards Hope Crossing and future projects involving the quantum Dreamweaver.
For the first time since Korod had appeared in the cafe and taken them to his luxurious penthouse, Anika smiled.
We appreciate your generosity. Our hospital facilities and schools are always in need of funding.
Anika's smile faltered as she scanned the three brothers.
None of you have started families yet.
Although they all chuckled and shook their heads, Tallulah couldn't hide her disappointment.
It is high time at least one of you provided me with a grandchild.
No significant others?
Anika asked. They exchanged thoughtful glances before shaking their heads. So fewer people to worry about, Jaxon remarked dryly. Their return to the quantum Dreamweaver, parked on the rooftop of a nearby hotel, was anything but discreet. Unlike Tallulah, Terry, Korod, and Diumil, who had arrived quietly earlier, Korod brought along an entourage of heavily armed security personnel dressed in sleek, black ninja suits. A team of porters accompanied the group, lugging many silver suitcases. Jaxon bit back his frustration, his jaw aching from clenching it tightly. Despite his wealth, he still felt like one of the good guys compared to Korod's pretentious and cunning demeanor. He remained silent and focused on the task at hand. But even that became difficult, as Korod insisted on bringing his entire entourage with him. Meanwhile, Kendra sat meditatively on the platform inside the golden orb, while Korod curiously surveyed their mode of transportation with an arched eyebrow. As the air shimmered and the walls of the QD became translucent, revealing a lush jungle outside, Korod spoke up.
This is where I must take my leave.
He scrambled over to hug his wealthy twin.
Promise me we will keep in touch. Like pen pals.
Korod joked.
Of course.
Korod replied seriously.
I am on duty, after all. We can arrange suitable times for face-to-face meetings. Very well then.
Korod nodded.
And what about you two?
He turned to his parents. Tallulah couldn't hold back her tears as she embraced her son.
Of course we will stay in touch. Come here.
Korod departed with a hint of reluctance in his step after exchanging tearful goodbyes with the family members. He turned back to wave sadly at them before disappearing into the jungle. Once he was out of sight, Kendra resumed her meditation, and the quantum Dreamweaver rippled and shifted before appearing inside the pyramid at Hope's Crossing. The Dreamweaver, once doubted by Korod, now left him in awe. His features morphed from disbelief to wonder as he and his companions looked around in amazement. Even Diumil, who had always been skeptical of the mystical powers of the Dreamweaver, couldn't deny the fantastical scene unfolding before them. Emerging from the imposing pyramid, Korod gazed in admiration at the intricate architecture. His eyes scanned every detail of the majestic structure crafted by the skilled hands of the Seraphis and Anunnaki of Sirius.
Who built this wonder?
He asked in astonishment.
The Seraphis and Anunnaki,
Anika replied, her own gaze fixed on Korod as she watched him run his hand over the exterior stone. Korod's family and staff waited patiently with all their belongings as their employer continued to marvel at the precision and alignment of the stones with astronomical bodies.
Remarkable,
he murmured, stepping back to take in a better view.
It's not just the size and weight of these stones, but how perfectly they fit together without mortar.
Jaxon nodded stiffly as they walked away from the pyramid, still feeling the effects of their leap through time and space. The stoic and Ubak guards at the entrance nodded respectfully as the group passed by. Jaxon noticed Korod's lingering gaze on Anika's long legs and the curve of her hip, causing a grimace to form on the captain's face.
The Seraphis and Anubak employed levitating technology to move these massive stones,
she said, her voice laced with knowledge and admiration.
It's a type of anti-gravity technology that we have yet to fully comprehend.
Similar to the technology on Talos,
Korod asked. Even more advanced, Jaxon interjected. Anika looked back at the pyramid.
They also used supersonic sound technology not just for movement, but for precise placement as well.
Kendra adjusted her stride, her hands in her pockets.
And let's not forget laser technology. They didn't just stack the stones. They shaped them with impeccable precision.
As they arrived at the serene lake, its shimmering waters glistened under the setting sun of late summer. The Namo, graceful creatures native to this world, caught their attention as they swam and frolicked in the water. Their plump bodies were preparing for hibernation during the long winter ahead.
How beautiful and peaceful,
Tallulah marveled. Terry sucked in a sharp breath.
It's like something out of a dream.
Korod observed the Namo with the keen eye of a businessman.
These creatures hold such potential. This place could truly thrive.
Jaxon saw an opportunity to discuss living arrangements and steered the conversation towards the various housing options available in Hope's Crossing. We have plenty of vacant homes, grand mansions, and eco-friendly dwellings here. There's something for everyone. Korod strode confidently to the bank of the lake, his eyes gleaming with ambition and greed.
What if I were to invest in building a pyramid complex here? A luxury hotel for the wealthy. It would bring even more riches to this forsaken land.
Jaxon's gut twisted uncomfortably at the suggestion. He took a step back and crossed his arms tightly over his chest, trying to distance himself from Korod's insidious plans. Hope's Crossing is a sanctuary for refugees, not a playground for the elite. But Korod paid no heed, instead turning to curl an arm around his mother's shoulders as she sat silently beside him. The conversation continued, each family member voicing their own desires and opinions on the matter. Korod gazed out at the alien landscape of Microxus.
Truly remarkable,
he murmured to himself, before turning to Kendra with newfound respect in his eyes.
I underestimated you, my dear. This technology is truly something special.
But Kendra's grave tone interrupted their pleasant discussion as she interjected with a warning.
Keep in mind that this must stay confidential. The Quantum Dreamweaver is a highly classified asset to our military.
Just then, Kaida and Seer came running down the hill towards them, their faces etched with worry. Jaxon's muscles tensed instinctively, ready to protect his loved ones. Korod's eyes lit up as he caught sight of Kaida's cybernetic limbs.
Fascinating.
He purred flirtatiously.
May I ask where you acquired such advanced technology?
Kaida brushed off his advances with a dismissive wave of her hand.
We have more pressing matters to attend to,
she said urgently, turning to Jaxon and Anika.
We need to talk.
Since Kendra offered to stay behind with the family, Jaxon and Anika said their goodbyes and followed Kaida and Seer up the hill towards their grand mansion. Once inside, Maftati joined them. Without a word, she drew an encrypted orb around them, ensuring privacy from any prying ears. Kaida wasted no time in sharing her findings.
I've been investigating the drugs that Judo and Cruz took. It's called Echoes and it's new on the black market, but it's also extremely dangerous.
The group gathered around her, hanging on to every word as she revealed the tragic truth.
There were other overdoses at the rave.
Kaida continued.
2 young souls did not survive.
The weight of her words seemed to hang heavy in the room. Jaxon's body tensed as he turned to Anika and saw tears welling in her eyes.
But I have identified the supplier of this poison,
Kaida declared resolutely.
We just need more evidence.
I asked Sira and Lyra for help, but they refused.
Maftati added with a shrug, examining her sharp claws nonchalantly.
They refused to help spy using their invisibility.
Kaida waved away any concerns about their fellow superheroes.
Their choice is their own,
she said firmly.
We will handle this without them.
Turning back to Jaxon and Anika, she continued,
But we could use your help in gathering evidence against these drug pushers.
Kaida's hand tightened around Jaxon's.
The local Hope's Crossing police force could not crack this case.
Anika spoke up, her tone grave and serious.
What about astral projection?
Kaida turned to her, hope flickering in her gaze.
I was hoping you would suggest that.
Jaxon nodded in agreement. It may be our only chance at finding the supplier or uncovering the mastermind behind this vile distribution. Mafdeti let out a soft purr, her golden green eyes glinting.
Astral projection will give us an advantage.
Jaxon jutted out his chin. Decision made. Then we shall do it. We must put an end to these tragedies. Chapter 13. Astral Justice. Jaxon and Anika ventured into the astral realm, their minds determined to bring justice and security back to the perilous streets of Hope's Crossing. Their destination, the lair of the Echo's drug lord. Hovering in the vast expanse of space, their ethereal forms gazed down upon the desolate planet below. Jaxon, a seasoned navigator, meticulously traced the constellations, his trained eye seeking familiar patterns amongst the stars. The Alfarian system, he murmured. We must be nearing the uncharted peripheries of the Milky Way. The arrangement of stars here, it is akin to that of the Cygnus constellation, but not quite within its borders, perhaps on the outer rim near the edge of the Orion arm. Beside him, Anika floated in silent contemplation.
Are there other worlds close by?
None, replied Jaxon with certainty. It is remote and shrouded in secrecy. Their forms descended, seamlessly phasing through the planet's surface to reveal a hidden underground stronghold. Inside, the barren landscape gave way to a bustling hub of covert operations. Invisible to mortal eyes, they glided through corridors and chambers until they came upon a hive of activity. Various figures scurried about, engaged in hushed conversations as they carried out their tasks. At the center stood a representative of the cartel's godfather, a creature with pale green skin, beady black eyes, and adorned in luxurious dark robes. With sharp and observant eyes, he surveyed his surroundings, missing nothing. Around him floated a holographic star map of the Milky Way galaxy, pinpointing various locations. Jaxon and Anika lingered in silence, eavesdropping as he spoke of echoes.
But where is the godfather?
Anika's frustration was palpable. Patience, my dear, cautioned Jaxon. Let us gather as much information as we can about their plans. We can then reach out to the space forces scattered across the Milky Way for help against these vessels.
We must also find their production facility,
added Anika. Jaxon's throat bobbed nervously as he avoided her gaze. Let us listen to their plans first, and then we shall plan our next move. With renewed focus, Jaxon and Anika tuned their minds to the representative's voice. They learned that this cartel was known as the Red Knight Army, and their spokesperson was called Lysander.
Honorable colleagues,
Lysander began,
our expansion into new territories has already begun. The Vortex Syndicate, under the leadership of Marcellus Vane, has gained a fleet of 100 space cruisers. These ships will carry our product to key systems across various galaxies.
He gestured to the star map, where bright dots illuminated all over the Milky Way and beyond.
Our reach will not be confined to just a few galaxies. Besides Andromeda, Triangulum, and Large Magellanic Cloud, we aim to infiltrate Whirlpool, Sombrero, and Pinwheel galaxies.
The dots on the map expanded further, illuminating regions in these distant galaxies.
These areas offer untapped markets ripe for our expansion. The Sombrero Galaxy, in particular, with its dense central bulge and abundant resources, presents an enticing opportunity.
Jaxon committed these new targets to memory. But how could he remember it all? He pinched his throat anxiously, his head swimming with the weight of this newfound information. Anika leaned in, her eyes gleaming with ambition.
This network spans across the cosmos.
Her voice was low and eager.
We must document every detail.
Lysander's voice grew animated as he outlined their plans.
Our reach will extend to the outskirts of the Sculptor Galaxy and even into the realms of the Tadpole Galaxy. These distant places hold great potential for our organization.
The star chart before them now displayed a tangled web of routes and nodes, a visual representation of their vast criminal empire that stretched across the universe. Jaxon's stomach churned as he absorbed the enormity of it all. The scale of their challenge in combating this intergalactic threat was daunting. Sensing his unease, Anika said,
We should hurry back and take notes before returning.
But Lysander continued, his voice filled with confidence.
Marcellus Vane has ensured that our cruisers are equipped with advanced stealth and speed capabilities, making them ideal for bypassing any space patrols or pirate threats.
Excited murmurs filled the room as Lysander delved into the intricacies of their operations.
Distribution within the Milky Way will focus on densely populated urban planets and moons, utilizing our existing networks. Beyond that, we are seeking new markets where our presence has not yet been established.
Jaxon turned to Annika, his expression grave. We need to alert the authorities in these galaxies. This is bigger than we thought. She nodded, her dark indigo face set in determination. Amidst the hum of conversation, Lysander's voice rose above the rest.
Discretion and efficiency are key to our success. The Vortex Syndicate has gained a reputation for its adaptability and innovation in meeting market demands. We will use this to introduce echoes effectively.
Finally realizing the gravity of their task, Jaxon and Annika silently made a decision. They phased out of the meeting and returned to their physical bodies in their bedroom. Quickly, they scribbled down all they could remember before returning to their astral forms to gather more information. Back in the meeting, Lysander was concluding,
With our combined efforts and abundant resources, the Red Knight Army and the Vortex Syndicate will dominate the intergalactic narcotics market. And this is only the beginning.
They overheard conversations after the meeting and learned that the planet where Echoes was being produced was Zephyrus in the Alpharian system. As the meeting ended, Jaxon and Annika knew that Major Kendra Harlow could use the Quantum Dreamweaver to gather even more intel. Kaida listened intently as Jaxon and Annika recounted their astral journey. She diligently recorded every detail they provided before swiping her metal hand across her puckered forehead.
I've apprehended the courier who brought Echoes from Mars before he could distribute more on Microxus,
she said grimly.
I've taken some for further study at our lab and destroyed the rest. But we need to know if there's any more of this drug on our planet.
We must find out where it is being manufactured,
Annika stated.
We must disrupt their production.
I agree, Jaxon added. Is that all right with you, Kaida?
Of course.
Kaida's brow was furrowed in thought.
It is crucial that we gather more information about the production of Echoes. I'll begin contacting governments and militaries across the Milky Way with this information, and I will also check on Kendra's progress. She has not returned yet.
Where's Seer? Jaxon inquired, his voice heavy with concern.
At the school, lending her aid to the library,
Kaida said.
May fortune favor you on your next task.
Hovering above a desolate planet, Jaxon and Annika observed in silent horror as the nightmare scene of the Echoes production facility unfolded before them. The massive industrial complexes were more than mere factories, they were the site of unspeakable atrocities committed by soulless beings. Conveyor belts moved relentlessly, transporting drugged Ongus, who were barely conscious. Jaxon floated in stunned shock, his face frozen in a state of perpetual horror. The Ongus, hanging helplessly from moving lines, were funneled into the heart of the laboratories. Jaxon and Annika ventured closer, their ghostly forms passing through walls undetected. Inside, the horror's true extent became exposed. The labs were a hive of frenzied activity, with Dorgothian scientists and technicians scurrying about. These pale green-skinned humanoids with black eyes shared the same alien race as the Godfather's representative. For far too long, these Dorgothians had enslaved the Ongu people, and now, with chilling detachment, they performed brutal brain surgeries on their captives, extracting a crucial chemical from their pituitary glands for producing Echoes. A shiver ran down Jaxon's spine as he watched the gruesome procedures unfold. The Ongus reduced to nothing more than mere components in this nefarious operation. Meanwhile, Annika's gaze was distant and her expression grim.
This is beyond monstrous. They are treating sentient beings as nothing more than raw materials.
Those few Ongus who survived the excruciating procedure were then callously discarded, their worth reduced to the chemicals that could be extracted from their bodies. The realization that these once proud beings were then sold into slavery only added to the despair of the scene. As Annika took in the horrific sight before them, Jaxon flew out of orbit to focus on locating the planet. He studied the constellations, utilizing his vast knowledge of celestial navigation. Returning to Annika, he said, "This planet is in the Sargas system, orbiting a faint star at the edge of the Norma Arm. It is a remote and largely uncharted region, far from major space routes." Annika nodded solemnly.
What shall we name this place for our reports?
Jaxon thought of the desolate landscape and the dark factories that loomed over it. Let us call it Desolatus, a fitting name for a place filled with nothing but desolation and despair for both its inhabitants and those unfortunate Ongus.
Desolatus in the Sargas system,
Annika repeated, committing it to memory.
This will be valuable information when we report back to Kaida.
With the name and location secured in their minds, they prepared to return to their physical forms, ready to share their findings and launch efforts to dismantle this vile operation. Back at home, Jaxon and Annika descended the stairs with haste, relieved when they heard Major Kendra Harlow conversing with Kaida and Maftati. FDT beckoned them closer and initiated an encryption orb around the group of 5. She muted it and gestured for them to speak.
What have you discovered?
The Ongoos are being used in the production of echoes,
Anika replied with a heavy heart.
the labs. They are like something straight out of a nightmare.
I will see that this information reaches the proper ears,
Declared Major Harlow, her voice commanding.
I shall lend my aid as well.
Kaida offered bravely.
And I
Added Mafdati with conviction.
will alert the SSS without delay.
We must first uncover which of our political leaders are involved in this treachery, cautioned Jaxon, his sharp gaze turning towards Anika. At the meeting on Zephyrus, I spied some familiar faces but could not identify them. Anika apologetically admitted that she feared she had been too preoccupied with the representative's words and star chart to note the audience. Kendra let out a heavy sigh.
My sincerest apologies, Jaxon and Anika. It seems you will have to return and compile a list of all those corrupt politicians, powerful individuals, and companies involved.
Jaxon's voice was barely above a whisper, filled with horror as he spoke. This operation involves the extraction of chemicals from the pituitary glands of the Ongoos,
Truly monstrous,
murmured Kaida in shock.
The Ongoos are being turned into unwilling factories for drugs,
Added Anika. The fate that awaits them after their surgeries is no less tragic, continued Jaxon gravely. We witnessed them being discarded like waste, their lives reduced to mere commodities in this despicable Echoes trade. Anika's face puckered as she tried to prevent herself from sobbing.
We must inform the authorities of the true scope and complexity of this operation.
You two go and gather that list now,
Ordered Kendra sternly. In their astral forms, Anika and Jaxon focused on identifying the mastermind behind the Echoes scheme. Though hesitant about returning to this dangerous realm, Jaxon agreed to their task. Once again, they found themselves drawn back to the underground meeting on Zephyrus. This time, their goal was simple: to uncover the elusive Godfather. With a shared intention, they effortlessly floated above the oblivious audience, their astral presence undetected. Amidst the surreal merging of astral forms, Jaxon remained focused on his target. A man who exuded power and commanded attention, despite blending into the crowd. The man, a Dorgothian with a distinctive green hue, had cybernetic enhancements replacing half of his face, including a metallic jaw and eye. Jaxon and Anika studied him closely, taking in every detail. The Godfather boasted additional cybernetic enhancements: a weaponized arm and leg on opposite sides of his body, crafted with precision and equipped with hidden tools and weaponry. Did it conceal a plasma cannon like Kaida's own enhancement? Anika gazed at the imposing figure before them.
So this is the Godfather,
She observed with a hint of dread.
Perhaps we can reveal his identity to the Interstellar Secret Service with a description.
Jaxon, rubbing his temples as his headache worsened, nodded in agreement. That metal jaw and skull would make him hard to forget. Anika let out a frustrated sigh.
If only I had artistic talent, I could sketch his face for further investigation.
When they awoke from their journey in bed, Jaxon felt cold and empty. Time was running out, and he couldn't afford to be distracted by this mystery any longer.
Let us focus on the corrupt politicians and tycoons involved in trafficking Echoes.
Kendra's words echoed in his mind.
That is our best lead at the moment.
Chapter 14. The Island. Floating above the tropical North Pole of Earth, Jaxon and Anika's ethereal forms gazed down at hothouse Earth, wreathed in a perpetual storm. They found themselves drawn to a luxurious, artificial island teeming with activity, despite the late hour. As they descended, the roar of crashing waves and the distant hum of nocturnal wildlife surrounded them. In their astral forms, Jaxon's heightened senses allowed him to feel, smell, and hear as if he were physically present. Passing through the walls of a grand mansion adorned with exotic plants, they entered a dimly lit room where a high-ranking Earth official sat at a mahogany desk. The emblem of the Earth Governance Council adorned his crisp suit, and his experienced face displayed a sharp, calculating expression. The scent of aged wood and the faint electric buzz from advanced technology filled the room. A holographic projection on the desk displayed a military commander of Latino descent.
Report, Commander.
The official commanded with authority. The commander responded,
Sir, deployment of Echoes in the northern and southern rehabilitation zones is proceeding as planned. The public remains unaware.
Good.
The official tapped his fingers rhythmically.
It is crucial that we maintain control post-celestial convergence. Echoes is key to our strategy.
Jaxon and Annika exchanged glances, silently acknowledging the disturbing use of echoes as a control mechanism.
There have been concerns about side effects,
the commander began.
Secondary.
The official cut him off.
Our focus must be on maintaining order, keep distributions discreet, and prevent any media leaks.
Understood, sir.
The official's voice was smooth, yet commanding.
Expedite distribution through diplomatic channels. With our military bases destroyed, we are losing control. Echoes will give us leverage.
But what about security checks?
The commander's words were interrupted again.
Bypass them. I have contacts. The profits are immense.
As they discussed moving echoes through diplomatic pouches and exploiting the lack of centralized military oversight, Jaxon couldn't shake off a chill. Earth, in its fragile state, was being manipulated by those who were supposed to protect it. Annika sensed his unease and whispered,
"We have enough information. Let us move on."
Jaxon nodded in agreement. He is a member of the Earth Governance Council. His name is John Johnston.
Excellent. We now have a name to go with our findings.
Anika's expression darkened as she heaved a sigh.
We must remember every detail. This man's plans are a crucial piece of the puzzle we must uncover.
As the hologram conversation ended, Jaxon and Annika prepared to return to their physical forms. But before leaving, Annika pointed out,
"Let us see what address this is."
Good thinking, Jaxon agreed. With the address, name, and crime in hand, they were ready to report their findings to Kaida, Kendra, and Mafdeti before moving on to investigate another target. After reporting back to their team, Jaxon and Annika prepared for their next metaphysical investigation. They needed to uncover more about the sprawling network behind echoes. Lying down together with clasped hands, they focused their intention on the next nearest echoes conspiracy beyond Earth's reach. Their astral forms glided effortlessly through the cosmos, following the invisible threads of the echoes network. They briefly reappeared in the mansion before lifting out of Earth's atmosphere, guided by the energy signatures of other echoes conspiracies scattered throughout the universe. Their journey led them to Venus, the second planet from the Sun. As they descended through layers of thick clouds, Jaxon couldn't help but comment, "We are going to die." Anika's eyes widened in fear.
"But we have been flying through space,"
she protested. Jaxon frowned, concerned. "Are you in pain?"
"No,"
she reassured him, crossing her arms tightly under her breasts. "I believe we are all right, my love," Jaxon whispered soothingly. Snuggling closer to him, Annika couldn't help but exclaim,
"This is insane."
Jaxon gave a wry smile, eyes distant as he spoke. "I know. Sometimes I take it for granted." Annika nodded, understanding all too well.
"With everything we've been through,"
she mused.
"It's easy to take it for granted."
Jaxon chuckled, the sound laced with bitterness. "Kendra seems to be adapting well to the QD," Jaxon mentioned. Anika's brows raised inquisitively.
"Do you have feelings for her?"
Jaxon's expression turned incredulous. "What? No, never even crossed my mind." Annika smirked, teasing him.
"Even though she was your first kiss?"
Jaxon let out a dry laugh, forced by her and her friends. It wasn't exactly pleasant. Annika hugged him tightly, her chest pressing against his own.
"But she likes you,"
she stated matter-of-factly. Jaxon shrugged nonchalantly. "I mean, I am pretty damn hot." She playfully smacked his rear end.
"Do you find her attractive?"
Jaxon thought for a moment before responding confidently. "Not really. The four of us are perfect together." Annika agreed with a nod and a grin.
"Seer would lose it if we tried adding anyone new to our group."
They both laughed at the thought before returning their attention to their task at hand. As they descended further into the dense atmosphere of Venus, a breathtaking sight greeted them. Floating colonies of various shapes and sizes scattered throughout the sky. Jaxon couldn't help but marvel at the ingenuity of these structures, interconnected by bridges and transport tubes. Anika's eyes widened with wonder as they approached one of the larger colonies, surrounded by swirling clouds and soft shades of yellow and orange. The inhabitants of Venus had shown humanity kindness by teaching them resilience and sharing their advanced technology, even aiding them in colonizing Mars. As they entered one of the transparent domes, the scents and sounds of a lush garden filled their senses. Jaxon took in the sight of humans and Venusians coexisting in harmony, living above the clouds. It's truly a marvel. His gaze swept over the floating city, a world unlike any other. Annika let out a slow breath, soaking in the surreal beauty around them.
"It's like something out of a dream."
"A dream indeed," he murmured. They continued to explore the colony, admiring the blend of human and Venusian architecture and taking in the peaceful atmosphere. Anika's lips curved into a sly smile.
Let us delve deeper into this place of beauty and see if we can uncover any secrets about echoes.
An unknown force pulled them closer to one of the larger colonies on Venus, their astral forms phasing through the dome. They found themselves in a bustling community hub, where Venusians with green skin mingled with Earthlings, all coexisting in harmony. A large holographic display in the square broadcasting news from Earth caught their attention. The topic? The ongoing struggle against the Echoes epidemic. Anika scanned the crowd with a watchful eye, searching for any signs of illicit activity.
We must find someone involved in echoes here.
The mysterious force led them to a secluded corner, where a group huddled around a device and spoke in hushed tones. A cunning Venusian with bright green skin exchanged a suspicious package with an Earthling. They moved closer, remaining undetected in their astral forms.
The shipment from Earth has just arrived,
the Venusian said in a hushed voice.
We are discreetly distributing it among our colonies. The demand for echoes is only increasing.
A dark-skinned Venusian woman with striking violet eyes nodded gravely.
But we must be cautious. The authorities grow more vigilant every day.
Jaxon and Anika absorbed every word. Once they had gathered enough information, they prepared to return to their physical bodies. In their physical forms once again, Jaxon and Anika wasted no time in sharing their findings with Kaida, Kendra, and Mafdati.
We have evidence of echoes being distributed among the floating colonies on Venus.
Anika reported grimly.
The Venusians are unknowingly involved in this dangerous trade.
Jaxon added, the Echoes network has infiltrated even the most unlikely places. The Venusians, who have aided humans in surviving and thriving, are now caught up in this web. Kaida's brow furrowed in concern.
We must coordinate with the Venusian authorities, but we must be discreet so as not to cause panic or strain our diplomatic relations.
Mafdati licked her paw thoughtfully before rubbing it over an ear.
I will establish a secure line of communication with Venus. We cannot risk this information getting into the wrong hands.
Kendra quickly pulled up data on her pad.
I will begin drafting a plan of action. We must approach this strategically.
Excellent work.
Kaida praised them all.
Let us keep up this momentum. Where shall we go next?
Jaxon and Anika exchanged a knowing look. Mars, they said in unison. As they arrived on Mars, Jaxon and Anika witnessed small surface colonies that acted as gateways to the bustling underground cities below. Jaxon knew that the real Martian civilization thrived below, hidden from the harsh environment above. They descended, their astral forms effortlessly phasing through the red Martian crust into the maze of tunnels and living spaces below. Everywhere they looked, they saw signs of life in this hidden society. Guided by their intentions, they found themselves in a governmental sector of the underground city, where brown-skinned Martians deep in discussion were unaware of their presence. A soft, artificial glow cast over the room, mimicking the sun's rays on Earth. Holographic spheres and slides filled with map data of Mars hovered around the space.
We face a dire issue with the spread of echoes.
One official addressed the group.
It is running rampant through our colonies at an uncontrollable rate.
Do they have any inkling of its intergalactic ties? Jaxon pondered aloud. As they listened to the officials discuss their efforts to combat echoes on a local level, they realized they were completely unaware of its larger role in a vast galactic conspiracy.
We must show them the bigger picture,
Anika said.
They are fighting blindly against a formidable enemy.
It is strange that we ended up here when there seems to be no direct involvement in this conspiracy or trafficking. Jaxon reflected.
Perhaps there are smaller players involved here that we have yet to uncover,
Anika suggested.
We should search for them while we have the chance.
Jaxon nodded in agreement. Let us at least try to locate the main cartel responsible for Echo's trafficking on Mars. They refocused their intentions and continued their mission in their astral forms. They glided unseen among the Martian inhabitants, drawn towards neon-lit corridors where traditional and electronic music created a lively ambiance. The scent of exotic Martian cuisine filled their senses as they ventured deeper into the underground city. But as they delved further into the less frequented areas, the atmosphere grew tense and foreboding. Dimly lit corridors and hushed conversations replaced the bright lights and jovial chatter.
There.
Anika pointed towards a secluded area where a group had gathered. They appeared to be discreet, but there was an air of authority and unease about them. A Martian, his skin a light shade of brown, spoke in low tones to his companions.
The shipments from Zephyrus are arriving on schedule,
he informed them.
We will distribute them through our network here, but we must exercise caution. The authorities are on high alert.
The group nodded in agreement, their expressions grave and serious.
We have buyers in the upper colonies, and even some officials who turn a blind eye.
A black woman with silver curls added.
As long as we remain discreet, we will maintain control over the flow of echoes on Mars.
This is it, Jaxon said through gritted teeth. They are the missing link we have been searching for on Mars. We must remember their faces in this location. After taking one last look around and committing every detail to memory, Jaxon stated, "Let us return and report this vital information to Kaida and Kendra. They need to know about this connection on Mars." Chapter 15. Galactic Race Fever.
Morel's heart was a frantic beast, galloping in her chest as the hover carriage approached the bustling spaceport. She could feel the energy of the renowned Cyrusar star rally charging the atmosphere with excitement. The roar of engines and the chatter of spectators and racers mingled in a cacophonous symphony. This was no mere gathering, this was a collision of the galaxy's most daring pilots, and today she rode amongst them. The Nebula Dancer, a masterpiece of engineering that glittered with an iridescent finish, like deep space itself, caught her gaze. It was her father's final gift to her, and she had spent countless hours perfecting it to meet her exacting standards. Like the ship, Morel radiated speed and elegance in her fitted racing suit, a mix of silver and turquoise befitting her status as both pilot and heiress. As she prepared for takeoff, her mind cleared with a sniff of her pendant, a ritual she had performed before every race since she first started at age 15. In this moment, among these stars and ships, she was not just another wealthy celebrity. She was something more. A skilled pilot pushing the limits of speed. The countdown began, igniting a surge of adrenaline within Morel.
"Racers, on my mark,"
boomed the announcer's voice over the chaotic din. The crowd fell silent, their eyes fixed on the starting line.
3, 2, 1. Mark.
With fierce determination, Morel launched forward into the star-studded expanse, leaving behind the atmosphere and its Cyrusar limitations. She expertly dodged asteroid fields and nebulae like no other racer. But as the race progressed, she found herself neck and neck with Zorax the Swift, a seasoned competitor with a reputation for ruthlessness. His ship, a formidable vessel of red and black, was a constant blur at her side. Morel pushed the Nebula Dancer to its limits, her every sense attuned to the ship and its movements. She could feel it respond to her touch with ease and familiarity. As they entered the last stretch, a dangerous passage through an unstable asteroid belt, Morel's focus intensified. With each passing moment, she and Zorax exchanged the lead, their moves daring and calculated. The other racers were skilled, but this was the true contest. With finesse and flair, Morel effortlessly guided her ship through narrow gaps and spinning rocks, showing off skills way beyond her years, and as they approached the finish line, she could feel victory within grasp. But Zorax remained resolute in his pursuit of triumph, his ship exhibiting remarkable agility and an air of intimidation. Inch by inch they raced towards the end, until finally, with a burst of speed and skill, Morel crossed the finish line first. The crowd erupted into cheers and applause as she emerged victorious from the treacherous asteroid field. Exhilarated and triumphant, Morel basked in the glory of her win. She had proven herself among the stars, a true pilot who belonged amongst these daring competitors. But as Morel exited her vessel, basking in the glory of her victory, a shadow of contemplation crossed her face. This race was more than just a test of skill, it reflected her life itself. The obstacles she had faced on the course mirrored the challenges she faced in her own world: loss, control, and societal expectations. As the celebrations died down and the spaceport emptied, Morel found herself surrounded by her security guards once again. As she pondered her next move, a figure approached her, none other than Zorax himself.
"Impressive flying,"
he said, extending his hand in congratulations.
"I haven't seen such skill in a long time."
Morel shook his hand graciously. "Thank you, Zorax. But you're no slouch yourself in racing." A glint appeared in Zorax's eye as he replied,
"There will be other races, my dear, and I look forward to seeing what you can do."
As Zorax walked away, Morel's smile faded. She knew that despite her victory, she couldn't escape the confinements of her life on Cyrusar, and as Commander Rax urged her to return home, thoughts of escaping and being truly free consumed her mind. Without a word, Mirelle sprinted towards her ship, towards freedom. But her security guards quickly caught up to her, their heavy boots thudding on the ground. Despite their strength and training, Mirelle fought back with fierce determination, honed by years of study and combat in the arenas of Sarsar. She used precision to disable each guard one by one, until she was the only one left among their incapacitated bodies. Breathless and adrenaline-fueled, Mirelle climbed into the cockpit of her ship, the Nebula Dancer. As its engines roared to life and lifted off from the ground, a sense of relief washed over her. She was breaking free, not just from her guards but from the expectations and constraints of her life on Sarsar. With a final glance back at the planet she was leaving behind, a mix of emotions swirled within Mirelle. Sadness for leaving her home, but also excitement for the unknown future that lay ahead. Following her departure from the Sirius system, Mirelle set her sights on a desolate space station known as Heaven's Rest. Suspended in the depths of the void, it was a mere speck against the grandeur of the cosmos, a haven for those seeking anonymity and refuge from their past. As her vessel, the Nebula Dancer, approached Heaven's Rest, the station slowly came into view, a sprawling network of interconnected modules and docking bays, its metallic surfaces marred by years of exposure to the harshness of space. The rotating sections created an artificial gravity that pulsed through the station. With steady navigation, Mirelle guided the Nebula Dancer towards the designated docking bay as soft pulses emitted from its thrusters to adjust its course. The lights of the station flickered on, illuminating a path through the darkness and guiding her towards her destination. As she drew closer, the details of the station emerged. Patched hulls, bristling antennas and sensors like spines on a metal creature. The docking procedure began automatically as Mirelle neared Heaven's Rest, magnetic clamps securing her vessel to the station with a hiss and a resounding clunk. The airlock door slid open, revealing the interior of Heaven's Rest like an ominous maw waiting to swallow her whole.
Chapter 16. Cartel Corruption. After a long, exhausting night of infiltrating cartels and uncovering corruption in the trafficking of echoes, Jaxon finally found some well-deserved rest. He dozed off and on, stirring occasionally as Seer took her children off on a trip to space for the week. But soon, he slipped back into slumber. He awoke briefly when Kaida and Anika sneaked out of their shared bedroom, but quickly drifted back to sleep. The distant chatter of women's voices downstairs and the clanging of dishes from the dishwasher barely registered with him. All that mattered was the fact that it was his day off and he could finally relax, knowing that he and Anika were not expected to do any more astral projection until others had followed up on the leads they had gathered during the previous day and night. When he had slept for at least 10 hours, Jaxon climbed out of bed and headed for the shower. As the warm water washed away the tension from days of danger and corruption, he closed his eyes and savored the momentary peace. But his tranquility was short-lived as he heard the door open and the soft patter of feet approaching. Opening his eyes, he saw Seer standing before him. Her pale blue skin shimmering under the cascading water, her long silver hair trailing down her back. His heart drummed with emotion. She was so young and beautiful, her face gentle and her green eyes dark. I love her more than life itself, he thought. So the kids finally in orbit on their school trip?
Yes.
Were any of them scared?
No, they were all buzzing with excitement. It's going to be strange having them out of my hair for a week.
What are you doing here in the shower with me?
Thought you could use some company,
Seer said with a playful smile, stepping closer to him. A rush of warmth filled Jaxon's body. You always know how to cheer me up. Seer wrapped her arms around him, her head barely reaching his chest.
Things are tense downstairs. Kendra, Kaida and Muftiti are gearing up for some action with the quantum Dreamweaver.
Jaxon ran his hand through her hair, marveling at its silky texture. Sounds like they have their hands full. After making love in the shower together, Jaxon and CI descended the stairs to the kitchen, still flushed. The tantalizing scent of coffee and pancakes greeted them, along with the jovial banter of their friends. As they entered the kitchen, Kaida, Kendra, and Muftiti turned to greet them with wide grins. Muftiti's laughter rang out first.
You two weren't exactly quiet in the shower. I'm sure the entire neighborhood could hear.
Seer rolled her eyes playfully.
That's preposterous. This house is enormous and our neighbors are not so close.
Kendra took a sip of her coffee before looking between Jaxon and Seer, then at Annika, who was flipping pancakes.
I thought you and Annika were. You know.
Kaida chuckled as she poured syrup over her stack of pancakes.
We all are. Jaxon, Annika, Seer, and I are in a polyamorous relationship.
Kendra's eyebrows shot up in surprise, her violet eyes widening.
Truly, that is intriguing.
As they partook in their morning meal, the conversation flowed with ease. But when Kaida and Mafdati spoke of their mission, a somber mood settled over the group.
We are setting out to bring down the Echo's traffickers,
Kaida declared.
To dismantle the infamous Red Knight army and capture or eliminate those involved.
Mafdati playfully smacked Jaxon on the shoulder with her paw.
We have even identified the notorious Godfather himself. He holds the prestigious title of Admiral in the Dorgothian Space Fleet. It will be a perilous undertaking, but one that must be done.
Jaxon let out a booming laugh. By the gods. The Admiral.
Yes.
Kendra responded dryly, taking a sip of her coffee as she eyed Jaxon over the rim of her cup. Jaxon turned his attention back to Kaida. Surely you are not going on such a risky mission.
I am.
Kaida replied firmly. But what about your new position as chief investigator? Jaxon protested.
Commander Kroll was understanding of my situation and granted me a month's leave.
Kaida explained.
I told him I will continue my work remotely with the Telosian space military from home.
Jaxon exchanged concerned glances with Annika. We wish to aid in this cause. Seer's face creased with worry.
But it is too dangerous. You cannot keep joining these battles in space. We have only just gotten you and Annika back.
Kendra set her cup down with a clink.
You are needed here, Jaxon, Annika, but you can assist us through astral projection. It is a safer alternative.
Jaxon opened his mouth to argue, but Annika placed a reassuring hand on his arm. After finishing their meal, the group prepared to depart. Kaida and Mafdati loaded up their backpacks with weapons and other necessary supplies for their journey. Jaxon noticed Annika and Seer sharing concerned looks as they gestured towards Kaida. She had been away from Jaxon's harem for too long, and for too many dangerous missions. He agreed with the doctor and the mercenary that it felt wrong. But Kaida was a skilled ninja whose dream since childhood had been to serve justice. No one, not even those who loved her dearly, should stand in the way of her aspirations. The group set out towards the pyramid, Kaida holding onto both Jaxon and Siaya's hands as they walked. As they made their way, the conversation shifted to various topics. A new structure caught Jaxon's attention in the distance. What is that?
Looks like Kurad's hotel,
Kendra answered with disdain. No, Jaxon said, aghast.
Indeed.
Mafdati confirmed.
He plans to turn it into a luxurious haven for the wealthy, completely against what Hope's Crossing stands for.
A bitter taste filled Jaxon's mouth, regretting ever allowing the tycoon onto their planet. That is the last thing we need here. Finally arriving at the pyramid, they watched as Kendra, Kaida, and Mafdati entered the quantum Dreamweaver. The golden craft shimmered before disappearing entirely, leaving Jaxon, Annika, and Seer alone in contemplative silence. On their walk back home, Jaxon couldn't shake off his unease about Kurad's hotel and its impact on their community. Pushing these thoughts aside, he focused on enjoying this rare day off with his harem. They had planned a hike through the mountains, a chance to escape from their complicated lives and revel in the simple pleasures of nature and each other's company. Jaxon, Annika, and Seer strolled back towards their home, the morning sun casting a warm glow upon them. Sia, holding onto Jaxon's hand, seemed quieter than usual, the weight of the day's revelations and the imminent departure of their friends weighing heavily on her mind. Annika chuckled, breaking the tense silence that had settled between them like a dark cloud.
I can't believe Kendra didn't know about us,
she said, her lips curling in amusement. Seer shrugged nonchalantly.
Well, it's not like we advertise our arrangement,
she replied, her voice laced with a hint of mischief. Jaxon nodded solemnly, his brow furrowed with worry. I'm more concerned about Kaida and Mafdati going into such dangerous territory. And Kendra, she's strong, but this is no minor threat. Annika reached out and squeezed Jaxon's arm reassuringly.
They'll be fine. They're some of the toughest people we know. And don't forget, they have the quantum Dreamweaver on their side.
As they walked, Jaxon couldn't help but notice the large, opulent building of Kurad nearing completion amidst the modest homes and natural beauty of their colony. He swatted at an annoying insect buzzing around his head. I still can't believe he went through with it.
It's unnecessary.
Annika agreed, her eyes narrowing in disapproval. Seer remained silent as she mulled over their words, her expression pensive and unreadable. Reaching their home, they prepared for their hike. Jaxon and Anika packed sandwiches and fruit into a picnic basket while Seer gathered the gear for their trek into the mountains.
Are we really going through with this?
She finally asked, as they set off on their hover jets. Absolutely, Jaxon declared. We need a break from all this chaos, plus it's a beautiful day for a hike. The trio flew towards the looming mountains in the distance. As they landed at the foot of the mountains, they began their ascent. With each step, the weight of their responsibilities and worries seemed to dissipate, replaced by the soothing sounds of nature and the crisp mountain air. Finally, they reached a picturesque spot with a breathtaking view of the valley below. They spread out a blanket and enjoyed their picnic, laughing and sharing stories as though they were carefree children once again.
Here's to us,
Seer said, raising her flask of iced tea. To us, Jaxon and Anika echoed, clinking their glasses together in a toast. Chapter 17. Dreamweavers' Initiation.
Amidst the dark and ancient walls of the pyramid, the quantum Dreamweaver cast an ethereal glow across the chamber. Kaida Takahashi, still haunted by the harrowing events she had recently endured, observed as Major Harlow sat cross-legged on the central platform.
Are you prepared?
Asked the blue-skinned Zoraxian woman, her voice reverberating softly through the chamber. Kaida and Mufditi both nodded, their minds still reeling from the sensation of being transported through space and time. And when they emerged from their disorienting teleportation, it was not into the familiar militaristic surroundings of Telosian Base that greeted them, but rather the tranquil and verdant landscape of Aeloria's Grace. A look of surprise crossed Kaida's face. This is not. Kendra smiled warmly at her friend.
I thought we could relax before plunging back into the chaos. And there are some familiar faces here who would be delighted to see you.
A flutter of anticipation stirred in Kaida's heart as she stepped out of the quantum Dreamweaver, enveloped once again in the sights and smells of her beloved eco-community. Together with Mufditi and Kendra, Kaida made her way through winding tunnels and caverns surrounded by bustling activity and animated chatter. All eyes were drawn to Mufditi with her feline appearance. A rare sight on Talos indeed. In the distance, Mother and Emiko could be seen. Kaida couldn't contain her excitement. Okasan, Emiko. Their eyes lit up at the sight of her, joy mingling with relief as they embraced and shed tears. Mother's gaze held a depth of gratitude that spoke volumes. As they settled into a communal area together, Kaida recounted her recent trials, losing father, battling against Echo's traffickers and corrupt officials that had forced her to take action.
Let us pray to Buddha first,
Mother said. The Buddhist temple offered a sanctuary of peace and serenity, the soothing chants and meditative atmosphere immersing Kaida in a state of contemplation. She sat cross-legged on a cushioned floor, eyes closed as the teachings of impermanence and inner peace echoed through her mind. The flickering candlelight illuminated intricately designed statues of enlightened beings. The air was heavy with the scent of incense, enhancing the meditative experience. Kaida's thoughts quieted, allowing her to delve into a deep state of introspection. The teachings she had absorbed over the years reminded her of the transient nature of all things and the importance of finding inner peace amidst the chaos of life. In this sacred space, she found solace and a renewed sense of clarity. The temple's peaceful energy served as a reminder of the delicate balance between taking action and taking time for reflection. Only by finding this equilibrium within herself could Kaida make sound decisions. As evening fell, the community gathered in Aeloria's Grace for a communal meal. The tantalizing aroma of home-cooked food filled the air as residents lovingly prepared dishes and placed them on long wooden tables. Kendra and Mufdeti sat at a separate table, engrossed in lively conversation, drawing curious glances from those around them. At each table lay vibrant salads bursting with fresh greens, fruits, vegetables, and edible flowers, all grown within Authoria's lush forests, a testament to sustainable living. Accompanying these colourful dishes were steaming bowls of hearty bean soup, its savoury scent wafting through the air and providing warmth to the souls of all who tasted it. Rounds of homemade bread were passed around, crusty on the outside, soft and comforting within, a perfect complement to the meal. Kaida, Mother, and Emiko sat together amidst the bustle and chatter of Aeloria's Grace. As they savoured their meal, Mother's eyes glistened with memories. She turned to her daughters.
Kaida, Emiko has news to share.
Her nose twitched as she fought back tears. Emiko blushed with joy as she reached for Kaida's hand across the table.
I'm getting married, sister.
In 3 days. It will be a small ceremony in our community, following the traditions of our Buddhist faith.
Kaida gasped in delight. Married? Emiko, that's wonderful. She turned to Mother. Where is the groom? Emiko rose from her seat and pointed across the room.
There he is, Kalen.
A blue-skinned man adorned with nature-inspired tattoos stood up, his face alight with a smile. I told you about Kaida, Emiko called out to him. Congratulations, Kaida hailed him. He approached and shook Kaida's hand before accepting her embrace, his cheeks flushing a deep shade of blue.
Will you honor us with your presence at our wedding?
He asked. I wouldn't miss it for all the stars in the galaxy. Kaida replied with a kiss on her sister's forehead. Mother, emotions brimming over, added,
It will be a simple ceremony, but full of love and meaning, just as your father would have wanted.
As they continued their meal, the conversation turned to wedding preparations and fond memories of their late father. Looking around at the diverse group of individuals who made up their community, Kaida realized how each one played a part in creating the unique and harmonious atmosphere of Aeloria's grace. And in that moment, she knew that despite any future dangers, these moments of family love and unity were what truly mattered. As they basked in the warmth of shared stories and the anticipation of the upcoming wedding, Kaida's sense of purpose was renewed. Kendra approached her with a knowing smile.
After your sister's nuptials, I will take you to the Telosian base. But for now, enjoy this break.
But are you certain? Kaida glanced at the others for their opinion. Mufdeti placed a furry paw on her arm.
This has been Kendra's plan all along. We will be reunited in 4 or 5 days. Cherish this time with your family. You have already endured so much.
It was true. Kaida had traversed the depths of space from Microxus to Sirius in a desperate attempt to save her father from the prophecy foretold by a psychic novice in the Lake of Hope's crossing. Yet even after arriving on Sarisar, she was relentlessly hunted by assassins, and when she finally reached her father, he was imprisoned and gunned down before her very eyes. She pressed her quivering lips together, determined not to succumb to grief. She may be half cyborg, but that did not make her immune to the pain of losing her father. Despite enduring torture after his death, it paled in comparison to the anguish in her heart. Mufdeti embraced her with her feline arms.
You need this time as much as they need you, Kaida.
Taken aback by the unexpected display of affection from Mufdeti, Kaida smiled gratefully at the Seraph's black cat-like face. Perhaps there was more depth to Mufdeti than she initially thought. Thank you, she whispered, touched by their support. The air in Aeloria's grace was thick with a gentle sense of anticipation, as the community prepared for Emiko and Kalen's wedding. Kaida threw herself into the preparations, crafting floral arrangements and decorations that reflected the eco-community's deep connection to nature. In keeping with their beliefs, the couple had chosen a Buddhist temple for the ceremony. It was a tranquil space, adorned with tapestries depicting the teachings of Buddhism. The soft light filtering through the translucent stone ceiling gave the room an ethereal glow. With careful consideration, members of the community arranged cushions and mats on the floor, creating a warm and respectful atmosphere for guests to gather. On the day of the wedding, the temple hummed with a serene energy. Incense burned and soothing music filled the air. Community members, dressed in humble yet elegant attire, filled the space with their beaming smiles. Emiko entered the temple, accompanied by her mother. She was a vision in a traditional Japanese kimono adorned with bold red and black floral patterns. Kalen stood at the front, his blue skin and intricate tattoos only adding to his striking appearance. Then Tenzin, a wise monk from Vestoria, began with a brief talk about love and companionship according to Buddhist principles. He spoke of compassion, understanding, and the journey two souls embark on when joining together in life. Kalen and Emiko recited their own heartfelt vows, speaking not only of their love for one another, but also of their dedication to serving their community. As they exchanged rings crafted from local materials, the rest of the community joined in a chant to bless their union. Afterwards, the celebration moved to the communal dining area where a lavish feast awaited. The spread was an eclectic mix of dishes from various cultures, representing the diversity and unity of Aeloria's grace. For Kaida, this ceremony stirred deep emotions within her. She realized how much she needed this moment of joy and respite from the chaos of her life. Seeing her sister so content and happy filled her with hope for the future. As the night wore on, Kaida stepped outside to gaze at the stars. She thought of her late father, wishing he could have been there to witness this beautiful day. Returning inside, she joined in the merry dancing and laughter. But soon enough, it would be time for her to leave for her next mission with the Telosian Space Military. For now, she cherished these final moments with her family and the community that had become a sanctuary for her soul. The following morning, as the sun's first rays filtered through the dense foliage of Aeloria's Grace, a small shuttle arrived. Kaida, with her bag packed and heart heavy with goodbyes, boarded the shuttle. Inside, a clear canopy provided a breathtaking view of the landscape as they lifted off. As they soared over the verdant forests, Mufditi turned to Kaida.
Kendra is already on a mission. She leads a squad of 20 Black Ops in the QD and is headed to Earth.
Kaida nodded knowingly. That sounds like Kendra, always on the front line. The shuttle glided smoothly over rolling hills and towards the vast expanse of ocean below. The glistening waters stretched out towards the horizon as they made their way towards their destination. Mufdeti glanced at Kaida.
How was the wedding?
A warmth spread through Kaida's metal hands as she smiled softly. It was beautiful and peaceful. Their conversation was a comfortable exchange, the gentle hum of the shuttle providing a soothing backdrop. But beneath the calm surface, both Kaida and Mufdeti carried burdens and secrets that threatened to consume them. As they closed in on the hidden base of the Talosian space military, perched upon a secluded island, Kaida couldn't help but pry into Mufdeti's past. The feline woman's demeanour shifted, a shadow passing over her features as she confessed to wiping most of her memories away. It was clear that some things were better left forgotten. Sensing the discomfort, Kaida quickly changed the subject to Mufdeti's time with the Syria's Secret Service. The tension eased as Mufdeti regaled Kaida with tales of unconventional missions and mishaps involving Fluffarian pets and disguises as renowned opera singers. Despite her usually stoic demeanour, it was rare to see this lighter side of the Catwoman. As they approached the island, their shuttle descended towards a concealed landing pad near the fortress-like Talosian base nestled against rugged cliffs and crashing waves. With a deep breath, they touched down and prepared to disembark. Mufdeti gave a nod of encouragement as they stepped out onto the base.
Ready for this?
She asked. Kaida returned the nod, steeling herself for what lay ahead. Let us do this.
Chapter 18. The War Room.
Kaida and Mufdeti were summoned to the War Council chamber, a space military base on Talos, where Major Harlow had convened an urgent meeting. Kaida's gaze landed on the formidable figure of Major Harlow conversing with two other officers donned in slightly lower ranks of uniform. Kendra was a sight to behold in her blue uniform, matching her Zoraxian skin. As she approached, unaware of Kaida's watchful eyes, her attire caught Kaida's attention. The nanofiber armor, dyed in deep blue hues, seemed to blend seamlessly into its surroundings. Even her gloves and boots were cloaked in micro-layered armor plating. When Kendra finally reached them, she flashed a warm smile. Her flowing crimson cape billowed behind her, exuding an air of authority.
Kaida, Mufdeti, it's good to see you both. We have much to discuss.
Two fierce women stood at her sides, equally impressive in their own right.
Kaida, meet Captain Obrina and Captain Genix.
Major Harlow introduced them. Kaida shook their gloved hands, noting the similar tint of blue nanofiber armor adorning their bodies. Their insignias denoted great achievements within the Talosian space military.
We've been hard at work since your return from Aeloria's Grace.
Major Harlow began in a businesslike tone.
Our operations have escalated significantly, thanks to Jaxon and Annika's invaluable intel.
She gestured towards a screen displaying a complex network of routes and nodes.
We've successfully intercepted Echo's shipments in the Sol system and thwarted illicit transports across various interstellar trade lanes. Our strategy involved utilizing the quantum Dreamweaver for stealth infiltration, allowing us to bypass standard security measures.
Kendra's gaze remained fixated on the map as she continued.
We've made several key arrests, targeting the core players of this network. Our efforts have greatly disrupted the distribution of echoes.
The screen shifted to display mugshots and profiles of the arrested individuals.
These are just some of the major players we've apprehended, all thanks to Jaxon and Annika's leads. From high-ranking officials to corporate executives, even a few military personnel were found to be involved in this drug trade.
Kendra pointed to one particular image.
This individual was caught red-handed with a substantial shipment of echoes. His arrest has led to a chain reaction, revealing more links to the network.
Kaida nodded in approval, locking eyes with Major Harlow. Impressive work, she commented.
But we must not lose our momentum,
Kendra stated.
Our next move involves deeper undercover operations. We will assign teams to various hotspots within the identified network, once again utilizing the quantum Dreamweaver for swift and covert deployment.
Kaida understood her crucial role in the ongoing operations. With the combined forces of the space military and her team at Hope's Crossing, they would dismantle this insidious intergalactic drug trade. Kendra's final words echoed in Kaida's mind as she left the War Council chamber with Mafdati by her side.
This is only the beginning. The battle ahead may be long and treacherous, but I have faith that we will emerge triumphant.
The war against Echoes had been raging for 3 long, arduous weeks. Kaida's team, Major Harlow's space military unit, and the invaluable leads provided by Jaxon and Annika had all joined forces to strike at the heart of the crime network spanning the Milky Way. Their efforts had yielded significant successes, with one of the most notable being the dismantling of the notorious Black Star Brotherhood on asteroid X7. This despicable cartel, driven away from their home planet Bardikar by Lord Chiron's invasion, had set up a powerful base of operations on the lawless asteroid. But thanks to the stealth capabilities of the Quantum Dreamweaver, Kaida's team executed a precise operation that led to the capture of key members of the Brotherhood, effectively crippling their distribution network for Echoes. These missions took place across various planets and systems, each presenting its own set of challenges and requiring unique approaches. On Zereth, a covert team raided a hidden Echoes production facility, seizing large quantities of the drug and apprehending those involved in its production. Closer to home, in Talus's Oriana system, synchronized raids targeted storage sites as well as communication devices and data pads containing crucial information about the network's hierarchy and operations. As a result, several high-profile arrests were made, including a corrupt governor on Volteria who was found aiding in the transportation of Echoes through diplomatic channels. In another bold move, Kaida's team carried out a successful sting operation in the Tanda sector that resulted in the capture of a group known as the Crimson Wings. Notorious smugglers utilizing advanced cloaking technology to transport Echoes undetected across planetary borders. Of course, these operations weren't without their diplomatic hurdles. On Wadkania 237, negotiations with local leaders proved crucial in gaining access to underwater facilities used by Echoes traffickers. But with diplomatic tact and assurance of mutual benefits, a joint operation was carried out, setting an example for interplanetary cooperation. The cumulative impact of these efforts was immense. The once untouchable Echoes network now reeled under the relentless pressure. Supply lines were disrupted, key figures were either in custody or on the run, and the black market for Echoes faced a major crisis. As she reviewed the reports and updates from their various operations, Kaida couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. Their battle against Echoes was far from over, but they had struck significant blows against those who sought to profit from the misery of others. The next step in their crusade was to dismantle the factories and labs where Echoes was created, a mission that Annika had been determined to carry out from the start. And so thanks to her and Jaxon's astral projection abilities, they not only located the planet responsible for creating Echoes, but also named it Desolatus. But before any further plans could be made, Major Harlow had her sights set on a bigger target. The godfather of the Red Knight army himself, Admiral Steele of the Dorgothian Space Fleet. Both he and his representative Lysander were currently residing on the planet where Echoes was being produced in the Saga system, orbiting a faint star at the edge of the Norma Arm. But first, Kendra knew they needed to return to Microxus and apologize to Commander Kroll for taking away his chief investigator for such a long time. Kaida entered the bustling police headquarters of Hope's Crossing, her mind still reeling from the intense operations she had led in the Quantum Dreamweaver alongside the Telosians from their space military base. The experience had been eye-opening and showed Kaida that the military of Earth was far inferior to what it once was before the Crypt tribe decimated it. As she made her way towards Commander Kroll's office, she couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in her achievements. The Telosian Captain Vega had commended her on her successful command of the Black Ops, and now she was being called back by Major Harlow to focus on home turf again. Commander Tundo Kroll, an Anubak with a pug-like face, greeted Kaida with surprise and a smile as she entered his office.
Chief Investigator Takahashi, back with us already.
Yes, Commander, Kaida replied with a smile, taking a seat at his gesture. She folded her metal hands neatly in her lap. Major Harlow saw fit to bring me back. She seemed pleased with my remote performance in disrupting the Echoes traffickers. Kroll let out a hearty bark of laughter before his interpretation mouthpiece translated it into Japanese.
We have missed you here, Kaida. It seems you have given those Echoes peddlers quite a headache and helped keep the streets of Hope's Crossing clean.
Kaida felt a swell of satisfaction fill her chest at his words. The distribution network has been mostly busted, but we must remain vigilant. There may still be remnants trying to slither their way into our community. Kroll nodded in agreement.
Yes, exactly my thoughts. Your experience out there will prove invaluable in keeping our people safe.
Before they could continue their conversation further, there was an urgent knock on the door.
Come in.
Kroll called out. An orange-skinned officer entered, his expression tense as he looked at Kaida.
Chief Investigator, we have several new cases of Echo's distribution reported in the Northern Territories.
Kaida stood up quickly, her muscles tensing and her metal fingers twitching with anticipation. I am on it. Let's get all the details and move fast. The officer led Kaida to a briefing room, where other members of her team were already assembling. They gathered around a digital map that displayed the Northern Territories with points of interest highlighted to show the locations of the new Echo's cases.
Our informants believe these may be remnants of the network you disrupted on Talos.
The orange-skinned officer began, pointing to various regions on the map.
They seem to be smaller in scale, but just as dangerous.
Kaida leaned in closer to study the data. Do we have any leads on the distributors? Any known associates?
Not yet.
Another team member answered.
But we are cross-referencing these locations with known associates and activity patterns from our previous operations.
Set up surveillance on these areas, Kaida commanded, and prepare teams for potential raids. I want hourly updates on any developments. Her team members acknowledged her orders and quickly sprang into action. With the briefing concluded and her team mobilized, Kaida excused herself to make a private call. She slipped into a nearby restroom and locked herself into a cubicle before activating a small encryption orb for a secure communication bubble. She quickly dialed Jaxon, his holographic face appearing over her wristband. Jaxon, it's Kaida, she said urgently. We have a situation here in Hope's Crossing. New cases of echoes have been reported, and I need you and Annika to astral project and gather any information you can. Jackson's jaw clenched in frustration.
Annika is currently tied up with a 12-hour shift at the hospital. She won't be able to break away.
Kaida's rib cage felt tight. Understood. Keep me updated if anything changes. Perhaps Kendra can be on standby with the QD?
I will talk to her now,
Jaxon said before their communication ended. After finishing her call, Kaida emerged from the cubicle and returned to the operations center. Exhausted after a long day battling the Echoes crisis, Kaida made her way home. Her mind still swirling with the complexities of her work, she left her hoverboard in her pocket and trudged home on foot for an hour. The full moon glinted off the lake, but instead of finding solace in its beauty, Kaida only felt more unsettled and ungrounded. As soon as she arrived back at her house, she planned to meditate at her Buddhist temple in the garden, hoping it would bring some clarity to her chaotic thoughts. But any sense of calm was quickly shattered when she stepped through the door. The sudden racket of music, laughter, and chatter hit Kaida like a tidal wave. The lights were blindingly bright, and every corner of her living room was filled with people and aliens.
Surprise!
They all shouted, beaming at her. Kaida wrinkled her nose in confusion, causing some guests to recoil when they saw her pinched expression. Her fatigued mind struggled to comprehend this unexpected party. Was this some kind of cruel joke? If so, it was in poor taste. Jaxon should have known how stressed she was after receiving news about more echoes in Hope's Crossing. But before she could voice her irritation, it melted away when she saw Mother Emiko and Emiko's husband among the guests. Tears sprang to Kaida's eyes. A rare occurrence for a cyborg. Mother enveloped her in a hug.
Oh, my dear Kaida, your home is so beautiful, but you look exhausted.
She pulled away slightly, still holding onto Kaida's shoulders.
Is everything all right?
Kaida struggled to formulate a response. Yes, no. Yes, it's just work.
Oh dear, you shouldn't let your work consume you like this.
I was actually about to go meditate in my garden before bed.
Good idea.
But what are you all doing here? Emiko stood beside Mother, waiting for her turn for a hug. Kaida happily obliged, wrapping her arms around her baby sister.
We left Aeloria's grace,
Emiko explained. Why?
We decided that if you couldn't come live with us in the Milky Way, we would come live on your world instead.
A surge of happiness and relief washed over Kaida at the thought of having her family close by. I'm so glad you want to be here. This is a beautiful world and an amazing colony. The party was in full swing, with a lavish spread of food on the table. Sia had even allowed her 3 children to stay up late for the occasion. Jaxon appeared at Kaida's side with a mischievous grin.
What took you so long, love?
The Echo's situation is worse than we anticipated. Her eyes widened as she caught sight of Mark, David, Cruz, and Judah among the guests. Judah looked healthy and lively, a sight that brought tears to Kaida's eyes once again. She clasped her hands together in joy. Judah is well.
Yes, And that was another reason for us all to celebrate.
Jaxon patted her shoulder affectionately.
Your family still doesn't know about us.
Don't remind me. Kaida rubbed her temples wearily before taking a deep breath and smiling. But at least Judah has made a full recovery. That is certainly cause for celebration. The night wore on, filled with revelry and merriment. But as she looked around at the smiling faces surrounding her, Kaida couldn't help but feel a nagging sense of unease. Something was amiss. It wasn't until Sia joined her after putting her children to bed that Kaida's suspicions were confirmed. Sia, she called out, linking arms with her girlfriend.
Yes.
Sia replied. Have you seen Kendra? A shadow passed over Sia's face.
Oh, didn't Jaxon tell you?
Tell me what? Kaida pressed. Sia hesitated before delivering the news.
Kendra's gone back to Talos. She's on a mission to take down the godfather of the Red Knight army.
As the night drew to a close, Kaida stumbled to one of the guest bedrooms in a drunken haze. She collapsed onto the bed, head spinning. Jaxon stumbled in after her, his own steps betraying his intoxicated state. He leaned against the wall, trying to focus on Kaida.
Hey,
he slurred, frowning. Kaida waved him off. Leave me be, Jaxon. I don't want Okasan to find out. It's about us. Jaxon chuckled drunkenly.
Don't worry, she saw me kiss Sia earlier.
Kaida groaned as she felt the room tilt even more. How are we going to keep this hidden? A polygamous relationship. It's too complicated. Jackson's frown deepened and he glared at her.
Speaking of complications, I can't get in touch with Kendra. You need to contact the Talosian space military.
Kaida's mind cleared. Alert. Let's turn on the light. Jaxon did as ordered and Kaida fumbled for her communicator. She called Captain Jennings, who had commanded the Silver crew. The room was silent except for the ringing of the communicator. Captain Jennings appeared on the screen, her expression grave.
Commander Kaida, have you seen Major Harlow?
She asked. Kaida shook her head. No. Jaxon said he couldn't reach her, and...
She left 5 hours ago.
Jaxon interjected. Captain Jennings let out a heavy sigh.
Yes, that's when she contacted me too. When you say 5 hours, do you mean Talosian hours?
Yes.
Jaxon confirmed.
7 hells.
Captain Jennings cursed, running a hand through her hair.
In that case, Major Harlow and the Quantum Dreamweaver are missing. She told me she was heading straight to you.
Panic gripped Kaida's heart as she listened to their conversation unfold. One of their most crucial assets in their fight against Echoes and in their humanitarian efforts had vanished without a trace. As Kaida ended the call with Jennings, she rubbed her temples in frustration. This was a major setback in their plans. Jaxon moved closer to her, scanning Kaida's distressed face.
We'll figure this out, Kaida. We always do.
Did you check the pyramid? She asked, trying to think of any possible leads.
I did. Just got back from there, actually.
Jaxon replied.
The guards said Kendra left alone in the QD 5 hours ago.
Kaida swore, rubbing her hands on her pants. Did you contact Damien yet?
No. Why?
Because he told you he needed a month to train those alien guys. It's been over a month now, Kaida explained, thinking about how they could not collect him with the QD. Jackson's expression turned grave as he realized the implications. Kaida sighed, feeling the weight of their situation bearing down on her. Try contacting him now. He may have to find another way to search for his girlfriend. If the Crypt tribe truly left behind a fleet of spaceships, perhaps he can use one of them.
Chapter 19. The Baron's Hotel.
The Baron sat atop the highest tower of his new hotel on Microxus, surveying his latest conquest. The rustic charm of Hope's Crossing was now overshadowed by the glimmering symbol of his power and wealth. It had been one of his whores who came up with the name for the hotel, Celestial Heights, a fitting moniker for a destination that promised luxury among the stars. But beneath this shining surface, the Baron had secrets hidden away, guarded by architects paid handsomely for their silence. An inverted pyramid, tucked below Celestial Heights, held precious echoes and other illicit substances in high-tech containers. In the solitude of his opulent office, the Baron sat behind a desk of polished ebony, steepling his fingers in contemplation. It was time to make a crucial call. With shallow breaths, he tapped his comm band and summoned Lysander, representative of the Red Knight Army godfather. The man emerged from the floor with little fanfare, but the Baron couldn't hide his anticipation. "Lysander," he said smoothly, "I have news that will interest your godfather. 2 years ago, I dispatched a team to Microxus in the Triangulum Galaxy. They've successfully infiltrated and smuggled in a substantial amount of echoes." Lysander raised an eyebrow.
Impressive. I wasn't aware you had operations in that galaxy.
"I always keep a few cards hidden," the Baron replied with a small smile. "It's necessary in our line of work." He left out any mention of his secret weapon, the quantum Dreamweaver, which he intended to use for himself, far away from prying eyes. As for the echoes, he continued, they're safely stored on Microxus. Lysander scratched his jaw as his dark eyes flicked upwards briefly.
Microxus. Where have I heard that before?
But before the Baron could explain, Lysander's attention had already moved on.
Ah, the starship captain with a planet to his name, the one who killed Corrigan. Interesting.
Jaxon Orion, the Baron said with a smirk, remembering how easily he had manipulated the captain into surrendering his money.
And how much echoes did you transport?
Lysander asked. Approximately 900 liters of liquid, the Baron replied.
Not a lot, but I understand your need for discretion.
I have more on its way, the Baron revealed.
How close is it to Microxus?
It should arrive within a couple of weeks.
When you say weeks, what do you mean exactly?
The standard Talosian calendar.
Good, just checking.
Lysander's eyes narrowed as he calculated.
900 liters is still a significant amount. My godfather will be pleased. Where do you plan to trade it? What's your next move?
The Baron leaned back in his chair, the leather creaking softly. Expansion, of course. Microxus is just the beginning. With my resources, I intend to dominate the market not only in this galaxy, but beyond. Lysander laughed.
Isn't this great? I'll relay your message to my godfather. Efficiency and ambition are qualities he values, which you seem to possess in abundance.
The Baron waved away the praise, though deep down he reveled in the thought of conquering galaxies. As the call ended, he gazed out the window once more, his eyes lingering on the distant mountain peaks. A hint of satisfaction spread through him, knowing that beneath the surface of this seemingly tranquil colony lay his empire's dark heart. But there was a stubbornness in the major he had captured. No matter how much pain he inflicted, she refused to reveal any information about controlling the quantum Dreamweaver. Frustrated, the Baron tapped at his comm band once again, inviting Ma, Pi, and Diumil for lunch. In the grand banquet hall of Celestial Heights, the Baron watched as his family marveled at the lavish spread before them. The room was a feast for the senses, with exotic aromas wafting through the air, and native flowers adorning every table. As they chattered and laughed, the Baron reclined with a mask of warmth on his face. He couldn't help but grit his teeth, irritated by their simple-minded pleasures and lack of ambition. If not for his hard work and determination, he would have remained poor like them. But some people just knew how to attract wealth while others blocked their own paths to success with ignorance. Casually drawing an encryption orb around their group, the Baron leaned forward and swirled his wine glass. So, Ma, what do you think about the quantum Dreamweaver? Ma gasped and quickly covered her mouth.
Shay, we're not supposed to talk about it.
Oh, come now,
Par said.
Kurad has blocked any prying ears from listening.
He gestured towards the glimmering orb surrounding them.
See.
Though her hand remained over her mouth, Ma's eyes sparkled with amusement. Do you all find the quantum Dreamweaver fascinating? The Baron's gaze swept over his family, their faces dark blue and full of wonder.
It most certainly is, darling,
Ma replied. The Baron shrugged. I can't quite wrap my head around how one pilots such a thing. It all seems like spiritual mumbo-jumbo to me. Ma, loosened by the fine wine and festive atmosphere, chuckled.
Oh, it's quite simple, really. The Major. What was her name?
Kendra.
Diumil interjected.
Yes, Kendra.
Ma continued.
I believe she simply meditates to the place she wishes to go. I've even tried something similar in my meditation classes, visualizing myself in another location. It's quite soothing.
But Par snorted.
Sounds like nonsense to me. How can mere thoughts transport you somewhere?
It's advanced technology, Par.
Diumil argued.
Beyond our understanding, but it works. The Major showed us once, remember?
She showed you. The Baron's voice rose in pitch.
Well, kind of.
Diumil admitted.
She did she?
Par bellowed with laughter, as he gripped his jiggling belly.
I suppose I was too grateful for being rescued from that hellhole to question her methods.
Raising an eyebrow, the Baron mused aloud. Meditation. And that's all it takes? Seems far too easy for something so complex.
That's just my speculation, of course.
Ma quickly added. Par waved his hand dismissively.
You're probably wrong.
But deep down, the Baron couldn't shake off the idea that maybe there was more to this quantum Dreamweaver than meets the eye. And if it truly was as simple as meditating to a desired location, well, perhaps he could use that knowledge to his advantage in conquering even more galaxies.
They spoke of coordinates when we went to meet Gored at Fort Valor,
she remarked.
They mentioned visualization as well.
Diumil interjected. Actual coordinates. The Baron's expression hardened, realization dawning upon him.
Yes, Korad.
Ma took a sip of her wine before cutting into a succulent bird native to Microxus.
I suppose those who meditate also focus on the coordinates.
The Baron listened intently, his mind churning with a plan. His seemingly ordinary family had just unknowingly provided him with the final piece to unlocking the secrets of the quantum Dreamweaver. As the feast continued, the Baron played the role of the doting son and brother, his laughter and smiles expertly timed. But beneath the facade, his thoughts were consumed by his next move. Later, as he raised a toast, he gazed at his family. "I want you all to move into celestial heights. You'll never have to work again." His family cheered and expressed gratitude, but deep down, the Baron felt nothing. They were merely pawns in his grand scheme, useful for now, but ultimately dispensable.
And can Damien come live with us?
Ma asked eagerly. "When will he arrive?" He replied quickly. Damien was the only brother the Baron truly cared for.
Soon,
Ma replied.
Major Kendra will bring him back in the quantum Dreamweaver.
The Baron's eyes widened involuntarily. Where?
He's been stranded on a desolate planet where the Crypt tribe once held their headquarters.
Ma explained.
He was working undercover there as an agent.
But is he safe?
Quite so.
Ma smiled.
He has made friends with the locals.
Oh. The Baron raised an eyebrow.
In fact, Jaxon mentioned that he would be calling Damien to arrange for his pickup in the Golden Craft.
Excellent. As the revelry continued, the Baron's thoughts were already racing ahead. With the knowledge of how the quantum Dreamweaver functioned, he was one step closer to achieving his ultimate goal. The power to travel through galaxies with a single thought was within his grasp, and he intended to seize it. He would have liked to retrieve Damien from Aetheris as well, but that was impossible without revealing his possession of it. Descending into the underground levels of celestial heights, the Baron led his 10 ninjas through winding corridors. The air grew colder as they approached the entrance to his hidden pyramid. This inverted structure, buried deep beneath the opulent exterior, was a stronghold of secrecy. There, at the entrance to the topmost floor of the pyramid, a series of advanced security measures greeted them. The first was a biometric scanner. He placed his hand on the glimmering panel, and it hummed softly as it analyzed his genetic markers. A holographic display projected his DNA helix, verifying his identity through a complex interplay of lights and colors. Next, a retinal scan commenced. Leaning forward, the Baron aligned his eye with the scanner's beam. A faint blue light scanned his iris patterns while its AI checked against an encrypted database for authentication. Following the biometric checks, a voice recognition system activated.
"State your purpose,"
a synthesized voice demanded. "To access the heart of my empire," the Baron replied coolly. The system analyzed his vocal patterns and matched them to a pre-recorded sample for verification. Finally, a quantum field generator enveloped him in a translucent energy field. It searched for any unauthorized devices or weapons before allowing entry into the inner sanctum. Amidst the darkness, the ninjas remained stoic and patient as they underwent intense security checks. Finally, the entrance to the pyramid's uppermost floor opened with a quiet hiss, revealing the stronghold of the Void Vanguard. High-tech equipment and monitors lined the walls, casting an eerie glow over the organized space. Descending in an elevator to the tip of the pyramid, they reached the secret hangar housing their prized possession, on the quantum Dreamweaver. Its metallic exterior gleamed under the precise lighting, appearing like a precious gem floating in space. 10 trusted ninjas stood in shadows, their black suits blending into the darkness. "Our grip on the galaxy will be solidified tonight," the Baron announced, his voice echoing off the walls. "The quantum Dreamweaver is ours, and with it we shall conquer the universe." With a nod to his ninjas, he climbed into the sphere. As his loyal followers boarded behind him, the Baron took deep breaths and held them before releasing them. The power of the Dreamweaver was at his fingertips, a tool for ultimate domination. "Prepare yourselves," he commanded from his seat on the central platform. "Our destination is a rebel colony on an abandoned space station. We are there to obtain more echoes, a quantity that will surpass our current supply." The ninjas nodded in understanding as they took their positions around their leader. Remembering his mother's teachings, the Baron closed his eyes and focused his mind. He pictured the coordinates of their destination, visualizing the abandoned space station in vivid detail. A soft hum filled the air as the Dreamweaver responded to its master's command.
Chapter 20. All-Fed Training. The Talosian month that followed Damien and the Dolpheds' triumphant mission to the Crypt Tribe's nucleus headquarters was a time of intense learning and collaboration. Damien took on the role of an instructor, imparting his knowledge to 10 eager Dolpheds in the ways of piloting space vessels and hover disks. Treasures salvaged from their successful mission. They held the training grounds near the Dolpheds' oasis, using the open space as a makeshift arena for honing their skills. Starting with the basics, Damien taught them the principles of flight, spacecraft mechanics, and the daunting physics of space travel. To his amazement, they absorbed the information with remarkable ease and adaptability, truly impressing him with their sharp minds. First came the hover disks, nimble crafts that required finesse and balance to maneuver. Damien demonstrated their controls, showing how to navigate through obstacles. With their natural grace and agility, the Dolphins quickly took to the hover disks, moving about with such fluidity one would think they were born flying. Next came the spaceship, a more complex beast that demanded knowledge of navigation systems, spaceflight dynamics, and emergency protocols. Through mock flight sessions and drills, Damien guided them towards mastery. Their unique ability to communicate through melodic songs proved to be a valuable tool during training. They developed a system of vocalizations to coordinate their actions and relay information efficiently. Damien found great satisfaction in teaching these creatures who had once depended so much on him. In turn, they shared their wisdom and enriched his understanding of life on Aetheris. As days turned into weeks, the Dolpheds became masters of both hover disks and spaceship. Conducting group flights with precision and executing complex formations that Damien had taught them, it filled him with pride to see how far they had come under his tutelage. And finally, the day came for a test flight of the spaceship. With the Dolpheds at the helm, soaring past Aetheris' atmosphere and into the vastness of space. It was a momentous achievement marking a new era for their people. As Damien watched from the ground, he couldn't help but take in a deep breath, his heart swelling with accomplishment. He had come to Aetheris as a survivor, fighting for his life. But now he was leaving a lasting legacy, empowering this once grounded civilization to reach for the stars. The training not only prepared the Dolpheds for space travel but also forged strong bonds between their tribes. No longer isolated in their twilight world, they gazed at the sky with newfound knowledge and skills to explore beyond their planet. After each day's training, they would gather around the fire, sharing stories and songs, and as Damien looked up at the stars, lost in thought about his return to Samantha and his parents, he knew he could wait patiently. For Jaxon would call him when the time was right. A month had passed since Damien's initial summons to Jaxon, and the training with the Dolpheds had made great strides. But one evening as Damien sat in his quarters, his comm band beeped, signaling an urgent call from Jaxon. Activating the hologram mode, Jaxon's image flickered to life before him. His eyebrows furrowed in concern, and he met Damien's gaze with a steely determination.
Damien, we found her. Samantha. It was no straightforward task, delving into the astral plane to locate her, but we've discovered her whereabouts at last. She's currently held captive in a mental asylum on Cyrusar, along with others who have fallen prey to the Crypt Tribe's latest nano-Nexus release.
A chill ran through Damien's body, his muscles going numb. But I thought it was over, the nightmare of the virus. Jaxon let out a heavy sigh and nodded gravely.
The virus is dormant now, no longer controlling its victims. But the night terrors. They are intense and dangerous. We must restrain those afflicted while they sleep.
Damien felt sick to his stomach, memories of Samantha's strength and power flooding his mind. To think of her in such a vulnerable state was almost too much to bear. It's horrific. Jaxon paused before continuing.
There is more news. We searched for your parents as well, and after some difficulty we located them living among drug addicts and vagrants in a squat. We brought them back to Microxus.
Tears welled up in Damien's eyes, overwhelmed with gratitude and relief. Thank you, Jaxon. Thank you so much. Jaxon shifted in the hologram projection and suddenly Damien's parents appeared beside him. Worn and weathered, their once black hair now turned white, but alive and safe. Their eyes lit up at the sight of their son.
Son,
Ma exclaimed. Unable to hold back his emotions any longer, Damien wept openly. Ma, I'm so sorry. I'll come back as soon as I can. Par nodded solemnly.
We're just glad you're alive, Damien. We'll be waiting for you here on Microxus.
The conversation continued with updates and reassurances. Jaxon promised to keep a close watch on Samantha's well-being through astral projection, and he and Annika had provided Damien's parents with a comfortable home. They even took him on a virtual tour of Hope's Crossing, showing the bustling night stalls and the Namo singing in joyful harmony. Opening up the hologram to share the experience with Jaxon and his parents, they all sang along with the Namo. Even more curious creatures gathered around to listen, and for a moment, two vastly different species came together in peaceful harmony. As the call ended, Damien felt a presence around him and noticed that the Namo songs had drawn curious Dolpheds to his side. Eager to spread the news, Damien excitedly shared his encounter with his friends and family to the Dolpheds, along with tales of humanoid creatures with fish-like tails and enchanting voices. As the final day of training came to a close, the Dolpheds held a ceremony to honor Damien and the journey they had embarked on together. The elder approached him with a solemn grace, squatting down before him. In his hands he held a small, exquisitely crafted pendant, its design both simple and meaningful.
Damien,
He sang with a crackly voice,
in recognition of our bond and the knowledge you have shared, we present you with this token of our appreciation and friendship.
He offered out the black pendant, shaped like a Dolphed's eye and etched with 5 spots representing their revered elements: soil, water, fire, air, and ether. Its soft glow mirrored the fluorescent skin of the Dolpheds.
This symbol embodies our essence.
The elder continued.
The pentagon represents the harmony of the elements that sustain us, and now it also symbolizes the unity we have found with you.
Damien accepted the pendant, feeling its weight and smooth surface. The significance of the gift moved him deeply.
We hope that wherever your journey takes you,
the elder said,
this necklace will serve as a reminder of your time spent here with us, of the lessons learned, and of our friendship. We pray for your safe return.
With tears threatening to spill from his eyes, Damien placed the pendant around his neck. I will cherish it always. The Dolpheds gathered around as he prepared to depart, their songs a chorus of warmth. Tinkering with a hoverdisk's navigation system later on, his comm band signaled an incoming call. It was Jaxon.
Damien, I am sorry. Major Harlow cannot collect you as she and the Quantum Dreamweaver have gone missing.
Disappointment coursed through Damien's veins. That is unfortunate news, as I know the value of the Quantum Dreamweaver in our fight against crime. But do not worry about me. There are plenty of ships here for me to choose from. I must make my way to Cyrusar. I must see Samantha. Jaxon nodded, visibly relieved.
That is excellent to hear. Just be careful, dear Damien. Travel through space is treacherous, especially in an unfamiliar vessel.
I will, Damien assured him. We have run diagnostics on everything.
Very good, very good.
Jaxon replied with a smile.
It is unfortunate that I will not get to see you before you go. Your parents will be upset.
Just tell them I have gone to see my lady love. Damien's voice caught in his throat. Are they there?
They are not.
He lowered his voice, a hint of fear creeping in. You did not tell them she tried to kill me.
No.
Jaxon reassured him. A sigh of relief escaped Damien's lips before he glanced at the ship behind him with pride in his voice. This vessel seems fit for space travel and should get me to Cyrusar without trouble.
Good, good,
Jaxon said with a nod.
Please keep me updated on your journey, all right? And if you should need any assistance, do not hesitate to reach out.
Even though you are far away in the Triangulum Galaxy.
I know people,
Jaxon replied with a sly grin.
As do Kaida and Seer.
And Annika, Damien asked.
She may be homely, but she knows patience.
Jaxon responded cautiously.
But when it comes to hired guns, we will have to rely on the Talosian space military, who owe me a favor.
The call ended, and Damien gazed at the formidable spaceship before him. His mind was a tumultuous storm of thoughts, swirling with anticipation and trepidation for the journey ahead. He turned to the Dolpheds, their familiar songs filling the air as they completed the final preparations. With gratitude in his heart, Damien thanked them for their unwavering support. As he climbed aboard the tachyon-driven ship, he could feel its power thrumming beneath his feet. With practiced ease, he buckled himself into the pilot's seat, the harness clicking securely into place. His hands moved confidently over the control panel, initiating the complex pre-flight sequence. The ship's systems hummed to life, display screens and holographic charts illuminating before him. Damien checked and double-checked everything, ensuring that every component was functioning perfectly. A sense of awe and wonder filled him. This advanced technology could bend space-time itself, making interstellar travel possible. With a steady hand, Damien inputted the coordinates for Cyrusar into the navigation system, watching as the holographic star map illuminated with his intended route. With one last look at the dull feds outside, Damien grasped the control stick and initiated takeoff. The ship responded immediately, lifting smoothly off the ground and ascending into the sky. As Aetherus receded below him, Damien couldn't help but feel a twinge of sadness for leaving this oasis behind. But he had a mission to complete. He had to reach Samantha on Cyrusar and make things right between them. Damien set course for his destination. The tachyon drive propelled him forward at incredible speeds, blurring stars into streaks of light outside the panoramic windows. In the cockpit's silence, Damien settled in for what would be a long journey across the vast depths of space. But he didn't mind, for the spaceship was now his vessel of hope, carrying him towards a new beginning with Samantha.
Chapter 21. A Rebel Haven.
The Baron's body loosened its tense grip as he awoke, greeted by the sight of the quantum Dreamweaver orbiting a derelict space station in the distant Carvella system. It was a precisely guided journey, bringing him to his desired destination. This abandoned outpost, known as the Outpost, was a sanctuary for rebels and outcasts, beyond the reach of the law that governed the galaxy. The craft glided effortlessly into a docking port, seamlessly connecting with the station. Technology that left the Baron awestruck. Silent admiration filled the ninjas as they watched this display of advanced technology. Leaving their vessel, the Baron led his team through the passageways of the outpost. Once a haven for rebels fighting against the oppressive regime of Cone 38Z, it now housed all manner of scum and lowlifes. Graffiti adorned the walls, telling stories of defiance and resistance. Symbols of unity and freedom painted alongside hushed conversations and clanging machinery. The air thick with the pungent scent of oil and staleness. Remnants of a people forced to maintain their own machinery. Amidst these rebels, attired in scavenged uniforms and practical garb, the Baron could sense their suspicion upon his arrival. Their leader emerged. A man with yellow skin and brown tiger stripe markings. White dreadlocks cascaded down to his waist, framing a scarred cheek.
"Who are you?"
he asked, warily eyeing the Baron and his companions. "I am the Baron from Void Vanguard," came the answer. "I seek to purchase more echoes from you." The man extended a hand in greeting.
"I am Ren Varek, commander of Carvella Freeborn."
His amber gaze held a sharpness as he assessed the Baron and his entourage.
"Welcome to the outpost, Void Vanguard. Follow me. We can discuss terms in a more private setting."
Through the maze of corridors they walked, the Baron observing the diverse group of rebels. Finally, they arrived at Ren's command center. The contrast between the chaos outside and this organized room made the Baron flinch. Holographic maps and screens displayed sectors of the galaxy, revealing trade routes and rebel activities.
"Please, take a seat."
Ren gestured to a chair.
"Let us get down to business. How much echoes do you seek?"
Leaning back in his seat, the Baron's mind raced with potential profits. Enough to make a significant impact in the galaxy. Thousands of liters. Ren let out a low whistle.
"That is quite the request, but we can fulfill it. The Carvella Freeborn has its ways."
As they completed the deal, the Baron and his team prepared to depart for Erebus, his penthouse awaiting them. But before he could step onto the quantum Dreamweaver, one of Ren's security officers, a sharp-eyed woman, approached him. With a flick of her wrist, a holographic image materialized. The replica of the exterior of the quantum Dreamweaver hovered just above her palm. The woman's eyes narrowed in suspicion as she gazed at the strange craft before her.
"What kind of vessel is this?"
she asked sharply. The Baron, caught off guard by her direct question, hesitated before answering. "It is a recent acquisition," he said, carefully choosing his words. "Bought from a retired military officer from Alpha Centauri." One of the Baron's most trusted ninjas interjected, attempting to diffuse the tension.
"It is an experimental model, the ZX Quantum Voyager, not well known but designed for deep space exploration and kept secret."
The security officer's gaze flickered between the ninja and the hologram of the Dreamweaver before her. After a moment, she nodded slowly.
"I see."
Ren stepped forward with a warm smile.
"Shall we retire to a more comfortable setting while we wait for your echoes? They will be ready sooner than expected."
Despite his irritation at being delayed and questioned, The Baron maintained his practiced smile and followed Ren through the narrow corridors of the outpost. But inside he felt claustrophobic and longed for the open spaces of his quantum Dreamweaver. He'd prefer to collect the echoes today, though, rather than make a return trip, so he obliged. They strolled through dirty metal passageways, covered in graffiti, and arrived at a makeshift bar filled with members of the Carvella Freeborn. The Baron took long, shallow breaths through his nose, trying to act calm. Yes, they were crucial to his expanding network, but each interaction was a delicate dance between trust and betrayal. Hours passed with forced laughter and wary glances until finally Ren approached him with a grin.
Your echoes have arrived. Are you ready to do business?
The Baron stood up and took a deep breath to steady himself. Let us conclude our deal. They returned to the docking port, where the quantum Dreamweaver patiently awaited them. The transaction was swift, and soon the Baron and his ninjas were back on board the craft with their precious cargo securely stored. As they detached from the outpost, the Baron took in a deep breath. Despite the unexpected obstacles, he had emerged victorious once again. As the Baron lounged in his opulent armchair, he nonchalantly twirled the deep crimson liquid in his crystal goblet, the fragrance of aged brandy permeating the air. His thoughts drifted to the vastness of the universe, pondering its enigmas and wonders. The celestial bodies that sparkled in the night sky held him captivated, their beauty and secrets captivating his imagination. With the quantum Dreamweaver at his disposal, he felt more free than ever before. The room faded away as he delved into the depths of his mind, lost in the infinite possibilities that lay beyond the reaches of Microxus and the Triangulum galaxy. The dancers, with their seductive movements, were nothing but mere background noise to his cosmic musings. Savoring a sip of brandy, the Baron's mind wandered to the potential uses of the quantum Dreamweaver in manipulating political power across entire star systems. His gaze shifted from the dancers to the swirling liquid in his glass, contemplating the power play that could elevate him from the seedy underworld of drug trafficking. He envisioned himself as a puppet master of political influence. With the quantum Dreamweaver, he could infiltrate even the most secure government strongholds and broker deals in secret. He could sway decisions behind closed doors and shape the destiny of entire civilizations. In his mind's eye, the Baron saw himself orchestrating a delicate balance of power, playing factions against each other to keep them weak and divided. He could incite conflicts and then offer solutions, positioning himself as an indispensable ally to those in positions of authority, and all the while remaining a mysterious figure, a legend whispered only among those at the highest levels of power. As the dancers' movements blurred into background noise, the Baron's thoughts wove intricate plots and strategies. However, despite being surrounded by tempting displays, the Baron's attention was drawn to another client. A silver-haired woman had entered the club just moments before. Her pale blue silk dress matched her skin and cascaded gracefully around her ankles. The Baron felt shivers down his spine as her presence swept in like a gust of wind. Her emerald eyes held a wisdom far beyond her years, and her regal posture hinted at a hidden past. As the Baron observed her from afar, there was something about her that stirred emotions he had long kept buried, a flicker of vulnerability beneath her guarded exterior that mirrored his own. She carried secrets, like him. As she took a seat at the bar, the Baron couldn't help but continue to watch her with intrigue. A subtle nod of acknowledgement passed between them, as if they were two skilled chess players finally meeting their match. He needed to know more about her, to touch or understand her. Secrets yearned to be discovered beneath her sophisticated exterior. Intrigued, and with an air of confidence, the Baron rose from his secluded corner and made his way towards the bar. As he approached, the pulsating music faded into a distant hum. Taking a seat next to her, the Baron made sure not to invade her personal space but stayed close enough for their energies to intertwine. "You have quite a remarkable presence," he said smoothly, his voice carrying an air of authority. "Mind if I join you?" The woman's scrutinizing gaze searched his face, latching onto something that only she could comprehend. A small smile played at the corners of her lips before she gave a nod and gestured for him to take a seat. Their conversation flowed effortlessly. As they delved into discussions of philosophy and intergalactic politics, their words seemed to transcend language itself, speaking on a deeper, more primal level. The Baron found himself enchanted by her intelligence and grace, every move and word exuding a potent allure. When the stripper's shifts had ended and it was time for the bar to close, the Baron revealed his true identity as the owner of the hotel and invited her up to his personal suite. As soon as they entered, she discarded her garments with ease, revealing a body that could rival any seductress in all the universe.
Chapter 22. Cyrusar.
After 2 fortnights of hyperdrive, Damien's journey was finally nearing its end. The familiar trinary star system of Sirius loomed before him, a beckoning light guiding him back to Cyrusar. He loosened the top button of his shirt as he approached the planet, anticipation building in his chest. As his spaceship descended into the atmosphere, the hull trembled gently, adapting to the gravity of Cyrusar. Damien's skilled hands remained steady on the controls, expertly guiding the craft towards the bustling spaceport. The panoramic view of Cyrusar unfolded below him, a stunning blend of green and brown in the bottleneck region, starkly contrasted by the pristine snow that blanketed the landmass above. Damien breathed a sigh of relief as he saw that Kryter, the country where Samantha was located, was free from snow. That would make for an easier landing. After safely touching down at the Kryter spaceport and taking a moment to collect himself, Damien stepped out of his ship and stretched his legs after the long journey. The hint of pollen in the air tickled his nose. The spaceport was abuzz with activity, and Damien made his way through it to the security checkpoint. A device scanned his retina and took a DNA sample before flashing green and allowing him entry. Rows of levitating vehicles lined up at a hover disk rental kiosk, and Damien quickly selected one before calling Jaxon for information on Samantha's location. Jaxon's familiar face appeared on Damien's comm band above his wrist.
Damien, you've arrived on Cyrusar.
Yes, Damien replied curtly. Do you know which hospital Samantha is being held at? Jaxon's eyebrows furrowed in concern.
She's at the Aurora Mental Health Facility in ZM City.
Damien inputted the destination into his hover disk's navigation system and thanked Jaxon before setting off. The streets of ZM were teeming with life, a testament to the city's vibrant nature and its 50-50 balance of crystal structures and natural elements. Damien floated through the bustling streets in his hover disk, feeling the warmth of spring on his skin as he took in the sights and sounds around him. He passed by levitating public amenity pods, lakes filled with Namo, and greenery intertwined with sparkling crystalline structures. The sweet scent of blooming flowers mixed with the freshness of recent rain hung in the air as the sun's rays shone down, filtering through budding trees that lined the avenues. ZM City was a melting pot of diverse beings from all corners of the galaxy. Damien observed a myriad of aliens, each unique in appearance and attire. Their costumes ranged from simple to ornate, tailored to suit their various physiques. Some with multiple limbs, others adorned in carapaces that reflected the city around them, or flowing robes that seemed to defy gravity. The streets pulsated with life as Damien made his way through them. He heard a symphony of exotic languages being spoken in floating restaurants and cafes, filling the air with an otherworldly melody. Street vendors called out to potential customers, offering exotic goods and delicacies, while the aroma of spiced street food wafted through the air. Children played freely in open spaces, both human and alien, their laughter transcending any language barriers. As Damien continued on his journey towards Samantha at the Aurora Mental Health Facility, he found the dynamic rhythm of ZM City enchanting. In the bustling city of ZM, Damien took flight on his trusty hover disk. The sights and smells of the metropolis were overwhelming, but he had more pressing matters to attend to. His destination, the Aurora Mental Health Facility, perched atop a nearby mountain. As he soared over the city, he couldn't help but notice a group of Urzias from Omega Shioka's sanctum gathered in a park below. Just a short while ago, their presence would have been unthinkable because of an ancient war between their species and the Namo. But thanks to Kaida and her efforts to establish the Interstellar Migration Accord, the Urzaz could now freely roam this once forbidden territory. The blooming flora around him invigorated Damien's senses, but they also unleashed a barrage of pollen that triggered his first ever bout of hay fever. Sneezing and rubbing his itchy eyes, he made a mental note to stop for antihistamines before reaching the hospital. But despite his irritation, his determination to see Samantha at the mental health facility outweighed any discomfort. He pushed through the symptoms and soon spotted a pharmacy where he quickly acquired antihistamines and cold fermented tea. With relief flooding his system, Damien continued his journey towards the hospital. As he left the bustling center of GM behind, the urban landscape gave way to lush woodlands. And there, gleaming in the distance like a beacon of hope, was the Aurora Mental Health Facility, constructed from amethyst, clear quartz, and emerald. The hospital appeared almost magical as Damien landed his hover disc in a designated parking area, taking in the stunning view before him. With the city lights beginning to twinkle in the distance as evening approached, Damien couldn't help but sneeze and blow his snotty nose. The organic shape of the main building, reminiscent of a natural crystal formation, shimmered in hues of purple and scattered sunlight in dazzling rainbows thanks to the clear quartz components. He took a deep breath of the refreshing mountain air, grateful for the calming scent of pine and sea salt. Within the manicured gardens, the patients reclined upon blankets scattered across the grass, basking in the vibrant hues of rainbows that danced over their bodies. Some sat in chairs or on benches, engrossed in books and games, while others engaged in lively sports such as football and table tennis. He knew from Samantha that emerald and amethyst were both revered by the serious culture for their association with rejuvenation and spiritual well-being. But thoughts of Samantha only brought a wave of bittersweet memories to Damien's mind. They'd been so in love, yet she'd tried to kill him. Now he knew it was because she'd been a puppet to the Crypt tribe's genetically modified nano-Nexus. The non-infectious version had targeted certain individuals and turned them into assassins. Before that, Samantha had had a gentle soul. As he approached the facility's entrance, marked by a grand archway crafted from twirling bands of precious stones, Damien massaged his temples. He had been in a place like this before, after a mental breakdown induced by his PTSD. That hospital had also been constructed with crystals, too, but it had been miles away in the countryside. Taking a deep breath to calm his tense jawline, Damien entered through the atrium flooded with natural light. The roof boasted skylights of clear quartz among the amethyst and emerald, illuminating every corner of the building. Wings fanned out from the central atrium, offering sweeping views of either the bustling cityscape to the east or the endless expanse of ocean to the west. After completing a brief check and process, Damien was directed towards Samantha's room. Each step felt heavy with anticipation and anxiety, knowing that a reunion awaited him at the end of this journey.
Chapter 23. The Lashing Temptation.
In the Baron's opulent suite, situated high in his Celestial Heights hotel, he found himself transfixed by the alluring Thalassian beauty before him. She had shed her garments, leaving nothing to the imagination. But could he truly trust this exotic creature? Despite his reservations, her irresistible charms drew the Baron in. As they lay entwined after their intense lovemaking, he wondered about her motives. Who was she really? The connection between them was undeniable, almost overwhelming. But as the Baron gazed at her with uncertainty, a deep longing stirred within him. "Who are you?" he asked. A playful smile graced the woman's lips.
I am Brenna, Queen of Thalassia, a diplomat sent to broker peace between our worlds.
The Baron's head spun at her revelation. A queen? It all fell into place. Her intelligence, grace, and the power that radiated from her. This mysterious stranger had sought him out, chosen him and his establishment for a reason, and now he stood at a crossroads. Would he continue playing the role of a mere hotel owner and drug lord, or would he embrace his true destiny and seize this opportunity to forge an alliance between their worlds? He puffed up his chest as he sucked in a breath. Brenna, I am no ordinary man. I am a leader, a visionary. I hold the power to shape history. Her emerald eyes glinted with interest.
Yet you have not used your power to its full potential. You remain confined in your hotel. What makes you believe you can lead and make a difference?
She was testing him, pushing him to prove himself worthy of her attention. And so the Baron rose from the bed and gestured for her to follow him. Together, they strolled through the quiet corridors of Celestial Heights. The Baron couldn't help but feel a sense of protectiveness and tenderness towards Brenna, things he had never experienced with any other woman. But this Thalassian queen had stolen his heart and filled him with a new purpose. As they reached the apex of the inverted pyramid, the Baron took a deep breath to steady himself. This was no mere demonstration of his advanced technology, but a chance to impress a queen. Perhaps she would choose him as her lover for life. After scanning his palms, he stepped forward, revealing a magnificent golden orb pulsing with mystical runes. "This is my vessel," he announced proudly. Brenna's emerald eyes widened in awe as she approached the vessel, her hands hovering near its surface.
May I touch it?
The Baron nodded eagerly, watching as her delicate fingers stroked the glowing runes.
It's beautiful,
she whispered in wonderment. With a charming smile, the Baron offered, "Would you like to come inside?"
And then what?
Brenna inquired. "We could go on an excursion together," he suggested.
Where are we going?
The Baron chuckled, already picturing their journey through the stars. "Anywhere our hearts desire. How about Thalassia, to your underwater palace?" Brenna gasped.
You can take me there, now.
"Yes," he answered confidently. "Just watch."
It will take years. I cannot leave my Croxus for at least 3 moon tides.
"This journey will only last a few seconds." They boarded the Quantum Dreamweaver, and Brenna watched with curious eyes as the Baron sat cross-legged, closed his eyes and focused. He visualized the coordinates of Thalassia, the legendary underwater palace spoken of in tales. The craft vibrated, responding to his intentions. As they arrived at their destination, the Baron took in the grand arches and intricate choral designs of the magnificent palace. Thankfully, breathable air filled the interior, preventing the Baron from drowning. But it couldn't have been too deep because beams of sunlight filtered through the water onto the surrounding coral reefs. Exotic sea creatures swam by, including graceful sea giraffes and majestic sea turtles. Through the windows, schools of fish displayed an explosion of vibrant colors. Neon blues and fiery oranges among them. Brenna gasped in awe.
I can't believe I'm home. I must see my parents.
"No," warned the Baron. "My secret vessel must remain hidden." She nodded understandingly. As they strolled hand in hand through the palace, Brenna pointed out her favorite spots with excitement and laughter that was like music to the Baron's ears. He couldn't help but feel light-hearted and free like he hadn't since childhood. Finally, they arrived at a grand chamber overlooking a beautiful coral reef. Brenna turned to him with gratitude in her eyes.
Thank you for bringing me here. It means more than you know.
"The honor is mine to be with you here," replied the Baron. Their eyes met and time seemed to stand still until finally they leaned in for a kiss that was gentle yet held unspoken promises.
You can make love with me now,
Brenna stated. "Here." The Baron's heart skipped a beat as he took in the bed adorned with vibrant silk sheets, mirroring the colors of the coral reefs outside. The chamber radiated an enchanting allure, amplifying the intense intimacy that hung in the air. He hesitated. In his mind, conflicting thoughts swirled. He desired Brenna like a sailor yearns for the siren's call, but there was something deeper between them. "Brenna," he breathed. "In this place, it feels too sacred to give in to our desires. Let us find solace in knowing that our love surpasses any physical act."
Our love?
She laughed bitterly.
We have only just met.
The Baron felt sudden perspiration on his forehead, and he rubbed his palms nervously on his pant legs. "That is how I feel. I have fallen deeply in love with you." Her laughter ceased abruptly, and her eyes widened with shock.
Oh, no. Oh.
The sudden change in Brenna's expression sent a wave of panic through the Baron. He gripped her hand. "Please, Brenna, tell me you feel the same way. I cannot bear the thought of losing you." But she gently pulled her hand away.
It's not that, Baron. It's complicated.
"Complicated? What do you mean?" Taking a deep breath, Brenna explained.
I am not entirely what I seem. Our meeting was not by chance. It is bound by a curse.
"A curse? What kind?"
You and your vessel. I sought you out for a reason. Only you and your vessel can set me free.
"Free from what?" Brenna's lips drew into a straight line as she nibbled on her bottom lip.
Years ago, during a diplomatic mission, I visited Phoebe Moon. But it was no moon at all. It was a mothership, created by and for the Nommo.
"Phoebe Moon?" the Baron asked.
It orbits a gas giant in the Sol system.
He swallowed, waiting for her to continue, his mind whirling with questions about their connection.
My royal guard penetrated the metal surface of the water world and...
Wait, I thought you said it was a mothership.
An aqueous mothership, yes.
Like a ball filled with water.
Exactly, but a massive one.
How do they keep it liquid? Why does it not freeze? Which gas giant does it orbit again? The Baron shifted on his feet.
Saturn,
Brenna replied. But that's too far from the system's sun.
Oh, the folk from Sirius have excellent science and engineering skills. I don't know the mechanics, but this is what my royal guard and I discovered.
She paused before continuing with her story. So what happened? How were you cursed? The Baron couldn't believe in magic, but how else could he explain the quantum Dreamweaver? Was it a science from another galaxy unknown to any of the civilizations he had encountered? Could a curse be the same?
2 decades ago, I encountered the amphibian spellmasters of the Eclipse Enclave.
Eclipse Enclave? What is that?
It's in the center of the water-filled mothership.
Phoebe Moon.
Yes.
Brenna confirmed. She took in a long breath and exhaled slowly.
They were powerful and magical beings. Or so they claimed. They were bound to protect all Sirius motherships and the Nomo, but at the cost of their own freedom.
Brenna's gaze turned distant.
They cast a spell on me, a prophecy of sorts. If I did not secure the Dreamweaver within 23 Telosian years, a terrible fate would befall not only Thalassia, but potentially the entire galaxy.
The Baron listened closely to her words, understanding the gravity of the situation. What kind of fate? What are they trying to prevent?
It's unclear. The spellmasters spoke in riddles. The Dreamweaver is key to averting a disaster of cosmic proportions. They foresaw its arrival in your hands, Baron. You and the Dreamweaver are central to this prophecy.
But why all the secrecy? Why not just ask for help?
They said you were a cruel and selfish man. They said you would never give me your quantum Dreamweaver.
Unless I fell in love with you. The Baron finished her sentence with a sense of wonder and realization dawning upon him. Brenna's eyes were feverish and overbright as she spoke.
Yes,
she said, her voice laced with bitterness. The Baron let out an uncontrollable moan at her words, his own feelings in turmoil. So you tricked me, he spat out. Made me fall in love with you.
The spellmasters did, not me,
Brenna replied, her tone hardened.
Their methods were subtle, woven through mantras and visions.
The Baron cringed at the mention of the amphibians, their ancient codes binding them to their actions. You don't love me, he asked. Pain etched into every syllable.
I'm sorry,
Brenna said with a shake of her head.
No.
Did they infuse you with a love spell? The Baron demanded.
Yes,
Brenna answered, her voice strained.
One that would only work on the thief of the golden orb.
Brenna reached out, taking his hand.
I need your help, Baron,
she pleaded. She told him she only had 1 year to live if she didn't free the spellmasters.
We must take the quantum Dreamweaver to the realm of the celestial architects and rescue the amphibians from captivity.
They're captives, the Baron exclaimed in surprise.
Yes,
Brenna confirmed.
But they weren't when they met me.
They knew they would be, the Baron asked, trying to understand. Brenna nodded solemnly.
It was prophesied.
What are these celestial architects? The Baron questioned.
The creators of all,
Brenna answered simply. The Baron's mind reeled at the implications of her words. Their realm holds weapons and tools to protect us all from what is coming, he asked. Brenna's gaze held unwavering determination as she replied.
The War of Shadows.
We must go now then, the Baron declared, ready for action.
No,
Brenna said, her voice firm.
We need rest.
Am I still under your love spell? The Baron asked, a hint of fear in his voice.
Yes,
Brenna admitted.
But it will be your choice whether to break it once we have completed our mission.
The Baron nodded, understanding the stakes at hand. Okay, he agreed. Let us return to Microxis first and gather what we need for this journey. Brenna's grip on his hand tightened as she replied.
Yes. If we fail, I will also turn to ash.
You have a year until that happens, the Baron reminded her.
But once we have the items we seek, that time may come sooner,
Brenna added, a flicker of worry crossing her face. The Baron felt a pang of pain in his chest at the thought of losing her. I will not let that happen, he vowed.
Chapter 24. Quantum Hunt. Jaxon lay awake in the dark, his thoughts consumed by the looming threat of Major Harlow and the quantum Dreamweaver being missing. He knew that he and Annika needed to work together if they had any chance of finding them. The early morning light seeped through the curtains, bringing with it a sense of urgency. The dawn's chorus sounded weary in the fading days of fall, and the wind howled against the windowpane like a warning. As dawn broke, footsteps echoed along the garden path, followed by the soft beep of the security panel outside. Annika had returned from her long shift at the hospital. Jaxon made his way downstairs slowly, not wanting to disturb anyone who may be sleeping. He found Annika in the kitchen, boiling water for a cup of herbal tea that would hopefully bring her some much-needed rest. He placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, and as she turned, he saw tears streaming down her face. "What's wrong?" he asked with concern. She sniffed, trying to compose herself.
"One of my patients didn't make it."
Jaxon pulled her into an embrace, offering what little comfort he could. "I'm so sorry, Annika." She leaned into him, her body trembling slightly.
"It's part of the job,"
she said through tears.
"but it never gets easier."
Jaxon held her tighter, wishing he could protect her from all the pain in the world. But then he remembered why he had to tell her about Kendra and the Quantum Dreamweaver. "Annika, something happened while you were at the hospital." Her brow furrowed in confusion.
"What?"
"It's about Kendra and the Quantum Dreamweaver. They've gone missing." Anika's eyes widened in shock.
"Missing? How?"
Jaxon recounted everything he knew, from the events of the previous night to his conversations with Captain Genix. Annika listened in silence, her expression growing more troubled with each word.
"I can't believe it,"
she said finally. Jaxon nodded grimly. Annika sighed, her exhaustion clear.
"We have to astral project, but first I need to freshen up. I don't want that tea anymore. Can you make me a coffee?"
"Of course. Do you have spare clothes downstairs?"
"I always do, Jaxon. You should know that by now. They're in the cupboard opposite the downstairs bathroom. I wouldn't want to wake anyone by showering upstairs."
"Right," Jaxon replied, making note of the location as he headed towards the kitchen counter to make the coffee. Jaxon watched as Annika disappeared into the depths of the bathroom, leaving him to prepare the coffee machine with a growing sense of irritation. He knew all too well how sensitive she was to caffeine, yet it was obvious she needed it today. After all, she'd just received some terrible news. As she returned from the bathroom, damp hair clinging to her face and dressed in white cotton pajamas, they sat together in silence, discussing their next moves in hushed, urgent tones. The morning sun filtered through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow over them as they sipped their coffee side by side on the sofa. Finally finished with their drinks, they made their way to the downstairs bedroom, a space often used by Annika for rest after long shifts at the hospital. Hand in hand, they lay down on the king-size bed and closed their eyes, focusing their minds as they prepared for their astral journey. As their ethereal forms floated through the dark chambers of the Quantum Dreamweaver's lair, they encountered ninjas with navy blue skin. "Airbusians," Jaxon whispered to Annika, communicating with his mind rather than his voice. They drifted through walls and corridors until they arrived at the top floor of a luxurious hotel with discreet touches of covert design. But something about it seemed familiar to Jaxon.
"It's Hope's Crossing,"
Annika said. Jaxon followed her gaze. "It's Celestial Heights," he said through gritted teeth. Korod's hotel. They set their intention to locate the thief of the Quantum Dreamweaver, and they found themselves in a luxurious suite where Korod lay asleep beside a Thalassian woman. Jaxon and Annika exchanged glances, each knowing that this discovery confirmed their worst fears. Korod was behind the theft. As they made plans to retrieve the QD, Jaxon swallowed the lump in his throat. There was more at play here, something darker and more insidious than just a simple theft.
"Kendra,"
Annika said, her voice heavy with worry and concern. Just thinking about the major caused Annika's astral form to drift away, but Jaxon clenched her hand, communicating through their connection that he wanted to find Kendra too. In a holding cell somewhere within this very building, Kendra lay battered and unconscious.
"Kendra."
Annika called out to the Zoraxian, but the Talosian major did not hear her. Jaxon cursed under his breath, wishing they could somehow capture this evidence and present it to the authorities. But there wasn't time for that now. They had to focus on retrieving the Quantum Dreamweaver first. "There's more echoes in Hope's Crossing," Jaxon said grimly, "and I have a feeling Korod is behind them." Annika's expression mirrored his own grave thoughts. With such power in the wrong hands, the consequences could be catastrophic. They would have to tread carefully and gather as much information as possible before making their move against Korod. They turned their attention towards uncovering the source of these additional doses of echoes and those responsible for its distribution. A powerful force propelled them out of the luxurious suite, their astral forms gliding unseen among the hotel's guests and staff. Descending into the lower levels of Celestial Heights, they returned to the secure chamber hidden beneath the glamorous exterior of the hotel. Inside one vault, they discovered many containers of echoes, meticulously organized and stored. The sheer quantity of the drug was staggering, confirming their worst fears. Korod's hotel served as a prominent hub for echoes distribution. Anika broke the tense silence.
Kurad is deeply involved in this network of echoes, and he is using this hotel as a front.
We must return and inform our comrades. Jaxon balled his hands into fists.
First, let us reclaim our QD,
Anika insisted. Jaxon nodded, and they made their way towards the quantum Dreamweaver, their astral forms effortlessly passing through the room. But to their dismay, upon reaching the golden sphere, they could not enter it. Their ethereal hands and bodies simply passed right through the craft, rendering them powerless in this state. Frustration etched across Anika's face.
We cannot retrieve it like this.
But we could that time at the Talosian base. Jaxon raked fingers through his hair.
It's not working this time,
Anika moaned.
Our only option is to return with a physical team.
But the security is tight, and we have no evidence, Jaxon said. Reluctantly, they left the underground chamber and returned to their physical bodies on the spare bed in Anika's second downstairs bedroom. As they prepared to leave, they heard voices coming from the kitchen. The two women spoke in Japanese. It was Kaida's mother, Rinka, along with Kaida herself. Anika looked at Jaxon with confusion.
Who are those women in the kitchen?
That is Rinka, Kaida's mother. She and Emiko came for an unexpected visit last night, before Kendra disappeared. Realization dawned on Anika's face.
But they do not know about us, our relationship.
Jaxon sighed heavily. Anika quietly left the bedroom to speak with Kaida. Jaxon could hear their conversation through the closed door. Rinka's voice held a hint of apology.
I am so sorry to disturb you, Anika.
Anika's response was gentle but firm.
It is no bother. I need to speak with Kaida about some hospital matters that may involve the police.
Rinka offered to leave the kitchen, but Kaida interjected.
It's all right, Okasan. We'll step outside into the garden.
Jaxon remained stoic by the door, listening as the sounds of conversation faded into the background, replaced by the soft opening and closing of the back door. His stomach churned with unease. While their unconventional relationship remained a secret for now, the pressing matters of Kendra's disappearance, the quantum Dreamweaver, and the dangerous echoes weighed heavily on his mind. He watched through the window as Kaida followed Anika out into the chilly fall air of the garden, shivering despite her chief inspector uniform. Crystal leaves from the forest littered the ground, catching weak sunlight and crumbling into glass like powder underfoot.
Outside, Kaida worried about Anika being cold. She only wore thin pajamas but had bare feet. Kaida also noticed Anika's exhaustion, as if she hadn't slept in days. And it was likely true. Anika's tone turned serious.
Kaida, we have discovered something unsettling. Kendra and the quantum Dreamweaver are missing. They are being held captive beneath Korod's esteemed hotel, Celestial Heights.
Kaida felt a chill run down her spine at the mention of Korod. Ever since they first met him, there had been something off about him. But this news was dire. She took a shaky breath. I knew he was not to be trusted, but this is beyond anything I could have imagined. Anika nodded solemnly.
And it gets worse. The hotel is a front for Echo's distribution.
Cold hit Kaida's core as she processed this information. So it was him all along? But how? Echoes was present before he arrived.
He brought even more to our community,
Anika said. In the quantum Dreamweaver? Kaida questioned. Anika's nod was barely perceptible, her purple hand pressed against her closed eyes as if trying to ward off tears.
We tried to gather evidence, but our astral projections were unable to get any.
But the Dreamweaver. You and Jaxon brought it back to Mrs. Harlow's home when the Crypt tribe had stolen it. Did you not? Kaida asked, grasping at any hope of a solution.
Yes, we thought we would be able to do that again too. We attempted with all our might, but this time we could not touch it in our spirit forms.
Damn. We must act quickly on this. Kaida's words came out stilted as she grappled with the fact that they had no tangible proof. But without evidence, we cannot simply barge in there. We require a legitimate reason. A search warrant, perhaps.
I know. Maybe with my invisibility suit, you can gather some incriminating evidence,
Anika suggested. But it must appear legitimate to the authorities. Kaida paced back and forth on the cold stone path, deep in thought. Perhaps we can increase surveillance around the hotel. Look for any unusual activities or track down Korod's known associates involved in the drug trade.
That could work,
Anika agreed cautiously. After a few more minutes of deliberation, they headed back inside. The cold was becoming too much, and Kaida had duties to attend to after breakfast. Inside, Mother was chattering excitedly about the surprise visit and last night's festivities. Kaida responded with half-hearted nods and smiles. She had to rescue Kendra, seize all the echoes, bring Kurod to justice, and retrieve the stolen quantum Dreamweaver, all while simultaneously managing the intricate legal and moral challenges of her position as chief investigator.
Chapter 25. Samantha.
Damien ascended the winding staircases and ornate corridors of the Aurora Mental Health Facility, accompanied by a female Namo nurse with mechanical exolegs for mobility. His heart raced with trepidation as they reached Samantha's private suite. He stepped onto the balcony, where she sat facing away from him, savoring a bowl of her beloved seaweed soup. It was good to see the Aquilorian woman again. As always, her naturally pigmentation was mesmerizing. Vibrant red, yellow, and orange patterns adorned her body, highlighting every curve and contour of her rainbow-hued skin. Damien was struck by her flowing blue hair cascading down her back like a waterfall. The ocean breeze carried the scent of salt and blooming flowers, mingling with the subtle aroma of her soup. He cleared his throat and spoke her name. Samantha turned with a start, crying out in surprise before leaping up to embrace him.
Damien,
she whispered against his neck, her voice trembling with emotion.
I thought you were dead.
He tried to pull away to look at her face, but she held on tightly. I'm alive, Samantha, and I've come to take you away. She released him and smiled through tear-filled eyes. Her pale green face matched the color of her eyes and pointed ears. As they sat together on the balcony overlooking the sea, a maid approached discreetly.
Can I get you anything, sir?
Something stronger, Damien replied, hoping for something to dull his nerves, but the maid only recited a list of rules and regulations prohibiting alcohol and drugs within the facility. Then coffee will do, he conceded, masking his disappointment. The maid nodded and departed, leaving Damien and Samantha alone in their private world. He turned to her, noticing tears streaming down her cheeks.
Damien, I am so sorry for what I did. I tried to end your life.
Her voice cracked with remorse.
But I love you. I'm so grateful you're here with me now.
The tears that streamed down Samantha's face tugged at Damien's heart, stirring a deep sense of guilt within him. He reached out, gently brushing them away with his calloused fingers. Listen to me, Samantha, he said in a low, reassuring tone. None of what happened was your fault. You were under their control. And now I'm back to set things right and take care of you. When the steaming cup of coffee arrived at their table, its rich aroma filling the air, Damien remained focused on Samantha. I'll get you out of here, he promised her. Her face lit up at his words. She leaned in for a tender kiss. Together they retreated into the safety of her room, locking the door behind them. As they lay entwined on the soft bed, the warmth of their bodies and the softness of the sheets brought a sense of peace to Damien's troubled mind. But just as he felt himself beginning to relax, a sneeze erupted from him unexpectedly. Samantha's sympathetic smile was like a soothing balm to his soul as she kissed him deeply, her lips urgent against his. Pulling away, she stood before him with grace and elegance, slowly unbuttoning her red shirt to reveal the colorful skin beneath. Damien was mesmerized by her beauty as she danced for him with no music, swaying her long blue waves and slipping out of her leggings. He reached out to pull her closer by her waist, unable to resist her allure. But as he helped her remove his own dirty joggers, Samantha frowned at the state of his clothes.
Let's take a shower,
she suggested.
I'll order some clean clothing for you.
As they stepped into the hot water together, it washed away all traces of dirt and grime from their bodies, the steam creating a private world just for them. When their passion had subsided, they stood together under the shower's spray. Samantha extended a color red and yellow hand to brush the water from Damien's face.
I'm glad you're here,
she whispered. I want to take you home with me, he replied honestly. Her green eyes filled with doubt.
Do you think they'll let us leave?
Let's order those clean clothes first, and then we can speak to the manager of this place, Damien suggested, determined to bring Samantha back to safety and away from this dangerous world they were trapped in. Damien and Samantha emerged from the intimate confines of the shower, wrapped in soft towels provided by the facility. He shaved off his black beard and joined Samantha in the living room, where she had prepared 2 fresh cups of coffee.
You'll need new clothes.
She eyed his worn and dirt-stained attire from Aetheris.
Let me order something for you.
A drone swiftly delivered the items to their balcony. The garments were of fine quality, tailored perfectly to fit Damien's form. He changed into the fresh attire, as did Samantha.
What is that pendant you are wearing?
Samantha inquired, noticing the dark eye-shaped ornament he had pulled out from under his shirt.
It's unusual.
Damien touched the textured surface of the pendant reflexively. It was a gift from the Dolpheds, the beings who saved my life on Aetheris.
Dolpheds.
Samantha leaned closer. They are native to Aetheris. Their skin glows with an otherworldly luminescence, and they communicate through song. It was like nothing I've ever experienced before.
Even compared to the songs of the Nommo.
Even compared to their songs, Damien confirmed. Samantha's gaze softened.
That sounds beautiful. How did they save you?
After being swallowed whole by a creature, I was stranded and alone. She gasped in horror.
Swallowed whole? By a creature?
Yes.
How did you escape?
I found a knife and cut my way out of its stomach, he explained matter-of-factly. Samantha clutched her own stomach, as if imagining the ordeal herself.
Oh gods, is that where your burn scars came from? The creature's stomach acid.
Indeed. Damien traced a finger over his chest, face, shoulder, and neck. But thankfully, it only reached this far, he said, tapping the bottom of his rib cage.
You poor thing.
Samantha hugged him tight and pressed a gentle kiss to his cheek. The Dolpheds found me and nursed me back to health, Damien continued, placing a hand over his heart. Without their help, I would not have survived. Her hand reached out, tracing the intricate lines of the pendant.
And they gave you this?
Yes, it resembles a Dolphed's pupil.
They have those strange pentagonal shapes in their pupils.
Exactly. But when they communicate, the shapes transform into patterns and stars. The 5 spots represent the harmony of the 5 elements they believe in. Damien's fingers brushed against hers. Samantha smiled warmly.
It must have been an incredible experience living with them. What was their world like?
It is a world of constant twilight. The tidally locked side is too hot for habitation, while the dark side is perpetually cold.
And that was where the Crypt Tribe headquarters was located?
She asked.
But tell me more about the Dolpheds. They sound fascinating.
They coexist peacefully with nature and each other, Damien said, reflecting on his time among them with wistful nostalgia. I learned so much from them about adapting to the unexpected. Their society is deeply connected and harmonious. Samantha's pale green eyes sparkled with wonder.
It sounds like you found a small piece of paradise there. Do you miss it?
As he sat beside Samantha in the dimly lit room, Damien's thoughts drifted to his time with the Dolpheds. They were his saviors, pulling him from the depths of despair and bringing him back to the land of the living. Though he missed their world, he knew his duty was here, by Samantha's side, and then uniting with his family and friends.
Has your PTSD subsided?
She asked. Some wounds never truly heal, Damien replied with a heavy sigh. But I have found balance thanks to the Dolpheds. When memories come flooding back, I think of them, and it brings me peace. Samantha's grip on his hand tightened as she smiled softly.
It's like you carry a part of Aetheris with you wherever you go now.
That's exactly how it feels, he said, running a hand through his hair. And I hope one day I can take you there and show you everything. The beauty of Aetheris and the kindness of the Dolpheds. They would adore you. A spark of excitement lit up in Samantha's eyes.
I would love that.
Finally, they agreed to find Samantha's doctor to discuss the possibility of leaving the facility behind.
Chapter 26. Haven's Rest.
As Morel entered Haven's Rest, she shed her prestigious facade. Here, amid wanderers and dreamers of space, she could blend into the crowd, free from the weight of her past. But as she realized she had forgotten Tweety, her chin trembled and tears blurred her vision. She quickly composed herself and ventured into the labyrinthine corridors of the station. The low hum of machinery and hushed conversations echoed off the walls, while the air carried a mix of industrial oils and recycled oxygen. The bustling station was a melting pot of cultures and species from all corners of the galaxy. Morel weaved through the throngs, enveloped in a symphony of alien tongues and intoxicating scents. Amidst the sea of faces, she relished the freedom of anonymity, feeling like a nameless voyager adrift in a crowd. Finding her way to a common area where travelers and residents mingled over food and drink, Morel chose a secluded corner to observe with caution. It wasn't long before a group of young women approached her. Their faces lit up with excitement as they introduced themselves, each from a different part of the galaxy. A green-skinned Kraken from Zaloria, a blue-furred navigator from Thessalos Moons, and an albino trader from Calypso Prime's bustling markets. As they chatted, Morel spun her own tale, that of a minor diplomat on a journey to gather experiences for her future ambassadorial duties. Her new acquaintances nodded along and shared their own tales of adventure. The Kraken botanist spoke of exotic plants that produce melodic sounds at twilight. The furry blue navigator recounted surviving a meteor shower with nothing but her instincts, and the trader chuckled heartily as she described bartering for rare jewels in Vortis floating bazaars. Amidst the laughter and discussions, Morel couldn't help but feel a longing to share her true self, her dreams and fears, but she held back, fearing any slip-up may expose her true identity. The mask of anonymity was her defense, even as she yearned for genuine connection. As evening turned to night, the group paid for a room with 4 hammocks and settled into a comfortable silence. Lying in the dimly lit room, Morel stared at the ceiling, the echoes of the station's life humming through the walls. Her mind replayed the evening's interactions and wondered about the lives of her new acquaintances, their paths that had led them here, to this crossroads in the cosmos. Morel finally succumbed to sleep, realizing that she was but one thread in the tapestry of travelers on their own unique journeys. Amidst the lies and masks she donned, Heaven's Rest provided a temporary refuge, a place to gather her thoughts and plan her next move, but tomorrow would bring decisions and dangers as she continued her quest for freedom and identity. The next morning, Morel and her companions feasted in one of many mess halls within the sanctuary. As she took a bite of synthetic pancakes, her eyes fell upon a purple and red-skinned Aquilorian, a member of her security team. Coughing and nearly retching out her breakfast, Morel realized they had found her. Even within these walls, she paid no heed to her companions' bewildered expressions or their questions. Panic coursed through her veins as she scurried through the bustling corridors of Heaven's Rest, the face of her security detail haunting her mind. Seeking refuge in a quiet bar, she purchased a coffee and weighed her options. Risky it may be, but Morel decided to return to Siam City and free Tweety, for she should never have ventured without him. It was a hiding spot in plain sight, the last place they would expect her to go. Disguised in a cloak bought from a dubious character in the bar, Morel boarded transport back to Syrisar, leaving Nebula Dancer behind for the taking. After miraculously escaping from the spaceport, Morel needed to regroup and plan her next steps. With wealth and resources at her disposal, she looked for someone who could provide a new identity and information about a secure hiding place. In the seedy underbelly of Siam City, she found her contact, a discreet forger known for his ability to make people disappear. Using her considerable funds and a promise of more, Morel got a new identity, a plasma pistol, and learned about the Aurora mental health facility. Though an unlikely refuge for the wealthy, it offered the anonymity and security she desperately sought. Nestled in the mountainous periphery of the urban area, the facility boasted strict confidentiality for patrons seeking to escape prying eyes. Under her fabricated identity, Morel checked into the facility, citing stress and anxiety as her reasons. Her elaborate story, coupled with a generous donation, ensured her a private suite and the assurance that her true identity would remain hidden. Within the walls of the asylum, life moved at a different pace. The structured routines and quiet existence of the patients contrasted with Morel's previous life of adventure and danger, but it also provided her with time to reflect, away from constant surveillance and expectations. As days turned into weeks, Morel mingled with other patients, spinning tales of her fabricated life while listening to theirs. Though based on falsehoods, these interactions brought her a sense of connection and understanding. She heard stories of loss, unfulfilled dreams, and pursuing peace, but Morel knew she couldn't stay hidden forever. The shelter afforded by the hospital was temporary, a mere pause in her journey. She devised a plan to leave the facility and continue her quest to rescue Tweety. On a peaceful morning, Morel sat in quiet contemplation among the lush gardens of the facility. Her plasma pistol was never far from her grasp, hidden away in the folds of her skirt that she wore over her jumpsuit. but the stern, commanding voice of Commander Rax soon shattered her tranquility as he emerged from the shadows. Morel's head snapped up at the sight of him, muscles coiled and ready to flee. Rax's maroon face twisted with annoyance as his piercing blue eyes met hers with determination. It was clear he had no intention of negotiating. Morel stood her ground, her own gaze darting around for any possible means of escape. She knew arguing or pleading would be futile. Rax was determined to bring her back to safety, against her wishes. "Commander, you must understand," she began, only to be cut off by Rax's advancing steps. "I can't go back." She lunged at him, catching him off guard for a moment with her speed and agility. Their fight was short but intense, their movements clashing against the serene backdrop of the garden. Despite Rax's size and strength, Morel was quick and nimble. But she soon realized that she couldn't overpower him for long. In a split-second decision, Morel feigned a move to the left and then darted to the right, sprinting towards the dense foliage of the garden. As she ran, Rax bellowed for her to stop. Her heart pounded in her ears with every step, breath coming in ragged gasps as she weaved through towering hedges. Finally, with a burst of energy, Morel veered off the path and leapt over a stone bench before disappearing into a thicket of roses. Thorns tore at her skirt and face, drawing blood, but she remained still as Rax's heavy footsteps thundered past. She waited in silence, listening as his search grew more distant with each passing second. When it was safe, she ripped off her torn skirt and hid it in the bush, keeping her jumpsuit on and clutching her pistol tightly. But just as she thought she had escaped, she could hear several pairs of footsteps approaching. Rax's men had arrived. Desperate to hide, Morel frantically tried the doors of several parked hover discs until she found one that was unlocked. She climbed inside, knowing it would take a passcode and DNA sample to start the engine. Her heart raced as she waited for them to pass.
Chapter 27. Mysterious Fugitive.
Damien and Samantha sat side by side in the doctor's chambers, a soft glow from the quartz windows casting a delicate hue on their intertwined hands. The doctor, an Aquilorian with striking pink and orange features and impeccably styled blue hair, exuded a sense of authority as he listened to their plea.
"I'm sorry."
His voice held a hint of compassion, yet remained resolute.
"We cannot risk releasing Samantha from this facility. The dormant nanovirus still lingers in her bloodstream, a potential threat if it were to ever be reactivated or tampered with. We cannot predict the consequences."
Damien's ribcage felt tight. He turned to Samantha, seeing her own disappointment mirrored on her face. "Is there no way to extract or neutralize the virus?" he pleaded.
"I'm afraid not,"
the doctor replied.
"The technology for such an undertaking does not exist, and we must prioritize Samantha's safety and that of others."
The finality of his words hit them like a sledgehammer. Dejectedly, they made their way back to Samantha's quarters, the halls of the facility seeming longer than before. In silence, they sat in her suite, grappling with the harsh reality. The once serene view of the sunset from the balcony offered no solace now. Samantha's freedom was out of reach. Damien pulled her close, wishing for some miracle that would allow them to be together. "Perhaps I can move in with you," he suggested. Samantha nodded eagerly and reached for her communication device. "What are you doing?" Damien asked.
"I am going to ask if you can stay here with me. Maybe if we explain your situation."
Her voice trailed off as she waited for a response from the doctor. A virtual image of the doctor appeared in the air, and Samantha wasted no time in presenting her heartfelt plea.
"Dr. Damien has nowhere else to go on Sarasar. Is it possible for him to stay here with me in my quarters?"
There was a moment of contemplation from the doctor before he spoke again, his expression guarded.
"I understand your predicament, Samantha, but I'm afraid it is not possible. Our policy permits visitors only during specified hours in daylight. While we appreciate Damien's support, we must adhere to our rules for the safety and well-being of all our patients."
"Thank you for considering, Doctor. We understand."
She ended the call and turned to Damien, her earlier enthusiasm now dampened by the doctor's refusal. But Damien reached for her hand, squeezing it gently. "It's all right," he reassured her. "I will come to visit every day. We will make the most of the time we have together." The next day, when Damien arrived at Samantha's suite, she cast him a sorrowful glance.
I no longer wish for you to stay by my side.
Damien recoiled. But you asked me to move in with you. You wanted me here.
Not anymore. I've had time to think, and it would not be fair to keep you bound to me.
But I...
Find your way back to your kin. Your mother will miss you dearly.
I will return for you tomorrow. The hotel is close by. We can discuss this again. Perhaps you should rest today.
I never rest. The nano-nexus has caused endless torment upon me. Leave me now and do not return.
She turned away from him, dismissing his pleas. But he could not leave without a fight. I will come back. His protest echoed through the chamber before he stormed out. As Damien made his way back through the winding corridors of the facility, every step felt like a betrayal to Samantha. But he knew he would return the next day, and every day after determined to win back her love and trust once again. The fresh air did little to ease his troubled mind. As he climbed into his dark hover disk and prepared to set off, a stiff piece of metal pressed against his temple. The barrel of a gun.
Make one move and I'll blow your brains out,
A woman's voice commanded. His hands froze on the navigation panel as he frantically searched for a way out. What do you want?
I am rich and famous. You may have seen me on social media. I am in grave danger. They seek my death.
Even during his time on Cyrusar, the man had never bothered with the local social media, preferring instead to indulge in movies from worlds and cultures more familiar to him. Erebus, Talos, Earth and Mars. In the dim light of the hover disk, he could only make out two bright blue eyes shining like small flashlights in the darkness. This led him to assume that the woman, like Samantha, was an Aquilorian. And who are you? He asked cautiously.
My name is Morel.
Came her confident reply, tinged with desperation.
They are out there, armed and dangerous. If we fly now, they may follow. Please, you must help me. I cannot return to their clutches.
A quick glance at the rearview display confirmed her words. Two heavily muscled figures in black ninja suits were patrolling outside with guns at the ready. Without hesitation, Morel crouched low on the floor of the hover disk while the man focused all of his attention on initiating its stealth mode. They needed to wait for the opportune moment to escape without drawing unwanted attention. As they waited, Damien's mind raced with questions, but he knew now was not the time to ask. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the armed men moved away, their search taking them further from the hover disk. Seizing the opportunity, Damien carefully eased the hover disk into motion, smoothly and silently gliding away from danger. But it wasn't until they were well out of harm's way that Morel dared to sit up on the ringed settee, her breaths coming out in shaky gasps. He remained focused on navigating through quieter streets, avoiding any prying eyes. As the hover disk soared away from danger, Damien activated the dim lights in the cabin to get a closer look at his unanticipated passenger. In the soft glow, Morel's Aquilorian features became clearer to him. She was certainly one of Samantha's kind, with that trademark youthfulness that set her apart. Her delicate face held a certain gentleness, despite the air of authority she exuded, and her pale pink face, almost glowing in the dimness, gave her an otherworldly appearance. But it was her long blue hair, cascading down her back and shoulders, that truly caught his attention. He wondered if that same pale pink hue drenched her entire body beneath her jumpsuit. It wasn't unusual for Aquilorians to have varying shades of color on their bodies. He couldn't make out her webbed fingers or toes because of the gloves and shoes she wore, which were seamlessly connected to her attire. But there was no mistaking those pointed ears and piercing blue flashlight eyes. She was undoubtedly native to the Sirius system. And what fashionable attire she had. A silvery jumpsuit adorned with shades of silver, blue, and purple, hugging her slender figure perfectly. It was the type of outfit that would be all the rage among Cyrusar's youngest and trendiest crowd, combining style with a futuristic touch. But despite her apparent youth, there was something about Morel that demanded attention. Her posture, even in this perilous moment, screamed with confidence and poise. She carried herself with an air of someone accustomed to being in the limelight, yet beneath it all lay a layer of vulnerability that had surfaced in light of their current predicament. "Where can I take you? For now you're safe. But we need a plan," Damien said in a low voice. Morel's response was hesitant.
I need to go home first. There's someone, I must retrieve before leaving Sarasar.
You're planning to leave the planet.
It's the only way.
Why not contact the authorities?
They could be in on it with them. I can't trust anyone. They've been making a fortune off of me.
Damien flinched. What kind of work had she been doing for these individuals? She had mentioned being famous and her striking appearance certainly fit the bill. Was she a porn star? Could pimps really make that much money off of a well-known woman?
I need to go home to retrieve what I want.
Will those men be at your house? He asked.
They'll likely be out searching for me.
But one might still be there.
I just need to slip through my window.
This sounds dangerous.
Do you have a better idea?
A headache began to form as Damien weighed his options. Who are you trying to save?
Another slave.
He cursed. There was nothing he despised more than pimps and human traffickers. What's your address? After Morel provided him with her address, he redirected the hover disk towards her home, all while pondering the mysterious and treacherous situation he had unwittingly become tangled up in. As they flew towards their destination, Damien observed Morel closely, noting both her self-assured demeanor and the fear and urgency that seemed to simmer just beneath the surface. "Why did you sneak into my hover disk? What do you want from me?" he inquired, attempting to piece together her intentions.
I need to escape this cursed planet.
She blurted out.
I checked myself into the psychiatric ward just to flee from them. It was the only way to escape. Your hover disk was the only one left unlocked.
As they meandered through, around, over, and under the three-dimensional upper-class district towards Morel's home, Damien wondered about her true story. Her mention of being a slave to a group of men raised many questions in his mind, but for now his priority was to help her rescue this other slave and get to safety. Damien expertly piloted the hover disk through the advanced architecture and sleek buildings of the district. The structures boasted state-of-the-art technology, a marvel of modern design. He parked outside Morel's house, which stood out even among the pretentious houses in the neighborhood.
Wait here,
Morel commanded as she exited the hover disk. With an agility that seemed almost supernatural, she scaled the wall of her house using acrobatic moves that defied gravity. She navigated through razor wire effortlessly, like a trained gymnast or professional burglar. Damien watched in astonishment as she shattered a window and entered the house. The sound of breaking glass shattered the silence of the night and immediately set off the alarm system. Damien's heart raced with panic as he thought of potential consequences for their actions. But moments later, Morel reappeared at the window, surprising him once again with her agility and strength. In one hand, she held a birdcage in the other. She used one-handed climbing techniques to descend from the window. Climbing back into the hover disk with ease, Morel's urgency was palpable as she shouted,
They've spotted us. We must flee.
Damien hit the accelerator and took control of the vehicle, breaking traffic regulations to escape their pursuers. Where's the other slave? He bellowed.
Here, in this cage. My pet, Tweety.
I'm about to bust my ass for some pet bird. He gritted his teeth.
This isn't any bird. Tweety is my only friend.
The city was alive with its nightlife, creating a chaotic maze of floating nightclubs, bars, crystal skyscrapers, and lush parks. The chase led them through the luxurious streets of the district, challenging Damien's piloting skills as he maneuvered through tight spaces and obstacles. The hum of the pursuing hover disk echoed in the night as they weaved through the dazzling skyline of neon lights and holographic displays. Morel clutched the birdcage close to her chest as she nervously watched their pursuers on the rear-view display.
Faster. They're gaining on us,
she yelled. With adrenaline pumping through his veins and determination in his heart, Damien pushed the hover disk to its limits, outmaneuvering their pursuers at every turn. The fate of both himself and Morel hung in the balance as they raced through the streets. The security forces' hover disk closed in with a menacing precision, their dark figures silhouetted against the night sky. The roar of plasma fire erupted from their pursuer, illuminating the darkness with bright beams of deadly energy. The city's waterways offered a treacherous route, but Damien took the risk and skimmed the surface of a lake, sending ripples sprawling in their wake. Morel clung to the birdcage inside the hover disk, her eyes wide with fear as she watched their pursuers close in. The silver bird inside chirped frantically, adding to the chaos of the moment. Damien made a split-second decision and plunged the hover disk into a steep dive towards a park filled with late-night revelers. He pulled up at the last moment, narrowly avoiding a collision with treetops and sending a wave of surprise and excitement through the crowd below. But their respite was brief as the security force continued their relentless chase through the neon-lit streets and holographic billboards of GM City's nightlife. As they approached the crowded airspace of the commercial district, Damien knew they couldn't outrun their pursuers any longer. Desperation crept into his throat as he heard police sirens join in on the chase. With 4 black and white hover tanks closing in behind them, Damien knew they had reached a critical point. In a moment of clarity, he eased off the accelerator and allowed the hover disk to slow down. The police hover tanks surrounded them, their flashing lights cutting through the darkness as they approached cautiously, with weapons drawn. Through a loudspeaker, one officer commanded Damien and Morel to exit the hover disk with their hands visible. With a heavy heart, Damien complied and helped Morel out of the vehicle, her hands trembling as she clutched onto the birdcage. As they faced the consequences of their actions, he could only hope that someone would give them a chance to explain themselves. The police officers swarmed in, their armor gleaming in the flashing red and blue lights. They surrounded Damien and Morel, their weapons at the ready. Interrogations began with a flurry of questions, demanding explanations for the high-speed chase and the plasma fire that had lit up the night sky. Damien's voice remained calm, his nerves hidden under a thick layer of ice. We were being pursued. She needed my help. I was merely trying to get her to safety. Morel stayed silent, her eyes darting around like a caged animal as she took in the overwhelming presence of law enforcement. Despite their claims, the officers remained wary, their training clear in their calculated movements and stern expressions. They separated Damien and Morel, each escorting them to different police hover tanks for further interrogation. As Damien sat in the back of the tank, he stole a glance at Morel, who clutched onto her silver bird in its cage. Their eyes met briefly, a silent exchange of uncertainty passing between them. "Tell them what really happened," he called out to her before the doors closed. And as the police siren blared, signaling their journey to the precinct where justice would be served, Damien knew all he had to do was speak the truth. But sometimes even that was not enough in this cruel world.
Chapter 28. Japanese Breakfast. Jaxon paced in Anika's downstairs bedroom. In the kitchen, Rinka, Kaida's mother and the one who must not know of their polygamous love, pottered about. He squeezed the back of his neck and spoke into the comm band in hushed tones. "Damien, hold on a moment." Jaxon swiped his hand through the air, conjuring a shimmering orb around himself. The protective barrier pulsed gently, ensuring their conversation remained muted. From Jaxon's wrist, Damien's face levitated. His eyes were wide and watery, darting frantically.
"Jaxon, I've been arrested. This is my one chance to reach out."
Jaxon took a step back. "Slow down, Damien. Explain everything." Exhaling shakily, Damien continued.
"It's madness. I met this woman who was desperate to escape her security personnel. She said she was a slave, and a famous one too. We were in a chase, and now the authorities have me locked up. They believe I am involved in some grand criminal conspiracy."
Jaxon rubbed his forehead as he tried to process this information. "Where are you now?"
"In a cell within the AZM Central Precinct. They refuse to me, Jaxon. They think I'm a criminal."
CM. Why does that name sound familiar?
"Because you stayed there briefly when you visited Cyrusar."
Jaxon's mind raced as he tried to recall this detail. "Ah, yes, I remember now." He paused, deep in thought. "Listen, Damien, I will do what I can from here. Just stick to the truth, all right? I will try to find you some legal aid." Damien's voice was tight with frustration.
"Thanks, Jaxon. I am at a loss for what to do. The charges they speak of are bad."
Jaxon nodded. "Leave it to me. Just hold tight."
"Is the quantum Dreamweaver still missing?"
"No, I have found it. But retrieving it is proving to be quite challenging." Jaxon leaned against the wall, unsure if he should divulge the truth to Damien about Korod's involvement with the Echoes network and the quantum Dreamweaver.
"And if you retrieve it, will you come for me?"
"Let us first attempt to resolve this through legal means. You are simply aiding this woman. There is no need for you to become a fugitive." Jaxon noted down the details of the police station where Damien was being held before ending the call. As he heard Kaida's mother enter the adjacent room, he quickly left Anika's bedroom and headed upstairs to take a shower. When Jaxon stepped out of the steaming shower, his body was invigorated, but his mind was preparing for the usual morning chaos that awaited him. As he made his way through the upstairs passageway, Jaxon encountered Sear's 3 children, Marina, Delta, and River, each adorned in their dark green and gray school uniforms, scurrying towards the stairs. They were making a lot of noise, while Sear was freaking out downstairs, telling them to hurry. "Morning, kids," Jaxon greeted with a smile, earning a chorus of cheerful replies before Sear's urgent voice cut through again, her words punctuated with the stress of the morning rush. Descending the stairs, Jaxon found Sear in the kitchen, moving about quickly as she juggled preparing packed lunches, snacks for break times, and filling flasks of water. A constant frown marred her forehead, evidence of the hectic morning routine she was used to. Kaida's mother, Rinka, sat at the breakfast table with her 2 daughters. Rinka had neatly arranged a variety of dishes: steamed white rice, miso soup, grilled fish, and rolls of omelet on the table. Accompanying these were an assortment of pickled vegetables and other small side dishes.
Jaxon,
Rinka stood up eagerly and poured from a pot.
have some green tea. Here.
She pushed a cup into his hands. "Thank you." Jaxon bowed slightly in gratitude before taking a sip, his eyes darting between a sympathetic Kaida sitting quietly and drinking her miso soup and a flustered Sear rushing about.
Jaxon, come eat.
Rinka pulled out a chair and gestured to the array of dishes. Her voice was warm, yet insistent with tradition.
Sear, you too. You can do that after you eat.
I always skip breakfast, Rinka.
Sear retorted, entering the kitchen and carrying 3 colorful backpacks.
Too much to do.
Her voice was tight with irritation. Rinka's frown deepened.
But it's the most important meal of the day.
Kaida let out a long breath through puffed cheeks.
Okasan, please, just let them be.
Meanwhile, the children made faces at the traditional fare and opted for a bowl of brightly colored cereal, much to Rinka's dismay.
Feeding children such junk.
Rinka tutted disapprovingly. Sear's frustration boiled over, her usually pale blue face turning a dark shade of navy. A knot formed in Jaxon's stomach as he exchanged a worried look with Kaida.
Where is Kalen? Okasan.
Kaida asked.
Still asleep. He needs his rest.
After Annika entered the kitchen and joined them at the table, politely sampling the Japanese breakfast with apparent enjoyment, Rinka's attention shifted. The 50-year-old's expression brightened as she watched the doctor relish the meal.
Oh, Annika, I'm so glad you like it.
The mix of cultural traditions and personal preferences created a morning routine that was as unpredictable as it was lively. But deep down, Jaxon hoped that Rinka, Emiko, and Kalen would move into their own homes soon. There were plenty of empty mansions waiting to be filled. When Kaida rose to leave for work, Jaxon followed suit, heading off to work.
Yes.
I'll come with you. A walk would do me good.
I'll join as well,
Anika said.
I want to go too,
Sear said, stuffing the 3 lunch boxes into the backpacks.
but school is in the opposite direction.
Why is everyone going?
Rinka asked, holding up her hands in confusion. To get away from you, Jaxon thought to himself darkly. The trio of Jaxon, Annika, and Kaida strode with purpose towards the police headquarters, their footsteps in perfect rhythm with the bustling morning of Hope's Crossing. In the streets, children dressed in drab green and gray uniforms chattered excitedly as they made their way to school while adults maneuvered through the crowd on hovercrafts and bicycles, heading to their daily tasks. Jaxon shared with Kaida and Anika the latest mess involving Damien, recounting his visit to his girlfriend Samantha at a mental institution in CM City and his involvement in aiding a wealthy young slave's escape from her security guards. I didn't tell him about Korud, Jaxon confessed. It didn't feel right, not with him in that state. Kaida frowned in contemplation.
Gathering evidence against Korud won't be an easy feat, especially without exposing our own secrets.
Jaxon cast a glance towards the nearby lake where Namo, the overweight amphibian species, lazily basked on the muddy banks, seemingly unbothered by human affairs.
It's a delicate situation.
Anika shivered slightly from the chilly fall wind.
You cannot afford to act rashly, Kaida.
The leaves of the crystal trees rustled and danced through the air as they continued their walk.
I will employ standard police investigation methods,
Kaida stated firmly, her gaze following a group of giggling children purchasing hot hazelnut bread from a stall by the lake.
There must be something within Korud's financial records or recent activities that can lead my team to the truth. But yes, I'll be careful to appear everything is authentic.
Anika wrapped her arms around herself for warmth.
Especially when it comes to the Dreamweaver and our astral projections.
Yes, Jaxon agreed. You must play your cards right. If you're strategic enough, perhaps you can corner Kurod without exposing our own hand. Kaida's expression hardened with determination.
I will begin pulling strings and see what information I can gather within legal boundaries. It will be a delicate balance.
Jaxon's belly tightened as they approached the imposing structure of the police headquarters. It was a daunting task ahead, and they still needed to rescue Kendra. Chapter 29. Love and Hate.
As the first light of dawn seeped through the silken drapes of the Baron's opulent suite in Celestial Heights, he lay awake, his eyes fixed on the slumbering form beside him. Queen Brenna, her pale blue countenance gentle in the morning glow. Her otherworldly beauty stirred something inside him that he couldn't quite name. She's more than a mere conquest, the Baron mused, a rare lightness filling his heart. She's different. Brenna stirred, her long lashes fluttering open to meet the Baron's intense gaze.
Good morning,
she murmured. Morning, Brenna, he replied softly, brushing a strand of silver hair from her cheek. Did you sleep well?
like a babe,
she whispered with a hint of surprise.
Although I must confess, it's not often I feel this peaceful.
A soft chuckle escaped the Baron's lips, a sound that felt foreign to him. Their morning unfolded leisurely, with a sumptuous breakfast served in their private suite. The Baron watched as Brenna sampled each dish with delight, her expression one of pure pleasure with every bite.
This is exquisite,
she exclaimed after taking a bite of exotic fruit. I'm glad you're enjoying it, the Baron admitted with uncharacteristic honesty. After breakfast, they shared a steamy shower together. As the warm water cascaded over them, they discussed their plans for the day. So, the realm of the celestial architects, the Baron mused aloud. I never thought I'd be planning a journey to such a place, especially not with someone like you. Brenna's laughter echoed off the marble walls.
Life is full of surprises, isn't it? Just when we think we have it all figured out.
After the shower, the Baron and Queen Brenna stood before the quantum Dreamweaver. His mind was in turmoil. She's changed everything, he thought. What am I getting myself into? As they prepared to board the Dreamweaver, Brenna placed a hand on his arm.
Are you ready for this?
He cleared his throat and jutted out his chin. With you by my side, I feel ready for anything. As the craft slipped away from Celestial Heights, heading towards their mysterious destination, the Baron closed his eyes, eager for the adventure ahead. The Baron and Queen Brenna found themselves swallowed by infinite whiteness in the realm of the celestial architects. The surrounding space stretched on endlessly, devoid of any celestial markers or discernible features. It was a realm that defied the laws of physics, leaving them both breathless with wonder and fear. As they drifted through this boundless expanse, Brenna turned to the Baron, her eyes reflecting the strange luminescence of their surroundings.
20 years ago, the Spellmasters prophesied that if we ever reached this part of their plan, we would find ourselves in a place beyond our physical universe. Here, in the realm of the celestial architects, lies the vaults containing their most sacred tools and creations.
Vaults. And you believe our quantum Dreamweaver can navigate through them? The Baron asked with skepticism. Brenna nodded confidently.
Yes, the Dreamweaver possesses capabilities that are beyond our current understanding. It can travel not only through space but also the fabric of reality itself. We must seek the vaults that house what we need.
With focus, the Baron commanded the Dreamweaver to locate the vaults that Brenna spoke of. Slowly, the golden orb moved, guided by an unseen force, through shifting corridors of shadow and light. A hexagonal structure materialized out of the white void before them. Its surface shimmered with an energy that suggested it was more than just a physical construct.
This is one vault.
Brenna's gaze fixed on the structure.
I can't say for certain if it contains all the tools we need, or if separate vaults hold separate treasures.
Excitement surged through the Baron's veins. How do we gain entry?
You must connect with it, mentally and spiritually. The Dreamweaver will do the rest.
Brenna explained. Closing his eyes, the Baron focused his mind on the vault, attempting to attune his thoughts to its frequency. Slowly, he felt a connection forming, a bridge between his mind and the vault's mysterious contents. The vault's surface glowed with a golden hue, much like the Dreamweaver itself. The orb vibrated gently in response, its patterns echoing the energy of the vault. Then, as if by some divine synchronicity, a passage opened before them, inviting them inside. As they entered the vault, the Baron was struck speechless by the sight that greeted him. The space overflowed with objects and artifacts of indescribable design and purpose, each emanating with power. Brenna's voice broke through his trance-like state.
Here, we will find what we seek. There is more here than what the spellmasters desired.
What did they want? The Baron asked.
They desired 2 items. The Chronomeld Stone and the Interstellar Synergy Node.
Brenna replied. But there is so much here. How will we know which is which? The Baron questioned.
Can you think about it? Perhaps the Quantum Dreamweaver will listen and search and show you.
Brenna suggested.
Focus your mind on what you desire.
The Baron closed his eyes once again and concentrated. I want the Chronomeld Stone and the Interstellar Synergy Node. Brenna's gaze softened as she spoke her next words.
Even though the spellmasters may have preferred we take everything, I only wish to take what they asked for. Promise me you won't reveal to them that there was more.
I promise, the Baron affirmed, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. I love you. He closed his eyes once again, focusing on their quest as he waited for the Dreamweaver to locate their desired items.
Look,
Brenna bellowed, pointing.
They're shining green.
Stay here, the Baron commanded as he marched towards the objects, his quantum Dreamweaver opening at his will. With one in each hand, he felt a surge of powerful energy course through him. Returning to the quantum Dreamweaver, a newfound hatred seeped into the Baron's heart, replacing the love he once held for Queen Brenna. She was no longer the beautiful queen he had fallen for, but an old hag with wrinkled skin.
You have them,
she exclaimed, clasping her hands together at her chest.
Now let's free the spellmasters.
What had happened? Was it the broken love spell, or the power of these tools that allowed him to see through the veil of illusion? The Baron vowed to return to Celestial Heights and end Brenna's life without hesitation. These tools were far too valuable to be wasted on anyone else's desires. I will come back for the spellmasters, he lied with ease.
But...
Trust me, she had no time to argue. As they arrived back at Celestial Heights, the Baron's true intentions came to light with vengeance. The Chronomeld Stone and Interstellar Synergy Node had granted him a clarity he had never experienced before, revealing Brenna's true form and erasing any trace of affection within him. Exiting the Quantum Dreamweaver, Brenna continued to chatter excitedly about their success while remaining oblivious to her lover's changed perception.
We have them, Korod. The spellmasters will be overjoyed. We've done it, but we must hurry and fetch them too. Let's go back.
But the Baron's mind was elsewhere, already devising his next move. The power now in his possession was unimaginable, and he intended to use it for his own gain. It seems we have done it, he replied coldly, his voice void of the warmth it once held. Brenna furrowed her brows.
Is everything all right, Korod?
Everything is as it should be, he stated with a sly smile. Why don't you rest in the suite? I have some business to attend to.
But we must rescue the spellmasters before it's too late.
She pleaded with tears in her eyes, holding up her aged hand.
Do you not see? I'm aging.
The Baron frowned, scrutinizing her face. Aging? You look the same to me. Now go to the suite and rest. I will join you soon. I promise. He kissed her cheek for good measure before sending her off. As Brenna retreated to their chambers, the Baron headed to his private quarters, where he could contemplate his next moves in secrecy. The Chronomeld Stone and Interstellar Synergy Node were not just mere tools, but keys to unlimited power and control. Sitting at his desk, the objects before him shimmered with colorful hues. The stone was dull when it rested on the surface, but when held, it radiated rainbows. The Interstellar Synergy Node appeared unassuming, a small black cube that held unimaginable potential. The Baron needed more information, but knew he couldn't trust anyone with this knowledge. He would have to continue pretending to be infatuated with Queen Brenna, while secretly plotting his rise to ultimate power and dominance. His face twisted in a grimace. Only she knew what he could do with these objects. The rest of the world was a pack of treacherous vultures, always ready to seize any opportunity for power. But searching for the information through the intricate paths of the Quantum Dreamweaver would take too long. And time was not on his side. He felt the energy pulsating from both objects as he held them in his hands, and a cruel smile crept across his face. With these tools, he could bend reality itself to his will, shaping the destinies of galaxies and ascending to a position of unmatched power. The possibilities were endless. Starting wars between galaxies, manipulating puppet strings behind the backs of political leaders, becoming a god among mere mortals. The Milky Way and Triangulum galaxy were but chessboards for his grand game. But first, he had to deal with Brenna. Her usefulness had run its course, and now she was nothing more than a liability. He would dispose of her quietly once he got the information he needed, ensuring no ties led back to him. As he sat in his opulent office within Celestial Heights, a deep hum resonated through the room. The Chronomeld Stone glowed with an eerie green light, pulsing in synchronization with the interstellar synergy node's vibrations. He blinked rapidly and licked his dry lips, sensing that something was amiss. And then came the first sign of trouble, subtle at first, but soon growing in intensity. The clouds visible from his window flickered erratically, as if the very fabric of space was shuddering, or as if the sky was a glitching hologram. His breaths came out in bursts, as cold sweat trickled down his body. What was happening? Outside, the fat and lazy Namo by the lakeside let out a blood-curdling scream, breaking the stillness of the air. Suddenly, chaos erupted as people ran around like headless chickens, some fleeing from buildings while others frantically sought shelter within. The Baron stood at his panoramic window, his eyes fixed on the horizon where dark clouds were gathering at an alarming pace. The wind howled like a pack of wild beasts, and he watched with growing dread as the storm approached with unnatural speed. Curses escaped his lips as he surveyed the Chronomeld Stone and the interstellar synergy node lying on his desk. He turned to his subordinates, their faces tense with anticipation. "Prepare for emergency protocols," he commanded, voice grave. "Secure the premises and inform all guests. This storm is no ordinary occurrence." As his team dispersed to carry out his orders, a sense of foreboding settled in his chest. This was no mere natural disaster. It was a manifestation of the cosmic imbalance he had unknowingly unleashed. The howling winds grew stronger, threatening to shatter the windows with each gust. Rain pelted against the glass. Grimly, he picked up the artifacts, now cold to the touch. What have I done? Emergency lights flickered on, casting a dim glow as the building switched to its backup power system. Outside, the hurricane raged against Celestial Heights, its mighty structure swaying under the relentless onslaught. Guests, terrified and confused, filled the hallways, guided by hotel staff to designated safe areas. Running through the corridors, thoughts of the catastrophic consequences constricted his lungs. A deep rumble shook the building, emanating from the depths of Microx's self. The sound intensified, sending tremors through the very foundations of Celestial Heights. His heart pounded. The rumbling grew louder and Celestial Heights began to sway dangerously. His eyes widened in horror as cracks spread like spiderwebs across walls and ceilings. Dust and debris fell in an avalanche, the sound of breaking glass filling the air. "We must evacuate immediately," the Baron shouted, his voice barely audible over the cacophony of destruction. He ushered guests and staff towards the emergency exits. As they hurried down the stairwells, the building groaned and creaked, its once grand form buckling under the strain. They reached the ground floor, but their relief was short-lived. With a deafening roar, Celestial Heights began to crumble. The Baron watched in horror as his symbol of power and opulence collapsed before his eyes. As he stood there, people and aliens were crushed before his very eyes, their screams echoing in his ears. The ground trembled violently, throwing all who stood upon it into disarray. He grasped onto a nearby pillar to maintain some semblance of balance. He fixed his gaze on the crumbling structure before him, watching as dust and debris swirled in the air like a demonic dance. "Move," he bellowed, his voice thundering over the chaos. "Flee from this cursed place." In the frenzied rush to escape, the Baron barely registered the ominous creaks and groans of the collapsing building above him. Then suddenly, with a deafening crash, a massive pillar gave way and plummeted down towards him. In an instant, he was crushed beneath its weight, his body broken and pinned to the ground. Agony consumed him, a searing fire that left him gasping for air and struggling to keep conscious. Every movement sent sharp bolts of pain coursing through his shattered form. Broken yet alive, the Baron could hear screams of terror and death as the storm raged on. But even through the haze of pain, he could sense something far more sinister at play. As the hurricane continued its merciless assault, emergency services arrived to save lives. But for the Baron, their efforts seemed distant and insignificant. He was trapped, both physically and mentally.
Chapter 30. In Need of a Hero.
Kaida perched in the police headquarters cafeteria, a steaming cup of coffee clutched in her trembling hands. Through the large windows, she witnessed a bizarre and unsettling spectacle unfolding outside. The sky roiled with dark clouds and violent winds, crackling with an otherworldly energy. It was as if some unknown force had disturbed the very fabric of nature itself. Crystal leaves from the surrounding forests were caught in the tumultuous gusts, swirling before shattering into a fine, glass-like powder. This otherworldly phenomenon imbued the scene with an eerie, almost apocalyptic atmosphere. Kaida pinched at her throat and shivered, despite the thick glass separating her from the chaos outside. The air had turned chill, seeping into the room and offering little refuge from the unsettling view. She pulled her Chief Inspector uniform closer for warmth as she tried to process what she had learned about Kurod and the disturbing events occurring outside. Memories flooded back of discussions between Jaxon, Annika, and Sia and their shared experiences in the realm of the Celestial Architects. She couldn't deny that her first encounter with the Eye of the Ancients had been harrowing. It had violated her mind and body, forcing her to endure unimaginable pain and suffering. But without it, she would have never met her beloved friends. This was no mere black hole or natural disaster. Something much more sinister was at play here. The very forces of nature seemed to rebel against an unseen disturbance. As she watched, the winds howled ferociously and trees bent and swayed under its force. Debris flew past her window as if propelled by dark magic. And then she saw it. A group of innocent men and women swept off their feet and into the sky, vanishing into the churning clouds above. No! She screamed in horror. Someone barked behind her, causing her to spin around. It was Commander Kroll.
Chief Inspector Takahashi, are you all right?
No, I'm not. Kaida's voice trembled as she took him by the shoulders at arm's length, her gaze meeting his pug-like face. I just saw a group of people get swept away and disappear into the sky. Kroll's eyes widened in shock.
Oh no, we must declare a state of emergency.
He hurried off. Kaida stood frozen for a moment, bile rising in her throat as she tried to maintain composure. But the image of those innocent people being taken away reminded her of the high stakes at hand. Shaking off her shock, Kaida sprang into action. She ran out of the cafeteria, her footsteps ringing loudly in the empty hallway as she made her way to the operations center. The building was buzzing with frantic activity. Officers and staff scrambling to respond to the escalating crisis. In the operations center, Kaida found a team of officers huddled around various monitors, tracking the storm's progress and coordinating emergency response efforts. With an authoritative step forward, Kaida's voice cut through the chaos of the operations center. What is our current status? Are there teams on the ground? A young female officer with bright green skin and matching antennae appeared at her side.
Chief Inspector, we have deployed multiple units, but the situation is deteriorating rapidly. Communication is unreliable.
Establish emergency shelters and begin evacuations where possible, Kaida commanded. Our top priority is the safety of civilians, and make sure medical facilities are prepared for incoming casualties. As she issued orders, Kaida's mind could not help but wander to thoughts of the quantum Dreamweaver and its involvement in this disaster. Was this a repercussion for its misuse? But during chaos, she pushed these thoughts aside. Right now, her focus was on protecting the citizens of Hope's Crossing. Amidst the flurry of activity, Kaida's thoughts turned to her loved ones. Jaxon, Sia, Annika, Sia's children, Mother Emiko, and all her dear friends. Were they safe? As the operations center continued to buzz with activity, Kaida's gaze drifted back to the window. The storm raged on, but amidst the chaos, she noticed a group of people forming a human chain to rescue those caught in the violent winds. Kaida turned back to the room. Keep me informed on all fronts. I will coordinate with emergency services and seek aid from neighboring districts. Kaida was determined to protect her community from the raging storm, and so she braved its wrath alone. Armed with a cybernetic accessory, a gravitational anchor of her own design used during her days in the Earth Space Marines, she ventured out into the chaos. The belt, pulsing with power, created a localized gravitational field around her, defying the vicious winds that threatened to sweep her away. With a deep breath, she pushed open the door of the headquarters and stepped into the maelstrom. Debris flew, and the howling winds made it difficult to hear anything else. But Kaida pressed on, her eyes scanning for any citizens in need of help. She came across a group trapped under a fallen tree, and without hesitation, activated another feature of her belt, a strength augmentation module. Her cybernetic limbs, reinforced by the belt's power, allowed her to lift the heavy tree and free the trapped individuals. Everyone head to the nearest shelter, Kaida shouted over the roar of the wind as she guided the dazed citizens to safety. Despite the anchoring device, Kaida felt every ounce of strain as she battled against nature's fury. But she did not falter, moving from one emergency to another, lending aid wherever needed. As she navigated through treacherous streets, aided by her powerful limbs and enhanced technology, a thought struck Kaida. Sia's children. Were they safe at school? With determined strides, she headed towards the school, facing off against the relentless gusts. Upon arrival at the school, Kaida received the news that the teachers had safely evacuated all the children to underground eco-communities designed for such crises. Relieved but not slowing down, she joined in on efforts to evacuate more citizens to these havens of safety. Amidst her rescue efforts, Kaida took a quick detour to check on her own loved ones at home. As she approached her house, fear and apprehension gripped her at the sight of it amidst the storm's fury. Inside, she found Sia, Mother, Emiko, and Kaylin huddled together in the downstairs bathroom, tears streaming down their faces. She reassured Sia that her children were safe, and they all clung to each other for comfort. She knew they must act swiftly, for the situation was dire. Her mind raced through countless options, discarding each one as too perilous. The idea of lifting them and flying them like kites crossed her mind, but the dangers were too great. Any unforeseen object crashing into them could mean instant death. But staying put was not an option either. The merciless hurricane had already claimed several homes similar to theirs, tossing them skyward like rag dolls with its unbridled fury. Even the sturdiest structures were at risk of being torn apart. Then Kaida remembered a relic from her past that could be their salvation. In the depths of her garage lay an old drill runner, a sturdy subterranean vehicle designed for navigating through treacherous underground networks. She wasted no time and made her way to the garage. The drill runner stood tall and proud, covered in a thick layer of dust. It had been built to withstand intense pressure and debris perfect for braving the storm-ravaged tunnels. Kaida retrieved her cybernetic toolkit and set to work, her skilled hands moving with precision and speed. She upgraded the navigation system with state-of-the-art technology, ensuring they would evade any potential cave-ins or obstacles in the intricate network of tunnels. Next, she reinforced the exterior with lightweight yet incredibly durable materials, providing a makeshift armor against falling debris and powerful winds. With the modifications complete, Kaida called out to her family. Quickly now, we must make our way through the tunnels. Her mother, Emiko, Kaylin, and Sia followed her into the garage, still shaken but hopeful at the sight of their escape vehicle. They piled into the spacious cargo area that Kaida had thoughtfully equipped with cushioned seats and safety harnesses. Strapping herself into the driver's seat, Kaida fired up the drill runner's engines and its drills started spinning. She maneuvered the vehicle through the underground maze, guided by advanced GPS and sonar technology. The powerful headlights cut through the darkness as they descended deeper into the earth. The ride was bumpy, but Kaida's expert piloting skills kept them on course, and with each passing moment, their hope for survival grew stronger. As they traversed through the vast expanse of caverns and winding passages, the sturdy hull of the drill runner shielded them from any stray debris or falling rocks. After what seemed like an endless trek, they finally reached their destination, a hidden eco-community nestled deep within the earth. Emerging from a tunnel opening, the shelter staff greeted with relief the group. Kaida guided her family out of the vehicle, ensuring their safety before entrusting them to the care of the community. With heavy limbs, she prepared to return to the treacherous surface. As Chief Inspector, it was her duty to brave the chaos of the storm. Steeling herself, Kaida climbed back into the pilot's seat and set off. Hours passed as Kaida battled against the elements, her uniform tattered and worn. Though her expression remained resolute, her weary eyes betrayed her exhaustion. Annika and Jaxon were out there somewhere, lost in the violent storm. But Kaida knew she couldn't focus on finding them when so many others needed her help. Returning to headquarters, Kaida delivered a detailed report on the situation outside, her voice steady despite her fatigue. We've done what we can for now, she addressed her team. Let us continue monitoring the storm and coordinating with rescue efforts. I will be in my office if needed.
Chapter 31. Unjustly Accused.
Damien slouched in his prison cell, feeling wronged and vengeance burning within him. He had only sought to aid a woman he believed to be in danger, yet he found himself treated as a common criminal. The jingle of keys announced the arrival of a guard with a cat-like visage, a Serifus Catman. His expression was inscrutable as he unlocked the cell door.
You're free to go.
The guard stated flatly. Free? Why? Damien asked. The guard merely shrugged and motioned for him to follow. As Damien processed his release at the police station, he emerged into the bustling streets of Xi'an. The vibrant sounds and sights assaulted him, almost overwhelming him. A sudden honk of a horn caught his attention, and he turned to see a shiny red hover disk parked nearby. Morel sat behind the controls, her pale pink face contorted into a triumphant smile. She gestured for him to enter. Damien hesitated but ultimately approached the hover disk. Morel, how did you?
I bribed the police.
Her bright blue eyes twinkled mischievously.
Some hypnosis may have been involved as well. And don't worry about my security guards, they are preoccupied with answering questions. We must leave Sarasar immediately.
Her words rang through Damien's mind as her majestic silver and white bird flew around them.
Whoa,
exclaimed the bird.
I nearly thought I would end up in an aviary.
Damien's jaw dropped in shock. What in the seven hells?
Young man, all animals possess consciousness.
The bird remarked proudly as it preened its feathers. But you can talk.
Of course I can talk.
The bird chirped a sweet melody. Damien could only squint and shake his head in disbelief.
We do not have time for this.
Morel interjected, her tone impatient.
My security team will soon capture us again if we linger. You can converse with Tweety later. Right now, we must flee this world.
He thought of Samantha, but she had clarified that she did not want him to return. I have a spaceship at the spaceport, he blurted out. Without another word, they hurried towards the spaceport, the bustling cityscape of Xi'an passing by in a blur. As they hurried through the crowded terminal, Morel remained composed, her confidence unshaken. After successfully passing through security clearance and identity checks, they paid the fees and sprinted towards Damien's spaceship. Damien flew the spaceship into Sarasar's orbit. An array of controls and displays beeped and buzzed in the cockpit as the endless expanse of space sprawled out before them. Morel perched next to him, her feathered companion resting on her shoulder, her gaze firmly fixed on the view screen.
So what's our course now?
She asked. With a brief glance towards her, Damien replied, his hands steady on the controls. I had thought of making our way to the Triangulum galaxy, but it would be a 2-year journey at hyperspeed, and we are low on fuel for gathering tachyons. Plus, communication is impossible during hyperdrive.
That sounds dire.
Tweety interjected.
Birds need air to fly, you know.
This vessel has sufficient air supply.
Morel stated matter-of-factly.
But it lacks the natural beauty of open skies and verdant trees.
Tweety countered. Morel furrowed her brow in contemplation.
We must come up with a plan, a place to lay low and replenish our resources. Do you have any allies who could assist us?
Damien nodded grimly. Yes, I have a friend by the name of Jaxon stationed in the Triangulum galaxy.
How may he be of aid to us?
He has connections that may prove useful. Are we truly wanted by law enforcement?
I can't say for certain. I used my powers to manipulate and bribe a few individuals. If they wish to cover their tracks, they may leave us alone, but if not, we may be considered fugitives on Sarasar.
Damien cursed. He prayed Jaxon would retrieve the quantum Dreamweaver, allowing him to reunite with his family sooner. His heart ached for Samantha, and he longed for her embrace, but he couldn't return to her when she didn't want him around. He contacted Jaxon's frequency, the communication line crackling with static. But there was no immediate response. Damien left a message detailing their predicament and requesting guidance on where to find resources and fuel. After concluding the call, Damien turned to Morel. We must wait for Jaxon's reply. In the meantime, we must consider our options. Do you have any ideas on where we may seek refuge? Morel chewed her lower lip in thought.
Perhaps someplace remote. A hidden location where we can remain unseen by prying eyes.
Damien nodded, bringing up a map of nearby stars. I know of a few such places off the beaten space lanes. We could journey there while awaiting Jaxon's response. I have an acquaintance on Cygnus.
Where is that?
It orbits a binary sun known as Solus Gemini.
I am unfamiliar with that.
He pointed to the chart before them. Do you see this sector? This is the constellation of Cygnus, situated in the northern cross region of the Milky Way. His finger traced along the bright cluster of stars on the display. It rests near the Great Rift, a dark stretch in our galaxy filled with dense interstellar dust clouds. Morel leaned closer, her gaze following his movements on the chart.
It sounds interesting. How's it better than other locations?
A smile tugged at Damien's lips as he eagerly shared his knowledge. Cygnus is renowned for its dazzling stars and celestial bodies. It is home to Cygnus X1, one of the most extensively studied black holes in our galaxy, and there lies Deneb, a supergiant star, one of the most luminous celestial bodies visible from Earth. Tweety chirped before speaking.
Have you ventured to Earth?
Damien chuckled. More times than I can count. Morel's expression turned wistful.
Deneb, you say? Are there any habitable worlds orbiting that supergiant star?
Yes, there are several inhabited planets circling Deneb. It is also part of the Summer Triangle, a renowned pattern of stars. There are countless forms of life and civilizations residing in that region of the Milky Way.
Why not journey to one of those worlds instead, then? It sounds like an adventure.
Morel's eyes were fixed on the constellation. I have a friend on Cygnus, he said, and it has been many years since we last met. As Damien guided her through the wonders of the star chart, the cockpit became a makeshift classroom, brimming with knowledge and discovery. The vastness of space seemed to dwarf their current predicament, as they marveled at the beauty and mystery that lay beyond the confines of Cyrusar. Suddenly, Tweety flapped overhead and interrupted their reverie. He landed on Morella's shoulder and pointed a wing towards the view screen.
Look.
The view screen displayed a strange and chaotic event in the Triangulum galaxy, visible even from their far-reaching position. Cosmic dust swirled and energy disturbances rippled across the galaxy, creating a mesmerizing yet foreboding sight. Morel could not contain her curiosity.
What is that?
I don't know. Damien replied with a furrowed brow. Cold sweat broke out on his skin, and his body emanated an unpleasant odor. I must try contacting Jaxon again. This cannot be good. That is the Triangulum galaxy. This time, Jaxon's hologram flickered onto the communicator screen, though with difficulty.
Damien.
Jaxon spoke urgently.
There has been a disaster here. A monstrous hurricane has ravaged Microxus. Buildings have crumbled and lives have been lost.
Damien's grip tightened on the communicator, his heart racing. Jaxon let out a deep sigh.
Your brother Korud. He built a hotel here and stole the quantum Dreamweaver. He also abducted Major Kendra Harlow and tortured her. It seems he is involved in the despicable Echoes trafficking ring. That drug is extracted from the brains of Angus.
Enraged, Damien's mind flashed to Visky, his beloved Angus girlfriend who had lost her life. Korud? My own brother.
We must stop him.
Jaxon swiped sweat from his brow.
He must be brought to justice for all the harm he has caused.
Kill him if necessary, Damien declared with a steely determination. But please ensure the safety of my family. Jaxon hesitated before delivering heartbreaking news.
I do not know if they are safe, Damien. They had moved into Korud's hotel, but it collapsed during the hurricane. It is possible that they may have perished.
A chill ran down Damien's spine. Perished? But how could that be?
There is more.
Jaxon's tone grew grave.
We suspect that Korud has used the quantum Dreamweaver to steal powerful artifacts, similar to the Eye of the Ancients.
Damien nodded grimly, knowing that Jaxon was right.
We are currently trapped until we can retrieve the quantum Dreamweaver, which is locked in a vault under your brother's hotel.
Before Damien could inquire further about his family, Jaxon's attention was diverted.
We have found a way into the underground vault.
His ex-captain announced urgently. But what about my family? Damien protested. The call abruptly ended, leaving Damien stunned and silent. Morel looked at him with concern etched on her face.
We must reach Cygnus and find your friend. I do not know about you, but I am utterly exhausted.
Tweety whistled and perched on Damien's shoulder, small talons clutching his flesh.
I concur. Waiting around here won't aid the situation outside.
After activating the hyperdrive, Damien's spaceship smoothly entered orbit around Cygnus. He prepared to contact Zos, an old colleague from the Manticore. While he worked on the communicator, Morel observed him closely, her eyes switching between the stars outside and Damien's actions.
Who is Zos?
Morel inquired. A friend. It's been years since I've seen her. Damien dialed the frequency. She resides on Terra Sancta here in Cygnus. I've heard it's a peaceful place, far from all the chaos. The communicator buzzed and Zos's hologram appeared from the floor of the cockpit, towering above Damien and Morel. Her brown skin gleamed under the holographic light, and her cornrows were neatly styled.
Damien, is that really you?
Zoe exclaimed with excitement.
And you're in Cygnus. That's amazing.
A sense of relief washed over Damien as he chuckled nervously. Hey Zoe, it's been too long. We're orbiting and looking to land. Can you give us the coordinates for Terra Sancta?
How did you know I live on Terra Sancta?
Kaida told me.
Oh, when did you see her?
It's a long story. Zoe smiled, revealing charming dimples in her plump cheeks.
I understand. Let's not worry about that now. Head towards Nekabadurando in the northeast direction, to the village of Raihid. I'll send you the exact coordinates.
She turned to type on a datapad. Damien entered the coordinates on the navigation panel with his fingertips. Thanks again, Zoe. It'll be great to see you.
You too, Damien. It's been ages. And who is your companion there?
Zoe's friendly gaze shifted to Morel. This is Morel. She's a new acquaintance. Morel politely waved.
Nice to meet you, Morel. I'm looking forward to seeing both of you. Safe travels.
Zoe's hologram flickered and disappeared. As Damien set the course for Terra Sancta, he couldn't shake off the dread that consumed him. He feared for his family and former crew members on Microxus. Damien landed his spaceship softly on the farmland near the frigid north coast of Terra Sancta, still seething about Korod. It was late at night, and the only sound in the serene surroundings was the quiet hum of the ship's engines as they powered down. Damien and Morel stepped out into the chilly air, while Tweety flew above them. Their breaths were visible in the cold climate, and patches of snow covered the ground. The flat, barren farmland stretched out into darkness. Zoe stood waiting for them on the veranda, bundled in warm winter clothing, a coat, gloves, hat, and scarf. She greeted them with a warm smile, though her eyes betrayed her concern.
Damien, Morel, welcome. Let's not go inside just yet. I don't want to wake my husband and baby.
Are you married? Damien asked curiously.
Yes.
Congratulations on the husband and baby.
Thank you.
Zoe led them to a spot near her farm where she had set up an open fire. As they approached, they could feel the warmth emanating from the flames in the chilly night air. Zoe quickly brought out bundles of furs and blankets, wrapping them around Damien and Morel to help ward off the cold. As they settled around the crackling fire, Zoe prepared hot chocolate in an old-fashioned kettle suspended over the flames on a rustic iron frame. The rich aroma mixed with the scent of wood smoke.
I apologize for having to talk outside. I've prepared the guest bedroom for you two. I wasn't sure if you were a couple or...
We're not. Damien blurted.
There are 2 single beds in there, but my parents are visiting as well, so it was the only available room.
That's perfect.
Morel said gratefully.
Thank you for your hospitality.
It's no trouble at all.
Zoe replied kindly.
Damien and I have been good friends for years. We used to work together on the same starship. It's great to see him again, and meet you.
She looked between Damien and Morel with a warm smile.
Please stay as long as you like.
Thank you, they both said simultaneously.
Now, tell me everything, Damien,
Zoe urged, handing them each a steaming mug of hot chocolate. Tweety fluttered down and perched on Morel's shoulder.
Excuse me, miss. May I nestle in these furs?
He pecked playfully at a nearby throw.
Wow,
Zoe exclaimed in amazement.
Is that a silvered coconut jay?
Yes, it is.
Morel exclaimed proudly.
But he's sentient?
Zoe asked incredulously.
Absolutely.
Tweety replied with a chirp. Damien swallowed hard, unsure of how to explain their unusual companion.
How is that possible?
Zoe pressed on, her eyebrows furrowed in confusion.
I'd rather not say.
Morel said hesitantly.
I'm sorry.
Zoe's eyes widened in understanding.
That's okay. He's very unique.
Zoe is an astrobiologist, Damien explained. She's fascinated by creatures from different planets. How is your rocket fuel research going?
I just applied for a patent,
Zoe said excitedly. Damien leaned forward and gave her a high five. Good luck, my friend.
Thank you.
Zoe's cheeks dimpled with a smile. She turned to Tweety.
Of course you can nestle in the furs. We'll go inside later once my family is asleep and won't disturb you.
I'm sorry I didn't tell you about Tweety before.
Morel apologized.
It's all right.
Zoe reassured her.
I understand.
As they continued to chat around the warmth of the fire, their conversation turned to recent events. Damien recounted their escape from Cyrusar and the strange cosmic phenomena they had witnessed in the Triangulum galaxy. Zoe listened intently, asking questions here and there. In turn, she shared her own harrowing experience of being abducted with her newborn child, only to be rescued by Jaxon, Anika, and a squadron of Telosians who provided shelter for her and her family until they were able to bring down the Crypt tribe. Damien also shared his own experiences working undercover within the tribe and his eventual escape with Kaida before being saved from an alien monster. Marel absorbed all of this information. As they sat huddled together under the starry sky, their eyes couldn't help but wander up to the triangulum galaxy above them. It was a haunting and unsettling sight, with the normally placid stars now twisting and flickering with unnatural colors. The galaxy seemed to be in turmoil, its usual steady glow transformed into a chaotic dance of light and shadow. Zose's expression turned sour in the flickering firelight.
This doesn't make sense. We appear to be witnessing it in real time, but the distance between us and these events is millions of light years away. It should take millions of years for the light to reach us.
Your observation is accurate, Zose. Damien agreed. Under normal circumstances, we wouldn't be able to see the effects of such an event in real time. But if a powerful object like the Eye of the Ancients is involved, we are dealing with anything but normal circumstances.
It's as if reality itself is being distorted,
Morel murmured.
If the Eye of the Ancients or a similar artifact is responsible,
Zose added,
it could create ripples through space and time. We could be witnessing these effects due to an unknown phenomenon that our scientific understanding cannot explain.
Jaxon mentioned that he believes my brother may have caused this, Damien said.
Your wealthy brother who stole the quantum Dreamweaver?
Zose asked. Damien nodded solemnly. Yes.
I need to contact Captain Orion and check on his status,
Zose said, activating her comm band. Jaxon's hologram appeared, this time projecting his entire body. He looked tired and burdened.
Jaxon, any updates on the quantum Dreamweaver?
Zose inquired.
We're still searching.
Jaxon replied with exhaustion etched on his face.
Unfortunately, we believe Major Harlow may have perished in the disaster. I haven't had a chance to search for your family yet, Damien. I apologize. Anika is overwhelmed at the hospital, and Kaida is assisting with relief efforts. This is not a natural disaster, it's something supernatural.
As Jaxon's hologram disappeared, Zose huddled closer to the fire and sipped her hot chocolate for some comfort and warmth amidst the harsh reality of their situation.
Chapter 32. Colonists. In the Chamber of Advanced Technology where the quantum Dreamweaver lay in wait, Jaxon thrust his fist victoriously into the air. The coveted craft was still within his grasp, and he could use it to save as many colonists as possible. Standing at its entrance, he hesitated, his hand hovering over its surface. Suddenly, Maftati stormed into the room, unleashing a feral cry.
What do you think you're doing, Jaxon?
He whirled around to face the Catwoman. I'm taking action. I'll begin transporting people out of Microxis into safety. It's our only hope. Maftati's ears flattened against her head in disapproval.
You believe using the Dreamweaver as an escape vessel is wise? The vault is its safest haven. You should simply pin it to the ceiling and cloak it in stealth. Do not be hasty.
Jaxon's throat tightened with emotion. Safety? How can you speak of such things when this world, no, this entire galaxy, is under threat? I cannot stand idly by and watch everything we've built crumble. Maftati's voice rose in urgency.
But have you considered the consequences of your actions, Jaxon?
She twirled around, flinging her paws in the air, and by doing so, the quantum Dreamweaver disappeared from sight. Jaxon stared blankly at the empty space before him. His anger boiled over. What have you done? Bring it back at once. Maftati remained calm, only adding to his frustration. She nodded slowly before revealing the QD once more, quickly rendering it invisible again.
I am demonstrating that there are other ways to protect it, ways that do not involve risking all that we have worked for.
Jaxon thought of his 3 lovers, Seer's children, Kelly and her family, Voss's family, and the Anubak and their families. They could all be in danger. They could be dead. He had to help them, to rescue them, transport them to safety. And what would you have me do instead? Maftati's tone softened slightly.
Work with Anika. Use your astral projection to locate those objects and return them to the celestial architects. That is where our focus should be. It might be an intention craft, but it won't take you where your heart desires without a predetermined location, and we must end this destruction as quickly as possible.
Oh, Maftati placed a gentle paw on his forearm, and her translated voice softened.
It's not just about saving lives from physical peril. We are waging a war on multiple fronts, Jaxon.
You're right, Jaxon admitted. I was so consumed with my own mission that I lost sight of the greater scope. Maftati's shoulders relaxed, and she nodded in approval.
We all strive to protect our loved ones, Jaxon.
She rubbed at her ruff.
But sometimes the most unexpected path is the one we must take.
As Maftati vanished into thin air, leaving Jaxon alone with his thoughts, He gazed upon the invisible quantum Dreamweaver, now cloaked safely out of sight. It was the best hiding place for it. On ground level, trying to load it with colonists 30 at a time would surely result in its destruction. Jaxon's task was simple: join Annika in defeating Korod's chaos. Teamwork was crucial in retrieving the hidden artifacts and thwarting Korod's sinister designs. The wind howled relentlessly, bending trees and hurling debris across the streets and into the lakes and waterways below. Jaxon braved the tempestuous elements in search of Annika, but all communication systems were down. Silence greeted his attempts to reach his beloved. Fear gripped his heart as he battled against the raging storm in this ravaged city. He pushed forward through the tempest, scouring every hospital and making inquiries about Annika's whereabouts along the way. His cyborg arm proved invaluable, its strength enabling him to clear paths and its plasma beams cutting through any obstacles obstructing his way. Each hospital he encountered was chaotic, with medical personnel struggling to tend to the injured victims of the hurricane. Jaxon offered his aid wherever he could, his cyborg arm not only a tool for destruction, but also a means of salvation. He lifted heavy objects off trapped individuals, sealed shattered windows with plasma beams to keep out the howling winds, and used his enhanced strength to support the exhausted medics. Yet in the back of his mind, he heard the AI's voice from Mafdetti's translation device, urging him to see the bigger picture. Despite his valiant efforts, Annika remained elusive. Each failed attempt to locate her only added to his growing sense of dread and frustration. Time was running out. What was once a peaceful colony had now descended into chaos, but there were other dangers looming above. Strange shadows unlike anything anyone had ever seen writhed and twisted in the air, pulsating with an otherworldly energy. Possessed colonists roamed the streets, their once familiar faces now contorted into grotesque masks and their bodies mutated into monstrous forms. The spirits wreaked havoc on the unsuspecting inhabitants, causing panic to spread like wildfire as more colonists fled in fear. Mafdetti was right. Jaxon needed to return something stolen by Korod to the Celestial Architects. Despite his lack of knowledge about its exact nature, he was certain that it was connected to this chaos. It was peculiar, though. None of these monsters seemed to even notice him, as if they could not sense him at all. Though the wind battled against his body relentlessly, these creatures seemed unaware of his presence. Every time one came near, a turquoise halo of light surrounded him, protecting him from harm. Jaxon arrived at the hospital, his desperate quest finally at an end. A pulsing aura of turquoise light surrounded the building. But as he stepped inside, a wave of emotion overtook him. The once bustling halls now resembled a battlefield littered with injured colonists writhing in pain, their expressions full of terror and despair. Through the frenzy, Jaxon searched for Annika. Finally, he spotted her. Annika was tending to the wounded. With every move she made, he longed for her embrace. He interrupted her work, knowing it was crucial. Annika, he said. She looked up, surprised to see him there.
Jaxon, what brings you here?
We must astral travel, he pleaded, her brow furrowed in concern.
I can't leave these people.
I know, he said softly, but we must stop this madness and reclaim what has been taken from the Celestial Architects. Annika hesitated, glancing at one of her patients.
Fine.
She relented.
But only for 5 minutes.
With a brief explanation of the situation and Mafdetti's newfound perspective, Jaxon convinced her to join him on their quest.
But I will return to help these people.
Annika warned sternly as they hurried out of the ward. Jaxon nodded in understanding. We'll make these 5 minutes count. In the cramped broom cupboard, Jaxon and Annika made a small space to lie side by side on the floor. The sounds of the tempest raged outside, threatening to tear the very walls asunder. With a deep, synchronized breath, they closed their eyes and let their consciousness slip into the ethereal realm. Their astral forms emerged, shimmering and untethered from the limitations of their physical bodies. Together, guided by a singular purpose, they soared above the ravaged landscape in search of the lost relics of the Celestial Architects. The ruins of Celestial Heights, once grand, lay in ruin before them. But underneath the rubble, they sensed a presence. Jaxon and Annika descended through layers of debris and twisted metal drawn to a dying Corrigan. Nearby, almost undetectable under the rubble, lay the coveted Chronomeld Stone and interstellar synergy node. Annika's eyes widened in disbelief.
I can scarcely believe it. He went to such lengths to steal these treasures.
But their attempts to interact with the artifacts were futile. Their astral hands passed through them as if they were mere illusions. Jaxon scrubbed a hand over his filthy face. We cannot retrieve these items with our astral forms alone. We require machinery or a labor force beyond our ethereal capabilities.
The Seraphis and Anubak possess supersonic technology that could lift entire structures,
Anika suggested, brushing away tears she tried to conceal. But would it not exacerbate the situation? Would the hurricane only worsen with such manipulation? Jaxon's heart pounded in his chest as a suffocating sense of helplessness enveloped him, leaving him frozen in terror. Anika's form flickered with determination.
Perhaps there is another way.
The others, Jaxon exclaimed. We all have unique abilities that might help us in this task. After careful consideration, Anika nodded in agreement.
Yes, together we may combine our strengths, but we must proceed with caution, for we do not wish to draw unwanted attention.
Jaxon and Anika's ethereal forms traversed the savage land of Microxus, ravaged by the tempestuous forces that had befallen it. Their first discovery was Sia, taking refuge in the subterranean ecosystem with her 3 offspring. Even Kaida's mother, sister, and brother-in-law were present, softening Jaxon's heart. They noted the exact location so they could return to them in their corporeal bodies. The search for Kendra Harlow proved fruitless, with no destination in sight. Did this mean she had perished? Jaxon's shoulders slumped, and his chest constricted with sorrow. Yet he must maintain a state of relaxation and control his breath to remain in the astral realm. Thus he forced himself to relax, despite the haunting dream of Kendra's demise. As they continued on, they witnessed buildings reduced to rubble and heard the anguished cries of the wounded and terrified. Jaxon's heart clenched, knowing they must hasten. The specters still held sway over the vulnerable, like something out of a horror tale. Next, they came upon Kaida outside the headquarters of law enforcement, her bionic strength on full display as she lifted a hovercraft to rescue a trapped comrade. But not all their findings brought relief. Gliding through the ruined landscape, Jaxon and Anika bore witness to scenes of devastation and demonstrations of bravery. In their quest for the 6 Anubak, they found only 4. Each was scattered throughout the colony, using their shape-shifting abilities to assist wherever possible. They discovered Mafdati amidst raging winds, using her elemental manipulation to calm the storm. However, her valiant efforts came at a great cost. Helplessly, they watched as debris struck her, causing her to stumble and howl in pain. Sierra and Lyra were sheltering in the basement of a restaurant with other colonists, but their boyfriends were nowhere to be found. As they finally returned to their physical bodies, Jaxon leapt to his feet. It was imperative that they regroup and bring everyone together. Chapter 33. Mafdati the Brave. Jaxon and Anika hastily concocted a scheme to rally their comrades at the shattered remains of a restaurant. Using their newfound knowledge from the astral realm, they divided and set out to gather their forces with speed. Jaxon's duty was to recover Seer and her family from the subterranean complex. Bracing himself against the raging tempest, he went on his journey. The winds howled like a pack of wolves, drowning out any other sounds. The occasional crash of debris or the roar of a mutated creature added to the cacophony. Debris, building material, and colonists flew without mercy, yet Jaxon persevered. His cybernetic arm proved to be invaluable as he bulldozed through obstacles that would have stopped most mortals in their tracks. Upon reaching the underground haven, the scent of smoke and destruction filled the air. Jaxon's relief at finding Seer and her family unharmed quickly transformed into despair. The once peaceful refuge had devolved into a waking nightmare. It was a terrifying sight, its once peaceful atmosphere now transformed into a nightmare of mutated creatures and violence. Many of its inhabitants had changed into grotesque monstrosities, attacking anything in sight with a frenzied savagery. Jaxon's primal instincts kicked in as he encircled Seer and her children with his mysterious protective aura of turquoise. Together, they searched for Kaida's mother and sister, but found no trace of them amidst the horror. The thought of their potential fate filled Jaxon with dread. But they couldn't linger in this treacherous place. Guiding Seer and her young ones through the tunnels, fear and adrenaline coated Jaxon's tongue, a bitter taste in his mouth. But he pushed on, determined to save Seer and her family. Jaxon fought off savage attacks with his cyborg might. Half of their journey below ground was possible because of Kaida's prior excavation work. As the storm continued its merciless rampage, Jaxon, Seer, and her brood trudged through the chaotic streets of Hope's Crossing towards the ruins of the inn, where salvation lay buried beneath rubble and debris. As they drew closer, they spotted a figure hobbling towards them with a peculiar gait. It was Mafdati, struggling with a broken hind leg. Despite her injury, she moved with feline grace on all fours, navigating the treacherous terrain with ease. Mafdati, Jaxon called out as they drew near. "Are you all right?" She looked up at them with a determined glint in her feline eyes.
I've seen better days, but there is still work to be done.
Concern etched Seer's face.
Can you still use your powers with your injury?
Mafdati nodded resolutely.
A mere wound won't stop me from manipulating the elements. I can create a safe place for us underground, next to the ancient relics.
Jaxon led them to the designated spot where the interstellar synergy node and Chronomeld Stone rested, their location revealed during his astral journey with Anika. With closed eyes, Mafdati commanded the earth below to shift and mold itself. Rocks and debris rearranged themselves under her skilled guidance, revealing the coveted artifacts. Jaxon scooped up the items, one in each hand. I'll take these to the celestial architects at once.
Wait.
Seer yelled.
Let us try performing the ritual in a circle.
It's hopeless. There aren't enough of us. There were supposed to be 12.
But we can still try.
Seer insisted. He shook his head. I should go with the items. I might be able to stop this.
You should wait for some of the others, Jaxon.
Mafdati said while still manipulating the elements.
If they're not here by nightfall, go, but we don't want to risk losing you.
Slowly, an underground bunker took shape. Mafdati motioned for Seer and her children to take shelter inside.
Quickly now, it may not be much, but it will offer some protection from the storm.
Seer ushered her children into the bunker. Mafdati joined them in the bunker, cautioning Jaxon before he positioned himself near the entrance with a piece of twisted metal in his cyborg hand. His gaze remained fixed on the horizon, searching for any sign of their missing comrades, Anika, Kaida, and the rest. Suddenly, a drill runner appeared through the rubble, nearly colliding with Jaxon before coming to a halt just inches away from Mafdati's bunker. Jaxon shook his head in disbelief. Kaida emerged from the vehicle, looking intensely focused as she stepped out.
Jaxon, sorry I didn't see the bunker.
Kaida said, noticing his alarmed expression. Anika and the others emerged from the drill runner's cargo area. Sierra, Lyra, and 4 of the 6 Anibaks. Homie, Benjo, Dirk, and Peter. They all appeared shaken but unharmed. Jaxon recoiled inwardly. Were the other 2 dead?
Is everyone all right?
Anika scanned their faces.
We are fine.
Seer called out from inside the bunker.
But we cannot stay here forever. What is our plan?
Jaxon stared at the artifacts he had retrieved from the ruins of the hotel. We must perform the ritual again, as instructed by the celestial architects. But there are only 9 of us left. Anika does not count.
But I can astral project,
Anika said with a frown.
You will need me to assist you.
But you did not join us when we returned the items before.
Benjo the Beagle pointed out. That is true, Jaxon admitted. But we can try, regardless. He placed the items on a nearby boulder and gestured for everyone to hold hands. We must visualize ourselves teleporting these items back to the vault. They followed his instructions, but nothing happened.
I'll try as well,
Anika offered. They attempted again with no success. Mafdati lowered her head in disappointment.
Jaxon, stay. I will return them myself.
No, it should be me, Jaxon insisted.
Don't leave us, Jaxon.
Tears rolled down Seer's filthy face.
We need you here. You have a family who loves you and people who depend on you.
Seer's right.
Mafdati swiped a paw over a triangular black ear.
You are needed here among your family and loved ones.
Are you saying the celestial architects could imprison me? Jaxon glared at Mafdati, angry at her bravery.
Yes,
the Catwoman said.
We secretly constructed this QD from a microxis engine found during excavation, remember? They knew nothing about it. They thought we'd returned the last Dreamweaver via our circle spell. Let me go. I have no family or loved ones waiting for me.
We love you,
Sierra chimed in, tears glistening in her eyes. But Mafdati shook her head sadly.
Please understand.
Seer disappeared into a bunker and emerged with one of her children's vibrant backpacks. It was neon pink and adorned with sparkly cat faces. With a nod to Jaxon, she motioned for him to retrieve the node and stone and place them inside before handing it off to Mafdati. The Seraphis grinned at the brightly patterned bag.
How fitting,
she chuckled, hoisting the backpack onto her furry back. With one broken back leg hanging limply behind, she stood on 3 paws.
I am the key to ending this chaos.
With a prickling sensation on his scalp, Jaxon turned to face the group.
I shall use the drill runner to clear away rubble, Mafdati,
Kaida announced.
Will that help?
No, there is a hatch to the underground vault,
Mafdati said.
I created it with my elemental manipulation. Some call it earthbending. Use your drill runner to find survivors or create a path for rescue teams. Goodbye.
After everyone hugged the wounded and possibly dying Catwoman, tears welled in his eyes. He watched Maftati limp over rocks, shattered glass, and devastation. She knew where she was going, and in an instant she was gone. Seer emerged from the bunker with her children by her side.
I can help with moving debris using my telekinesis.
Come inside.
Kaida urged them, gesturing towards the drill runner.
It may not be perfect, but it is safer than Maftati's bunker.
Sierra and Lyra shared a glance before Sierra spoke up.
We will scout the area for any potential threats. Our ability to turn invisible may prove useful in evading any danger.
The four Anubak, donned in their shape-shifted forms reminiscent of giant spiders, signaled their assent with a nod. One of the Anubak said,
"We will help in rescue efforts."
Although Jaxon could not discern which, as all the arachnid monstrosities were cloaked in shades of brown.
Our senses are keen to detect signs of life amidst the rubble,
chimed another of the spider shifters. Jaxon surveyed his team with a sense of pride. Very well then, let's do what we can. Chapter 34. Barn Roosting.
Tweedy's presence needed to be kept secret because he could have conversations and was talkative. Thus he took to roosting with Velkid pigeons in the barn on Zosi's farm and enjoyed soaring over the fens during daylight hours, ever vigilant for predators. In the rustic kitchen of Zos's in-laws, Damien, Zos Morel, and Brewell convened around the hefty family table. The atmosphere was cozy. Outside, the brutal chill of winter lingered, leaving remnants of snow scattered across the fields. Brewell, a robust yet gentle man, talked animatedly about the impending sowing season.
"Soon we shall plant the Lumigrove orchids,"
he declared.
"Spring approaches swiftly, and our fields will once more become a sea of pink and yellow."
Damien listened intently, though he couldn't conceal his growing unease. "It all sounds grand," he replied hesitantly, "but I confess my concern regarding my hay fever. Those orchids may be lovely, but my allergies." Brewell chuckled heartily.
"Fear not, dear Damien. We have an abundance of natural remedies that shall keep your sneezes at bay."
The discourse shifted to recent events unfolding in the Triangulum galaxy. Damien, Zos, and Morel shared their anxieties and speculations regarding the unknown happenings. Unable to shake off the memory of the anomaly they had witnessed in the sky, they frantically sought answers, their minds consumed by a desperate need to understand. "It's unsettling not knowing what's going on," Damien confessed. "I am particularly worried about Jaxon and our other friends. We haven't heard from them in some time." Zos nodded.
"When you're so far, it's easy to feel helpless. I'm sure they're working hard to handle the situation."
Brewell rose to tend to the fire in the hearth, adding a log to keep the room warm.
"These are trying times, no doubt."
The discussion continued into the night, a blend of somber discourse on cosmic affairs and lighter moments that brought smiles and laughter. Before retiring for the evening, Brewell reassured Damien,
"When the time comes to tackle those orchids, we shall do so together, allergies or not."
As the night grew deeper and quieter, the sounds of animals stirring outside were occasionally heard, enveloping the house in a peaceful calm. Slowly but surely, Damien's anger towards his brother's treachery and grief over losing Samantha faded. But the fear that Dumil Ma and Par had been crushed in the fallen hotel only replaced it. Just as Zos stood to clear the table, a sudden and alarming commotion erupted from an adjacent room. It was Logan, frantically calling out in distress.
"Star, Star, Star, she cannot breathe."
Zos's face blanched as she dashed towards the source of the commotion.
"Star."
The rest trailed close behind, their hearts hammering in their chests. In the humble nursery, they discovered Star, Zos and Logan's babe, cradled in Logan's arms. The infant's visage turned a worrisome shade of crimson, her puny fingers grasping at her throat.
"She's choking,"
Zos shrieked. Without hesitation, Damien stepped forth. "Logan, let me give it a shot. I've got some medical training." With his other hand, he administered forceful blows between her shoulder blades, striving to dislodge the object obstructing her airway. The atmosphere was thick with panic as Damien's efforts proved futile in freeing the obstruction from baby Star's gullet. Zos's countenance was a mask of terror, her eyes wide with fear as she witnessed her daughter struggle for breath. Morel, intently observing the situation with keen focus, stepped forward.
"Hey, Zos, I know of a way that might help. I saw it being done in a medical VR lecture. Can I try a simple surgery, please?"
Zos recoiled in horror.
"A surgery? On Star. But you are not a healer."
Morel possesses an exceptional gift, Damien assured. She's a pro at doing things right the first time she sees them. Trust her, Zos. Zos reluctantly nodded.
Do it. Save my child.
Without delay, Morel gathered what was needed. She retrieved a small, sharp kitchen blade and cleansed it with alcohol from their first aid kit. She also brought a slender straw from the kitchen.
Damien, hold a light for me,
she commanded. Damien followed through, keeping his hand steady while aiming the beam at Star's throat. Morel made a precise incision below the baby's Adam's apple, her hand surprisingly steady. Zos watched with bated breath as Morel carefully inserted the straw into the gash, creating a makeshift airway. Almost instantaneously, Star's frantic gasps for oxygen eased, and her complexion regained its natural yellow hue. Zos and Logan wept tears of gratitude upon realizing that their daughter was breathing once more.
Incredible,
Brewell remarked in awe. Damien nodded in tacit agreement while offering a smirk to Morel. She excels at any task she's seen just once. That's the reason she had to run away from her security detail. They were using her gift for their own benefit and taking much of her earnings. As the immediate peril passed, they hastily prepared to transport Star to the closest medical facility. Damien led them to his spacecraft, and they zipped through the 20-mile journey in record time. Upon arrival at the hospital, the medical team was astounded by Morel's precise and effective emergency procedure. The hospital staff took charge, ensuring that Star received the necessary treatment while the family anxiously waited. Despite the ordeal, there was an overwhelming sense of relief and admiration for Morel's quick thinking and dexterity. As they sat in the waiting room, Zos turned to Morel, still teary-eyed.
You saved her life. I cannot express my gratitude enough.
Morel, appearing fatigued yet relieved, simply nodded.
I am grateful that I could help.
A fortnight had passed since the dreadful incident with the infant Star. The atmosphere in Zos's in-law's homestead had slowly returned to one of pastoral calm. Tonight, the grand family table transformed into a vibrant setting for a friendly card game instead of tense discussions. Logan's matronly mother's lemon-colored countenance crinkled with mirth as she jested with Logan about his inferior hand.
Seems you've inherited your father's fortune with playing cards.
Mayhap, but I possess other talents,
retorted Logan. His sister, Jana, giggled at their playful banter.
Don't let him fool you. He's just trying to catch us off guard.
Damien chuckled and shuffled the deck. Wait until you see my next move. I have a few tricks up my sleeve. Morel, seated beside Damien, watched the game with an inquisitive expression. Her recent display of heroism had deepened her bond with Zos's family, yet she remained somewhat of an enigma to them. Zos, holding a now robust Star, joined in the laughter and conversation as the game progressed, filled with good-natured competition. Every so often, someone would glance out the window towards the darkened sky, where the stars glimmered apathetically against the backdrop of distant cosmic events in the Triangulum galaxy. Logan's father, Brewell, set down his cards.
I must confess, it is pleasant to have some diversion, especially with all that is occurring beyond our planet.
He nodded towards the window, eyeballing the stars. Zos nodded.
I can't help but worry about the Triangulum galaxy. I can't stop thinking about our friends. Who knows if they still draw breath?
Damien also nodded, my family included. We're in limbo here. Safe, yet so far removed. It is frustrating not knowing. Hera, Logan's mother, sighed, her gaze landing on her granddaughter, Star.
At least we are together. That is something to be grateful for.
The game night was coming to an end when they heard a spacecraft. Everyone around the table paused, their expressions shifting from relaxation to alertness.
Seems we have visitors.
Logan peered out the window. Zos's eyes widened as she held Star closer.
It is Delta Team.
Are they cause for concern? Asked Damien, jumping to his feet.
Oh no, they were the ones who rescued me.
Zos said. Oh sure, he said. Jaxon and Anika's comrades. They stood on the porch in the frigid air, watching the visitors arrive. The shuttle landed smoothly, its engines humming softly before shutting down. The side hatch opened, revealing a group of individuals donning navy blue combat gear. Their leader, a towering Zoraxian woman in a captain's uniform, disembarked first, her sharp eyes scanning the surroundings before settling upon the homestead. Damien's heart skipped a beat. Zos cradled Star in her arms.
Let's go meet them.
They all followed her out into the chilly night air. The striking spaceship captain greeted them with a nod.
Professor Zos, it is an honor to see you again. Your baby has grown so much.
Her gaze then turned towards the guests.
And you must be Damien. We have heard tales of your recent escapades.
Damien swallowed nervously and extended his hand. What brings Delta Team to Terra Sancta?
Captain Vega.
What brings you here, Captain Vega?
Let us all come in from the cold.
Logan clapped his hands together. Most of the squadron returned to their spaceship, but two high-ranking officers followed Captain Vega, the family Morel, and Damien back into the homestead. Inside, Captain Vega's expression was grave.
We have received updates regarding the state of affairs in the Triangulum Galaxy and new orders from the Telosian space military.
As she took her seat, Captain Vega wasted no time.
The quantum Dreamweaver remains elusive, and the consequences of the cosmic event continue to escalate. We are here to assess and ensure your continued safety.
Zoz's mother, Hera, gripped her husband's hand tightly.
What does this mean for us? For Terra Sancta? It means,
Captain Vega continued,
that we must remain vigilant. While the Milky Way may currently be safe, we cannot foresee how this situation will unfold. We have also come to offer any aid and support that you may require.
She turned to Damien.
Has Captain Orion contacted you at all?
He recounted their communications and Jaxon's promise to retrieve him aboard the Quantum Dreamweaver so he could join his family on Microxus. But ever since our last conversation on the first night we arrived here, all attempts at connection have been futile. Jana, Logan's younger sister, spoke out.
Are we in danger here?
A knot of anxiety twisted in Damien's gut. And what about putting an end to the Echo's trafficking ring?
Fret not. We are dealing with that matter. Echo's trafficking rings are disintegrating.
And what of Ongu slavery? Damien stammered.
That issue has seen improvement.
My wish is to assist in its elimination. I want to resume my role as a mercenary.
Why?
Captain Vega questioned. I have unwavering beliefs in the freedom of the Ongu from their Dorgothian captors. Since the death of my Ongu girlfriend, it has been my ultimate goal.
Rest assured, we continue to actively pursue this goal. Thanks to Jaxon and Anika's successful infiltration missions, we have uncovered valuable leads that will guide us in our mission to liberate the remaining Ongu slaves and dismantle the trafficking network.
But what of the Quantum Dreamweaver and Major Harlow? Damien interjected.
They are lost. Damien Black, I am here to present you with a unique opportunity. Join the ranks of the Telosian space military as a major. Instead of continuing down the path of a mercenary, how would you feel about accepting a commission in our forces?
Wow, what? Why?
We are aware of your undercover work with the Crypt Tribe. Without your aid, Jaxon and his team would never have hacked into the Crypt Tribe's Project Celestial Convergence.
Damien hesitated. This offer caught him off guard. He had recently pondered returning to Samantha, but she'd urged him against it until doctors found a cure for her nightly terrors. He peered at Morel, who had been silently observing with her piercing blue eyes. I am honored, Captain Vega, Damien replied. To join the Telosian space military as a major is an incredible opportunity. However, I have one condition. One black eyebrow arched above one of Captain Vega's violet eyes.
And what may that be?
Damien gestured towards Morel. Morel here has become like a little sister to me. She saved this baby's life the other day using skills she learned from a single virtual reality lecture which she only watched once. Morel's mouth gaped open, and her pale pink face brightened at the cheeks. Just recently, Damien continued, Morel won an international spaceship race on Cyrusar. She is an exceptional fighter and gymnast. Her intelligence knows no bounds. She possesses extraordinary abilities that should not go to waste. If I accept this offer, I want her to be part of our team as well.
But you haven't asked her if she wants that.
Zoe scowled at him. Morel gulped.
Damien, I'm not sure I'm fit for such a task.
Morel, he said, you've proven yourself with your quick learning, adaptability, and good heart. Any team would be blessed to have such qualities among their ranks. Captain Vega weighed his entreaty, her eyes darting between Damien and Morel.
It is an uncommon supplication, but given the circumstances and tales of your recent deeds, I am inclined to agree. Morel, should you consent, we shall arrange for instruction and evaluation to find out where you best fit in our missions.
Morel looked at Damien with gratitude etched in her gaze.
I'll attempt it for Damien's sake and to do some good out there.
Captain Vega nodded, a faint smile gracing her lips.
Very well. Damien Black, you are now welcomed into the Telosian space military as a major, filling the void left by the missing Major Harlow. And Morel, consider this the start of your journey with us. We shall liaise with our training division to initiate your progress.
Damien nodded firmly and met the alluring captain's gaze head-on. Thank you, Captain Vega. We shall not falter in our duties.
May I bring my bird as well?
Morel asked. The group exchanged uncertain looks.
He has been living in the barn?
The Aquilorian clarified, jabbing a thumb over her shoulder.
He cannot withstand the heat of the fire, so he'd been staying there.
Captain Vega made a comical expression and shrugged nonchalantly.
I see no harm in it, but where shall he stay while you train?
He can fly about and find a spot to roost.
Chapter 35. Endless Storm.
Amidst the wreckage of the police department's machinery yard, Kaida stood tall and resilient, a testament to her courage as she faced the aftermath of Mufdati's sacrifice. It had been 2 long hours since Mufdati gone with the Quantum Dreamweaver, along with the invaluable Chronomeld Stone and interstellar synergy node. And yet the raging hurricane continued to ravage the city. A sigh escaped Kaida's lips as she surveyed the devastation around her. Though the phantoms had dissipated and those possessed were slowly recovering, their physical and emotional wounds would take time to heal. Despite her weariness and heartache, Kaida knew they couldn't afford to rest. Team, she called out, we must press on. Let us gather what remains and salvage what we can. We must rebuild more machines like the drill runner and expand our underground ecosystem for shelter against this unrelenting storm. Her team, a mix of Anubac engineers and police colleagues, answered her call with determination. Together, they combed through the scattered debris, each piece of machinery helping in this chaotic world. With her cybernetic limbs giving her strength, Kaida worked alongside her team, lifting and shifting heavy rubble in search of usable parts. Engines, hydraulics, control panels, anything that could aid in their desperate mission. As the day stretched on and the sky darkened, they slowly assembled makeshift versions of the drill runner. Kaida's leadership and technical expertise shone through as she guided their efforts. Yet even amidst this frantic activity, her mind often drifted to thoughts of Mufdati's success and safety. A silent prayer was always on her lips for their former allies' well-being and for a return to calm. But there was no time to dwell on uncertainties or fears. The lives of countless individuals were at stake, and they could not afford to falter. In the echoing sounds of hammering and welding, Kaida found a sense of purpose amidst the chaos. They were not just building machines, they were building hope. As the wind's fury continued to howl like a beast in torment, Kaida wiped the sweat from her brow, her cyborg arm glistening under the flickering emergency lights. The storm had taken out the main power, leaving them to work under the harsh glare of backup generators.
Chief Takahashi, we've managed to assemble 2 more drill runners, but we are running low on parts,
reported Lieutenant Dax, a burly Anubac whose fur was matted with dirt and grease. Kaida surveyed their handiwork and couldn't help but grimace at its rough and patchwork appearance compared to her original drill runner's polished design. Excellent work, Dax, she acknowledged. Let us waste no time in deploying them. We must evacuate as many people as possible to our underground shelters. The lieutenant nodded and barked orders to the team. With their combined efforts, the Anubac engineers and humanoid colleagues guided the newly constructed drill runners into the storm-ravaged city. With steady determination, Kaida settled into the cockpit of the lead drill runner. Yet despite her focus on their mission, doubts about Mufdati crept into her mind. The former SSS spy had always been a solitary enigma, never revealing her true history or intentions to anyone, even during their shared experiences from Talos to interstellar space. The fact that she had taken such a bold risk now left Kaida unsettled and questioning everything she thought she knew about their elusive ally. Despite her doubts, Kaida couldn't shake a lingering suspicion that Mufdati may have taken the artifacts and Quantum Dreamweaver for her own mysterious motivations. In the deceitful world of espionage, even the most outlandish possibilities must be considered. Yet the vanishing of the phantoms hinted at a more intricate web of events. It made Kaida wonder if perhaps the celestial architects, still harboring resentment or discontent, played a role in this ongoing cosmic disturbance. But it was no ordinary storm raging outside. The constellations themselves twisted and contorted into unfamiliar shapes, while the once glorious waning crescent glowed with an ominous red hue. Kaida's heart felt heavy as she maneuvered the powerful drill runner through the ruined streets, guided by its advanced navigation system towards a nearby residential area. The scene before her was nothing short of apocalyptic. Buildings reduced to rubble, trees uprooted and scattered like playthings, and vehicles overturned and abandoned. The wind howled mercilessly in her ears, even within the insulated confines of the drill runner. With a sharp gaze scanning the horizon for any signs of life, Kaida continued on her mission to locate and rescue any survivors. Kaida activated the loudspeaker on the drill runner. Chief Investigator Takahashi here. We are here to escort you to safety in underground shelters. Please remain calm and follow our instructions. Slowly but surely, the survivors emerged from their hiding places, exhausted and terrified, as Kaida and her team worked tirelessly to help them into the protective shelter of the drill runners. Hours passed, and multiple trips were made back and forth, ferrying as many people as possible to the underground haven. And while the storm continued to rage above, there was a sense of camaraderie and unity among those seeking refuge. But just as Kaida prepared for yet another trip, her communicator crackled to life.
Chief Takahashi, come in.
The voice was urgent, desperate even. Kaida's brow furrowed with concern as she replied, "This is Takahashi. Go ahead."
It's Commander Kroll. We've encountered a dire situation at the eastern barricade. The storm has breached our defenses and we are in need of your aid.
Grim determination set in as Kaida's jaw tightened. "Understood, Commander. I am en route." With the drill runner pushed to its maximum speed, Kaida raced towards the eastern barricade where the full extent of the damage came into view. The protective barriers had been destroyed, leaving a gaping hole through which the unrelenting storm surged into the city. "We must seal this breach." Kaida bellowed over the deafening winds, her voice amplified by the speakers on the drill runner. Working alongside other emergency crews and law enforcement, Kaida directed the powerful vehicle to move debris and create a temporary barrier against the raging tempest. But time was not on their side, as each moment brought new challenges and threats that threatened to undo all their efforts.
Jaxon trudged wearily through the chaotic streets of Hope's Crossing. The once thriving city now lay in ruins around him, its structures shattered by the violent hurricane that still raged on with no signs of abating. Above him loomed an ominous crescent moon, blood-red and foreboding, while stars danced wildly in the sky, a haunting portrait of the apocalypse that had overtaken their world. For 4 long hours, Jaxon had been waiting at the site of the collapsed hotel where Maftati had made her escape with the precious artifacts. With each passing minute, his hopes dwindled until they were extinguished completely in the darkness of night. Using his cyborg arm to steady himself against the ferocious winds, Jaxon pushed on through the ruins, determined to find any remaining shreds of hope amidst the destruction. The winds were unyielding, battering him as he trudged through the ruins. Each step was a struggle. He set his sights on the subterranean eco-community, 5 leagues away. It was a treacherous journey, with debris flying like toys and the ground trembling under the storm's fury. At last, Jaxon reached the entrance to the underground sanctuary. His heart swelled with relief and sorrow. Relief for finding safety, but sorrow for those who had not been so fortunate. Survivors huddled together in the underground haven, their faces etched with trauma and loss. Jaxon was quickly ushered in by familiar faces. As he headed through the community, he caught glimpses of their makeshift existence in the aftermath of destruction. Families crowded around meager meals. Children played quietly in corners, pretending that all was well in a broken world. Jaxon's thoughts turned to Kaida and the others, wondering if they had found refuge from the raging chaos engulfing Microxus. He clung to hope that they were safe, but it seemed that fate had other plans. As Jaxon settled among the survivors, his gaze fell upon the flickering lights that illuminated their haven. What did the future hold? For now, they were sheltered from harm, but how long could it last? The storm showed no signs of relenting, and the red moon overhead was a foreboding omen of more trials to come. In the corridors of this underground ecosystem, Jaxon navigated through weary faces and makeshift shelters. The air was heavy with grief, and murmured conversations mixed with stifled sobs. He found Benjo and Homie, the Beagle and Husky Anubak companions who had stood by his side in battles against the Crypt tribe. But now, they sat in mournful silence apart from the rest, their once cheerful spirits replaced by somber contemplation. "Benjo, Homie," Jaxon greeted them in a hushed voice.
"Jaxon,"
Benjo responded, ears drooping.
"We have suffered great losses."
Homie's eyes glistened. "And Peter and Dirk?" Jaxon asked.
"Speaking to their family now,"
Homie replied. "And your own families?" Jaxon inquired.
"Sleep together in a small cavern nearby,"
Benjo said with a hint of sadness.
"Our wives are sisters, you see. Our families were like one big family."
"Were any of them injured?" Jaxon asked, a lump forming in his throat. Benjo patted Jaxon's shoulder.
"No, we were fortunate."
With a heavy heart, Jaxon nodded and looked down at his feet. Benjo's voice broke as he spoke.
An entire community of our people and the Seraphis swept away.
A surge of emotion rose within Jaxon. I am sorry. This is beyond imagining. Benjo let out a weary sigh.
We fought so hard, Jaxon, for peace, for a better future. And now this.
Jaxon placed a comforting hand on each of their shoulders. Their bravery will not be forgotten. We will rebuild and honor their memory. Leaving them to grieve, Jaxon continued through the underground haven, noticing the loss and sorrow that permeated every corner and conversation. He then came upon Kelly, once the lively cook and pilot of his starship, now a mere shadow of her former self. She sat alone, her dark eyes distant as she stared into the dim light. Kelly. Jaxon approached her cautiously. Kelly looked up, her pale skin almost blending into the artificial glow.
Jaxon.
I have heard of your husband's fate. My condolences. And what of your baby?
With my mother, she remains safe.
Kelly replied earnestly. And your husband? What happened? Jaxon inquired with sympathy. A slow nod was the only response Kelly could muster.
He was caught in the rubble, trapped until his final breath.
Tears streamed down her cheeks. Jaxon embraced her tightly. Sobs shook Kelly's body as she clung to Jaxon.
I do not know how I can continue on. He was my everything.
Kelly, you are not alone in this, Jaxon reassured her, his own eyes welling. As the night wore on, Jaxon offered words of comfort and support to those around him. The once vibrant community of Microxus now cloaked in despair and sorrow. Anika tended to the wounded in a makeshift hospital while Seer had found shelter for herself and her children on 2 bunk beds. As Jaxon approached them, he found the Thalassian family fast asleep. After traversing through the devastated community, Jaxon was approached by the remaining Anubak superheroes, Homie, Benjo, Peter, and Dirk.
Jaxon.
Homie said in his deep, translated voice,
We are assembling a team for salvage duty. Your aid would be greatly appreciated.
Benjo barked before his electronic translator conveyed his message in Cosmolingua.
We race against time to gather supplies and machinery amidst worsening conditions above ground.
Haunted by the crimson moon and spinning stars of the previous night, Jaxon nodded gravely. Count me in. What is our plan? Peter unfolded a digital map on a portable screen, indicating key locations amidst the ruins above ground. Several areas have been uncovered by the storm, but it will not be an easy task. Dirk panted, his tongue lolling out of his mouth.
We must work quickly.
Let us organize into teams, Jaxon declared. We must coordinate and protect one another in this mission. The group gathered around the map with 30 other Anubak and Seraphis, strategizing their approach. They came from various backgrounds with skills in engineering, medicine, and science, but they were united by a common goal: to ensure the survival of their community. With teams assigned and routes planned, they ventured into the desolated colony, facing a world unrecognizable from the one they once knew. Buildings lay in ruins, streets and gardens transformed into treacherous mazes of debris and despair. Led by Anubak or Seraphis leaders, each team moved with determination through the rubble. Jaxon, at the forefront with Homie, utilized his cyborg arm to clear paths and lift heavy obstacles. The mechanical limb emitted a constant hum and clicked with each movement. Their unique abilities proved invaluable during the salvage operation. Peter transformed into an all-terrain vehicle, equipped with a powerful engine and sturdy wheels that maneuvered effortlessly through the hazardous terrain. Remarkably, elements of his canine form remained in this new shape. His brown fur coated the exterior, while his floppy ears acted as protective covers for the wing mirrors, flapping gently in the stormy winds and lowering cautiously just above the rugged tires. Benjo the beagle stretched and unfolded, transforming into a brawny crane with a fierce talon for hoisting and relocating weighty objects. His keen olfactory senses remained intact, aiding in the discovery of buried provisions beneath layers of debris. Homie the husky hummed with an electric energy as he morphed into a powerful generator, providing power to their tools and gear. Lights flickered to life and machinery whirred into action, all thanks to Peter's extraordinary shape-shifting abilities. The Seraphis and Anubak were left incredulous by these supernatural powers on display. They stood mesmerized as Dirk the Dalmatian transformed into a versatile robot, his form splitting and rearranging into various tools and appendages. Dirk's mechanical form proved invaluable in delicate tasks such as navigating cramped spaces or handling delicate materials. Together, The shapeshifters not only expedited the retrieval of supplies but also safeguarded the entire team. Jaxon watched in awe as they worked, stunned by the manifestation of these incredible abilities gifted to them by the celestial architects before their brutal attack. But amidst his wonderment, a seed of anger began to grow within Jaxon towards their attackers, for bestowing upon them such extraordinary powers before turning against them. Chapter 36. Telosian Force.
Morel stood outside Zoz's humble farmhouse, holding Tweety in his cage with one hand and grasping Zoz's hand with the other. It was a pleasure to meet you and your family.
Next time, journey with me to the southern lands and meet my parents,
Zoz proposed.
The climate there is tropical, and you can see our famous luminescent foxes.
Luminescent foxes? I would love to see them, Morel exclaimed.
It's settled then. The next opportunity you have for reprieve, come visit us first before we travel south together,
said Zoz. Despite her short time in Terra Sancta, Morel felt a taste of a life filled with warmth, love, and belonging. She watched as Damien exchanged heartfelt farewells with the men of the household, and Hera, Star's grandmother, placed the infant in Morel's arms for a final snuggle. Star cooed contentedly in her embrace. Hera's nose wrinkled and eyes glistened as she fought back joyous tears.
You saved my granddaughter's life, young Morel. I am uncertain how I can ever repay you, but if you tire of the soldierly life, return here. You will always have a loving home with us.
Morel blushed but gratefully kissed the baby's plump cheek. Thank you, Hera, for making me feel so welcomed during my brief stay. She handed the baby back to Zoz. Zoz cradled Star in her arms.
You will forever have a place among us.
Logan and his parents, Brewil and Hera, joined in offering their goodbyes. Brewil's hearty laughter resounded as he patted Damien on the back, while Hera's gentle smile was soothing in its sincerity. Warmth bloomed within Morel at these words. As they made their way towards the spaceship, the frigid night air nipped at her skin. Damien walked beside her, his expression pensive.
Are you okay?
He asked. Morel nodded. Just thinking about everything that's happened, it has been quite an adventure. Damien offered a small smile.
It has. But we'll continue to watch out for each other, yes.
Of course, Morel affirmed. They reached the spacecraft, its metallic exterior glistening under the starry sky. Morel stole one final glance at the farmhouse, etching the memory of its warmth and the kindness of its occupants into her mind. Captain Vega and her 2 officers entered next, followed by Tweety, who could finally fly free when his cage was safely stowed away. As everyone prepared for liftoff, Damien took his place in the pilot's seat, his hands skillfully navigating the controls. Beside him, Morel settled in for the journey ahead, marveling at the breathtaking sight of Terra Sancta fading into the vastness of space. The ship ascended, stars twinkling like distant beacons guiding their path forward. Morel and Damien hurtled through hyperspace towards Talos in the Orianus system. As stars blurred past the viewport, the cabin reverberated with the low thrum of the engine. Damien stumbled upon an unopened flask of strong drink hidden in a secret compartment beneath a panel.
Look what we have here,
he exclaimed with a smirk, raising the flask. I didn't take you for a connoisseur of spirits, Morel remarked as he poured them each a cup.
I am full of surprises,
Damien retorted, handing her a cup. To new companionships and safe travels, they clinked cups. As the fiery liquid warmed their throats, their conversation flowed more freely. So, Damien, Morel began, her tone casual yet curious. Spill the beans on your background before finding your love interest at Aurora Mental Health.
I toughened it out on a planet called Aetherus.
Why were you there?
I was on a mission to take down an evil faction.
The one Captain Vega spoke of? Some kind of mafia.
Yeah, the Crypt Tribe.
And you were part of the team that took them down for the Telosian space military.
Yeah, they didn't bother to pick me up, so I just ran away with an old buddy.
So what happened to your friend?
The Crypt Tribe recaptured her, but she was later rescued by Jaxon.
She nodded, recalling seeing Jaxon's hologram near the fire when they first arrived on Cygnus, and she first encountered Zoz. He was a fine man, even if in a rugged manner. He was probably dead by now. Maybe the whole Triangulum galaxy went down. What was it like surviving there? Damien reclined back, his navy blue skin gleaming in the distant starlight.
Aetherus. It is a world of extremes. The Twilight Zone is a constant dusk, beautiful yet unforgiving.
He took a sip of his drink.
I confronted a predator there, was swallowed whole.
What? Morel froze. You cannot be serious. How did you escape?
With a blade and sheer determination,
He stated.
I hacked my way out from within.
He displayed his arms and pulled up his tunic, revealing his muscular chest and abdomen.
See these scars.
Morel thought they resembled pale clouds in an indigo sky. Yes. He pulled the fabric back over his torso.
Those were burns from the creature's stomach acid.
The conversation shifted to the extraterrestrials who rescued him. He showed her the pendant they gave him, and described how the pentagon in its center mirrored the pattern in their eyes. She posed many queries and learned more of the Dolpheds, their unique customs, and the bond Damien formed with them. He recounted their luminous skin and their hauntingly beautiful melodies. As the flask slowly depleted, their words became bolder, their laughter more frequent. Damien shared tales of his covert endeavors, and Morel listened intently, offering insights and posing incisive questions. You have lived quite the life, Morel said warmly. She would like to experience adventures such as those, hopefully not getting eaten by an alien predator, though. Damien shrugged, a hint of sorrow in his gaze.
It is not a life I would recommend to anyone. Too many dangerous situations, too much loss.
But you saved lives, she said with a wry smile.
I took lives too,
Damien replied. Their conversation turned to lighter topics, and they shared hearty laughter over tales from Damien's journeys in the galaxy. Despite the whiskey loosening their tongues, there was an unspoken bond between them. Morel saw Damien as a brother figure, one she respected and admired, and he treated her with a protective, almost fraternal affection. As the night wore on and the bottle of whiskey ran dry, their laughter faded into a comfortable silence punctuated only by the gentle hum of the spaceship and the distant stars that streaked past. Might be best if we rest now, suggested Morel with a stifled yawn. Damien nodded, rising from his seat with a bit of unsteadiness.
Definitely, we'll need our strength for the tasks ahead once we reach Talos.
They tidied up their glasses, the sound of them clinking together marking the quiet end of their evening. As they parted ways to retire to their respective chambers, Damien turned to Morel.
Thank you for the talk. I don't get to share such things often.
Morel offered a warm smile. Anytime, Damien. It's nice to have a friend.
Surely you've had friends before.
Damien prodded. No, she admitted. All were competitors in my mother's eyes.
But your father must have encouraged you to have companions.
That's usually the duty of a mother, don't you think? Emerald isles of green, nestled amidst a sea of sapphire blue and glistening under the bright sun of Orion's system. Morel marveled at the seamless blend of nature and advanced technology, as if the base had grown out of the surrounding landscape. As their shuttle descended, she could see the majestic waves crashing against rugged cliffs, sending sprays of white foam into the air. In a blink, the secret landing pad appeared, a testament to the Talosian space military skill in keeping things hidden. The engines hummed to a quiet pause as they landed, and the doors opened, inviting a rush of crisp air carrying scents of fresh blooms and salt water. They stepped out onto a platform, greeted by a breathtaking view of the base nestled against the mineral walls of the cliffs.
Welcome to Talos,
Damien announced. Morel nodded, her mind already consumed with thoughts of the mission ahead.
A remarkable place they have here,
remarked Damien, his eyes scanning every inch of their surroundings. Morel nodded. Secluded, perfect for a military stronghold. They approached the entrance and several officers met them there.
I am Commander Lyra,
said a woman, with an outstretched hand towards Morel.
We've been awaiting your arrival.
Morel shook her hand firmly. Pleasure to meet you. Commander Lyra's gaze briefly drifted towards Damien.
And you must be Damien. Captain Vega has spoken highly of you.
Morel noted a glimmer in her eye that spoke volumes about Vega's feelings for him and vice versa.
Your skills come highly recommended,
Commander Lyra added. Damien offered a small smile.
I shall do my best to live up to such praise.
Together, they entered the base and walked through corridors lined with advanced equipment and busy personnel. The air was abuzz with officers and scientists bustling about their tasks. At last they reached the central command room, the heart of the base. Countless screens adorned the walls, displaying data and maps, while giant bubbles held holographic projections that floated in the central command room. Officers worked diligently at their stations, monitoring various aspects of the operation. Commander Lyra's suspicious gaze fell upon Morel.
Morel,
she said in a tone laced with doubt.
I have scrutinized your preliminary evaluations and combat potential. I have also viewed the recordings of your triumphant victories in the various competitions of Cyrusar, your homeworld. You possess raw skill and instinct, traits that we hold in high regard in the Telosian space military.
She paused, her piercing eyes locking onto Mirel's.
But raw talent alone will not suffice in the interstellar arena. In order to hone and refine your abilities, I am assigning you to a grueling month-long training program at our Galactic combat training facility.
Mirel felt a tingling sensation all over her body, her palms growing clammy. This was a significant undertaking that would shape her into the fierce soldier she aspired to be. The commander continued, her expression stern yet expectant.
This training regimen is designed to push you beyond your limits. You will undergo rigorous physical conditioning, advanced tactical simulations, and specialized courses in zero-gravity combat and extraterrestrial warfare strategies.
Mirel nodded, feeling both intimidated and exhilarated by the thought of such intense training.
It is a crucible that will test your mettle, Mirel,
Commander Lyra warned.
But it will also mold you into not just a soldier, but a valuable strategic asset capable of navigating and leading in the complex battlegrounds of galactic conflicts.
With newfound determination, Mirel straightened her posture and puffed out her chest. I understand, Commander. I am ready for this challenge and I vow not to disappoint. A small smirk appeared on Commander Lyra's lips.
Good,
she said with approval.
Your transport to the facility departs tomorrow at 0600 hours. Prepare yourself mentally and physically. Dismissed.
Mirel saluted sharply before turning and swiftly exiting the command room. As she walked, she knew that this was just the beginning.
Chapter 37. Ruins yield. As they reached the broken remains of a once great marketplace, Jaxon and Peter, now in his formidable all-terrain vehicle form, coordinated their team. Amidst the crumbled debris, they uncovered crates overflowing with preserved sustenance. Benjo's electronic translator conveyed his elated barks.
A remarkable discovery.
He transformed into a swift aerial drone and soared above the ground, prepared to transport the vital provisions.
Let us not dally in bringing these back to our habitat.
They loaded the supplies onto a makeshift cart fashioned from scattered rubble. As Benjo whirred away, weaving through the ruins to evade the fierce winds, Jaxon and the others continued on to their next destination. A warehouse filled with valuable machinery. The depot promised an abundance of resources, yet it lay in ruin like the rest of this forsaken city. Peter and Dirk morphed into efficient digging machines and took charge. Their mechanical limbs were equipped with advanced sensors and tools, expertly sifting through the wreckage. They unearthed generators, power tools, and even a salvageable hovercraft. Jaxon lent his technical expertise, skillfully aiding in the dismantling and transportation of their valuable discoveries. As dawn crept over the desolate landscape, illuminating the destruction with its ghostly light, the teams returned to their subterranean sanctuary laden with precious machinery and supplies. Exhausted but heartened by their success, Jaxon leaned against a wall in the underground refuge, observing the bustling activity around him.
Come and rest,
a soft voice whispered behind him, followed by arms encircling his chest from behind. The generous bosom pressing against his back belonged to Annika. Jackson's knees nearly buckled as he spun around. There she stood, looking renewed and radiant in an oversized green sweater that clearly did not belong to her. His jaw dropped open. You managed to find a place to bathe.
I had to, caring for our wounded and tending to injuries.
She smiled.
I actually discovered a sauna. I used it both before and after performing medical procedures, but now I am thoroughly exhausted. I have prepared a place for us to rest.
Did you also assist Seer and her children? They appeared quite unkempt when I saw them sleeping.
They are unharmed, but desperately in need of rest above all else, especially those poor little ones. I located them, but they were still slumbering.
Will someone be available to tend to them when they awaken?
Yes, Kaida has made a bed for them on the floor. She, too, showered and is currently asleep, but she will arise and attend to them when they stir.
Have you spoken with Kaida?
Yes, we shared the use of the second sauna together. Can you believe there is a fully functional spa down here?
Jaxon raised an eyebrow. And there is sufficient power for that?
Yes, surprisingly enough. The wind turbines continue to generate ample electricity, though they have had to construct barriers around them to prevent their destruction by the merciless storm.
Annika led Jaxon through the winding tunnels of the underground community, passing by families and individuals striving for a sense of normalcy in their crude dwellings. Artificial lights flickered, and the muffled hum of hushed conversations filled the air, creating an otherworldly atmosphere in this subterranean domain. At last, they came upon a wooden door on their left.
This is our haven,
Annika announced. The space inside was surprisingly inviting, adorned with modest furnishings and a cozy bed.
It was intended for incoming colonists, but they never arrived,
Annika explained. Jaxon's gaze roamed the room. It's quite comfortable. Anika's features softened.
I thought you would appreciate it. But first, clean yourself up. I won't allow you into that bed covered in dirt and grime.
He chuckled. I had planned to settle you in first.
Don't even think about it.
She playfully retorted.
You're going to the sauna. There's a basket with all the necessities, including a toothbrush. And when you return, I expect a proper kiss.
She pointed to a basket by the door. Jaxon picked up the basket, noticing the neatly arranged toiletries and fresh clothes inside. Lead me to this mysterious sauna, then. Annika guided him, along with his companions Homie, Benjo, Peter, Dirk, and several other male Anubak and Sirefis, down more twisting corridors. The sound of their footsteps echoed softly on the iron floors. They arrived at a grand wooden door, which led to the spa.
The men's sauna is through there.
Annika gestured towards the steam-filled room.
Enjoy yourselves and try to relax. You all deserve it after today.
Jaxon bowed and blew her a kiss. Thank you, Annika. As she turned to leave, Annika paused and looked back at him.
Take as much time as you need. I will be resting.
Rest well, Annika. You deserve a good sleep.
I know. Thank you.
Jaxon watched her exit before turning to his dirt-covered companions. Well, my friends, let us make the most of this respite. Steam billowed out as Dirk opened the door, revealing a spacious sauna with benches lining the walls. Though already occupied by 5 unclothed men, there was plenty of room for their group of 18. They took turns showering in the communal washroom and threw their soiled towels into the provided baskets. There were shelves stacked with fresh clothes for everyone to wear afterwards. Someone had taken great care to ensure that the survivors were clean and sanitized. Once they were all refreshed, they returned to the sauna and settled onto the wooden benches. The heat enveloped them, easing the tension in their weary muscles. Benjo, now reverted to his beagle form, sprawled out luxuriously, relishing in the warmth.
Never thought I'd be grateful for a sauna.
The others nodded in agreement. A Serifis attendant brought in a tray of chilled beers, placing wooden bowls within reach of each man. They eagerly grabbed their bowls and drank. To survival, Jaxon raised his bowl of beer.
To new beginnings,
added Homie, clinking his bowl against Jaxon's.
Kaida stirred as Sia's young ones, Marina, Delta, and River, filled the chamber with their screams and glee. Their merriment brought a brief respite to Kaida's weary spirit, but she felt the urge to gently reprimand them for their rambunctiousness. Sia, awakened by the commotion, joined Kaida in bed, wrapping her in a warm embrace, but the children's laughter soon turned to squeals of disgust. Kaida chuckled at their antics. Yes, it's quite gross indeed, especially since you all have dirtied your beds. Off you go now, time for a wash and a toothbrushing. Delta's laughter faded and tears welled up in the hermaphrodite eyes.
It's not our fault.
Delta whimpered. Sorry. A pang of guilt pricked at the back of Kaida's throat. These youngsters were traumatized and she needed to approach them with more care. I understand. Let us all get cleaned up now. Yes. Kaida led Sia and the children to a communal shower facility provided for the comfort and ease of the underground community's inhabitants. As the children and their mother bathed, Kaida waited outside on a bench lost in thought. However, the arrival of law enforcement officers quickly disrupted her daydream.
Chief Investigator Takahashi, are you attending the meeting?
The Vastorian woman held up a holographic map and flicked its location to Kaida's comm band. I'll be there shortly, just waiting for my friend and her little ones.
Chief, they will be safe here with our vigilant protection.
Another officer suggested that there was a large play area for the children if they wanted to use it. Kaida nodded. Thank you, I shall inform them. She turned her attention back to the shower room as Sia and her children emerged, dressed in fresh garments provided by the facility. Right then, kiddos, time for some playtime. Kaida announced, I must attend a meeting, but I'll return soon. Marina, Delta, and River's faces lit up at the mention of the play area, their earlier tears forgotten. They chattered excitedly as Kaida led them and their mother to the designated spot, an oasis of joy amidst the somber atmosphere of the underground refuge. Will you be okay here? Kaida asked Sia. Sia's face brightened as she nodded towards a nearby cafe.
I see some other mums having coffee over there. I can't think of a better spot to relax.
The conversations may be depressing with everything that's happened, Kaida warned.
It's fine. Women need to speak of such things.
Kaida nodded, a slight ache tugging at her heart because she did not have children of her own. Very well then, I'll fetch you after the meeting. Sia nodded eagerly.
And bring Jaxon and Anika if you can. I miss them so much.
Kaida nodded and headed to the gathering, her mind consumed with thoughts of her duties and the fate of Mafditi and the Quantum Dreamweaver. Kaida settled into her seat among a diverse assembly in the subterranean sports arena. Beams of light filtered down through shafts above. She observed Venusians with green skin conversing in hushed tones, their expressions etched with worry. Thalassians with pale blue skin listened intently to the discussion at hand. A few aviarans perched on high seats, their bird-like eyes keenly observing everything. A commanding figure stood at the podium, her voice amplified by the arena's acoustics.
We gather here today in dire circumstances to address the aftermath of the calamity that has befallen our beloved colony.
She paused for a moment and placed a blue hand over her throat.
The toll of lives lost is staggering. We mourn every soul that has perished.
She recited the names of those who had perished, their loss a blow to the beating heart of their community. A shared murmur of grief rippled through the gathering crowd. Kaida felt a pang in her chest, but fought back the tears that threatened to escape her eyes. As the topic shifted, the politician's tone took on a sense of wonder.
In these dark times, we find hope with our Namo companions. Many have survived by entering a state of forced hibernation.
The floor was opened for discussion and various individuals rose to speak. A Martian healer spoke of the medical trials they faced. An Aviaran educator expressed concerns for the children's education and mental well-being, her voice filled with worry. Various alien dishes filled the air, ensuring that all present remained well-fed. The meeting concluded with a united purpose: to rebuild and support each other in these trying times. Over the next moon's turn, Kaida navigated a world teetering on the brink of chaos. The raging tempest above, now twisted by the harsh arrival of winter, had transformed Hope's Crossing and its neighbouring forests into an unrecognisable wasteland. Ferocious winds and plummeting temperatures ruled the surface world. The relentless hurricane whipped up snow and ice, creating blinding blizzards that blurred the distinction between day and night. The ruins lay buried beneath layers of snowdrifts. Cut off from all outside aid, the inhabitants of Hope's Crossing turned inward to adapt to their unfamiliar circumstances. Underground communities bloomed into bustling towns. Kaida marvelled at the ingenious resourcefulness of the Anubak and Seraphis, who converted their subterranean confines into makeshift schools, infirmaries, and communal spaces. Managing resources became a crucial aspect of daily life. With help from Anubak engineers and emergency workers, Kaida played a pivotal role in organising salvage missions. Clad in protective gear, they braved the treacherous conditions of the apocalyptic landscape. On clear nights, the sky transformed into a breathtaking display of stars, swirling and spinning in chaotic patterns. Their mission was twofold: to scavenge for vital necessities such as preserved sustenance, clean water, and medicinal provisions, and to salvage spare parts to maintain the essential underground infrastructure that sustained their community. Time was running out as resources dwindled, and their survival hinged on successful scavenging missions. Kaida, Jaxon, and the 4 Anubak heroes found themselves thrust into positions of leadership. They coordinated teams, strategized resource distribution, and helped those struggling to cope with the drastic changes. Their enhanced cybernetics proved invaluable for physical labor. Incorporating technology and unique abilities played a crucial role in sustaining their community. The shape-shifting Anubak were instrumental. Benjo, Homie, Peter, and Dirk transformed into various machines and vehicles, facilitating transportation and excavation in ways traditional equipment could not. Despite her tough exterior, Kaida battled the emotional toll of their situation. It tore at her heart to witness Kelly mourn her fallen husband or see orphans grieve for their parents or siblings. The sorrow of parents mourning their lost children was no easier to bear. Kaida found some peace in her bonds with her lovers, Sia's children, and dear friends, though. The community of Hope's Crossing, a diverse microcosm of the galaxy, stood united. Despite their differences, they banded together to survive by sharing knowledge and skills. Vertical gardens sprouted life-giving sustenance, workshops crafted vital tools, and cultural events lifted spirits. But this relentless focus on survival took its toll on personal relationships. As Kaida devoted herself to her leadership duties, she had little time for Jaxon, Anika, Mother, or Emiko. Urgent tasks overshadowed their brief meetings, leaving a silent chasm between them. Where once they were bound by love and shared experiences, now there was only distance and fatigue. As she struggled to balance her responsibilities with her personal needs, Kaida lay awake at night, fretting over the well-being of her loved ones.
Chapter 38. Moonlit Ninja Training with Tweety.
In the early morning hours, under the muted light of Talos moons, Morel stood outside the Galactic combat training facility, with Tweety perched delicately on her sleeve. She reached down to retrieve her silver pendant from its place against her ninja gear, and offered it to the bird, instructing it to sniff the Sarasar cypress oil contained within. Morel followed suit, inhaling deeply as well. Tweety exclaimed.
That's much better. But won't we require more of this fragrant oil soon?
Yes, she sighed. But where shall we get it from?
Sarasar, of course. From that mystical shaman.
If she still draws breath, Morel replied wistfully.
How long will this supply last? The scent is still potent.
Tweety chirped, his talons gently scraping against her uniform provided by the space military. At least another year by Sarasar's measure.
Good.
Morel gazed into the distance and noticed a figure approaching them with a lumbering gait. It was Damien.
Hey,
he said warmly. She embraced him briefly before pulling away. Thank you, Damien, for everything. He stuffed his hands into his pockets and made a comical face.
It's my pleasure. You know, I've never had a sister.
Do you truly see me as such? He shrugged and looked away.
Sure.
I don't have any siblings.
Well then, allow me to be one if you wish.
There was a moment of awkward silence before goosebumps began to crawl up Morel's arms and neck. Thank you.
Looks like our paths diverge for now,
Damien remarked. I must train for a month, and you're going away on your own mission, Morel said. She flinched as images of his demise on the battlefield flashed through her mind. Damien gave her a solemn nod, his expression radiating both support and sadness.
Remember, Morel, it takes more than physical strength and combat prowess to succeed. Adaptability, strategic thinking, and resilience are key.
Morel smiled gratefully. I shall keep those words close to heart. With a casual salute, Damien said,
Kick some arse and take names, and if ever you require the advice of a rogue space traveler, or simply desire to share another bottle of whiskey, you know how to find me.
Returning the salute, Morel's smile widened. I shall remember. Take care of yourself, Damien. I can't wait to hear about your future adventures once I finish my training. She turned and made her way towards the imposing building that was the Galactic combat training facility. As she crossed the threshold, the doors slid open with a soft hiss, ushering her into a new world. Inside, she immediately caught the scent of cold metal and disinfectant, a far cry from the natural island aromas she was accustomed to. Straightening her backpack, she prepared herself mentally for what lay ahead. Her eyes roamed over the ordered expanse of the facility, high ceilings, gleaming surfaces, and towering holographic displays setting an intimidating tone. Approaching her with a stern countenance was a tall blue man with a long face, clad in crisp military garb.
You must be Morel. I am Sergeant Mist. Allow me to escort you to your quarters.
Morel followed dutifully as Sergeant Mist led her through a labyrinthine network of hallways, passing by training rooms where recruits could be heard grunting and shouting commands amidst clanging weights. They arrived at a dormitory area where neat rows of bunk beds were lined up against the walls. The chamber was plain, but orderly and pragmatic. A few youthful conscripts, all seeming to be in their late years of youth, reclined on their bunks or conversed in small cliques. Morel's entrance drew curious glances, some welcoming, others less so. She caught sight of two females gossiping and casting her disdainful looks. After designating her a bunk, Sergeant Mist departed with a reminder of the upcoming instruction session. As Morel unpacked her effects, the two females approached her. Like most, they were both blue-hued Zoraxians, native to Talos by birth and breeding. One of them, tall with a lean frame and cropped hair, leaned against the bunk post.
So you're the fresh-faced recruit,
she jeered.
Our training has been delayed until your arrival. Heard you came with some highborn starfarer.
The other, slightly shorter but possessing an athletic build, crossed her arms.
I think you're something special, do you? Just because you possess fancy rainbow skin. Strutting in here with your connections.
Morel met their gazes unflinchingly, her voice composed. I am here to train, like any other. My connections do not dictate my capabilities. The tall one cackled.
We shall see how long you endure. This is no grand adventure among the stars. It is real and it is grueling.
Morel did not waver. I am not here for an adventure among the stars. I am here to learn and to serve. The tension in the chamber was palpable, yet Morel stood her ground. Proving herself would require more than mere words. It would demand grit, skill, and determination. As the two females departed, Morel finished unpacking and settled onto her bunk. On the day of Eonar, it was the recruit's first lesson in hand-to-hand combat. Morel observed the trainer's intricate takedown maneuver. She executed it flawlessly, surpassing the trainer's own display and earning nods of approval from her fellow recruits. A high-ranking officer on the sidelines raised a brow in admiration. Tanya, one of the bullies, muttered under her breath, clearly envious of Morel's prowess. Morel sat in the mess hall, savoring a warm, spiced beverage after her impressive performance. A fellow recruit, Max, approached her with a wide grin.
That maneuver you pulled off today was astounding.
Across the room, Tanya and Tracy, the two nasty girls who had been rude to Morel, sat together, their expressions sour as they watched Morel receive praise from her peers. The acrid scent of plasma burning through air lingered in the firing range on the day of Kryn. The trainer demonstrated various energy-based firearms, explaining each step meticulously. When it was Morel's turn, she took aim naturally and effortlessly, outshining the trainer and hitting the bullseye repeatedly. A captain observing from the back gave a silent nod of approval. Tracy, standing nearby, scoffed and rolled her eyes in clear envy. In the dormitory, Morel organized her gear when a recruit named Lila complimented her.
Your shooting was exceptional today.
Tracy shot Morel a look of disdain while whispering to Tanya, who wholeheartedly agreed with her friend's obvious disgust. On the day of Solara, the recruits were tasked with learning tactical space navigation. During a simulated spacecraft exercise, Morel watched intently as the trainer expertly navigated through a virtual asteroid field. When it was her turn, Morel's fingers moved with precision and agility, clearing the field faster and smoother than the trainer had, drawing a silent nod from a lieutenant passing by. Tanya's scowl deepened as she watched Morel's flawless performance. In the gaming room, Morel relaxed with a virtual strategy game. Another recruit, Jonas, joined her and gave her a congratulatory high five.
You navigated that simulation like a true professional today.
Tanya, who sat at a nearby console, cast an envious look towards Morel. On the day of Nebulae during zero-gravity combat training, Morel surveyed the martial arts expert, effortlessly floating and maneuvering through the simulated combat scenario. Her movements were precise and slick, a display of combat techniques that even the trainer struggled to replicate. A group of officers observed from the observation window, murmuring their approval as they watched Morel's impressive display. Tracy, attempting to imitate Morel's grace, could only manage clumsy failure, fueling her growing resentment towards the skilled fighter. After training, Morel sought solace in the gym. As she lifted weights with ease, Marco, a muscular recruit, approached her.
You moved through 0G like you were born in it,
he remarked appreciatively. Tracy, working out nearby, clenched her teeth in envy. On the day of Orion, survival training was on the agenda. Morel observed closely before flawlessly executing the emergency ejection sequence. The cold touch of the eject button under her confident fingers impressed even the stoic trainer. A high-ranking commander taking notes on her performance silently noted her potential. Tanya muttered a snide remark to Tracy, but it fell flat amidst the general applause. During a mountain run, Morel felt free and invigorated. Helena, a fellow recruit panting alongside her, couldn't help but admire Morel's top-notch survival skills. Far behind them, Tanya struggled to keep up with a sullen expression on her face. The day of Astra brought grueling physical conditioning, but for Morel, endurance was no issue as she matched the trainer step for step. As the session progressed, her stamina and strength only increased, outlasting even the trainer's own endurance. Senior officers gathered and discussed her potential in hushed tones. Tanya, struggling to keep up, could only stare at Morel with envy. That evening, under the light of 2 full moons, the recruits cooled off with a swim in a glacial river. Derek, an enthusiast of the water, joined Morel and couldn't help but comment on her incredible stamina. On the riverbank, Tracy watched with annoyance as Morel received yet another compliment. The day of Celestia put Morel's combat skills to the test in a virtual reality simulator. The air was heavy with the scent of electronic ozone as she outmaneuvered her virtual foes with ease. High-ranking officials congregated, visibly impressed by her strategic tactics. Tanya's frustration was evident as she struggled to match Morel's prowess. In the VR library that afternoon, Morel delved into galactic history. A curious recruit named Emma approached her.
"You truly showed us how it's done in the sim combat,"
Emma praised. Meanwhile, Tanya browsed nearby and shot a dark look in Morel's direction. On the day of Galax came lessons on tactical and strategic planning. As she absorbed complex strategies in class, Morel's sharp mind understood them effortlessly. During a mock planning session, she proposed a counter-strategy so ingenious that even the trainer commended her innovative thinking. Her insights during this session were so astute that they drew silent acknowledgments from observing officers. Tanya's attempts to belittle Morel's ideas only highlighted her own inadequacies. Afterwards, Morel relaxed in the sauna. Raj, another recruit, joined her and couldn't help but admire her silver and turquoise skin and silver hair.
"Your tactical insights today were truly brilliant,"
he complimented, while wiping sweat from his brow. Tracy, sitting across from them in silence, simmered with resentment towards Morel's continued success. On the 9th day, the ever-changing lunar calendar marked it as the Day of Luna. The sterile scent of the infirmary on Luna did not stir any unease in Morel, as she deftly performed a life-saving procedure amidst chaos and carnage. The seasoned healers watched in awe, amazed by her surgical prowess. Meanwhile, Tracy's efforts to replicate Morel's skill were met with harsh criticism. Afterwards, Morel cleansed herself in the shower room, unaware of Tanya's resentful gaze through the steam. Alice, another recruit, praised her for her display of medical expertise, but Tanya could only see with envy. But on the day of Starfall, it was time for technical skills training, and in this realm, Morel shone yet again. Her nimble hands danced over intricate spaceship parts, catching the eye of high-ranking engineers with her innovative ideas for efficiency. Tanya, unable to match Morel's technical prowess, grumbled about unfair advantages. As evening fell upon Starfall, Morel sought solace in the tranquil garden. There she was joined by Neil, a nature-loving recruit who marveled at her technical skills, but Tracy, who happened to pass by, couldn't hide her jealousy. And so it continued on the challenging day of Cosmos. In a team-building exercise filled with intense competition, Morel's leadership caught the attention of a visiting admiral. Meanwhile, Tracy grew increasingly frustrated as her team failed to match Morel's coordination and efficiency. But come nightfall at the base disco, Morel let loose on the dance floor while Mia, a lively recruit, praised her for her leadership skills that day. Tanya, watching from afar and nursing bitter feelings towards Morel's success. The lessons continued on the day of Meteor with a seminar on intelligence gathering and analysis. Morel once again showcased her exceptional analytical abilities, drawing impressed looks from senior intelligence officers. But Tanya, ever the envious one, tried to discredit Morel's findings and only ended up showing her own incompetence. Even during a tour of a spaceship, Morel's sharp mind was evident as she examined the cockpit with precision. Ivan, a fellow recruit, expressed his admiration for her skills in intelligence gathering. Tracy, trailing behind and unable to keep her jealousy in check, muttered snide remarks to Tanya. On the day of Eclipse, it was time for space law and ethics. Morel's understanding and ethical reasoning shone through in a heated debate among the recruits. The panel of high-ranking officers observing the class were intrigued by her arguments, while Tracy could only try in vain to challenge Morel. But as the day came to an end, Morel retreated to the sauna for some much-needed reflection. There she was joined by Sarah, a thoughtful recruit who praised her thorough comprehension of space law. Tanya, already present in the sauna, could not hide her annoyance at Morel's continuous success. And on the final day of their training, the day of Nova, it was time for stress and mental resilience training. As expected, Morel remained composed under pressure during a high-stress simulation, leaving even the most seasoned officers whispering amongst themselves about her focus and determination. Tanya's attempts to break her concentration were futile. As they embarked on a night hike through the treacherous mountains, Pete, another hiker, expressed his utmost admiration for Morel's ability to stay cool under pressure that day. Tracy, struggling to keep up with Morel's achievements, begrudgingly muttered under her breath as they made their way through the dark. The Day of Void, a day sacred to the education of culture and language, saw Morel's linguistic fluency admired by her instructors. Not only did she communicate with finesse, but also corrected the trainer on subtle nuances of pronunciation and grammar. Her mastery over various interstellar dialects garnered the attention of esteemed linguistic experts. Tracy's snide remarks were drowned out by the praises that showered upon Morel as more officers hailed her extraordinary abilities. In her quiet reflection by the riverbank that afternoon, Zoe, a popular recruit, praised her exceptional linguistic skills. Meanwhile, Tanya and Tracy sat on the other side of the river, scowling with envy, their complaints about Morel's talents falling on deaf ears. In the bustling cafeteria of the Galactic Combat Training Facility, Morel sat amongst her fellow recruits, lost in thoughts about her lessons and trials in the past weeks. The clattering of dishes and hum of conversations filled the air. Her contemplation was interrupted when Major Damian Black and Captain Vega approached her table. Their presence drew all eyes in the room, including envious glances from Tanya and Tracy.
"May we join you?"
Captain Vega asked with a friendly smile, scanning for available seats among the recruits. Morel nodded eagerly, gesturing to the empty seats beside her. The officers settled down with an air of authority, their immaculate uniforms catching everyone's attention. Damien leaned forward with a hint of pride.
"We have been hearing remarkable reports about you, Morel. Your performance has caught the attention of some of the top brass here. Colonel Harrison and General Tarkov were particularly impressed by your strategic thinking and adaptability during simulations."
A blush crept up Morel's cheeks as she stammered out a thank you. Major Damien. The training has been rigorous, but I have given it my all. Captain Vega nodded, her violet eyes meeting Morel's.
"It's more than just giving your all, Morel. You have excelled. Your talents and quick adaptability have been the talk of senior officers. Lieutenant Colonel Mendez even mentioned that your tactical prowess during an urban combat simulation was one of the best he has ever seen."
Morel sat up straighter, momentarily setting down her fork in surprise. "This sounds serious. What does this mean for my training here?"
"We are considering you for a crucial mission,"
Vega explained.
"It involves a covert operation to liberate Ongu slaves from an illegal prison planet. Your skills could play a vital role."
Tanya and Tracy, listening in on the conversation from a nearby table, exchanged glances filled with envy and shock. "I am honored to be considered for such an important task," Morel replied humbly. But Major Black interjected.
"It is not just consideration, Morel. Given your exemplary performance, there is talk of placing you in a significant leadership position within the mission team."
"A leadership role, but I still have half a moon tide left of training."
"True,"
acknowledged Vega.
"But based on what we have seen and the feedback from instructors and high-ranking officers, we have full faith in your abilities. The remaining training will only solidify what we already know you are capable of."
"I will do my utmost to live up to these expectations," Morel promised. As they continued their discussion over their meal, Morel couldn't help but notice Tanya's and Tracy's barely concealed jealousy. Knowing that her hard work and dedication had earned her recognition and respect from esteemed Captain Vega, Morel felt a deep sense of pride and readiness for whatever trials lay ahead.
Chapter 39. Chihuahua's Inquiry. As Jaxon sat in the mess hall, seeking a semblance of normality amidst the turmoil of war, a small Chihuahua, Anubak, approached him with timid steps.
"Are you Jaxon Orion?"
she queried. "Yes," he replied.
"Do you have any knowledge of Mafdedi's whereabouts?"
His eyebrows raised in surprise at the question.
"Join us."
Seer beckoned from across the table, scooting away from Annika to make room for the Anubak. The Chihuahua scrambled onto the bench and leaned forward on her front paws.
"I'm Gislinda, and I worked with her on an excavation site near the mountains."
"I'm unsure of what happened to her," he lied. Gislinda fidgeted uncomfortably.
"Mafdeti and I were working together on a covert archaeological dig here on Microxus. We were retrieving crystal eggs from a hidden site deep within the jungles. It was complicated."
He distinctly remembered this situation. Mafdeti had stolen one orb from a vault on Microxus after the dig was complete, replacing it with a replica. The Namo on Sapta's Ark had mentioned that these orbs were engines for the quantum Dreamweaver. But he feigned ignorance and tilted his head curiously. Crystal eggs, what purpose did they serve? Sweat glistened on Seer's upper lip as her gaze darted between him and the Chihuahua. Gislinda let out a heavy sigh and examined her claws, which were digging into the wooden tabletop.
We never fully comprehended their significance, but they were ancient and powerful. Historical records suggested that there were once colonies scattered throughout the universe that harvested them, so the Cyrusar government sent us here.
Crystal eggs native to Microxus? He inquired.
I don't believe so. Some scholars speculate ancient civilizations of Sirius extracted these crystals from various planets. We have scarce knowledge about them.
Are there more of these orbs?
Seer interjected.
Not at that archaeological site, at least. We were preparing for a new dig on another site.
Gislinda howled mournfully.
But a tsunami swept away Dr. Vanis and her team of archaeologists while surveying the coast. If I hadn't been down with the flu, I would have died as well.
Jaxon swallowed hard before speaking again. Did Dr. Vanis have any other drones?
I don't believe so. I recall her expressing concern when you used her drones with Mafdati in the jungle. She was greatly relieved when they returned unscathed.
Ah, yes, I remember, he replied.
That is why I came to inquire about her whereabouts, as I knew you were friends. I recall she took you on a journey aboard an Astron sphere with the Namos pilot. The Namo in the lake here were in a frenzy, screaming about you bringing something from the future that will bring doom upon us all.
Yes, Jaxon cleared his throat, blushing slightly. I remember. Gislinda grumbled and hopped off the bench.
Well then, it was nice to meet you. I must go to retrieve my puppies from the soft play zone.
As he pondered Gislinda's questions, the mess hall buzzed with quiet conversations all around him, adding to the tense atmosphere of war and uncertainty. Seer, Kaida, and Annika waited for Jaxon to finish his meal in the refectory. Then silently, Seer led them away to the chamber she shared with Kaida and her offspring. In the hushed sanctum of the women's dormitory, they delved into the enigmas surrounding the orbs, which were more egg-shaped than spherical. Seer leaned in.
Those orbs Mafdati and the scholars uncovered on the excavation site, Jaxon. They weren't just any relics. They were quantum Dreamweaver engines.
I know. He peered at Annika. You watched one being made, didn't you? Before you rescued Seer from the Spellmasters.
No. There was one waiting for me. Nirakwa told me to go and find Seer. Luckily, the guards at the pyramid granted me access.
Jaxon frowned. He was about to wonder if he imagined it. Seer stroked his shoulder and laughed.
It was me, not Annika. I saw the Anubak pouring liquid gold around a frame which contained the crystal orb.
The doctor was frowning as she twisted the sheet with her purple fingers. Mafdati told me about the crystal eggs. Jaxon said. Teg, it's called a stracor.
That's the material?
Seer asked. Yes, it's some kind of engine. Kaida's brow furrowed, her cybernetic eye glimmering dimly in the subdued light.
Engines? I thought they were some manner of energy source.
Jaxon shrugged. Who knows? I never asked what was inside. Mafdati stole the one she had discovered with that pug, Gislinda, Dr. Vana, and the other archaeologists.
I would say that was a bad thing, but it proved useful in creating our largest QD in the end.
Anika admitted. True. The Seraphis spy had swapped it with a counterfeit. Jaxon scratched his stubbled jawline. Seer interjected.
The artisans claimed the gold around the crystal orb is to safeguard and channel its energies.
The gold encasing of the QD.
Kaida asked. Seer nodded.
That makes sense.
Kaida mused.
The gold acts as both a conduit and a barrier for the engines.
Jaxon reclined back. They're not merely engines. They're keys. The celestial architects granted Sirius to have these crafts, but the Church of the Celestial Body. They were bribed by the SSS to conceal Phoebe Moon and the quantum Dreamweavers from the rest of the cosmos. The four of them exchanged looks. Jaxon flinched. What if we journey to that dig site and search for more Stracor? I wonder if there are any of Dr. Vana's drones lying around in the ruins of her home.
The ones used by Dr. Vana on archaeological expeditions were known as Echovision Gnosis 3 drones,
Anika said. Kaida clutched her abdomen.
They could help us in scouting for survivors' resources.
And Dreamweaver engines, Jaxon added. Kaida nodded rapidly.
I could go to the constabulary's new temporary headquarters and request a search of our records to see if Vana's equipment is documented or if there's a way to access it.
Anika furrowed her brow.
Why do so when Jaxon and I can perform astral projection?
Jaxon smacked his forehead. How could I forget we possess that ability? Anika explained that they had been preoccupied with using their physical bodies because their astral forms could not touch or carry things.
It is not as if we can manipulate anything with our ethereal forms, only observe.
Kaida clenched her metal fists against her chest.
Do you have the time now?
Certainly,
Anika said. Let's do it on our double bed. Jaxon said to Anika. We can't both squeeze on Kaida's single mattress.
Kaida and Sia stood vigil as Jaxon and Anika prepared for their astral journey. The tall couple laid upon the shared bed in Jaxon and Anika's quarters, intertwined hands clasped in anticipation. With closed eyes and slowed breaths, they embarked on their quest. Minutes turned to hours, but Kaida and Sia remained steadfast, awaiting any sign of their return. As time stretched on, their excitement gave way to unease.
Is it meant to take this long?
Sia asked. Kaida shook her head in equal bewilderment. I can't tell you, they need some extra time perhaps.
It is pointless. I must collect Delta, Marina, and River.
Sia replied. Very well, bring back the children. Kaida responded.
No, they will be famished. I'll take the kids to the canteen.
Understood. Shall we meet there or return here?
Let's meet at the canteen.
Kaida gazed upon the serene faces of Jaxon and Anika. Surely they have discovered something of worth. After 10 minutes, Sia returned with a satisfied expression.
The triplets are having a sleepover with Voss's granddaughter.
Excellent news. You are a free woman for the night. Another hour passed, yet still no signs of awakening from Jaxon and Anika. Let's go out for a change of scenery. A drink, perhaps, Kaida suggested.
Indeed, especially since I am a free woman for the night.
Sia agreed. They chose a nearby bar within the subterranean community, a place that had become a makeshift gathering spot for survivors. The atmosphere was somber, with hushed conversations and the occasional clinking of glasses. Kaida ordered 2 beers, and they settled in at a secluded table. As they drank, they realized how serious their situation was. Above ground chaos reigned, yet here they were, seeking solace in the simple act of sharing a beverage.
We should return soon,
Sia said after some time, her gaze lingering on the vacant seat across from them.
To check on them.
Kaida nodded, draining the last drops of beer from her mug. They paid their dues and returned to Jaxon and Anika's quarters, expecting to find them either awake or still in their astral state. But the room was empty. Panic set in as they searched the adjoining lavatory, Kaida and Sia's room, and the corridors beyond.
Where could they have gone?
Worry tinged Sia's voice. Kaida's mouth became dry. We must find them. Let us divide and search the infirmary, the children's area, every nook and cranny. They parted ways, each traversing through the underground community at a frantic pace, calling out for Jaxon and Anika, questioning any individuals they encountered if they had sighted their comrades. Kaida searched far and wide before finally stumbling upon the bustling canteen late into the night. The aroma of freshly cooked sustenance wafted through the air as she scanned the crowd of humans and aliens alike. And among them, seated at a distant table, Kaida spotted Jaxon and Anika. They dined heartily and conversed earnestly. A wave of relief washed over her as she hastened towards them. As she approached, Anika beamed with delight.
Kaida, there you are. We have been searching for you.
Sia, who had followed closely behind Kaida, let out a sigh of relief.
Thank the oceans you're both safe. We were worried sick.
Jaxon rose to his feet.
We're sorry. We didn't mean to make you worry. Our astral journey took longer than we expected, but we got some useful info.
Kaida settled into a seat beside them, her heartbeat finally calming. What did you discover? Why didn't you come find us right away?
We were starving,
Anika clarified, gesturing towards their half-finished plates of food.
We went straight to replenishing our bodies. The energy required for astral projection is more than you would expect.
Sia, still standing, crossed her arms and shook her head with a stern expression.
Next time, leave a message or something. Write a note. We were scared you'd disappeared into another realm.
The group shared a light-hearted chuckle. Kaida's gaze lingered on her partners, feeling gratitude wash over her. After Jaxon and Anika finished their meal, the 4 of them returned to the sanctuary of their shared bedroom. The room was dimly lit, with a kettle steaming softly in the corner. Anika wasted no time in preparing a sizable pot of goji berry tea, using the dried berries gifted by Kaida. As they settled around the chamber, sipping the aromatic tea, and occasionally indulging in a squishy berry, Jaxon and Anika detailed their astral journey. Jaxon drew in a deep breath before exhaling it slowly.
We tried really hard to get to the realm of the celestial architects.
He scratched his neck.
We wanted to plead with them to make the hurricane stop.
But it proved impossible.
Anika continued.
We were unable to establish communication with them or even enter their realm.
Kaida's pulse quickened as she listened intently. And Mufteti, did you search for her? Both Jaxon and Annika gravely shook their heads.
No, we could not locate her as well,
Annika said.
It's as if she is within the realm of the celestial architects, or she has died. When we can't find people, it usually means they've died.
Like Major Kendra Harlow and Korud, like the other two Anubac QD pilots.
Jaxon lowered his gaze.
But what of the Dreamweaver eggs?
Sia inquired.
Did you look for any?
We did.
Jaxon replied, his gaze still on the floor.
But we had no success there either.
A hush fell over the bedroom. Kaida reached out and squeezed Annika's hand in a comforting gesture. Sia pressed on.
And other quantum Dreamweavers? Did you discover any others?
Jaxon's expression brightened slightly.
Yes, we discovered several in other worlds even. The constellations were unfamiliar, indicating they reside within the multiverse, or, like I said, a different universe.
Nevertheless,
Annika interjected with a wiggle in her seat, causing her ample bosom to jiggle under her low-cut vest.
We encountered clusters of Astracore orbs on worlds within the Milky Way.
And there are more,
Jaxon added, his blue eyes gleaming with enthusiasm.
However,
Annika continued,
our interest lies solely within the Milky Way. We do not possess allies who can aid us in other galaxies. Still,
Annika persisted,
there were clusters of Astracore orbs present in the Andromeda, Triangulum, Whirlpool, Sombrero, Black Eye, Sunflower, and Pinwheel galaxies, even a significant cluster within the Tadpole galaxy.
The revelation sparked a surge of energy within the room.
I thought you said you couldn't find any crystal eggs.
Sia screeched out.
Not in the Milky Way.
Jaxon clarified. Kaida swallowed hard and nodded. This discovery could alter everything.
And what of our next move?
Sia inquired, her eyes ablaze with determination.
How do we lay hands on these orbs?
Jaxon let out a heavy sigh, his brow furrowed in deep thought.
It'll take us 2 long years to reach the Milky Way in a conventional vessel.
There are whispers among colonists of venturing out from the Triangulum galaxy, back to our homelands.
Sia mentioned, biting her lip nervously.
But is it truly safe?
Jaxon's voice was tinged with concern.
I dare not risk Marina, Delta and River on such a treacherous journey through swirling constellations.
Fear etched itself deeply onto Sia's face, causing wrinkles to appear around her eyes and forehead.
We must seek aid from our allies in the Telecern space military.
Jaxon declared.
They reside closest to Yamia and can offer us protection.
And where exactly is this Yamia? Kaida asked.
In the vicinity of the Perseus Arm.
Jaxon replied.
Approximately 7,000 light-years away from Earth.
Kaida raised an eyebrow at this information. And what of Damien? Have you located him?
He has left Cygnus behind, and now resides on Talos.
Annika revealed.
He holds a high rank in their military forces, and has even found himself a talented Aquilorian companion.
The news brought a small glimmer of hope to Kaida's expression. Is it Samantha? A puzzled look appeared on Jaxon's face.
No, although this new Aquilorian has gained admiration from the higher officers.
Morel,
Annika stated.
That's her name.
Kaida nodded firmly once. We must focus on repairing our satellite so we may communicate with our allies in the Milky Way.
Chapter 40. Telosian Gathering.
The bar on the Telosian military fortress was raucous with officers unwinding after a grueling day. In the corner, Major Damian Black, Captain Vega, Morel, and a select group of high-ranking officials convened around a shimmering holographic projector suspended above their round table. They raised their cups in toast for another round of strong spirits. Damian looked upon Morel with pride. Though the discussions about their mission were fraught with tension, tonight was a celebration of Morel's exceptional performance during her galactic combat training.
Observe this.
Captain Vega deftly manipulated the holographic controls within the sphere. The space above their table shimmered to life, displaying a recording of Morel in combat. Her movements were swift and lethal. With her strategic prowess, she surpassed her adversaries and left onlookers at the training session duly impressed.
Her adaptability is unparalleled.
The senior officer's gaze remained fixated on the hologram.
Witness how she anticipates her foe's maneuvers.
Laughter and applause erupted as the video showed Morel, sporting a smug grin, facing off against her astounded instructors. Damian chuckled. She possesses the instincts of a hardened warrior. It's as if she were born for this. Morel's cheeks flushed pink as she took a sip of her drink.
I just trust my gut. It's all about reading the situation and reacting.
As the night progressed, their attention shifted from Morel's feats to the daunting task ahead. Captain Vega steered the conversation towards Operation Freedom's dawn and establishing a temporary headquarters near Dorgoth's hold.
Swift response time is crucial.
Vega's violet eyes surveyed their group for reactions.
Being in close proximity allows us to deploy our forces swiftly and provide support for our operatives on the ground.
Damien nodded in agreement. Logistical support as well. We'll require a forward base for supplies, medical aid, and organizing the evacuation of liberated slaves. Morel leaned in.
And command and control. With a nearby HQ, we can make decisions on the fly and adapt to changing intel.
The group discussed potential risks, including the possibility of their temporary headquarters being compromised by enemy forces. Security and stealth will be our top priorities. Damien glanced at the attractive Captain Vega. We cannot afford any leaks about our location. The conversation turned towards the importance of teamwork and utilizing each member's unique skills.
I am ready to contribute in any way possible,
Morel stated. As the meeting drew to a close, the group raised their cups in a toast to Operation Freedom's dawn. To success and the safe return of all, along with the Ongu captives, Damien declared. As Damien sat in the war chamber of Telosian Space Military, awaiting the arrival of special ops officers and recruits, he cringed inwardly. The bitter thought kept gnawing at his mind. The fact that his brother Kurad was an Echoes dealer. That was how he had amassed his wealth. He was the kingpin of the bloody underworld. Not only that, he had stolen Jaxon's quantum Dreamweaver, pilfered mystical artifacts from God knows who, and brought about ruin in an entire galaxy. Were his loved ones still alive? It would have been better if Jaxon and Annika had never dragged his family into their war-torn world. At least Erebus was safe within the confines of Milky Way. His stomach churned uneasily as he fidgeted in his seat. There was much work to be done. When everyone convened in the war chamber, he handpicked a squadron of elite operatives for the mission. The arduous task of selecting a team to carry out the perilous Operation Freedom's dawn weighed heavily on Major Damien Black. He sought not only skilled individuals but also those who shared his unwavering dedication to the mission. Among the chosen were masters in covert maneuvers, healers in battle, experts in communication, and demolition specialists, all of whom had previously served under Captain Vega and Major Harlow, earning his utmost trust and admiration. In the weeks leading up to departure, the base was abuzz with feverish preparations. Damien himself led grueling training sessions, meticulously shaping his team to face any potential challenges that may arise on the dreaded prison planet. They honed their skills in simulated environments mirroring the harsh terrains of their target, strategizing for every possible scenario from navigating treacherous landscapes to breaching fortified defenses and engaging in close combat. Briefings on the dire conditions of the Ongu slaves instilled a sense of empathy and urgency in their cause. Standing tall beside him was Captain Vega, a pillar of strength and solace for Damien, whose feelings for her had blossomed into something deeper. Commander Abrina, the seasoned leader of the Black Ops unit, and Commander Genix, the android commander of Silver Crew, stood with them as well. The dim lighting in the expansive strategic planning room only heightened the impact of the detailed projections displayed throughout. A central spherical hologram projected an intricate 3D map of the Malovian system in the outer rim, surrounded by other levitating star charts and diagrams offering vital information ranging from topography to defensive placements and patrol routes. Digitized screens lined the walls, constantly streaming real-time intelligence reports, surveillance data, and encrypted communications channels to keep each officer informed with current developments. Touch-responsive surfaces served as workstations for officers' interaction with the advanced holograms. As Major Damien Black stepped forward, all attention converged on him in anticipation. Our quest leads us to the outermost reaches of the known galaxy, targeting a hidden detention facility within the Milvian system, located in the Scutum Centaurus arm of the Milky Way. He paused, allowing the weight of their mission to sink in. It is here on Shadow's crest that Dorgoth's hold holds captive thousands of Ongu slaves, a covert prison thriving amidst the shadows and lawlessness of this region. The hologram zoomed in on Shadow's crest, revealing its daunting landscape, sheer cliffs, narrow valleys, and a desolate atmosphere, making it both an impenetrable fortress and a living nightmare for those longing for liberation. To disrupt this stronghold of cruelty, We have established Base Libertas, our temporary headquarters strategically positioned on the moon orbiting Shadow's crest. From there, we can launch swift attacks, manage supplies, and provide immediate aid to those we rescue. Damien's voice betrayed his inner turmoil as he spoke about their personal stake in the mission. Our assault will be multifaceted, he continued, gesturing towards specific phases of the operation on the holographic display. Commander Abrina and her elite Black Ops unit will lead the infiltration while neutralizing key defenses and freeing our captive kin. Commander Jaxon's Silver Crew will ensure air domination and dismantle enemy communication systems, while Captain Vega coordinates orbital support and our eventual extraction. Addressing Morel's role, Damien's tone softened, revealing his deep concern for her safety amidst the operation's dangers. Morel, your gifts are beyond measure. You shall be stationed at Base Libertas, where you may sway the course of the mission without facing the brunt of the battles. All in attendance nodded in understanding, recognizing the delicate balance between utilizing Morel's unique abilities and safeguarding her well-being. The conversation then turned to logistical details, focusing on the cloaked cargo ships for slave extraction and the crucial role of Base Libertas in the operation's supply chain. As the meeting drew to a close, the grand plan for Operation Freedom's Dawn had taken shape. For Damien, this was not merely a strategic undertaking. It was a vow to Visky. Captain Vega approached him, placing a reassuring hand upon his shoulder.
We stand with you, Damien. For the Ongus. For liberation.
Exiting the war room, Damien chewed on his inner cheek. This mission was a monumental task, yet the opportunity to make a difference, to honor Visky's memory and instill hope in countless lives, drove his purpose forward. Operation Freedom's Dawn meant more than just victory, it was a guiding light in the darkness. Hidden amongst the bustling trade routes of the Milky Way and concealed by dense star clusters in the Scutum Centaurus arm, Captain Vega's warship forged ahead undetected. Gliding through hyperspace lanes and taking advantage of chaotic gravitational patterns within the galactic bar, their mighty vessel, Aegis Spear, easily made its way towards the outer reaches of the Malovian system. The stealth warship, a marvel of Telosian engineering crafted with silent ferocity, touched down with remarkable precision upon Shadow's crest. From his post on the command deck, Major Damien Black watched with bated breath as the engines hummed to a halt. The eerie silence of Shadow's crest consumed them. The planet boasted dark landscapes and a thin atmosphere, its infrared light bleeding into the horizon. Their temporary headquarters, Base Libertas, was quickly established using the natural geography of the planet. Jagged canyons and towering mountains provided natural fortifications against potential threats. The base itself was constructed from resilient materials capable of withstanding extreme temperatures and the scant atmosphere of this red dwarf world. A network of reinforced tunnels and passages connected modular habitats, while life support systems ensured survival in this harsh environment. Solar panels for infrared energy dotted the landscape, backed by generators to ensure a steady power supply. Gathering his team in the briefing room aboard their warship, Major Black stood at attention with Captain Vega by his side. Her presence a source of courage. The blue-skinned Zoraxians of Talos eagerly listened as Morel, with her striking Aquilorian features, stood out among them. Commander Abrina oversaw her Black Ops team's final preparations while Commander Genix confirmed the readiness of the Silver Crew and their arsenal of drones and electronic warfare weaponry. As we deploy from Base Libertas, Damien began, keep in mind our mission to liberate the Ongu slaves and dismantle their oppressive infrastructure. This is our chance to strike back against the darkness that has reigned unchallenged for far too long. He met Morel's gaze. Morel, you will accompany me on the ground. But remember, your safety is paramount until your gifts are absolutely required. Captain Vega said,
Our warship will stay hidden in orbit, a vigilant defender ready to enter the fray if need be. We possess an element of surprise on our side.
As the base came alive with activity, Damien's thoughts turned to Samantha. His departure had been bittersweet, yet she had urged him on when he called from Zozis, announcing his departure from Cyrusar. She desired for me to have freedom, he whispered to himself. Still, he could not shake the feeling of abandoning her in her time of need. With the base secured and his team prepared, he focused his mind on the upcoming mission. Operation Freedom's Dawn loomed close, offering a chance to truly make a difference. his hands clenched into tight fists as he murmured, "For Visky and on Goo's liberty." A palpable sense of tension hung over Shadow's crest as Operation Freedom's Dawn commenced. Though he held the rank of Major, Damian Black was determined to lead this infiltration and rescue operation from the front lines. Cloaked in shadow and unseen in their stealth suits, Damian and his team advanced towards Dorgoth's hold under cover of darkness. It was a ghostly procession, creeping ever closer towards the heart of darkness itself. Damian, at the head of the vanguard, gave the signal to move forward. With synchronized movements, his team made their way through the prison's looming silhouette. The soft buzz of communication lines kept Damian connected with Captain Vega aboard the Aegis Spear and Commander Genix coordinating the aerial and electronic assault. This network of support was crucial, allowing Damian and his team to adapt their strategy in real time. Through a combination of cunning skill and brute force, they breached the outer defenses of Dorgoth's hold, disabling surveillance systems and taking out guards along the way. The dark corridors became a maze of shadows as Damian and his team pressed on, freeing Ung slaves cell by cell. The newly liberated Ongus were guided to the extraction points where they expressed their gratitude through quiet sobs. Though weary, Damian remained vigilant until the last of the slaves were safely aboard the cloaked cargo ships bound for base Libertas. During the debriefing in the base's strategic planning room, a somber and serious atmosphere set in as Damian reported the mission's success and challenges faced. But above all else, his main concern was the well-being of the rescued Ongus. As we conclude our debrief, Damian began, his voice heavy with exhaustion, "I must address our next steps for our freed Ongu brethren. Thanks to your valiant efforts, they are now en route to their homeworld aboard the Liberty Fleet, a group of 5 starships specially modified from the Aegis Spear's cargo bay for this very purpose." He paused, allowing the gravity of their achievement to sink in. But there is one Ongu who refused to join her kin. She is quite unique, known as a queenfish among spacefarers from the Sirius system. A cross between an Ongu and a Namo, she resides in a spherical aquarium and wishes to return to Talos with us. Mentions of this particular Ongu sparked murmurs throughout the room.
Major Black,
Morell asked. Yes. He turned to face his friend.
She identifies as a Namo.
Very well, he grumbled, his gaze sweeping over the rest of the crew. Though our main quest may be done, our duty to the Ongus yet remains. We've granted them a new beginning, but it's vital we ensure their integration and rehabilitation on Ongu proceeds unhindered. His eyes met those of his team members, including Morell, whose bond with the Nam-Mongu hybrid had become a symbol of the deep connections forged during their mission. In the following weeks, we shall work alongside Ongu local authorities and various aid organizations to monitor the situation. We shall also make preparations for our new friend's transport and ensure her transition to Talos is as seamless as possible.
Major Black.
Morell piped up once more. He arched an eyebrow and turned back to her. Yes.
Her name is Glissando.
Ah, thank you, Morell. I shall remember that. Damian's gaze lingered on her before addressing the group once more. This operation, he proclaimed, is proof of what can be accomplished when we unite against injustice. Let us continue to support the Ongus as they rebuild their lives and extend a warm welcome to our new friend.
Chapter 41. Heroes. Jaxon stood at the forefront of the hall, an assembly area under the sturdy dome of the underground eco-community. The heady scent of Anubak and Seraphis mingled with the bustling throng of humans. By his side stood Kaida, Seer, Anika, and the 4 valiant Anubak heroes, Homi, Benjo, Peter, and Dirk, forming an unbreakable line. In their midst stood a gathering of security personnel, police officers, and other brave emergency workers who had come forward to face the unknown in service of their colony. "I know the danger is great," Jaxon said gravely, "but our very survival depends on restoring communication with the Milky Way. Our satellites are our lifeline." Kaida stepped forward, her cybernetic arms and legs glinting under the dim lights of the hall.
If we modify the manticore with specific enhancements, we might pierce through the cosmic disturbances and reach our satellites.
She knew more than she let on, as did the Anubak superheroes at her side. Jaxon and Anika's astral reconnaissance had given them precise intel on what was plaguing their satellites. Kaida, Jaxon, and Seer all knew exactly what repairs were needed. Jaxon inhaled deeply through his nostrils. He and Anika's ethereal journey had pinpointed the exact issues afflicting their satellites, from damaged transceivers to misaligned orbit paths. Seer scanned the assembled crowd with a keen eye.
I will take charge of delicately repairing the satellite's components,
she declared confidently.
With my telekinetic abilities, I can manipulate even the most fragile of parts.
Jaxon winced at her words, a wave of concern washing over him. Such powers were meant to be kept secret, especially among those outside their inner circle. So many had witnessed the Anubak shape-shifting, though. He caught sight of Kaida and Annika exchanging looks of mild annoyance towards Seer, mirroring his own apprehension. The room buzzed with heightened discussions as the audience, fascinated and surprised by Seer's revelation, erupted into animated chatter. The four Anubak heroes stood strong, their unity and determination clear to all.
"Count us in,"
Homie proclaimed, his voice resounding through the room as his interpreter device translated his growls into cosmolingua.
"Our shape-shifting abilities will aid us in this mission."
This announcement only further ignited the crowd's enthusiasm, provoking a roar of excitement. Jaxon, however, felt a surge of frustration at the unfolding spectacle. He glanced at a similarly unimpressed Kaida and Annika. Seer, on the other hand, beamed with innocent yet thoughtless satisfaction. Undeterred by the tension, Homie continued,
"It is high time everyone understood the true scope of our mission. The phantoms plagued not only myself and my comrades, they gave extraordinary abilities to Seer, Jaxon, and Annika as well."
Applause and cheers filled the air as the community showed their support for their heroes in light of this revelation. Caught up in the moment, Homie couldn't resist displaying his prowess. In a flash, he transformed into a towering and muscular giant with emerald skin. As he flexed his newfound muscles, the crowd responded with playful catcalls. Jaxon rubbed his temples and sighed like an old man. "We must work together like never before. This mission requires more than mere skill, it demands courage, trust, and unity."
Let us show this storm that we are more than just survivors,
Seer cried out triumphantly, fist pumping the air. The Anubak and Seraphas among the crowd shared determined looks with one another. "Then it is decided," Jaxon concluded. "We shall prepare at dawn. Check your gear, bid your farewells, and meet at the underground hangar at the end of East Wing on -1. This is our moment." As Jaxon crossed the threshold into the bridge of the Manticore, it was like coming back to an old comrade. The familiar thrum of the ship's engines, the gentle radiance of control panels, and the scent of ionized air greeted him as a long-lost friend. At his side stood Kaida, her presence steady and unwavering at the navigation console. Seer, her gaze fixed upon sensor readouts, prepared to harness her telekinetic abilities to stabilize the delicate components against the turbulent winds.
"Engines at full power,"
Kaida announced. Jaxon gripped the pilot's controls, feeling them resist under his touch. "Prepare for launch," he commanded. The Manticore shuddered as its engines propelled them upwards through the layers of the protective dome surrounding the colony and into the heart of the storm. The hurricane outside battered the ship mercilessly, its howling winds resembling the cries of 1,000 lost souls. Jaxon's shoulders tensed as he navigated through the tempestuous winds, the ship lurching and rolling with each powerful gust.
"Stay steady, Jaxon."
Seer's calm voice broke through his concentration. "I am doing my best," Jaxon grunted as he adjusted the thrusters. Kaida's brow furrowed in intense focus as she monitored their coordinates.
"We are approaching the first satellite. The damage appears extensive from here."
Deploying stabilizers.
Seer closed her eyes, channeling all of her energy towards keeping the ship stable. As they pierced through the final layer of atmosphere, the roar of the hurricane subsided, revealing the ethereal splendor of space before them. The vast expanse stretched outwards, adorned with sparkling stars that seemed to twinkle with an otherworldly glow. Only the soft hum of the spacecraft's engines dared to break the eerie silence that enveloped them, but there was no time to appreciate the view at hand. The damaged satellite loomed ahead, a silent witness to the wrath of the celestial architects. "All right, team." Jaxon's adrenaline surged through his veins. "Let us begin our work. Kaida, you are with me for repairs. Seer, keep us stable. And Anubak team, stand by for any heavy lifting." The Manticore inched closer to the satellite, its silhouette a jagged line against the vast backdrop of space. Suited up and tethered to the ship by safety cables, Jaxon and Kaida prepared themselves for their mission.
"Remember, slow and steady."
Kaida squeezed his shoulder before they floated out into the void together. Jaxon, Kaida, and the four Anubak heroes were now immersed in the infinite emptiness of space, their only connection to their ship being slender lines of safety cables. The void stretched out around them in all directions, a profound stillness broken only by occasional bursts of communication from Seer. As they approached, it became clear just how severe the damage to the satellite was. Panels had been torn away, exposing fragile circuits to the merciless vacuum. Kaida's voice crackled over their comm link.
It is worse than we feared. The main control unit is exposed. We must shield it before we can begin repairs.
Jaxon noticed one panel vibrating dangerously on the edge. We have another issue. This panel is about to break away completely.
Can you secure it?
Kaida asked urgently. Jaxon maneuvered himself closer. Moving carefully in the weightless environment, he grasped onto the panel just as it began to drift away, his safety tether pulling taut. His breaths came in short bursts inside his helmet. I have it, but it is only a temporary fix. We must hurry.
I am on the control unit.
Kaida's voice was focused and determined.
Watch my back.
As Jaxon and Kaida worked intently on the intricate repairs of the satellite, their Annie-back comrades helped. Homie had transformed into a sturdy tool bench, while Benjo, Peter, and Dirk used their superhuman strength to ensure the safety and success of their mission. The transformation was a blessing for Jaxon and Kaida, granting them a secure haven to conduct their tasks without the threat of drifting off into the vast void of space. The bench, thoughtfully designed by Homie, even boasted magnetic spots that held their tools in place. Benjo, with his keen precision, transformed into a versatile tool, capable of shifting into whatever instrument Jaxon or Kaida required at any given moment, be it a wrench or a soldering iron. No longer did they have to fumble through a traditional toolkit under the challenging conditions of space. Dirk assumed the role of an advanced scanning device, providing real-time analysis of the satellite's structural integrity and the effectiveness of their repairs. But despite their help, the tension continued to mount as they worked. Jaxon remembered Professor Voss' lecture, where he had expounded upon the wonders of entangled transmitters and quantum entanglement. As he and Kaida feverishly worked to repair the damaged satellite, he couldn't help but marvel at the intricate technology they were handling. The entangled transmitters were the lifeblood of the satellite's communication system, allowing for instantaneous data exchange across immense distances in space, a concept that seemed almost like magic, yet firmly rooted in the realm of quantum physics. Remember what Voss said about the entangled transmitters? Jaxon murmured to Kaida as they hovered alongside the exposed innards of the satellite. That is our top priority. Without them, Microxus remains cut off.
I have committed the schematics to memory. The entanglement module lies just beneath this panel, but it is incredibly delicate. One wrong move and we could sever the connection forever.
Kaida replied. Suddenly, a warning sounded through their comm links.
Oncoming debris.
Sear's voice boomed.
You have less than a minute.
Jaxon's heart raced as he whipped his head around, scanning the star-filled darkness. A swarm of debris was hurtling towards them. Kaida, we need to move quickly, Jaxon commanded. Together, they repositioned themselves, working against the ticking clock to secure the exposed components of the satellite. Jaxon wielded a makeshift shield over Kaida as she delicately realigned the entangled transmitters. His cyborg arm, usually a tool of brute strength, now served a different purpose, one of careful precision and protection, but it was not enough. So Peter took on the role of a defensive barrier, his body expanding into a wide shield-like form that hovered protectively near their work area. He positioned himself between the incoming debris and his companions, absorbing the impacts of smaller fragments and deflecting them away from the vulnerable satellite. The debris field drew closer, a swirling mass of metal and shattered satellites. Jaxon's stomach felt as hard as stone as Kaida made the final adjustments. The debris was nearly upon them, a silent vortex of destruction.
Finished.
Kaida breathed. With no time to spare, they propelled themselves back towards the Manticore, narrowly avoiding disaster as the debris field passed by in a chaotic whirlwind. Safely aboard their ship once more, they watched as the field of debris continued on its path. As they set course for Microxus once again, Jaxon couldn't help but feel awestruck by the scientific marvels that made their mission possible. Quantum entanglement, a phenomenon that defied all logic of classical physics, was the cornerstone of their communication network. Their journey through the raging skies of Microxus was a harrowing end to their epic quest. The Manticore bravely pierced through the turbulent clouds, and as they emerged from the tempest, the first glimpses of the colony could be seen below, with twinkling lights peering through windows nestled in the hills. As they landed in the hangar, the community's cheers cut through the howling winds. A warm welcome awaited them, enveloping them in a collective embrace of gratitude and relief. The team gathered in the communal hall, where the scent of coffee filled the air. Jaxon stood among his companions, Kaida, Seer, and the valiant Anubak warriors. Annika joined them, and without hesitation, she stepped closer to Jaxon and shared a passionate kiss. It was a fiery acknowledgement of their shared struggles and ultimate triumph. Surprised by her intensity, Jaxon could only respond with equal fervor, his hands finding their way around her. The moment was electric, a spontaneous celebration of their return and perhaps a deepening of their bond. Anika turned to Kaida and Seer and exchanged similar kisses with each. But their intimate display did not go unnoticed. From the corner of his eye, Jaxon saw Kaida's mother and sister standing at the entrance of the hall, their expressions shocked. The warmth of the moment quickly dissipated into an awkward chill. A red flush spread across Jackson's face as he realized their private moment had been witnessed by Kaida's family. The room fell into an uncomfortable silence. Jaxon cleared his throat, trying to find words to bridge the gap of misunderstanding but failing. Kaida broke the tension with a light laugh, easing the awkwardness.
Well,
She said with a mischievous glint in her eye.
That's certainly one way to celebrate.
The others joined in her laughter, the initial shock replaced with a shared amusement. As their mirth died down, Jaxon took a moment to look around at the faces of his newfound family. Chapter 42. Hologram Reunion.
As the Aegis Spear prepared to voyage into hyperspace, a sudden communication disrupted Damien Black's thoughts. Turning his gaze towards the command deck's floor, he saw the familiar form of Jaxon materialize in holographic form. "Jaxon, you're alive," exclaimed Damien, a feeling of joy and lightness filling his chest. Captain Vega, Commander Abrina, and Commander Genix all raced towards Jaxon's 6-foot hologram with relief etched on their faces. Together, they had bravely fought and defeated the Crypt tribe. But Jaxon appeared gaunt and weary, his usual robust frame now haggard and frail.
"Yes, we mended the damaged satellite orbiting Microxus and its quantum entangler,"
explained Jaxon.
"That is how I can contact you now."
The crew around Damien let out a collective sigh of relief at this news. Jaxon continued, revealing the devastating impact of a relentless hurricane sweeping through their world and forcing survivors underground. "And my family? Are they safe?" asked Damien anxiously.
"Yes, emergency workers rescued them from the rubble. They live."
Joy surged within Damien. "Good. And Korod? That bastard?"
"We do not know. We have not seen him."
Jaxon replied gravely with a nervous tick under his right eye. Damien clenched his jaw in anger. "I can't believe what he's done. My apologies."
"Don't apologize. You're not responsible,"
reassured Jaxon. Still, Damien could not shake off the guilt and shame he felt for sharing blood with such a cruel being. Changing the subject, he inquired about the well-being of survivors on Microxus.
"The situation is dire, but we persevere. We adapt,"
said Jaxon grimly.
"May I speak with you in private, Captain Abrina, Captain Genix, and Captain Vega?"
asked Jaxon. "Of course," said Damien, gesturing to open an encrypted communication orb and muting the conversation for privacy. Tension filled the room as Commander Genix immediately inquired about Major Harlow's fate. Jaxon's shoulders slumped, and his voice grew heavy.
"Our astral projections could not locate her. We must assume she is no longer with us."
Damien saw the wave of sorrow ripple through the Zoraxian trio. They had known Harlow well.
Seer might discover something that may aid in stopping this unnatural storm, but we must speak to an important Anubak first. The Anubak is a professor from the Sirius system. She is paranoid about sharing information with us, though, and she must be careful to conduct a meeting with us in the utmost secrecy.
Jaxon said. "Did you retrieve your quantum Dreamweaver from my ass of a brother?" asked Damien, seething with anger at Korod. Perhaps the man was dead. If Jaxon couldn't find him as he couldn't find Harlow, he must have been dead. Jaxon just didn't want to say.
"We did. But Maftati took it to travel to the realm of the celestial architects,"
explained Jaxon.
"The ones who granted you your powers?"
asked Captain Vega curiously.
"They are more akin to gods than mere beings,"
clarified Jaxon.
"Maftati went to return 2 powerful magical artifacts stolen by Korod."
"Damn him," growled Damien.
"But Maftati has yet to return,"
added Jaxon.
"And apocalyptic conditions still ravage Microxus. One good thing is that the monstrous body snatchers abandoned their mission when the Seraphis departed."
"Body snatchers?"
questioned Captain Vega. Jaxon's complexion, faintly tinted blue from his Zoraxian ancestry, turned paler.
"I would rather not speak of it. It has been a traumatic experience."
"How can we assist you?" asked Damien, eager to help his fellow friends.
We require a new quantum Dreamweaver so we may return to the celestial architects and plead for them to halt the hurricane,"
explained Jaxon.
"Would it not be wiser to evacuate everyone from Microxus?"
suggested Commander Genix.
"I will risk my life to reclaim our colony. There are countless inhabited worlds in the Triangulum galaxy that need our aid,"
declared Jaxon bravely.
"Well said."
Commander Genix nodded in agreement.
In the astral plane, Anika and I stumbled upon a nest of Astracor orbs nestled on the planet Yamia in the Milky Way.
Yamia.
Captain Vega mused, tossing her ebony tresses.
Near the Perseus arm, is it not?
Jaxon confirmed this with a nod.
A journey of 7,000 light-years from our current whereabouts,
she added. Damien's heart skipped a beat, the enchantment of Vega's scent broken. But what exactly are these Astracor orbs?
They are the source of power for quantum Dreamweavers,
Jaxon explained.
They are what makes them so magical.
No way. The revelation sparked intense discussions among the Zoraxian crew. Meanwhile, Damien processed the newfound knowledge. The thought of venturing to Yamia to secure those orbs and construct Dreamweavers filled him with trepidation. He hoped to steer his family away from Microxus and into safer interstellar spaces, but the scientist's warnings had shaken him.
Major Black.
Vega addressed him, bringing him back to the present.
With Genix and her silver crew by our side, we can reach Yamia with ease. We have forged strong ties with their diplomats.
Genix said,
"Shall we take a cosmic dart?"
Without a doubt.
Vega answered firmly. Aubrina nudged Damien and whispered,
"We could use the Aegisphere to return to Talos."
Jaxon concluded the meeting with an unspoken agreement among the crew. After sending the On-Gu slaves back to their planet and returning to Talos on the Aegisphere, Damien found hope in nightly conversations with his family, thanks to their newly repaired satellite. Morel had proven herself invaluable to the Talosian space military and had been sent on many successful Black Ops missions, cementing her reputation as a formidable operative. Several weeks later, Captain Vega and Commander Genix arrived at the Talosian base with their precious cargo, 8 radiant Astracor orbs. The orbs glimmered in pastel hues, pulsating with an otherworldly energy. They appeared to be crafted from moonstone and held a mesmerizing quality. In the cargo bay of the Cosmic Dart, Damien stood surrounded by the orbs, with Genix on his right and Vega directly across from him, hands confidently placed on her hips. Their eyes met in an unspoken understanding. With her striking violet gaze and commanding presence, Vega exuded a captivating allure that drew Damien in. They seemed connected on a deeper level, with their every move and word resonating with a magnetic pull. His desire to hold her and make love to her overwhelmed him. As they gazed at the shimmering orbs together, the soft vibrations of pastel colors between them created a serene and mystic atmosphere.
It's like we're holding the universe's secrets,
Vega mused, approaching Damien with graceful steps. But how do we unravel this puzzle? What is our next course of action?
Summon Jaxon,
Vega proposed.
Perhaps he and his friends have made headway on their end.
Damien nodded and tapped his communication band. Within moments, Jaxon's hologram emerged from the ground, materializing until he stood eye to eye with Damien. Before Damien could inquire about the orbs, Jaxon's image flickered and Sears replaced it. Seer was much shorter than Damien, Jaxon, Vega, Aubrina, and Genix, but she exuded a sense of strength and power. He recalled her past as a feared space pirate and mercenary, skilled in both piloting and engineering. Her eyes burned with an unwavering intensity that demanded attention from all in the room.
Damien,
she began,
I have been pursuing leads on how we can use these orbs to create a quantum Dreamweaver.
Commander Genix, who had been quietly observing from the sidelines, stepped forward.
And what have you discovered?
A small smile graced Seer's lips.
I reached out to a Sirius mothership called Sopdeet's Arc 10, and I conversed with a kingfish.
A kingfish? Damien asked. Vega interjected.
Kingfish and queenfish are leaders among the Nomo and Sopditarchs. They possess heightened psychic abilities and great power.
Damien rubbed his puckered forehead. Sopdi.
Sopditarchs are spherical ecosystems that traverse the cosmos.
Vega clarified.
They are owned by the spacefaring people of Sirius and resemble moons.
Ah, Damien said with understanding. We have a queenfish here too.
You do?
Seer asked eagerly. Yes, but she's not purely Namo. She claims to be Nam Mongu, Damien explained. Seer clasped her hands to her chest and bounced on her feet.
She must be formidable.
Damien thought back to his encounter with the mysterious mermaid, whom he had released into the sea surrounding the military base. My companion, Morel, seemed quite taken with her.
So tell us more about this kingfish of Soptit Arc 10.
Vega urged. Seer nodded, meeting the 3 pairs of eyes focused on her.
He put me in contact with an Anubac scientist who lives on one moon of Siraith.
And what did this scientist reveal?
Vega prodded.
She explained that traditionally, only Anubacs possess the ability to craft quantum Dreamweavers because of their unique hearing, which enables them to interact with ether in a way others cannot.
Ether, Damien echoed.
The energy beyond our perception.
Seer clarified.
Professor Cerberus Anubin told me ether is like an immense cosmic ocean, encompassing all and connecting the multiverse together. She described it as a language of quantum vibrations, a dialogue between energy and potential existing across different dimensions.
Impressive, Damien said. So ether is not just emptiness. It is a living entity that links all things in the cosmos, communicating through light, energy, and vibrations. Seer's face took on a contemplative expression.
That's correct. By learning to heed the whispers of the ether, we can tap into the web of knowledge and wisdom that surrounds us.
The Aqua Woman's voice was filled with reverence, and Damien understood why Jaxon loved her so dearly. Vega crossed her arms, her brow furrowed in deep contemplation.
But with no Anubac artisans here, how will we learn to make this craft?
Seer could barely contain her excitement.
Professor Cerberus Anubin created earphones from the conch shells of a fierce, serious sea snail in collaboration with the non-Mongu people.
Seer paused, her gaze reflecting the profoundness of the concept.
But you need a pair of these earphones and someone who can imitate the original Anubac incantations while pouring the gold. Usually, only non-Mongu can copy those incantations thanks to their double psychic abilities.
So we cannot make the QDs,
Vega said.
You might,
Seer said.
Although Professor Anubin patented her ether conch, she shared the invention with me. She wants to stop the War of Shadows too.
How? Damien asked.
She shared the spell for anointing such shells.
Seer continued.
I have a video of what you must do, step by step. She told me you can buy those special conch shells from a serious seafood market in Nova City's northern territories. And since you just mentioned that a non-Mongu now swims in the sea surrounding the Talosian base, I wonder if that non-Mongu may help you anoint conch shells from the market, as well as creating a new quantum Dreamweaver.
I cannot say for sure, Damien stammered, but I assume the non-Mongu had striking purple horns where her ears should have been. Do non-Mongus have horns?
No.
Seer interjected.
Those are no horns, you said they're purple.
Yes, Damien said.
The conch shells from Sirius sea snails are purple too. Professor Cerberus Anubin's echo-conch earphones are very popular amongst the rare, non-Mongu population. They improve their psychic abilities profoundly, so I wouldn't be surprised if your non-Mongu has a pair too. This is wonderful news.
Cia's pale blue face broke out into a wide smile. Genix's eyes widened in astonishment.
This is groundbreaking. But where are these earphones now?
On the non-Mongu's head in the sea, Damien pondered aloud.
Cia.
Vega spoke with authority.
We must see this video the inventor sent you. It may hold the key to creating a new Dreamweaver.
Seer nodded eagerly.
I shall send it now.
As the flickering images danced across the screen, the group huddled together in rapt attention. The secrets of crafting a quantum Dreamweaver were being revealed before their very eyes. Molten gold was poured over some kind of spherical frame which encircled the moonstone-like egg, and incantations from an Anubac filled the air, barely audible over the hissing metal. Genix's shoulders slumped in awe.
It's like watching alchemy come to life,
she breathed. Vega nodded in agreement as she gazed at the moving hologram. Though hope bloomed in his heart, Damien felt cynical the magic would work from their mouths. Let's search for that queenfish.
Chapter 43. Deep Dive.
Beneath the cloak of night, speckled with countless stars, Morel and her squadron swam through the murky depths off the Talosian stronghold. Their mission, a daring descent to dismantle a notorious criminal syndicate. It was fraught with danger, but Morel felt exhilarated by their success. The sea's embrace lifted her spirits as they journeyed back towards the shore. Amidst the hiss of their breathing apparatus and the rhythmic flapping of their fins, a shadowy figure appeared from the abyss. Glissando, a strange creature and friend of Morel's, circled curiously around her. As they neared the photic zone, Morel could make out Glissando's grotesque features, a queenfish, or Namungo as she called herself, with 3 eyes that flickered between black and white. Despite her fearsome appearance, Glissando moved with playful grace, her powerful tail propelling her effortlessly through the water. As they reached the shoreline, Morel removed her gear and Tweety, a bird who had become fast friends with Glissando, landed on her shoulder. "Let us move to a more discreet location," Morel urged Tweety. The group gathered on the sand as Glissando crawled out of the sea foam and removed her horns with ease. Morel couldn't help but gasp in surprise.
Do those not cause you pain?
Tweety whispered. Glissando laughed.
No need for concern. These are not horns but ether-conch earphones. They are meant for Major Black. Tell him you, Morel, are ready to learn the mantras now that I am giving you the echo-conch. For it won't be I who does it. It will be the Aquilorian artisan who can mimic anything, because of her connection to the spirit of Cyprus.
With that cryptic message, Glissando departed into the depths once again. Morel was left speechless as she held onto the shells in her hand. Underneath the salty night air, Morel looked up at the stars with her friends and commander, taking in the scent of brine that surrounded them.
Let us return to base and break our fast,
their commander declared, leading them away from the shore. The next evening, Damien met Morel outside the command center amidst the bustling Talosian stronghold.
The gold has arrived and is being prepared for melting as we speak.
Where? Morel asked.
In the engineering bay. A special workstation has been set up for you.
Damien turned and led her towards their destination.
Everything is ready.
The bustling engineering bay was dominated by a massive alloy smelter, its polished surfaces reflecting the harsh light and emanating a faint metallic smell. A group of engineers and technicians stood nearby, their eyes fixed on the crucible filled with molten gold that simmered at the heart of the smelter. Nearby, on a specially designed workstation, lay the intricate frame of the quantum Dreamweaver and the pulsating Astracore orb that would rest beneath the meditation platform. The lattice-like frame, crafted to house the orb, awaited its final embrace with molten gold that would complete this marvelous creation. Damien handed Morel a pair of heavy-duty thermal gloves and a protective visor.
Safety first,
he reminded her.
The gold is nearly ready for casting.
Morel nodded as she donned the gear, securing the ether-conch earphones in place before approaching the smelter. As she closed her eyes and focused, murmuring ancient Anubak mantras, she poured the molten gold into the waiting frame. The liquid golden metal flowed like sunlight, enveloping the orb in a perfect sphere. The room fell silent, save for the gentle hiss of cooling metal and distant hum of machinery. Morel's words seemed to vibrate through the air itself, infused with unseen energy as they wove their magic. As the golden sphere cooled and hardened, revealing its shimmering surface, applause erupted from the assembled crowd. Damien stepped forward with a smile.
You've done it, Morel.
Removing her gloves and visor, Morel turned to face her colleagues. It was not just I who accomplished this feat, she said humbly, but with guidance from the ether, wisdom from the Anubak, and support from all of you. With great care, the quantum Dreamweaver was lifted from its workstation to take its place among the many wonders of Talosian technology. Damien placed a hand on Morel's shoulder.
Let us see what this Dreamweaver can achieve.
Together they made their way towards the gleaming vessel, its walls opening like petals as they approached. As they stepped inside, Morel felt a sense of calm wash over her. The meditation platform, situated at the core of the craft, awaited her. But before she could fully immerse herself in the experience, Morel remembered another task that must be done. Wait, she said, we must bring all the Astracore orbs to the creators of all. Damien frowned, still standing outside the Dreamweaver. He turned to the engineers and ordered them to fulfill Morel's request, despite their obvious greed for these precious orbs. I must also retrieve Tweety, Morel added. She dashed through security checks and maze-like corridors until she emerged onto the training ground. Tweety, her feathered companion, immediately landed on her shoulder. Come, we have somewhere else to be.
Where?
Tweety asked. To test whether my mystical creation truly functions as intended.
But I am afraid.
Tweety admitted.
Can you not test it first?
Morel shook her head. No, I cannot leave you behind, for I know not if I shall return. Understanding this, Tweety gripped tightly onto her shoulder as they made their way back to the engineering bay. Amidst suspicious glances from the guards, Morel and Tweety boarded the Quantum Dreamweaver along with Damien. The doors closed around them like petals of a flower, and as Morel settled onto the meditation platform, her heart beating in time with the pulsations of the Istracore orb beneath her, she couldn't help but wonder what adventures awaited them in this marvelous craft. Damien perched upon the inner perimeter, observing as she closed her eyes. The ether conch earphones melded with her being, linking Morel to the boundless expanse of the ether and granting her the ability to hear the universe's secrets. Despite her eagerness to approach the creators of all, Glissando had advised her to bring someone who had already made their acquaintance. With focus and determination, Morel envisioned the coordinates for Microxus, honing in on the underground hangar that Damien's comrade had deemed their safest point of entry amidst the planet's raging tempest. The Quantum Dreamweaver responded to her intentions, quivering before fading into darkness and then bursting back to life. Through its translucent walls, they could see figures milling about, awaiting their arrival. As they prepared to disembark from the craft, Tweety latched onto Morel's forearm with his talons, as her enlarged earshells left no room for him to perch upon her shoulder. The Quantum Dreamweaver's golden petals lowered, revealing doorways and ramps as the air hummed with a cacophony of voices. Damien and Morel stepped out, welcomed by a round of applause from the diverse assembly. Faces united by curiosity, admiration, and hope. Among them stood Jaxon, a figure who caught Morel's eye immediately. She recognized him from Damien's holographic communications and was struck by his commanding presence. Jaxon's arms were outstretched in welcome, his beaming smile lighting up his handsome face. He appeared to be 10 years older than her and took several steps forward to embrace Damien in a warm hug. As they exchanged words, Jaxon gestured towards an Erebusian trio with deep blue skin and dark hair. Excitedly, Damien rushed towards them through the crowd and embraced the elder couple, as well as a younger man who shared his stocky frame and strong jawline, undoubtedly his family, as he had mentioned them before. Turning her attention back to Jaxon, Morel couldn't help but feel a flutter in her chest as he smiled at her and Tweety. Her feathered companion immediately hopped onto his shoulder, eliciting laughter from those gathered around them. Jaxon extended his hands to grasp hers, radiating a comforting warmth that washed over her like a wave. His gaze lingered on her, making her acutely aware of her pounding heart. The ether conch earphones whispered in her ear,
"He is the one."
Her breath caught in her throat, and she nervously swallowed. Jaxon's blue eyes sparkled with kindness as he held onto her hands.
"Thank you for creating the Quantum Dreamweaver for us, Morel,"
he said sincerely.
"Captain Vega spoke highly of you. But no one told me about your bird. What is its name?"
My name is Tweety.
The avian creature whispered into Jaxon's ear. His jaw dropped and eyes widened in awe.
"Incredible."
For a moment, the bustling hangar faded away as Morel got lost in Jaxon's piercing gaze. But then his voice broke through the silence.
"Let us get you out of this crowd."
With a friendly arm around her shoulders, he led her through winding corridors until they reached a modest and slightly run-down bedroom. Inside, 3 women awaited their arrival. 1 human, 1 Vestorian, and 1 Thalassian. Jaxon motioned for her to perch upon a wobbly wooden seat while he joined the trio of females on the double bed. He introduced her to Cyborg Warrior, the former soldier for hire, and the healer. As their discussions swirled around her, Morel found herself anchored by Jaxon's presence, a sensation akin to coming home to a place she had never known. The atmosphere was grave as their plans unfolded. Tweety flitted back onto Morel's arm.
"Anika and I have a plan,"
Jaxon declared.
"We shall venture forth to the celestial architects in the Quantum Dreamweaver. We must uncover what has transpired. If they hold our comrade captive, along with the stone and node, then I shall plead with them to release Mafdidi and put an end to this hurricane."
"I should accompany you instead of Anika,"
spoke up the Thalassian woman, her pale blue skin and silver locks a striking contrast.
"The celestial architects are unfamiliar with her. They have not met her before. She was still in a coma during our previous visit."
Anika crossed her arms over her ample bosom, clad in a fluffy red jumper that revealed its size. But the doctor's tone was resolute, yet composed as her dark eyes locked onto the Thalassian's face.
You have triplets who depend on you. If anything were to befall Jaxon and myself, at least we do not have children waiting for us.
As they debated, voices began to echo through the ether conch.
No, you two must go alone. You must present them with the eggs and teleporter.
Egg? Morel asked.
Dragon egg.
The Estracor orbs are dragon eggs.
Yes.
Confirmed the voice of ether through her headphones. Kaida frowned at Morel with her black, almond-shaped eyes.
What are you muttering under your breath?
Morel, sensing the growing confusion and concern in the room, hastily explained what she had heard through the ether conch and what it was. Without these headphones, I would never have been able to create the quantum Dreamweaver.
We know,
said Kaida, her gaze shifting between the faces of her companions.
Captain Vega informed us.
Feeling her thoughts scattering like stars, Morel reached for the pendant hidden beneath her black operative all-in-one. She breathed in deeply, letting the essence of Sirius Cypress ground her and sharpen her focus. With newfound clarity, Morel's voice rang out strong and decisive. Only Jaxon and I should go. That is what ether has revealed to me. We will offer them the 7 Estracor orbs as a token of peace. The room fell into a tense silence as they processed Morel's words.
You brought them here?
Jaxon asked her. Yes, they are within the QD. Ether instructed me to do so before we departed from Talos. Those egg-shaped orbs which power the quantum Dreamweavers are, in fact, dragon's eggs. Jaxon held her gaze for a prolonged moment before tilting his head in understanding. Seer opened her mouth to protest, but Anika rested a hand on her shoulder, a wordless display of comprehension. Kaida nodded slowly.
It is a bold move, but it may just work. If these orbs truly are dragon eggs, their worth to the celestial architects could be beyond measure.
The conversation erupted into chaos as everyone chimed in with their own ideas, but Morel remained steadfast in following Ether's guidance. Please tend to my feathered companion while I am away, she requested of the women.
Chapter 44. Dragon's Eggs. As they entered the quantum Dreamweaver, Damien and Morel found themselves thrust into a realm that Jaxon had once visited. The place defied all concepts of space and time, stretching out in an endless expanse of white. It was like staring into oblivion itself, with no discernible floor or walls to anchor them. But as soon as they opened the QD's golden roof and breathed in the mysterious air, neither warm nor cool, 3 unfamiliar faces greeted them. The blinding whiteness gave way to a dizzying array of colors, assaulting the senses of Jaxon and Morel. The intensity of the swirling kaleidoscope overwhelmed Jaxon, causing him to curl up and clutch his knees tightly. The colors seemed to blend in a chaotic blur, making it impossible for him to focus on any single object. Amidst the kaleidoscope, 3 faces appeared, or what could be considered faces. Light and ever-changing patterns made up their appearance, with multiple eyes but no mouth or nostrils. And yet, when one of their mouths opened, Jaxon steered the craft towards it instinctively. And just like that, they were inside a small pyramid constructed of light and shadow. This time, though, there was a floor beneath them. Everything seemed familiar to Jaxon, having been here once before. But this time, the Aquilorian woman in her quantum Dreamweaver accompanied him. 3 green-skinned figures greeted them, like before, and gestured for them to step outside. Next to them stood Maftati, held captive by a shimmering lead of white energy. Without speaking, the architects conveyed their displeasure directly into the minds of Jaxon and Morel. It wasn't anger over trivial matters, but a deep concern for the balance of the Triangulum galaxy that the misuse of their tools had disrupted. Jaxon pleaded with them to quell the hurricane on Microxus and explain the chaos it had caused among the inhabited planets of the galaxy. The architects revealed they were trying, but in order to fix the vast coding errors, they needed assurance that no more hackers would steal their tools, and that this included quantum Dreamweavers. Curious about Maftati's detainment, Jaxon asked for an explanation. The response was straightforward. The architects demanded the return of any remaining quantum Dreamweavers. But it was Morel who offered a potential solution, her voice resonating with conviction. She presented her newly crafted quantum Dreamweaver and 7 dragon eggs. The revelation of these dragon eggs delighted the architects, offering hope in completing their duties. Returning Morel's quantum Dreamweaver also meant freeing 1 more dragon. Jaxon's mouth hung open, and his eyes widened in amazement. "Dragons," he murmured. He shared his astral projection findings of there being more eggs scattered across the galaxies and possibly the entire multiverse. The architects promised to repair the Triangulum galaxy and restore its harmony under one condition. Jaxon and his empowered companions must embark on a quest to retrieve lost dragon eggs. Morel said she wasn't happy about taking dragon eggs from their mothers, but the celestial architects said the dragons needed to be returned to their own dimension. To fulfill the celestial architect's request, Jaxon and co. needed a vessel capable of traversing such vast distances, which just so happened to be Morel's quantum Dreamweaver. And yet there was another condition. They must leave behind the safety of their universe and venture into uncharted territories. Jaxon relayed the grim news of their fallen comrades, the Anubak shapeshifters and Cindy, who had been blessed with the power of illusion. The celestial architects revealed to Jaxon that the abilities were not mere gifts, but necessary tools for their daunting mission ahead should there ever be a war of shadows, which there had been. They declared that 3 additional companions, willing to join them on their cosmic quest, must accept the powers the 2 Anubak and Cindy had possessed before death.
What if those who already have superpowers refuse to join us on our quest?
Morel inquired.
What then?
Should they reject our call?
The architect said,
Jaxon must reclaim the gifts during his astral travels. He must delve into their very being, to the depths of their heart where the power resides, and carefully withdraw it. Then he must seek out those who are worthy of bearing this burden, those who will embrace the gift and its weighty responsibility.
Morel then asked about transforming their starship into a teleporter, a crucial modification needed to traverse the vast distances between galaxies with so many superheroes. After all, only a limited number could fit into the quantum Dreamweaver.
To imbue your vessel with teleportation capabilities,
they began, speaking with a harmonious blend of thought and vibration.
Jaxon must merge the essence of the quantum Dreamweaver, which we now return to you, with the soul of your starship. This fusion will create a resonance with the cosmos, transforming your vessel into a conduit for teleportation, a starship capable of navigating the ethereal currents that flow between galaxies.
How do I accomplish this? Jaxon queried.
Simply state your desire while delving into the heart of the quantum Dreamweaver. Declare that you wish for it to transport your entire starship. You will still enter an astral state on the platform in the ship's hangar, but it will transport all of you together.
And how many times must I ask? He inquired.
Only once, during astral projection. But be sure that the quantum Dreamweaver is aboard the starship before doing so.
And what about the dragon eggs?
Morel interjected.
Do we return here each time to present them to you?
Yes,
came the reply.
Deliver them in the quantum Dreamweaver.
After the storm had finally ceased its relentless fury, Jaxon gazed upon the changed landscape of Hope's Crossing. The Anubak and Seraphis, joined by their human and alien comrades, toiled tirelessly in the reconstruction effort. Instead of the plain, box-like dwellings that once dotted the terrain, granite pyramids of stone now rose proudly, while orbital homes of glimmering crystal sparkled in the sunlight, casting a spectrum of hues across the rebuilt colony. They also strengthened and expanded their underground community into a vast network of living spaces and utilities. The vertical farms, which had been a crucial source of sustenance during the disaster, multiplied in number, delving deeper and producing an abundance of lab-grown plants that would soon bring greenery back to the ravaged land come spring. Jaxon observed the progress with great satisfaction. The surrounding forests, once teeming with life, now lay desolate and barren, mirroring the uncertain future of the lizard people who called this place home. As he stood amidst the bustling activity of construction, Anika approached him. She was a constant presence in his life, his soulmate. Without needing any words, she pulled him into a deep kiss. Jaxon returned her affection wholeheartedly, feeling the weight of his leadership temporarily lifted off his shoulders. The moment grew even more intimate as Kaida and Seer joined them, all 4 united in a powerful display of unity and love. As they parted ways, Jaxon contemplated on the daunting mission that lay ahead. The celestial architects had bestowed upon them an impossible task, and yet, the prospect of restoring the Triangulum galaxy and retrieving the long-lost dragon eggs filled him with excitement. It was no easy feat, but with every stone laid and every crystal polished, the foundation of their new world grew stronger. Sierra and Lyra were devastated by their boyfriends' deaths. They didn't let grief stop them from chasing their dreams. Their eyes shimmered with resolve as they were reunited with Jaxon, their hearts ablaze with a fierce yearning for thrilling exploits. Not even their broken hearts or the ever-watchful seer could prevent them from embarking on another journey through the stars. Damien and Morel agreed to inherit the dangerous shape-shifting skills of the two deceased Anubak. However, despite their search, none of the remaining Anubak with supernatural abilities agreed to accompany them on this perilous adventure. Convincing 4 others to accept these immense gifts, with the potential of unlimited power but also great risk, fell upon Jaxon. Naturally, Seer's children desired those powers, so Sia and her triplets contemplated it. Yet, they reached a consensus that entrusting young children with such powers would pose a significant risk. Jaxon anxiously fidgeted, constantly shifting his weight between feet. He pondered whether Kaida's mother would come aboard their starship. He had witnessed her reaction when the 4 of them had openly shown their love. However, Rinka revealed that she and Emiko would remain on Microxus due to Emiko's pregnancy. Jaxon felt a rush of relief and silently cheered. Kelly desired to remain with her family and baby Star, yet she wished them the best and conveyed her feelings of longing. While Robert and his girlfriend wanted to join, Kelly's family feared for their lives but had to let them go, since children they were no longer. In order to possess the shape-shifting superpowers, they simply required 2 more members for their crew. Dean, a human, expressed a desire to attend. Jaxon had frequent conversations with the young man. Jaxon was worried about him being a Jack the Lad since Jaxon had a harem of 3. Additionally, the man was attractive. However, Jaxon sympathized with the man. During the initial Nano-Nexus outbreak, Dean's family perished in a terrorist attack on Delta 7. With a passion for exploration, he was a scientist who focused on studying the wildlife and plant life of different worlds. A queen from Thalasia emerged. Her purpose in visiting Microxus was to establish peaceful relations as a diplomat. Brenna was her name, and she was exceptionally beautiful. Tall, slim, and full of mystery, she exuded an intriguing aura. Anika, Kaida, and Seer also had a strong liking for her. The 6th shapeshifter position was accepted by her. As the calm before the storm descended upon them, Jaxon, Anika, Kaida, Seer, Damien, Morel, and their formidable comrades gathered on the bridge of the mighty Manticore. Behind them lay a turbulent history of battles won and loved ones lost. Ahead of them lay a treacherous journey into uncharted territories, driven by their unwavering determination to safeguard their realm and beyond. They were not mere survivors, but visionaries of a new age, bound by a shared fate to brave the unknown and shape the destiny of their universe. The end.
You just listened to Orion's Odyssey 5, Realm of Ruin, written and created by John Robinson in 2024, narrated by AI. Each audiobook takes me between 1 and 2 months to create, 6 hours a day. So if you have been enjoying these, please like, subscribe, and even share links with your friends or on science fiction groups. I have been a struggling indie author for 8 years, and as you see, I have a few pen names now. I really hope that one day I can monetize from my YouTube channel, which is free for listeners of science fiction and fantasy. Don't forget to listen to Book 6 of the Orion's Odyssey series, Space Dragons, which is the original, much spicier Book 6 from John Roberts' original Galaxy's Embrace series on Kindle Unlimited. And please don't forget to like and subscribe. I have dropped the pen name John Robinson as now I realise that I can simply cut out the 5% spice from my original John Roberts series, leaving the action and adventure, space fantasy and military sci-fi